Shutong, I told you not to be angry, Zhang Xiaomai said carefully, looking serious. Jiang Shutong's heart skipped a beat. She thought, she only rested yesterday. What else could have happened? Xiaomai, don't be like this. What's going on? She asked. Their family was already struggling, and then Zhou Fuchuan stole the family's food coupons, probably giving them to that widow Lu. Wang Yinhua didn't know and insisted that the coupons were given to her again, even saying she wanted to cause trouble for him. When Jiang Shutong heard this, her face looked worse. She thought, these two are never done. They just throw around a few accusations, and now they want to blame her. Seeing Jiang Shutong's expression turn serious, Zhang Xiaomai also felt uncomfortable. Did Zhou Fuchuan explain anything? Zhang Xiaomai nodded. He seemed to admit it. I spoke up a few times, but my mother-in-law scolded me. Jiang Shutong had long wanted to deal with these two, but she hadn't had the chance. Now, they were coming to her doorstep. Since that was the case, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Zhou Fuchuan was a fool, and Wang Yinhua wasn't very smart either. They should at least think a little. She had already married into the Gu family. Could she be short of these food coupons? That would be looking down on the Gu family. While they were talking, Wang Yinhua stormed over, looking furious, as if she wanted to tear Jiang Shutong apart. Jiang Shutong, are you shameless? Last time, you caused us so much trouble, and now you have the nerve to ask for our Fuchuan's food coupons. Are you trying to ruin us? Jiang Shutong looked at Wang Yinhua coldly. Are you accusing me of taking your food coupons? Do you have proof? If you have evidence today, I will give you all the coupons your family is owed. But if you don't, we won't end this today. Seeing the argument escalate, everyone stopped eating and gathered around to watch. Wang Yinhua wasn't afraid. Don't think just because you have Gu's support, you can do whatever you want. You returned someone else's coupons before, but you haven't returned ours. I've already counted. There are 80 jin of food coupons and 30 jin of meat coupons. Wang Yinhua took out her small notebook and started calculating. She had quite a lot, considering Zhou Fuchuan was quite generous. Her own family's children couldn't even eat well, yet he gave so much to widow Lu. At this moment, Zhou Fuchuan and widow Lu also arrived. They exchanged a glance but said nothing. Widow Lu had no choice. Her husband died early, leaving her 2 children. The children were at an age where they needed to eat well. She could only use this method to get some coupons. Moreover, she had paid with her body. Zhou Fuchuan often came to bother her. She couldn't just let him sleep for free. Could she? To put it bluntly, she was outselling herself, earning quite a bit each time. Although she was not young anymore, she still had charm. Zhou Fuchuan pretended to intervene but refused to admit he was giving Jiang Shutong money. Jiang Shutong was already a well-known figure at the factory. Now, she was involved in such a disgraceful act, and everyone couldn't help but gossip. Zhao Shuman saw this too, smiling with a look of schadenfreude. She couldn't help but agree, saying, Aunt Wang, you're right. This woman must not be shameless in life. I support you in taking back your things. She then looked at Jiang Shutong and said, Jiang Shutong, you're not broke now. Just return what you took. Or even if you have money, you still can't change your bad habits, just love taking other people's stuff, right? Jiang Shutong was arguing with Wang Yinhua here, when suddenly someone unexpected appeared. Seeing Zhao Shumin's face, Jiang Shutong sneered and then strode forward, giving her a loud slap. She was really giving her face, always bothering her in front of everyone. This was her matter with Wang Yinhua and the others. What did it have to do with a stranger? No one expected Jiang Shutong to suddenly hit someone. They all stared in shock. After realizing what happened, Zhao Shuman couldn't help but jump up. Jiang Shutong, how dare you hit me? Jiang Shutong flicked her hand, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and wiped her fingers as if Zhao Shuman was dirty. What's wrong with hitting you? I hit you because you're so annoying. Does this matter to you? Do you even know the facts? Spreading rumors about others is illegal, do you know that? Since your parents didn't teach you well, I'll teach you myself. Jiang Shutong's eyes were sharp as she stared at Zhao Shuman. The people nearby wanted to say something but saw the scene and quickly stepped back to avoid getting involved. Zhao Shuman couldn't listen anymore. She ran over to hit Zhang Shudong, but Zhang Shudong grabbed her hair and slapped her again. You came here looking for a fight, so don't blame me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson about your foul mouth so you won't keep spouting nonsense. Wang Yinhua, standing nearby, was frightened and quickly moved aside. She thought to herself that Zhang Shudong really had courage. Zhao Shumin's family was not ordinary. Her brother-in-law was the factory director's secretary, and her parents were small leaders at the mechanical factory. How dare she act so boldly? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Zhao Shumin was slapped twice, her hair messy, looking like a ghost. She screamed and tried to fight back, but she was no match for Zhang Shudong. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Shudong had fought and argued with many people, so she was quite skilled. No one expected that, because of the Zhou Fuchuan family matter, Zhang Shudong would get into a fight with someone else. Zhang Xiaomai looked at Zhang Shudong with admiration. She wished she were as strong as Zhang Shudong, so no one would bully her. At this moment, Secretary Liu came over. Seeing her niece being beaten like that, she rushed to help. Zhang Shudong was smart enough not to fight women, but fighting men was a different story. After releasing Zhao Shumin, she quickly stepped back 2 steps. Secretary Liu stared at Zhang Shudong, furious. Comrade Zhang, what are you doing? This is a machinery factory, not your home. Who do you think you are hitting? People like you who bully colleagues will be dealt with seriously by the factory. I will report this to the higher-ups for a decision. Tianxiang Liu had long disliked Zhang Shudong. Now that Zhang Shudong had come forward and dared to hit his niece in the factory, he knew she would face punishment. With the Gu family backing her, she probably wouldn't be fired, but a reprimand was certain. If she gained a bad reputation later, it would be impossible for Zhang Shudong to stay close to the factory director and work there. This way, his own position would remain secure. 2 birds with 1 stone. If she hadn't been so rude, could I have hit her? I want to ask, what do you call it when someone falsely accuses a colleague and slanders them? The 2 argued back and forth, getting into a heated dispute. Wang Yinhua and Zhou Fuchuan became invisible, and Widow Liu, standing nearby, sighed in relief. With Zhang Shudong covering for her, she was happy to spend Zhou Fuchuan's money. No one else knew. At this moment, Zhao Shumin's parents arrived. They had been eating in the cafeteria and, hearing that their daughter was beaten, rushed over in a panic. When they saw her face, it was clear she had been slapped hard, with noticeable marks. You good for nothing, the factory took you in, and you still dare to hit my daughter? Don't think that because the Gu family is protecting you, you can bully others. Today we'll teach you a lesson. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao rolled up their sleeves and moved forward to fight. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaomai quickly went to help. Zhang Shudong was only a woman, and together they were 4 people. She was no match for them. Although she couldn't fight well, she absolutely couldn't just watch Zhang Shudong be bullied. Zhang Shudong didn't expect Zhang Xiaomai to step in front of her. When Zhao Shumin's father swung his fist, it directly hit Zhang Xiaomai's face. Zhang Xiaomai fell to the side, blood pouring from her nose. Zhang Shudong was startled and hurried to help her. Just as Zhao Shumin's father was about to strike again, someone grabbed his arm. He turned his head and saw Gu Zhanan. Gu Zhanan had been visiting the machinery factory to study machines these days. This morning he was at the research institute, and after lunch he came over. As soon as he arrived, he saw someone trying to hit his wife. Zhao Shumin's father couldn't move his arm because Gu Zhanan held it tightly. Let go of me. Your broken shoes are hitting people everywhere. Don't think your Gu family is powerful just because of your status. If you dare to bully my daughter, I will fight with you today. Gu Zhanan's eyes were deep. He had heard Zhang Shudong mention that a woman in the office didn't get along with her, and he didn't expect a fight to break out. He didn't care about his age. He forcefully pulled him aside and pushed him hard. Zhao Shumin's father fell back onto his. Then Gu Zhanan stood in front of Zhang Shudong and the others. I want to see who dares to lay a finger on her. If there's a problem, talk it out. We're not wild animals. Don't touch or harass anyone. Zhao Shumin saw this and was so angry her face twisted. She pointed at Zhang Shudong and scolded loudly. How can you say that? It was clearly Jiang Shudong who started it. Look at how she hit my face. Gu Zhanan felt awkward. He didn't expect Jiang Shudong to be the first to make a move. But he had his own principles. He looked a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat before speaking. My wife hit you, and she must have had her reasons. She's gentle and caring, so she wouldn't hit anyone without cause. You must have done something wrong. If that's the case, then hitting back is justified. Everyone nearby was stunned. Didn't they say Gu Zhanan was very reasonable? He studied abroad and was well-mannered. Why did he sound so protective now? So, Jiang Shudong hitting someone was justified, but others hitting her was considered barbaric? This double standard is too obvious. Jiang Shudong couldn't care less about anything else right now. She was very angry when she saw Zhang Xiaomai being beaten. It's one thing for women to fight, but how can men get involved? Is it okay to play around with that? Fortunately, Gu Zhanan arrived in time. If he hadn't come, Jiang Shudong and Zhang Xiaomai might have been beaten. Is the Zhao family so powerful? Jiang Shudong also didn't sit still. She quickly explained the situation to Gu Zhanan. Gu Zhanan first looked at the Zhao family members, then turned to Wang Yinhua and Zhou Fuchuan. In the past, Jiang Shudong was bullied by these people, which was understandable because no man was there to stand up for her. Now that she is married to him, and they still do this, it's not just disrespecting Jiang Shudong, it's disrespecting him. Gu Zhanan. What should he do about this? Of course, he had to stand up for his wife. Even if Jiang Shudong was wrong, her actions were justified because she was his wife. Don't ask why, he was just protecting his family. If that's the case, my wife was too gentle. You two don't seem uneducated, so how come you can't even teach your daughter? Spouting insults here shows you have no manners. You shouldn't have started the fight. You should thank Shudong. Only then will your daughter learn a lesson, right? The people nearby were even more shocked. Wasn't that just nonsense? Showing favoritism to the extreme. The Zhao family members were even angrier. If Gu Zhanan weren't a big shot, they would have already attacked. Lu, the secretary, also looked angry and stared. Comrade Gu, you can't just bully people because of your background. Even if you're protecting her today, I will report this. If the factory doesn't handle it, does that mean we can hit people whenever we want? Gu Zhanan spread his hands.
Do as you like.
He turned to look at Zhang Xiaomai and then said, This has nothing to do with her. What are you doing beating a stranger? You must pay for this. Zhao Shumin's parents were so angry they stuttered. What about my daughter's face?
Who will pay for that?
Your daughter brought this on herself. No one will pay. Gu Zhanan ignored them. Even if they took this to court, what difference would it make? The factory's biggest boss was the director, and the mechanical factory was begging him to do business. How could they still bully his wife? Would the director support the Zhao family then? The Zhao family naturally did not lose money. Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shudong took Zhang Xiaomai to the health clinic and found that she was fine. Zhang Xiaomai kept waving her hands and said, It's okay, it's okay. The nosebleed has stopped, and it doesn't hurt that much anymore. Jiang Shudong looked at her and felt a bit upset. Why are you so silly? When others came at you with fists, you didn't dodge, and you even went to meet them. Zhang Xiaomai chuckled softly. It's better for them to hit me than you. You're so thin, you can't take it. Jiang Shudong felt very touched. Honestly, only Zhang Xiaomai truly cares about her. This friend was worth having.
Thank you, Xiaomai.
If you need help in the future, just ask me. Don't be polite. If it weren't for you today, they might have hit me in the face. Gu Zhengnan nodded repeatedly beside her. Thank you, Comrade Xiaomai. I will remember your kindness to our family. Gu Zhengnan was thinking that he should buy something for Zhang Xiaomai later, so she wouldn't have to suffer for nothing. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu went directly to see the leader. When the factory director heard about these trivial matters, he immediately looked upset. I'm so busy every day, I don't have time to deal with these things. Secretary Lu looked at the factory director, sweating on his forehead out of worry. He felt he had some rapport with the director. After all, he had been his secretary for 2 years. But now, when he mentioned Jiang Shudong, the director didn't care at all, which made him feel a bit anxious. Director, I really have no choice but to come to you about this. Our factory must not encourage this kind of behavior. We can't just ignore it because Comrade Jiang has connections. If we do, others won't accept it either. Please think carefully, Director. Secretary Liu spoke earnestly, with a righteous look on his face. But he didn't realize he was forcing the director into a difficult position. Having been a secretary for 2 years, he lacked the insight to see through this. The director couldn't help but clench his fists. What can he do? Even if others are causing trouble, and even if Jiang Shetong is the one causing it, for Gu Jingnan's sake, they can only downplay it and settle it quietly. This Secretary Liu, the older he gets, the more his mind seems to rust. Isn't he just making things difficult for himself? Xiao Lu, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I didn't discipline Jiang Shetong because she has connections? Are you implying that I, as the factory director, am not doing my job properly and am unfair? Is that what you mean? The factory director squinted and looked at Secretary Liu carefully, asking him slowly. His words sounded light, but he was actually a bit angry. Secretary Liu's job isn't just about work on the surface. He also needs to be loyal to the leader and help them with worries. To put it bluntly, it's like the old palace officials' assistants who have seen a lot, who would never push the emperor to do things. Is he tired of his job? At this moment, Secretary Liu was sweating coldly. He hadn't thought much before. He believed Jiang Shetong was at fault because his niece was hurt. Plus, because of his relationship with the factory director, he thought the director would say something clear. But he didn't expect the director to have this attitude. Next to them, Zhao Xumin's parents also fell silent. They weren't fools. They could see the mood and attitude. It was obvious they were supporting Jiang Shetong. He really doesn't understand how powerful Gu Jingnan is to make the director so afraid. Even though he studied abroad, it shouldn't be that serious. Director, I didn't mean it that way. I'm mainly worried that workers might talk privately and affect your reputation. I just want to help you. Secretary Liu wiped his sweat and tried to flatter him. But the director didn't appreciate it and snorted coldly. Enough. Honestly, this isn't even my business. If you think Comrade Jiang did something wrong, go to the administration department and ask their leaders. If they find she was wrong, discipline her or give her a warning. Why are you asking me directly? The leaders of the administration department aren't me. As the factory director, do I have to watch over every small thing? Do I even need to sleep? Am I just here to solve your problems? The director's words became more unpleasant, and Secretary Liu felt weak in his legs. All right, director. I understand. I'm sorry I got carried away. I promise it won't happen again. Secretary Liu bowed and then left with Zhao Xumin and the others. Outside the office, Zhao Xumin felt a bit disappointed. Isn't her brother-in-law quite capable? He spends every day with the director, but he can't handle such a small matter? The director didn't even give him any face. It's really embarrassing. Tianxiang, the director, doesn't care. What should we do? Mother Zhao Xumin looked at her younger brother and quietly asked. Secretary Liu clenched his teeth and said, Sister, don't worry. I've already spoken. I will definitely help you solve this. Since the factory director isn't taking care of it, I will go to the management department's leader. I want to see how capable Jiang Shetong really is. Seeing this, Zhao Xumin felt hope rekindle in her heart. The group then headed confidently to the management department. Meanwhile, Jiang Shetong and Gu Jinan were thinking about how to catch these people. Especially Zhou Fuchuan and Wang Yinhua, they couldn't wait any longer. In the past, it wasn't a big deal if they said a few things behind her back, since she wasn't married then. But now Jiang Shetong was married, and hearing such rumors was embarrassing. It wouldn't look good if others found out. This is easy to handle. I can deal with it myself, so you don't need to worry, Jiang Shetong said. Aren't you busy with research and development? Focus on your work. She already had a plan and believed she could handle it alone. Gu Jinan raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you confident?
If you need help, just ask.
Don't hesitate to tell me. Jiang Shetong smiled and replied, Don't worry, I won't be polite. You're not an outsider. After a while, Gu Jinan went back to work and Jiang Shetong headed to her office. As soon as she arrived, Manager Liu called her over. Jiang Shetong wasn't surprised and followed him to the office. When she arrived, she saw Zhao Xumin and others there. Because they had been drinking heavily at noon, Zhao Shumin's face was swollen, making her look like a pig's head. Jiang Shutong almost burst out laughing because it was so funny. Seeing this, Zhao Shumin got even angrier. She tugged at Secretary Lu's sleeve and said, "Uncle, look at her. This is just too much." Secretary Lu looked upset and snorted, then turned to Manager Lu. "Manager Lu, this comrade Jiang is from your office. Now that this has happened, you can't just ignore it, right? She's a cultural worker, and it's not right to hit people in the factory. Look at what she did to my niece. As a leader, you must handle this seriously." Secretary Lu usually had some influence in the factory. He could speak his mind in front of the director, and everyone respected him. But Manager Lu was a strong woman who didn't follow that tradition. "Secretary Lu, I have already looked into this matter. Comrade Zhang's action of hitting someone was indeed wrong, but the problem is that Xiao Zhao was the one who started by insulting others. Ultimately, Xiao Zhao was the troublemaker, and Jiang was only forced to defend herself. In my opinion, there's no need for any punishment. We all work in the same office, and it's not good to have such a tense situation. Xu Tang, you should apologize to Xiao Zhao and make peace. That will settle this matter." After saying this, Manager Lu winked at Jiang Shutang. Jiang Shutang immediately understood. Honestly, this leader is really kind to her. Apologizing is no big deal, just a simple, light apology. She decided to go ahead and do it. But Zhao Shumin was really hurt by the punch. Without much hesitation, Jiang Shutang bowed to Zhao Shumin and said, "Comrade Zhao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you. I won't do it again next time." Zhao Shumin was surprised. After all the fuss, all she got was an apology. She was stunned. "Manager Lu, is that enough?" Manager Lu nodded. "Is that enough? What do you mean? The apology is done and we're all friends. Let's be more tolerant. Anyway, I have a lot of work to do. Secretary Lu, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to entertain you any longer." Manager Lu directly told them to leave. Secretary Lu was completely stunned. The factory director supports Jiang Shutang, which is understandable because of Guo Zhengnan. But Manager Lu, who is usually fair and strict, suddenly favors Jiang Shutang? How is that possible? Is there no justice? After working here for so many years, he's now being overshadowed by someone who was once considered insignificant? A few years ago, Jiang Shutang was just a troublemaker, someone everyone could step on. But after marrying Guo Zhengnan, she suddenly became someone important. No, Manager Lu, your way of handling this is too careless. Manager Lu looked up and gave Secretary Lu a cold look. Secretary Lu, my way of handling things as a leader is to seek harmony. If you think my approach is not good, then talk to the factory director. Let him handle it. I'm just a small leader, and I might not be able to satisfy everyone. Secretary Lu was so angry, he almost pouted. To go find the factory director? If the director could solve it, why would he need to be here? It's clear they're just passing the buck, each avoiding responsibility. Jiang Shutang watched from the side with a smile, as if she was deliberately provoking them. Manager Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my desk to work. I have a lot to do this afternoon. Manager Lu waved his hand. All right, go ahead. After Jiang Shutong left, Secretary Lu and the others didn't know what to do. Anyway, she made her stance clear. She would handle it, but there would be no punishment. If they weren't satisfied, they could report it higher up. Zhao Shumin and the others were completely stunned. In the end, they could only hold in their anger and go back to the office. When they got back, Zhang Li and the others saw Zhao Shumin's proud look and felt happy inside. Who asked Zhao Shumin to look down on others and always cause trouble. Now, someone finally put her in her place. Seeing everyone pointing and whispering, Zhao Shumin couldn't help but cry out loud. She was really not in the mood to work and took half a day off to leave. Jiang Shutong just smiled slightly, without even raising her eyebrows. Zhang Li and the others saw Zhao Shumin leave and whispered, Shutong, you're amazing. Did you really just beat her like that? Jiang Shutong nodded. She's always talking nonsense. She deserved it. Everyone couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Jiang Shutong clasped her hands. You all don't need to worship me. It's just normal work. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Wang Yinhua and Zhou Fuchuan no longer dared to bother Jiang Shutong. She was getting stronger. She had just beaten Zhao Shumin so badly. Zhao Shumin's background was strong, but she still dared to act, so they definitely shouldn't. But Wang Yinhua still couldn't swallow her anger. She argued with Zhou Fuchuan at home a few times. Zhou Fuchuan also sighed in relief, thinking that they had just given Lu Widow a lot of ration tickets these days. They needed to make it worthwhile and not waste the money. After work in the afternoon, she secretly went to find Lu Widow. Jiang Shutong kept an eye on Zhou Fuchuan's actions and followed him. They found a small alley, talked briefly, and Zhou Fuchuan even pinched Lu Widow's. Only then did they part ways. Jiang Shutong understood. They had arranged a meeting spot, planning to do something tomorrow. Earlier, she was pressed against the wall and overheard their conversation, even though they spoke softly. It was the old factory building that was abandoned by the mechanical factory. It was a bit remote and hadn't been used for a long time. These two people are really brave. They dared to steal from the factory. Since they kept provoking him, she decided she wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Tomorrow, she plans to prepare a big gift for Zhou Fuchuan. After work, Jiang Shutong wanted to wait for Gu Zhenan to go home together, but he had already gone back to the research institute. So, she rode her bike alone. When passing by Wu Xiuling's place, she couldn't help but glance again. She found that Wu Xiuling had closed the door and wasn't at home. She asked the neighbor nearby and learned that her mother had found a new job and started working these days. Jiang Shutong couldn't help feeling a bit sad. She thought she really can't stay idle. She must find a job. She counted on her fingers. It wouldn't be long before she could start her own small business. Then she could be self-employed, open a shop, and her mother wouldn't have to work for others anymore. She could just watch the shop herself, saving her from all the trouble. After riding back home, Li Wenxiu made fried noodles. Her noodles are quite tasty, and Jiang Shutong ate 2 big bowls. Gu Man, who was nearby, rolled her eyes and muttered something unkind about her. Jiang Shutong didn't bother to pay attention to her and simply ignored her as if she wasn't there. After Jiang Shutong went into her room, Gu Man finally spoke slowly. Mom, do you think you're too harsh? Just drove my older brother and them away like that? It's okay if you drove away my sister-in-law, but what does that have to do with my older brother? Can't you bring him back? He's a grown man living at his mother-in-law's house. Isn't that embarrassing? People will laugh at him to death. Gu Man was quite worried about her older brother and couldn't help but plead for him. Li Wenxiu looked at her husband, but didn't say a word. Because of this matter, Gu Hongwei was very angry this time. He was determined to discipline them, and her words didn't help. Although she also felt sorry for her eldest son, there was nothing she could do. Since they didn't speak up, she dared not interfere. Even if my older brother and sister-in-law made mistakes, does that mean my second sister-in-law is innocent? She wasn't even pregnant but lied to you all saying she was pregnant and made my mom cook chicken soup for her every day. Isn't that just causing trouble? Gu Man always found Jiang Shutong annoying and spoke harshly about her. At this moment, Gu Zhenan had also returned to his room. She let herself go and said whatever she thought. Li Wenxiu also added a few words. From now on, I won't cook chicken soup for her. She treats me like a fool. Gu Zhendong, who was nearby, listened and said a few fair words. Little sister, you can't talk nonsense. Our second sister-in-law never said she was pregnant. You guessed she was pregnant without asking, and now you're sure it's true. She didn't say anything about chicken soup either. Everything should be clear. Don't blame her for everything. Hearing Gu Zhendong defend Jiang Shutong, Gu Man couldn't help but widen her eyes. Why do you always side with her? Did she fill your head with nonsense? Third brother, don't tell me you also like her. Gu Man isn't very smart. She just says whatever comes to mind. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Hongwei scolded her. Go back to your room. What are you saying here? She's your sister-in-law. You can't joke around like that. Gu Man was scolded and felt uncomfortable, but she realized she shouldn't have said that. She pouted, and went back to her room. Jiang Shutong heard the noise outside and listened for a while. Then she quietly said to Gu Zhinan, "They're arguing again. Do you want to go see what's happening?" Gu Zhinan shook his head. "No need. Just keep reading your book." Seeing this, Jiang Shutong didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Wang Na and Gu Zhenbei hadn't been staying there long when Wang's parents got annoyed. Having them stay meant spending money on food and drinks. Wang's family wasn't very rich. They only had a few rooms, and the two of them occupied one. The remaining children had to sleep in bunk beds. The problem was, Wang Na was very careless and didn't even contribute to household expenses. Gu Zhenbei loved to eat and could finish 2 big bowls in one meal. So, at dinner that night, Wang's mother couldn't help but speak up. "You've been staying outside all this time and haven't said anything. It's best to go back and apologize to the family. Hurry up and move back." Hearing her mother say this, Wang Na was a little unhappy. "I'm not going back. We've only been out for a few days, and I already feel like I'm losing face. They will look down on me even more."
Don't worry, Mom.
"We're family. They can't really disown us." Wang's father and mother looked at each other, thinking their daughter was really naive. They weren't worried about that. They mainly didn't want them to stay at home. "Mom didn't mean it that way. The main thing is, we don't have enough rooms at home. You two are living in a tight space, and our meals aren't as good as your in-laws. Look at this." When Wang Na heard this, she knew something was wrong. "Mom, what do you mean by that? Do you want to drive us away?" Gu Zhengbei, who was nearby, also stopped eating. He put down his chopsticks and looked coldly at his mother-in-law. Wang Na's mother smiled awkwardly. "It's just that the people in the family compound are starting to gossip. No one says that after getting married, a girl should stay at her parents' house. I really have no choice." Wang Na's mother felt a bit guilty, but forced a smile. Her son and daughter-in-law immediately threw down their chopsticks. "Little sister, last time I borrowed 50 yuan from your house. It was so hard. Now, how can you be proud to stay at your parents' home? Don't you know that girls who get married usually help their families? Who comes back to bother their parents? There's no room for you here anymore. Pack your things and leave. You two eat so much. Just meals cost a lot of money every day," big sister-in-law Wang Na said sarcastically. She still remembered what happened last time. When Wang Na heard her sister-in-law say this, her face turned green. "Sister-in-law, how can you say that? How much money have you taken from us all these years? I only stayed 1 day at home with Zhengbei, and you can't even accept me. Do you really do things like this?" Wang Na was a bit shocked. She thought her family would welcome her back, especially since she had contributed a lot to her family over the years. But she didn't expect that when she faced difficulties, they wouldn't help and even kicked her when she was down. "So what? Did you give that money willingly? We didn't hold a knife to your throat. You can't use morality to pressure us." Wang Na's mother also spoke at the right time. "Nana, your sister-in-law is right. It's not easy for your parents to raise you. Your brother is under a lot of pressure. It's only right that you help out a bit. How about this? You and Zhengbei go stay at a guest house first, and when things settle down at home, you can move back." Wang Na's mother was giving advice, but Gu Zhengbei's face turned pale with anger. Over the years, Wang Na had been helping her family financially. As a son-in-law, he had already done enough. He hadn't caused any trouble for the Wang family openly. Now, they were pushing her out after just 2 days of staying. Gu Zhengbei was not a patient man. He grew up in a big courtyard and had never been looked down on like this before. He immediately stood up and flipped the table. "This is ridiculous. Look at your characters. I married your daughter. Did I wrong your family? How much money have you taken from us over the years? I haven't said a word. Now, after just 1 day, you're trying to drive us out. You're really shameless." Gu Zhengbei frowned and spoke in a harsh tone. I thought Wang Na would agree with him, but unexpectedly, after he flipped the table, Wang Na slapped him directly. "How can you do this? This is my family. Flipping the table in front of my parents. What do you think you're doing? Apologize to them right now." Gu Zhengbei was hit and stared wide-eyed, doubting if he was dreaming. This woman, they've all been bullied like this, and she not only doesn't stand up for her husband, but also sides with her family. Her mind is really messed up. "Gu Zhengbei, blind to his own mistake, married such a person. The Wang family members nearby saw this, and also started criticizing Gu Zhengbei. How can a son-in-law flip the table at his in-law's house? This is someone from a big family, but they have no manners at all. My goodness, everyone, come and see what kind of son-in-law this is. Mrs. Wang patted her thigh and cried as she did so. Wang Na saw this and felt even more heartbroken. Although her family's actions hurt her, they are her own relatives who raised her, and she still believes in respecting them. Gu Zhengbei didn't hold back Wang Na either. He raised his hand and slapped her back. To with you. You really think you're something? With your family's conditions, I married you because I was out of my mind. If it weren't for you, would I have been driven out? Listen, Wang Na, if you want to live your life, go ahead. If not, forget it. I'm divorcing you. After saying this, Gu Zhengbei went straight to his bedroom, packed his bags, slammed the door, and left without looking back. Mrs. Wang couldn't pretend to cry anymore. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Wang Na stood there, stunned. Actually, she still had feelings for Gu Zhengbei. They were middle school classmates and had known each other for a long time. Otherwise, with their family's conditions, she wouldn't have married into the Gu family. Over the years, she supported her family, and Gu Zhengbei, trusting their long-standing relationship, turned a blind eye. She never thought he would mention divorce now. Even though they often argued, they never talked about breaking up. Wang Na's nose stung, and soon tears streamed down her face. She cried, crying and complaining at the same time. It's all your fault. Now Zhengbei doesn't want to live with me and wants a divorce. Are you happy now? If I get kicked out by the Gu family, I wonder how you will benefit from me in the future. Wang Na became angrier and more upset. She couldn't afford to offend others, so she could only vent her anger at her sister-in-law, grabbing her hair. I told you not to talk nonsense. I told you not to talk nonsense. If you cause my mother to divorce, then all the money she took from me must be returned in full. Wang Na's sister-in-law was beaten until she was dizzy, and for a moment, the Wang family was in chaos. Gu Zhengbei left the family compound and rode his bike straight home. By the time he got back, it was already late. Li Wenxiu and the others were about to sleep. Seeing Gu Zhengbei return, looking so dejected, they quickly stood up. Zhengbei, what's wrong with you? Gu Zhengbei had never felt so wrong before. Hearing his mother ask, he said nothing and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Mom and Dad, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do crazy things again. It was Wang Na who encouraged me to do this. I don't want to stay with her anymore. I want a divorce. Hearing about the divorce, everyone was shocked. Gu Hongwei was unmoved. A man has gold under his knees. Kneeling won't help. If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment. There's no place for you here. Go wherever you want. Li Wenxiu didn't expect things to be this serious, and her husband was still so serious. She glared at him and quickly helped her son up. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Everyone makes mistakes in life. As long as you regret it, that's enough. She looked at Gu Hongwei with dissatisfaction. It's so late. Where do you want Zhengbei to go?
Things are not peaceful outside now.
If something happens, are you responsible? Li Wenxiu spoke while taking Gu Zhengbei back to his room. Gu Hongwei sighed. A kind mother raises a spoiled child. At this moment, Gu Zhengnan was in the kitchen pouring hot water for Jiang Shutong. When he came back, he told Jiang Shutong that his older brother had moved back. Jiang Shutong pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. He had only been gone a few days and now he was back? It seemed that his father-in-law's words didn't work either. That night, Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na lay in bed for a long time, unable to sleep. Wang Na kept thinking and regretting, trying to figure out how to win Gu Zhengbei's heart back. Gu Zhengbei was thinking about all the little moments they had shared over the years. He felt that life was becoming too hard to bear, and he considered divorce as a solution. Maybe he could find someone else who would get pregnant more easily. After Jiang Shutong woke up, she rode her bike to the factory. She had an important task today. Yesterday, she overheard Zhou Fuchuan talking with Widow Liu. During lunch break, they planned to go to the abandoned factory behind the building to do something secret. She needed to watch them closely after lunch and gather some friends to see what was happening. Thinking about exposing Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu's scandal made her feel very happy. She was angry that they dared to cheat her, and she knew they underestimated her. All morning, Zhang Shudong was in a good mood. Her friends noticed and asked why she was so happy. "Shudong, why are you so cheerful today? Is there some big good news at home?" Zhang Shudong shook her head. "You'll find out at noon." Everyone became even more curious and kept asking, but Zhang Shudong refused to say anything. At noon, Zhang Shudong went to the cafeteria with Zhang Xiaomai for lunch. Now, Zhang Xiaomai had her own money, so she wasn't as poor as before. She no longer worried about the family's daily needs, only about herself and her 2 daughters. Plus, Zhang Shudong often brought her food, making her life easier and more comfortable. While eating, Zhang Shudong quietly told Zhang Xiaomai about her plan. When Zhang Xiaomai heard, she almost dropped her chopsticks. "Really? Are you sure?" Zhang Shudong nodded. "Do you think I'd do this if I wasn't sure? I'll keep an eye on them. When the time comes, you can go back to the neighborhood and tell everyone to catch them in the act." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomai got excited and rubbed her hands together. She wasn't very interested in other people's gossip, but since it involved Zhang Shudong, she was determined to see it through. She had long been fed up with Wang Yinhua and Zhou Fuchuan's behavior. Now, if she could embarrass them, she would be very happy. "All right, don't worry. Leave this to me. I promise I'll handle it properly." Zhang Shudong nodded with satisfaction. After lunch, she went back to her dorm to rest for a while. Then, she and Zhang Xiaomai quietly sneaked toward the abandoned factory. They looked for about 5 or 6 minutes before finally finding the place where Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu were. Outside the factory, someone had twisted a piece of wire to lock the door. Inside, there wasn't much valuable, so most people didn't come here. She secretly looked out the window and found it very uncomfortable to watch. Zhou Fuchuan, who is quite old, was now hugging and kissing Widow Lu. Widow Lu was quite particular. She had a small blanket under her, showing she was experienced. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaomai felt very disgusted. Then Zhang Shudong made a hand gesture to her, and Zhang Xiaomai nodded and called someone to go. Zhang Shudong stayed nearby, worried they might run away. While they weren't paying attention, she used wire to lock the door from outside, so they couldn't escape. When Zhang Xiaomai returned to the staff building, she didn't say who was having an affair in the abandoned factory, only that she saw a man and a woman kissing inside. Once she said that, everyone got very excited. This was a serious scandal. The factory hadn't seen such gossip in many years. Although Zhang Shudong had a bad reputation before, people said she was a troublemaker, but no one had ever caught her cheating or had real proof, just rumors. Now, with real evidence, they naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Wang Yinhua immediately became interested. "Oh my, who's so shameless to have an affair at the factory? Such a person should be punished. Let's go and see the fun." Among the crowd, Wang Yinhua was the most eager. Zhang Xiaomai watched from the side, almost laughing out loud. Soon, Zhang Xiaomai led a group of people toward the abandoned factory. To avoid being seen, they moved quietly and carefully. When they arrived, they saw Zhang Shudong waiting there. The group couldn't wait to get closer. Seeing Wang Yinhua, Zhang Shudong felt a bit happy inside. She thought to herself that Zhang Xiaomai was quite sneaky, not mentioning Zhou Fuchuan on purpose, so Wang Yinhua, who loved gossip, would think there was something exciting happening. She wondered how angry she'd be when she found out. As they approached, Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu were in the middle of a passionate moment. From afar, it looked very obvious. At first, everyone couldn't tell who they were, but later they recognized Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu. Wang Yinhua was initially very interested, but when she saw it was her own husband, her face instantly lost all color. "Oh my dear mother. Isn't that Director Zhou with Widow Lu? What are they doing in broad daylight? How embarrassing." Someone couldn't help but shout out loud. Now Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu, even if they tried to hide, heard the noise and hurriedly put on their clothes. Wang Yinhua couldn't take it anymore. She twisted the wire on the door and stormed inside. Poor widow Lu hadn't finished dressing when Wang Yinhua grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out, then slapped her twice across the face. You, seducing our family's Zhou. Don't you know he has a wife and children? Trash. Today, I will fight you. Zhou Fuchuan was also startled and quickly fastened his belt. When he came out and saw so many people, he was so angry he almost fainted. Widow Lu's face was swollen from the beating. She was no match for Wang Yinhua and was softly calling Zhou Fuchuan's name. Brother Zhou, help me. Seeing widow Lu tearful and hurt, Zhou Fuchuan felt a pang of sympathy. They had been together for a while, and some feelings still remained. He clenched his teeth and rushed over immediately. Wang Yinhua, what are you doing? Let her go. Don't you know hitting someone is against the law? Wang Yinhua didn't expect that, even now, her husband would side with the other woman. She always thought Jiang Shadong was the one seducing Zhou Fuchuan, but it turned out to be this widow. Zhou Fuchuan, are you still a man? I bore you 3 children and you're cheating behind my back? What's so good about that woman? She's a who's been with thousands of men. You treat her like a treasure, and you're not afraid of catching a disease. Wang Yinhua was furious. She had always thought Jiang Shadong was the one tempting her husband. Zhou Fuchuan gave her money, but they hadn't made much progress. Many people liked Jiang Shadong, but no one had taken advantage of her. She never expected she was wrong from the start. The mistress wasn't Jiang Shadong, but this widow Lu. At this moment, Jiang Shadong also spoke. She looked at the gossiping crowd and loudly said, everyone saw it, right? Zhou Fuchuan's mistress is widow Lu. I have no relation to him. I haven't taken a penny from him all these years, let alone dozens of pounds of grain coupons. Wang Yinhua is spreading false rumors about me, blaming me unfairly. Now, the truth is finally clear. As she finished, Jiang Shadong looked at Wang Yinhua and strode forward. What do you have to say now? Since I arrived at the machinery factory, you have falsely accused me many times. I want to tell you, Wang Yinhua, this matter is not over. You have damaged my reputation and spread rumors behind my back. You must be punished. Wang Yinhua now knows she is in the wrong, but she refuses to admit it and insists she is right. How have I falsely accused you? You're not exactly a good person either. Do you dare say you haven't been unfaithful before? Seeing Wang Yinhua still so stubborn, Jiang Shadong couldn't help herself. While she was busy arguing with widow Lu, she walked over and slapped her. Even a slap is not false accusation. Why are you so rude? Spreading rumors without knowing the truth. I'm not your mother, so I won't spoil you. After slapping her, Jiang Shadong took a few steps back. The people around saw this and didn't say she was wrong. If they were falsely accused like Wang Yinhua, they would be even angrier than Jiang Shadong. Wang Yinhua couldn't bother to fight with Jiang Shadong now. First, because she was in the wrong, and second, because her attention was on widow Lu. Widow Lu, you shameless woman, hand over the money my family Lao Zhou spent on you all these years, including grain and meat coupons. Otherwise, I will deal with you today. You deserve to be shamed. Widow Lu naturally wouldn't give up the money. She had slept with Zhou Fuchuan many times, and now returning the money would be like letting her freeload. Big sister Wang, let's talk nicely. Let me put on my clothes first. Widow Lu was crying and looked very pitiful. Jiang Shadong looked at her, but didn't feel any sympathy. This widow Lu was not a good person either. Knowing she was falsely accused, she still took her as a fool and didn't care. Now, with her clothes torn and being pulled around, she couldn't lift her head in the future. Soon, the commotion attracted the attention of the leaders. The deputy factory director was at the factory handling some affairs and came over when he heard about the incident. When he arrived, what he saw was truly shocking. Zhou Fuchuan's face turned pale. He had already been docked wages last time. Now, openly cheating and having an affair with widow Lu, could the factory let him get away with it? What are you doing here? Is this a brothel? Zhou Fuchuan, you're married with a wife. You're a small leader in the factory. Is this how you set an example for everyone? Look at yourselves. Let her go, and let her put on her clothes. The deputy factory director was furious, his face dark with anger, pointing at them and scolding loudly. Wang Yinhua naturally fears the leaders. Although she is very angry inside, she still releases Widow Lu. Widow Lu quickly puts on her clothes to avoid losing face in front of so many people. Wang Yinhua suddenly kneels on the ground and crawls toward the deputy factory director. The scene looks quite shocking. Deputy factory director. Widow Lu is an unruly woman. Keeping her at the mechanical factory is like a ticking time bomb. We absolutely can't keep someone with such bad conduct. Please support me. The leader also thinks this is unreasonable. Usually people involved in affairs are few, and even if they are, they keep it discreet. Even if they do it outside the factory, he wouldn't be this angry. If this gets out, 2 employees doing such things in an abandoned factory. Does that make sense? You're right. Such behavior must not be tolerated. Comrade Lu Shifeng, you should no longer work at the mechanical factory. Pack your things this afternoon and leave. When Widow Lu hears this, she panics because she fears she will be fired. Wang Yinhua looks happy, thinking that once this little troublemaker leaves the factory, no one will try to her husband anymore. However, the deputy factory director, panting heavily, quickly says, and Director Zhou Fuchuan, if workers are involved in affairs in the factory, Comrade Lu should be dismissed. The same applies to you, Director Zhou. You are also fired. The factory can't accommodate such people. Pack your things and go to the finance department this afternoon to settle your wages. Wang Yinhua was originally proud, but now that she hears Zhou Fuchuan is also being fired, she is stunned. Leader, you can't fire old Zhou. He's been with the factory for years. Besides, men all make mistakes sometimes. I, as his wife, forgive him. And this must have been Widow Lu, who seduced old Zhou. Punishing only Widow Lu is enough. Everyone nearby feels speechless. What does it mean that men are prone to mistakes? Making excuses for cheating, Wang Yinhua is also quite shameless. Zhou Fuchuan, also shameless, quickly changes his tone. Yes, my wife is right. It was her who seduced me. I was just confused. Leader, you can't fire me. I have elderly parents and children to support. If you fire me, how can I survive? Widow Lu is stunned. What does it mean that she seduced Zhou Fuchuan? If she really wanted to flirt, why didn't she choose a young, handsome man instead of an older, rougher one? Clearly, Zhou Fuchuan was the one who took the initiative to show her kindness. She only agreed later because she saw Zhou Fuchuan was generous. Widow Lu looked upset. I didn't flirt with him. He forced himself on me. I didn't agree, but he dragged me here. I'm going to report this to the police. Let's see if they punish him for misconduct. The deputy factory manager watched the scene unfold and felt his vision darken. This was so embarrassing and damaging to the factory's reputation. It's ironic. People used to say Jiang Shudong was promiscuous and involved in messy relationships, but she worked at the machinery factory for 6 years without getting caught once. Widow Lu usually seemed okay, but now she was caught cheating with someone using a small cushion. What a mess. Jiang Shudong crossed her arms and watched them fight like dogs, feeling very satisfied inside. Let them dare to accuse her again. This time, they would be honest. In the end, a few people were called to the office. First, Jiang Shudong and Zhang Xiaomai, who were caught in the affair, were summoned. Such incidents must be reported first and dealt with seriously. The impact was too bad. Even veteran workers wouldn't stay. Honestly, if it had happened 2 years earlier, they might have been fired. They were only expelled, which was quite lenient. Wang Yinhua didn't expect things to be so serious. She was stunned. Leader, I won't pursue this anymore. Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu had an affair. As his wife, I accept it. Can we pretend today never happened? She didn't want to think about the losses anymore. She just wanted to keep Zhou Fuchuan's stable job. Having a secure job was very important these days. If Zhou Fuchuan was fired and there were no private jobs, he would have to go back to the village to farm, fighting for food with his brothers. That would be a hard life she couldn't bear. Jiang Shudong just found it funny. Were the leaders joking? If they wanted to investigate, they would. If not, they wouldn't. Now that their scandal was exposed, it was impossible to hide. Sure enough, the deputy factory manager was furious. This isn't up to you. You've broken the factory rules. Stop begging for mercy. It's useless. When they left the office, Zhang Shatong and Zhang Xiaomai looked proud, while the other three looked miserable. That was even more painful than losing my mother. Widow Lu still has a child, and now her stable job is gone. Without a man to support her, she will have to beg for food in the future. As for Zhou Fuchuan, he can only go back to his hometown to farm. Wang Yinhua made mistakes too, but at least her conduct was not a big problem. She was just punished to apologize to Jiang Shatong and write a reflection. After going downstairs, Wang Yinhua glared fiercely at Jiang Shatong. Jiang Shatong, why are you so cruel? I only accused you a few times before. Do you really have to hurt us like this? Now Zhou is about to be fired from the factory. Are you satisfied? When our children go hungry and can't survive, you will be the murderer. Jiang Shatong was stunned. Her husband couldn't control himself and was cheating outside. She didn't blame him, but now she is being blamed? What kind of logic is that? Are you saying that I held a knife to your husband's neck and forced him to cheat? As a woman, if you can't control your own man, you should reflect on yourself. How can you have the face to complain about others? Zhou Fuchuan's eyes turned red with anger. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Widow Lu's eyes were swollen from crying. Then you can't blame me entirely. I haven't spoken ill of you all these years. I haven't offended you either. We are both single parents with children. Why are you so heartless? Zhang Shatong rolled her eyes. Blame me? You took so many benefits from Zhou Fuchuan, and you all blame me, and even accept this relationship? Isn't the most innocent person me? I've been falsely accused for so many years. If you hadn't cheated outside, would you have been fired? Why don't you look for the problem in yourself? After speaking, Zhang Shatong pointed at Zhou Fuchuan and his wife and scolded them again. You two deserve it. One falsely accused others without knowing the facts, and the other deliberately led others to smear me. The consequences you face now are what you deserve. Zhang Xiaomai nodded vigorously beside her. Serves you right. Who told you to be so unreasonable? After saying this, they happily left. Left behind were Wang Yinhua and the others, looking at each other with hatred, wishing they could die. Zhou Fuchuan looked at Wang Yinhua's face and was even more furious. Marrying you was the worst luck of my life. If you hadn't been talking nonsense all the time and falsely accused Jiang, would she have treated us like this? Now everything is settled, but I lost my job. From now on, you will take care of the 3 children. You are a bad luck charm. Zhou Fuchuan became angrier the more he thought about it, blaming Wang Yinhua for everything. Wang Yinhua's face turned pale, and she couldn't say a word. Because Zhou Fuchuan was right. If she hadn't offended Zhang Shatong wouldn't have told everyone about it. Do you still have the nerve to blame me? If you could control yourself better, no one would have caught you. You're disrespectful, and now you've been fired, which is your own fault. They argued more and then started fighting. Soon, they were hitting each other. The neighbors saw this and came down to break up the fight. The couple was very fierce, especially Zhou Fuchuan. When he hit, he didn't hesitate at all. Wang Yinhua, as a woman, was no match for him. She was beaten and had a bloody nose, and her lip was cut. At this point, Zhang Shatong was finally cleared of her unfair accusations. She realized that everyone had misunderstood her all these years. She hadn't done anything bad. Zhou Fuchuan and Widow Lu weren't willing to give up. In the afternoon, they even went to see the factory director. But the director and deputy director had the same attitude. They said that such a scandal showed poor management, and if it wasn't handled properly, it would be a bigger mistake. As a result, both of them were fired from the machinery factory. Widow Lu took her children back to her parents' home. Zhou Fuchuan didn't go back to his hometown. He stayed in his room every day and didn't go out. Neighbors occasionally heard noises of things being smashed and loud arguments coming from their house. When Jiang Shatong told Gu Zhanan about this, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Well done. From now on, no one at your factory will dare to spread rumors about you. He didn't expect Jiang Shatong to be so clever, handling everything so well. It was a perfect solution. She dealt with both troublemakers at once. I was just late in dealing with this. Otherwise, they would have suffered sooner. They were talking when suddenly, the living room became noisy and chaotic. Jiang Shutong raised her chin. What's going on outside? Go take a look. Gu Jinan received the order and went to check the living room. He found that Wang Na had returned. After Gu Jinbei came back, Wang Na was also driven out by her brother and sister-in-law. Now she knew her own family couldn't be trusted, so she thought it was better to stay with the Gu family. She decided to come back, even if it meant being a bit shameless. As the head of the family, Gu Gahongwei's words are important and cannot be ignored or dismissed lightly. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Wang Na was crying and begging Gu Jinbei, but Gu Jinbei did not speak up for her. After returning home, he thought a lot. He felt that the Wang family was an endless pit, lacking conscience, and that they had wasted a lot of money on dogs before. As for Wang Na, he no longer looked up to her. Wang Na was desperate and suddenly knelt down in front of Gu Gahongwei. Dad, I beg you. I may not have achieved much, but I have worked hard. I apologize sincerely to my brother and sister-in-law. Please let me come back. I really have nowhere else to go. Don't let the neighbors laugh at us. Everyone looked at Wang Na coldly and said nothing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Wang Na couldn't help but look at Gu Manman nearby, pleading softly. Gu Manman didn't like Wang Na, but she liked Jiang Shutong even less. Seeing the eldest sister-in-law so humble now, she thought that if Wang Na left, it would be harder to punish Jiang Shutong, and she would lose an ally. So she advised her father, Dad, just let the eldest sister-in-law come back. Don't let the neighbors make a fuss. She did make mistakes a few days ago, but she's truly remorseful. Let's see how she performs first and give her a chance. Gu Hongwei couldn't agree easily, but standing firm was not a solution. If outsiders found out, it would be very embarrassing. This matter absolutely could not be leaked. There was no choice but to ask Gu Jingnan to bring Jiang Shutong out. Xiao Jiang, what do you think about this? Gu Hongwei was very troubled. Jiang Shutong looked at Wang Na with disgust in her heart. Wang Na clenched her teeth and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Jiang Shutong. This time, she seemed to be sincere, but it was forced. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. For the sake of our sister-in-law relationship, please let me come back. Jiang Shutong glanced at her father-in-law and mother-in-law, understanding their meaning. Since they couldn't stop her, there was no need to say more. Wang Na's actions would definitely draw attention in the future. If she wanted to make her suffer, it was impossible.
Dad, you decide. You are the head of the family.
Whatever you decide, I agree. The more Jiang Shutong said this, the more Gu Hongwei felt embarrassed. Look at Xiao Jiang and look at you. If it weren't for your long marriage with Jinbei, I'd really want to kick you out. All right, stop crying. Wouldn't it be shameful if others hear you? Wang Na felt very happy and quickly stood up, smiling at everyone as she went to the kitchen to help Li Wenxiu cook. Since she had just returned, she wanted to show her good side. Gu Hongwei looked at Jiang Shutong with a satisfied smile. Little Jiang, you are really sensible. This time, I owe you a favor. Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything in the future. Jiang Shutong smiled gently, nodded without saying much, and went back to her room. After dinner that night, Wang Na and the others went back to their bedroom. Seeing Gu Jinbei with a cold expression, Wang Na bravely went over and hugged him. Jinbei, I really know I was wrong this time. My parents can't be trusted. From now on, I will only live well with you and won't give them any more money. Even though I had a miscarriage, it shows I can still have children. If we work hard, I can have another baby for you. Please forgive me this time. Gu Jinbei ignored Wang Na and simply covered his head to sleep. Wang Na felt disappointed but could only lie quietly on her side while secretly planning. This time, Jiang Shutong and the others had caused her a lot of trouble, especially that silly little third brother. If he hadn't swapped the soup, her child wouldn't have been lost. She decided she would settle accounts with them later. Jiang Shutong had gone to bed early, feeling very happy. Recently, she had resolved many stressful issues, and her life had taken a big step forward. Seeing Jiang Shutong so exhausted, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but softly call her name. When Jiang Shutong didn't respond, he moved closer and gently kissed her on the forehead. Jiang Shutong mumbled a few sounds, which scared Gu Jingnan, so he quickly lay down. Seeing she hadn't truly woken up, he finally relaxed. In the dark, Gu Jingnan's heart was pounding. He looked at the ceiling, slightly furrowing his brows. In such a short time, his opinion of Jiang Shutong had changed. He no longer disliked her as much, and sometimes even thought she was clever and quick-witted. When sleeping, she was like a little pig, and he couldn't help but want to kiss her. He patted his forehead, took a deep breath, and turned over to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Shutong hummed a song as she went to work. Now, everyone in the office knew how capable Jiang Shutong was, and secretly, they felt a bit more afraid of her. She had been bullied before, but now she was starting to fight back. This person was not simple. It was best to make friends with her if possible. Unfortunately, Zhao Shumin did not think the same way. Every time she saw Jiang Shutong, it was as if she saw an enemy. After Jiang Shutong sat down, she started working seriously. Not long after she began, Manager Liu came over and called everyone to stop working. Everyone, pause your work for a moment. Secretary Liu is sick today, and the factory director needs to attend a meeting.
We still need a speech draft.
Does anyone have experience writing speeches? This is usually the job of the publicity department, and the factory has a dedicated secretarial team. These people are responsible for writing drafts regularly. The factory director handles big matters, and speeches he gives are naturally written by his staff. Unexpectedly, Secretary Liu was sick, probably from the stressful weather these past days, which made her so upset she made herself ill. The more anxious she was, the worse her work became. Jiang Shutong felt happy to see this and raised her hand in front of everyone. Manager Liu, what kind of speech draft? I can write it. Manager Liu's eyes lit up. Then come with me to the office. Zhao Shumin was a bit anxious. If it were someone else, she wouldn't be so worried, but her uncle had said Jiang Shutong was quite capable. Last time, she did a translation, and the factory director kept praising her. If she had to write another speech now, it would be a big problem. Zhao Shumin didn't think much, and stood up directly. Jiang Shutong, this is no joke. Are you sure you can write it? Manager Liu was very displeased. He turned around and looked sharply at Zhao Shumin. Can she do it, or can you? Jiang Shutong couldn't help but laugh. Comrade Zhao, you don't need to worry about this. Zhao Shumin stomped her foot. Manager Liu, I can also write a speech. Manager Liu was a bit doubtful. Since Secretary Liu was not here today, the publicity department had sent a few people, but their drafts were not good. If the drafts from the relevant departments were good, they wouldn't have gone to the logistics department. Are you sure you can do it? At this point, Zhao Shumin could only grit her teeth and go ahead. Manager Liu, you don't doubt Jiang Shutong but doubt me? That's unfair. Since Zhao Shumin said so, Manager Liu had nothing to say. He could only nod and agree. Thus, Manager Liu took both of them to the factory director's office. When the factory director saw Jiang Shutong come over again, his eyes brightened. Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect you to also write a speech. Jiang Shutong modestly smiled. Director, I don't know if my writing is good enough for you to approve. Give it a try. It's the duty of every worker at the machinery factory to help out. Jiang Shutong is beautiful and has a sweet voice, so her words are especially pleasing. Zhao Shumin also quickly flattered her beside her. After they sat down, the director began to talk about his needs. They are from the third machinery factory. There are 4 machinery factories in the city, usually competing with each other. When attending meetings with relevant departments, speeches must be professional and sincere, avoiding overly fancy words that might make others laugh. Moreover, their factory has been considered outdated for years. If they can't speak clearly, it would be embarrassing. Jiang Shutong understood the director's needs and started writing with a pen. She has worked at the machinery factory for 5 or 6 years. It's not a waste of time. She knows the factory situation and production details well. She used to work in the workshop and now in the logistics department, so she has data to support her. Director Zheng is a practical person. Although he holds this position, his education level isn't high. If she writes overly formal language, he might not use it. But if it's too crude, it won't look good. So, she needs to write appropriately, formal but not too vague. It should be simple, clear, and easy to understand. Jiang Shudong focused on writing, while Zhao Xumin bit her lip tightly. She can write articles, thanks to her parents investing in her education since she was young. But she really didn't know how to write such a speech. She could only follow her own ideas. After more than an hour, both of them finished their speeches. Manager Lu looked at them, then handed the drafts to the director. The director first looked at Zhao Xumin's, then smiled at her. Little Zhao has some talent. She's not from the secretarial department, but her writing is pretty good. It seems she's been influenced by her uncle over the years. Hearing this, Zhao Xumin couldn't help but smile and felt very excited. Could it be that the director liked her speech? She knew she was talented and wouldn't be outdone by Jiang Shudong. Thank you for your praise, director. Zheng Zhengwo finished speaking and quietly glanced at Jiang Shudong. He noticed she showed no change in expression and seemed quite calm. Then he lowered his head and started reading the speech Jiang wrote. He looked at it for a long time. The more he read, the more relaxed his expression became. This speech was very much to his liking. It seemed tailor-made for him. It also included many data points about the factory's actual situation. It showed that Jiang paid close attention to the mechanical factory in her usual work. Her speech was better than Secretary Lu's, who was considered the best, but was somewhat flashy and not very fitting his style. Jiang's writing was different and made up for that flaw. Good, good, good. This is really excellent, Zheng said 3 times, then looked at Jiang with admiration. Little Jiang, I really like this speech you wrote. The data is accurate in every part. At first, Zhao Xumin was quite proud, thinking the factory director would use her speech. But now he was praising Jiang, which made her wonder. Who would he choose? Jiang smiled lightly. It's just a small help for the leader. Is there anything else that needs changing? Zheng Zhengwo nodded decisively. No need to change anything. You did very well. It shows you've been careful working in the factory these years, or you wouldn't know so much. Zhao Xumin couldn't hold back anymore. Director, are you planning to use whose speech? Zheng Zhengwo's praise of Zhao was just polite. Her speech wasn't as good as the secretary department's, and definitely not as good as Zhang's. How could it compare? Zhao, you can go out now. Your speech is good, but you still need to learn more. You and Xu Tang share an office, right? You can ask her for advice later. Zhao's face turned green, and she felt a bit resentful. She wondered why Zhang's speech was chosen. Was it really that good? Or was the leader just impressed by Zhang's looks and giving her special treatment? But Zhao didn't dare say this aloud. She could only hang her head and follow Manager Lu out, feeling disappointed. Jiang also planned to leave since her task was done. Unexpectedly, Zheng Zhengwo directly called out to her. Comrade Xiao Jiang, today's Secretary Lu is on sick leave. Since you wrote the speech, how about you be my secretary for the day? There's not much work, just observing, helping to record the meeting, and making some tea. Just use your good judgment. Jiang Shutong wasn't foolish. She saw this as a great opportunity and immediately agreed, without hesitation. Working in the logistics department all her life meant doing simple tasks like data entry. If she could get promoted to be a secretary, it would be different. Being a good secretary could lead to promotions later, and doing well might even lead to a leadership position. A soldier who doesn't want to become a general isn't a good soldier. Since there was a chance, she had to seize it and work hard to move up. Okay, I'll go prepare. Leader, what time do we leave? Jiang Shudong asked with a smile. Zheng Zhengwo looked at his watch.
No rules.
We'll leave after lunch. You can go ahead and get ready. Jiang Shudong nodded and then left. Back in her office, everyone learned that Jiang Shutong's speech was appreciated by the factory director. Naturally, they felt envious. But envy was useless. After all, they couldn't write well. They were all old-fashioned. Jiang Shudong was very modest with her colleagues. To fit in, she didn't want to seem too proud. Since she was already somewhat outstanding, she might attract jealousy. Saying the wrong thing could offend others. All right, stop praising me. I just got lucky, like a cat catching a mouse. If you went, maybe you'd do even better. I'm just lucky to have this chance. When Zhang Li and the others heard this, they felt comfortable inside. Jiang Shutong had this kind of charm that made people like her. After work at noon, Zhang Xiaomai came to invite Jiang Shutong to eat. Seeing her with a sad face, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Zhang Xiaomai looked unhappy. When she saw Jiang Shutong, she forced a smile. "My mother-in-law is really crazy. Our family already has its problems, and now she's brought home Wang Dali's distant cousin." Distant cousin? Jiang Shutong was shocked. At this time, with no private businesses, only stable jobs, why would she bring home a distant cousin? Zhang Xiaomai sighed as she walked with Jiang Shutong toward the cafeteria, whispering, "My mother-in-law says this distant cousin is pitiful. She's pregnant and was kicked out by her man. No one is helping her now. She wants to spend money to buy her a job at the factory." Jiang Shutong felt even more uncomfortable. If the pregnant woman was kicked out by her man, her family should be helping her. The Wang family are distant relatives, and they're even trying to buy her a job. Isn't that strange? What kind of job? There's only one spot for each position. Jobs aren't easy to get, and it costs hundreds. Your mother-in-law is so stingy. Can she really spend that much money? Zhang Xiaomai was angry because her mother-in-law was always saying they had no money. She was so tight, she wouldn't even let them eat meat, and the whole family looked pale and thin. Now, this distant cousin comes and wants to spend 400 yuan to buy a job. Why should she? My mother-in-law said, since we're relatives, we should help. She's already asking around for a job, probably in the cafeteria, helping to serve food. The cafeteria job isn't bad. It might not sound fancy, but they can sneak some leftovers, like vegetables and cabbage leaves, to take home. Overall, it's a good position. But what does pity have to do with you? Aren't you also pitiful? Look at Danny and Nini. They're always hungry and can't eat enough. They're the ones who are pitiful. I think your mother-in-law is really crazy. What does your husband say? Jiang Shutong was serving rice and chatting with Zhang Xiaomai as they ate. Hearing about Wang Dali's attitude, Zhang Xiaomai got even angrier. Don't mention him. He said I don't care about others, that helping relatives is just normal. He said I have a heart of stone. I really can't stand it. He and his mother are like two peas in a pod. They don't support me at all. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong's head was about to explode. She used to think her own family wasn't perfect, but compared to Zhang Xiaomai's, her family seemed like angels. They're all crazy. You need to keep your own money safe. Your mother-in-law and husband can't be trusted. No matter what they say, you shouldn't give them your money. As soon as Jiang Shutong finished speaking, Zhang Xiaomai put down her chopsticks.
I'm worried about that.
They say they don't have enough money, and they want me to give them 100 yuan. I only got my salary last month and haven't handed it in. Where am I supposed to get 100 yuan? All the money had already been given to them. My mother-in-law said if they had no money, they should borrow some, and she even told me to ask you to lend them money. This made both Zhang Xiaomai and Jiang Shutong speechless. These mother and son are really foolish. Their own child isn't attentive, but they care so much about others' affairs, even trying to guilt-trip Zhang Xiaomai. She truly married into the Wang family through of bad luck. Don't give them a penny, not even a dime. I find it annoying just to hear about it. If it weren't for the current situation, I would want you to divorce Wang Dali. If Jiang Shutong were in her place, she probably would have already divorced. She can't stand such people. But Zhang Xiaomai is different. She's not reborn and thinks like most people today. She believes divorce is shameful, so as long as she can endure, she will keep going. I definitely won't give them any money. Divorce might not happen soon, but if I do decide to leave, I want to save enough money to support our 2 daughters first. Jiang Shutong had an idea. If you really decide to divorce, just come to me. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. Zhang Xiaomai looked surprised. Do you have that much money? I told you last time I don't have much, but Gu Xingnan is rich. He gave me his bank book, and I can spend the money on it freely. If I lend you some now, you can pay me back whenever you have the money. Seeing Jiang Shutong being so kind, Zhang Xiaomai was deeply touched. All right. I won't ask for it unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's talk about it later. Soon they changed the subject. Jiang Shutong said she would go to a meeting with the factory director in the afternoon, acting as a temporary secretary for half a day. Zhang Xiaomai couldn't help but give Jiang Shutong a thumbs up. Shutong, you're amazing.
Just your best.
Maybe you won't have to work in the administration department anymore. It would be great if you could transfer to the secretarial department. Jiang Shutong winked at her. That's what I'm hoping for too. I'll try my best. Who knows if I'll get the chance. After lunch, Zhang Xiaomai went home. Jiang Shutong didn't rest in her dorm, but went straight to the vehicle dispatch room. Their third machinery factory has 3 cars, but there are many leaders: factory director, deputy director, secretary. Everyone needs a car when they go out. However, they usually don't go out at the same time. If they leave at the same time, it would be bad. If someone else takes the car first, I would be left helpless. Although Jiang Shutong has never worked as a secretary, she understands these things. She carried her small bag and went straight into the management office. Comrade, hello. Please reserve a car for 2 p.m. today. The factory director has a meeting to attend, and Secretary Liu is on sick leave today. I will accompany the director, so I came early to inform you. Please remember to register it. Jiang Shutong spoke politely and humbly. The staff in charge looked a bit surprised and said, Sorry, comrade. All the cars are booked for today. Only 1 car is left, and it seems the secretary is going out soon. Jiang Shutong pressed her lips and asked, Has the secretary or the director mentioned this to you? The staff shook his head. Not yet, but they're likely to go out today. Jiang Shutong chuckled softly. If they haven't mentioned it, then it's not confirmed. I came first, so you need to register me. She then took a pack of Chinese cigarettes from her bag and subtly handed it to the staff. Comrade, please help us out. The director has no car today for the meeting. Would that be okay? Otherwise, it might cause trouble. Seeing the cigarettes, the staff quickly put them into his pocket. You're right, comrade. I'll register it now. Just come at 2 p.m. to pick up the car. Jiang Shutong nodded. Thank you very much. After that, she returned to her dorm. At 1:50 p.m., she went directly to the factory director's office door and waited. Zheng Jingwo opened the office door and saw Jiang Shutong waiting outside, which surprised him. Little Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so punctual. How long have you been here? Jiang Shutong smiled.
Just a little while.
Let's go, director. Zheng Jingwo nodded and followed her to the car. In the past 2 years, the performance of their third machinery factory wasn't as good as the other 3 factories, so their vehicles were limited. They hoped that when Gu Jingnan and others developed new machines to improve efficiency, they wouldn't always be left behind. When they arrived, they saw the factory director's driver arguing with someone else. Secretary, the administrator's side has already registered. Comrade Xiao Jiang came early to make a reservation. You arrived late and are behind our factory director. Everything follows the order of arrival. The leaders are still waiting for me to take them to the meeting. This driver usually stays close to Zheng Jingwo, and they get along well. Zheng Jingwo frowned and went over to ask what was happening. He then understood the situation. It turns out Jiang Shutong was foresight. She finished her meal and came to reserve the car first. Now only 1 car remains in the factory, but the secretary also needs to go out. However, the secretary's assistant didn't make an appointment in advance, so they were registered first. Seeing that Zheng Jingwo hadn't arrived, the secretary wanted to take the car and leave for his errands. But Zheng Jingwo's driver stopped him. Hearing this, Zheng Jingwo was naturally unhappy. He mainly manages production, while the secretary handles discipline and ideology. Their relationship isn't very good, and they sometimes clash. Today, Zheng Jingwo has a meeting or a conference. What if there's no car? Should he ride a bicycle? That would make him look bad in front of others. Fortunately, Jiang Shutong is clever. She knew to come early and make a reservation, which is much better than Secretary Liu, who always just comes directly to drive. But such situations are rare. Usually, the leaders don't leave at the same time. Secretary Zhao Guowei also seems to have been caught off guard. Secretary, we have rules here. You're responsible for this, so you should know. Vehicle control depends on who registers first and who can leave first. You didn't make an appointment in advance, and now you want to take the car. What should I do? Secretary Zhao also knows that today's situation isn't fair. Now that Zheng Jiangwo has arrived, the car probably can't leave today. He also has a meeting later and will have to ride his bike.
He forced a small laugh.
It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I'm just in a hurry. I wanted to take the car first for my errands. Since you also have urgent matters, you can go ahead. I'll think of another way. After speaking, Secretary Zhao clearly looked frustrated. He turned to his secretary and said, "Look at Comrade Xiao Jiang. She came unexpectedly and made a reservation in advance. You've been with me for 3 years and you still don't understand this? Reflect on yourself. How have you been working all these years? Have you been focused on your work?" Zheng Jiangwo felt proud and relaxed, never before feeling so comfortable inside. In the past, he often lost to the secretary, but today he finally gained the upper hand. When he looked at Jiang Shudong again, his eyes were noticeably different. After getting into the car, he couldn't help but praise little Jiang. "I didn't expect you to be so clever. You even came early to register. Old Zhao is going to suffer a big loss. He'll have to ride his bike later."
Ha ha.
Then Zheng Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Shudong remained calm and simply nodded silently. "Leader, this is what I should do. Even though I was only acting as a temporary secretary for half a day, I must do my job well and definitely won't hold you back." Even the driver couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shudong a few more times. This female colleague is quite impressive. People used to say unkind things about her, but now, looking at her, she seems quite capable. She doesn't act like someone without brains. Good words. If only everyone around me was like you, I'd have less to worry about and more help to share my burdens. This praise was very high, but Jiang Shutong didn't respond. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhao indeed rode his bike to the meeting. Today, the sun was especially strong, making him sweat profusely. Secretary Zhao was no longer young, and now he was panting heavily from exhaustion. The secretary beside him didn't dare make a sound, but he was secretly annoyed with Jiang Shutong. She only replaced him for half a day, so why was she so diligent? Now he was scolded by the leader because of her. Jiang Shutong didn't care about all that. Workplace life was like a battlefield. If you don't do well, you'll be eliminated. She only focused on doing her best, and others had nothing to do with her. When they arrived, Zheng Jiangwo looked confident and led Jiang Shutong to the meeting room. As soon as they entered, they saw many people inside. The meeting hadn't started yet, and everyone was chatting. A few looked quite important, probably leaders from 3 other factories. The leader from the first machinery factory saw Zheng Jiangwo and waved at him. "Oh, old Zheng, it's been a long time. Who's this with you? Did you change your secretary?" Jiang Shutong was very beautiful, which naturally drew attention. Zheng Jiangwo chuckled twice. "Xiao Lu is on leave today. She's filling in temporarily. Just call her Xiao Jiang. This girl is capable and clever." Jiang Shutong saw the leaders and hurriedly greeted them humbly. "These are all important contacts. Even just showing your face is good. This is a place where leaders work, and as a secretary, she can't always stay close to them." After a while, Jiang Shutong went outside, where most of the staff accompanying the leaders were also secretaries, mostly administrative assistants. Some people noticed Jiang Shutong was new and came over to greet her. When they learned she was just filling in temporarily, they realized who she was. Most secretaries are men. Only 2 or 3 are women. Jiang Shutong's good looks made some of the men want to talk to her more. "By the way, Chung Lin hasn't come back yet, probably soon." Hearing the name Chung Lin, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling it sounded familiar. Soon, a tall, thin man ran over holding a folder. He was dressed formally and wore glasses, likely another secretary. Gao Chunglin approached everyone and stopped. When he saw Jiang Shutong, he paused for a moment. Then he smiled broadly. "Shutong, what are you doing here?" Everyone was surprised by his words. "Secretary Gao, do you two know each other?" Gao Chunglin smiled gently. "Know each other?" "Of course. We grew up in the same big courtyard, like childhood sweethearts. Zhang Shudong remembered her past and suddenly understood. No wonder the name sounded familiar. She was the childhood sweetheart of Gao Qinglin. They used to be very close, even flirted a little. Although they never officially confirmed their relationship, everyone in the courtyard thought they were a couple. At that time, the original owner hadn't had any accidents or gotten pregnant before marriage. But after what happened, Gao Qinglin's family moved away. Now he's back here. Shudong, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become more beautiful. Zhang Shutong smiled slightly. Really? Thank you for the compliment. By the way, why are you here? Although Gao Qinglin no longer kept in close contact with Zhang Shutong later on, he still learned about her having a child before marriage. After such an event, even if he still liked Zhang Shutong, his parents would not agree. No one would allow their son to marry someone considered unsuitable. Additionally, Gao Qinglin was out of town at that time and couldn't return, so he could only feel anxious. Now that he had just come back, he asked around in the factory yard and found out that Zhang Shutong was already married. However, he knew that the man Zhang Shutong liked was always him. Even if she married someone else, it was out of necessity. He realized he was too late and couldn't protect her. Our factory director's secretary is on sick leave today. I am filling in for her and accompanying our director. How about you? Are you still working at the machinery factory? Gao Qinglin nodded. Yes, I am at the first machinery factory, now as the factory director's secretary. It's been a long time since I saw you. You've been back for so long, but you haven't visited the yard. I haven't had a chance to see you. Zhang Shutong felt a bit awkward because she knew that the person she liked before was this young man. He was a good person, and they probably considered themselves a couple. But to her, this man was a stranger. Now that he was so enthusiastic in greeting her, she felt a little uncomfortable. You don't know about my family matters. I definitely won't go back. Gao Qinglin nodded. Shutong, after the meeting, I want to treat you to a meal. I have something important to tell you. Zhang Shutong wanted to refuse, but after thinking for a moment, she nodded. It wasn't that she wanted to give Gao Qinglin a chance, but she needed to explain things. She couldn't ignore the man she liked just because she was in the original person's body. At least, she wanted to clarify everything. This pair of unfortunate lovers had no hope in this life. Maybe they could be together in the next life. Gao Qinglin's eyes brightened. He knew Zhang Shutong still liked him. She married someone else only because she had to, or she wouldn't have agreed to have dinner with him. Soon, the meeting began, and everyone entered the conference room. They needed to record the meeting's content. This time, Zheng Zhengwo was more confident. His speech was well written, with no difficult words. He read smoothly and didn't stumble. The meeting discussed the production issues of the machinery factory and its future development. The third machinery factory is indeed the worst right now, but it won't stay that way. After Gu Jingnan and his team introduce better technology and improve the machines, they will be able to make progress. However, because production is still low, they don't have much face during meetings. Zhang Shutong listened carefully to the meeting and took notes in her notebook. Seeing the somewhat embarrassed factory director, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, whatever you do is quite difficult. Being a leader isn't easy either. Ordinary people have to lower their voices to survive, and leaders are the same. After the meeting, it was already late, and it was dark outside. Normally, work hours at the factory are over by now, but as a secretary, there are no fixed working hours. When the boss is busy, she has to be busy too. When she finished her work and came out, Zheng Zhengwo said to Zhang Shutong, "Xiao Zhang, it's dark now, and it's not very safe on the road. I'll have the driver take you home first." Zhang Shutong waved her hands quickly. No need, no need. I can ride my bike back in a little while. I have something to do, going out to dinner with friends, so I won't trouble you. Hearing this, Zheng Zhengwo didn't insist anymore. All right then, be careful and stay safe. At this moment, Gao Qinglin also came out. He had already spoken with the boss and was happy to see Zhang Shutong waiting here. He hurried over. Let's go, Shutong. We'll go eat first. Gao Qinglin spoke gently. He seems to be a very kind person, cultured, handsome, polite and respectful. No wonder the original owner liked him. Jiang Shudong arrived in the boss's car, not riding a bike. Gao Qinglin came by bike. The restaurant was a bit far, and Gao Qinglin hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Shutong, let me give you a ride. He patted the back of his bike seat as he said this. Jiang Shudong refused immediately. No, it's fine. I want to walk a bit. Let's walk there. Gao Qinglin looked a little disappointed but didn't say anything. They chatted a few words on the way, and when they arrived, Gao Qinglin generously ordered a few dishes. Jiang Shudong was worried she wouldn't be able to finish eating, so she quickly stopped him. That's enough, that's enough. How much can two people eat? Don't waste it. It's okay. I haven't seen you in a long time, so I want to treat you to a good meal. You don't need to save money for me. I earn quite a bit now, about 80 yuan a month. 80 yuan a month is indeed a lot. Ordinary workers usually only earn about 30 yuan. Jiang Shudong smiled, but her heart grew more worried. She didn't know how to start the conversation. While waiting for the food, Gao Qinglin finally spoke. Shutong, I heard about what happened later. I really wanted to find you, but I couldn't. After I came back, I looked into it and found out you got married. I felt a bit sad. Shutong, tell me honestly, are you happy now? Gao Qinglin looked at Jiang Shutong eagerly, hoping her answer would satisfy him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shutong simply nodded. I'm doing quite well now. My husband treats our 3 children well and is generous to me. I no longer work in the workshop. I've been transferred to the administration department. This answer clearly wasn't what Gao Qinglin wanted to hear. Shutong, we've known each other for so long, grew up together. I know what kind of person you are. We haven't officially dated, but we were close to that. Over the years, I haven't been with any other woman because I can't forget you. What about you? Have you already forgotten about me? Jiang Shutong didn't see any point in what Gao Qinglin was saying. Not only did she dislike him, but even if she liked him, what could she do? Would she really cheat on her spouse? She didn't want to do such foolish things in her life. Being called a mistress for 5 or 6 years was enough. She had heard enough. Gao, there's no point in saying this now. I am married and happy. Let's forget the past. We were young back then, and it was a beautiful experience. The reason I agreed to have dinner with you today is to be honest with you. We definitely can't be together. I hope you find your true happiness. Jiang Shutong, who is usually impatient, had already shown her manners when facing Gao Qinglin. Gao Qinglin found it even harder to accept. He felt that Jiang Shutong had been thinking of him all these years. They had been mutually longing for each other. He had also made up his mind. If Jiang Shutong was willing, he would try to persuade his parents to let her divorce her spouse. Then they could be together, and he would raise the 3 children. Although his family would find it difficult to agree, he was willing to try hard. Shutong, I won't hide it from you. I have made up my mind to come back this time, because I want to marry you. Please divorce your current partner, and we can register our marriage. I promise to treat our 3 children as my own. Gao Qinglin said this while extending his arm, trying to hold Jiang Shutong's hand. Seeing this, Jiang Shutong quickly moved away. Qinglin, please don't do this. I told you clearly, I can't get a divorce. I am happy with my current life. The past is the past. Gao Qinglin looked very distressed, with a face as gentle as jade, now showing some inner conflict. He knew this was not right, but he really couldn't let go. If we could just have a good meal together, sit and chat like friends, that would be fine. If not, I will leave. Jiang Shutong didn't want to argue with Gao Qinglin here. She had finally regained some reputation. She didn't want it to be ruined now. Seeing her serious expression, Gao Qinglin nodded in agreement. Soon, the food was served, and they started eating. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangwo had already returned to the factory, planning to go home to the residential area. Unexpectedly, he was stopped on the way by Gu Xingnan. Engineer Gu? It's so late. Why are you still at the factory? Gu Xingnan smiled. Director Zheng, I heard that Shutong went to meeting with you today. Didn't she come back with you? After finishing his work, Gu Xingnan went home. He waited for a while but didn't see Jiang Shutong return, so he felt worried and decided to visit the mechanical factory again. Now, he finally saw Director Zheng. Little Jiang? She didn't come back with me. It seems she went out to dinner with friends. Gu Xingnan was surprised. What kind of friends would Jiang Shudong have at that place? He pursed his lips but couldn't help asking, Director Zheng, what kind of friends? Did you see her? Zheng Jiangwo hesitated for a moment. A male friend. He looks quite young. Thinking for a moment, he added, that young man looks familiar. He seems to be the secretary of the director of First Machinery Factory. Gu Xingnan frowned slightly, but didn't press further. All right, thank you. There's nothing else. I'm going back now. Yes, it's getting late. You should go home and rest. After saying this, Gu Xingnan rode his bike away, but he seemed a bit distracted on the way. Male friends? What kind of male friends? Jiang Shutong doesn't seem to have many close friends. She only mentioned that she gets along well with Zhang Xiaomai. As for male acquaintances, they are mostly people who have feelings for her or want to take advantage. She hasn't talked much with others, and since they married without a strong emotional foundation, some problems have already appeared. After returning home, Li Wenxiu couldn't help but ask. Shudong hasn't come back yet. Gu Zhengnan responded briefly, but didn't share what he knew. Maybe there's nothing wrong, but if he said it, Li Wenxiu and others might overthink and cause trouble for Jiang Shudong.
He didn't want that.
He went to his room to read but couldn't focus, so he decided to go to the living room and play with his 3 sons. About 10 minutes later, Gu Manman returned, followed by a tall girl. They grew up together in the same courtyard and are good friends. As soon as Gu Manman entered, her face lit up with gossip. Mom, guess what I saw outside with Yang Xian? Li Wenxiu was indifferent. What did you see? I saw my second sister-in-law. She was at a state-run restaurant, pulling and tugging with a male acquaintance. I always said she's not a well-behaved person and you didn't believe me. Because of this, she even hit me. Now, I think I was right. She's already had 3 kids, and she's not reliable at all. Gu Manman got more excited and pushed her friend forward. Xin, tell my parents, did Jiang Shutong really pull and tug with someone outside? Gu Manman is quite naive. Even if Jiang Shutong did do such things, they're family. They share both good and bad, so they have to keep it to themselves and not let others find out. But she not only said it, she also brought her friend to testify. If Yang Xian is not careful and tells others, won't the Gu family be embarrassed? Yang Xian was stunned at first, then silently nodded. Man is right. She really was pulling and tugging with a guy, and they even talked about childhood sweethearts and liking each other. After hearing this, Li Wenxiu was furious, and Wang Na also jumped up. It's like finding a pillow just when you're about to fall asleep. Someone hands you a pillow. Jiang Shutong is naturally a flirtatious person. She just got married and could pretend for a few days, but now she can't keep up the act and has started flirting with other men outside. Wow. And what about her childhood sweetheart? How deep must their feelings be? Soon, Wang Na's gaze shifted to the 3 little kids. It's not certain whether these children are her younger brothers, but Jiang Shudong is seen flirting with her childhood friend outside, which suggests they must have had some affair before. Could it be that this man had an affair with Jiang Shudong and then found a way to blame these 3 children on Gu Zhinan? Wang Na couldn't help but start imagining things. The more she thought, the happier she became, almost laughing out loud. Gu Hongwei's face turned pale. He thought his daughter was really too stupid. Gu Zhinan, standing nearby, had a calm expression, but his eyes showed a brewing storm, making people feel scared just by looking at him. At first, when Gu Manman said Jiang Shudong was flirting with another man, Gu Zhinan didn't believe it. Because they had been married for a while, and he knew what kind of person Jiang Shudong was. But when he heard Yang Xian mention her childhood friend, his heart skipped a beat. If that was true, then this man might be different from others to Jiang Shudong. And given Jiang Shutong's personality, it was very unreasonable for her to go out to dinner with a male colleague after work. So, what Yang Xian said might very well be true. Realizing this, Gu Zhinan felt inexplicably annoyed. He had never thought he would be influenced by a woman's emotions before, but now he was experiencing it. Gu Hongwei glared at Gu Manman. You must be mistaken. How could your second sister-in-law do such a thing with another man? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your legs. Then he turned his gaze to Yang Xian.
Xiao, Xian, right? You can't say things like that. You must have mistaken someone. It's getting late, go home and have dinner. Yang Xian was much smarter than Gu Man. Hearing Gu Hongwei, she nodded obediently and quickly left to go home. Seeing her father like that, Gu Man couldn't help but stomp her foot. Dad, why are you like this? I'm already grown up. Can I be fooled? It's obvious she's my second sister-in-law. Fine, if you don't want to hear the truth, then forget it. But if my second brother gets cheated on, don't blame me for not warning you. Gu Man finished speaking and angrily went back to her bedroom. Gu Hongwei looked at Gu Zhengnan across from him, feeling nervous too. After all, Jiang Shutong has been well known over the years. They couldn't tell if she was that kind of person. If she really was, it would be troublesome. Although they liked their 3 grandchildren very much, they definitely wouldn't accept a daughter-in-law who was unfaithful. If that were true, they would have to follow Li Wenxiu's advice and leave the child with the mother. Zhengnan, what do you think about this? Gu Zhengnan looked up. There might be some misunderstanding. I don't think Shutong is that kind of person. When she comes back later, I will ask her. Please don't mention this matter. Even now, Gu Zhengnan remained rational and wasn't overwhelmed by anger. Gu Hongwei nodded. All right, I think it might just be a misunderstanding. Shutong probably isn't that naive. At this moment, Jiang Shutong had finished dinner with Gao Qinglin. She also explained everything to Gao Qinglin clearly. Reuniting was impossible now, but being just friends was okay. In a way, she helped clarify things for the original owner. Gao Qinglin felt a bit down. Since Jiang Shutong clearly set boundaries, it seemed like they were just ordinary friends. He couldn't accept such a big difference. But her attitude was firm, and he didn't dare be too forceful. Otherwise, they might lose even their friendship. Shutong, it's getting late. I'll take you home. Sit on my bike, and I'll send you back before I go home. Don't worry, since you've been so clear, I won't bother you. Riding my bike, I won't take advantage of you. Some men, to take advantage of women, would deliberately brake suddenly or ride on bumpy roads, making it likely for the woman to hold on. This trick has been quite effective. Jiang Shutong naturally couldn't sit on Gao Qinglin's bike. The back seat was so small, and with all her worries, what if she fell? She would never dare sit on anyone's bike except Gu Jingnan's. No need, I can take the bus home. I don't want to talk anymore. The last bus will leave soon. After saying that, Jiang Shutong didn't bother with Gao Qinglin anymore and quickly ran to the bus stop. Now taking the bus is cheap, only a dime for a ticket, much better than walking. Gao Qinglin saw Jiang Shutong avoiding him like a snake and ran away after speaking, feeling worse inside. But he still felt uneasy, so he rode his bike to the bus stop and watched Jiang Shutong until she got on the bus before leaving. On the bus, Jiang Shutong finally relaxed and let out a breath. She felt relieved to have handled the situation. Otherwise, it would have been trouble later. The mess left by the original owner was really stressful. Sitting on the bus, Jiang Shutong was so sleepy, she almost fell asleep. After 30 minutes, she finally got home. As soon as she entered the living room, she felt everyone's eyes on her were different, a bit strange. But she didn't think much of it. After all, not many people in the Gu family liked her. Li Wenxiu held back her irritation but couldn't help but speak sarcastically. It's so late. Why are you only just getting back? Jiang Shutong took off her shoes and smiled, saying, I met a friend after a meeting, and we had dinner together. Seeing how casually Jiang Shutong said this, Wang Na almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She thought to herself that Jiang's mental strength was really good, coming back with someone she was secretly seeing without blushing or feeling guilty. No wonder she caused so much trouble. Li Wenxiu almost couldn't help but ask directly, but thinking of what Gu Jingnan had said, she held back. Soon after, Jiang Shutong and Gu Jingnan went to their bedroom. Outside, Jiang Shutong felt embarrassed to ask, so she went straight into the bedroom and asked, What's going on? Why do I feel everyone's eyes on me today? Did something happen? Jiang Shutong felt that Gu Jingnan's expression was a bit cold tonight, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Gu Jingnan didn't answer immediately. After a while, he finally spoke. Who did you have dinner with? Jiang Shutong took off her coat and hung it in the closet.
With a friend from the old neighborhood. Hearing her vague answer, Gu Zhengnan clenched his teeth. If it had been before, he might not have asked further. If he didn't like it, he would just stay away. Instead of doubting someone, it was better to give up on them. He didn't want to waste energy over feelings. But now that it was really about him, he couldn't be so detached. He just wanted to get to the bottom of it. Is it a man? Jiang Shudong nodded, a bit surprised. How do you know it's a man? Gu Zhengnan smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Can you tell me about this male friend? Jiang Shudong hadn't planned to hide anything from Gu Zhengnan. After all, she had come back so late today, so she needed to explain things simply. At first, she wanted to keep it secret because the matter was already settled. It wasn't a big deal, and there was no need for Gu Zhengnan to know. They were getting along well now, and breaking that harmony would be a shame. But later, she thought it was better to be honest early on. If misunderstandings arose later, it would be more troublesome. So she decided to tell Gu Zhengnan about it when she was lying in bed that night. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhengnan asked about it himself. Of course, I was planning to tell you. Jiang Shudong quickly washed up and then briefly explained what happened today. We used to be good friends. I admit I had some romantic thoughts about him. We almost became a couple, but that was in the past. Now I have a family, and I'm happy. Those old feelings are gone. There's no need to dwell on them. Hearing this, Gu Zhengnan sighed in relief, but his heart still felt a bit sour. The phrase, childhood sweethearts, is very powerful. It shows they grew up together and knew each other very well. If Gao Qinglin hadn't moved away later, they might have become a couple. That's why their story happened the way it did. Childhood sweethearts, that's rare. What does he mean? Even if you're married now, would he wait for you to divorce and marry you? Jiang Shudong forced a small laugh, surprised that Gu Zhengnan was still analyzing so carefully. I guess that's what he meant. But I clearly refused. Why get a divorce? I'm doing well now. You treat me so well, even letting me handle the money. I'd be foolish to look elsewhere. As she spoke, Jiang Shudong clenched her teeth and shamelessly leaned closer to Gu Zhengnan. You seem a bit off today. I haven't even said anything yet, and you already know I was having dinner with a male friend? Did someone say something? Gu Zhengnan didn't hide it either. You two were seen by Man during dinner. She came back and said she saw you pulling and tugging at each other at the state-owned restaurant. Jiang Shudong was stunned. How could such a coincidence happen? This Gu Man was really everywhere. Pulling and tugging? That's not really it. At that time, he wanted to hold my hand, but I dodged. Later, he didn't do anything inappropriate. If that counts as pulling and tugging, then I really have nothing to say. After Jiang Shudong finished speaking, she felt a bit wronged. She really was too unlucky to meet such things. Gu Zhengnan's mood didn't improve either, because he suddenly thought of a question. If it weren't for him, Jiang Shudong might have been with her childhood sweetheart. Having 3 children wasn't her choice, he ruined her. Now that this man has returned and expressed love for her, could he still selfishly keep Jiang Shudong by his side? Seeing Gu Zhengnan remain silent, Jiang Shudong grew anxious. Say something. Do you believe your sister or me? If I hadn't done those things to you, would you already be with this man? Gu Zhengnan said slowly, his dark eyes fixed on Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong was silent. If she were the original owner, that might be possible, but for her it was unlikely because she didn't like Gao Qinglin's type. Why talk about this? I already said it was in the past. Now that we're married, can I still be looking at other things? Jiang Shudong said this, but Gu Zhengnan couldn't listen. In his eyes, her lack of a direct response meant she still had feelings for Gao Qinglin, just out of helplessness. Gu Zhengnan swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. He grabbed a glass of water and drank a few sips quickly, then hoarsely said, If you still have feelings for him, then let's get a divorce. I'll keep the children, and you can visit any time. I won't ruin your life. After saying this, Gu Zhengnan felt even worse than he expected. They had been married for so long. Although they hadn't done anything intimate recently, they still shared a bed every day, so some closeness was inevitable. He hadn't interacted much with women before and had never fallen for one. Jiang Shudong was the first woman in his life, so his feelings were always different. After saying these words, he quickly lowered his eyes, his heart pounding wildly, waiting for Jiang Shutong's answer. From Jiang Shutong's perspective, all she could see was the swirl of hair on Gu Jingnan's head. Surprisingly, this man had 2 hair swirls. No wonder he was so stubborn. At first, she thought she could use Gu Jingnan to escape her social class and live a better life. But now, after being married for a while, they had developed some feelings. Yet, this man suddenly said he wanted a divorce, with no hesitation at all. Since that's the case, she wouldn't indulge him anymore. Since you've said that, let's just divorce. Hearing Jiang Shutong say this, Gu Jingnan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked up, full of disappointment. Are you really still unable to forget him? Seeing the tears in his eyes, Jiang Shutong was also startled. But thinking about what he had just said, she felt angry. How many times do I have to tell you? I've already said that past things are over, and I won't bring them up again. That means I have no feelings left. If you really want a divorce, then fine. I'll let you go. Jiang Shutong was furious inside, resenting how stubborn Gu Jingnan was. How could a husband push his wife away? Other men, knowing this, would be worried their wives might leave, and would try to persuade them to stay, watching closely so no one could take their wife. But he was so generous, straightforwardly saying he wanted a divorce. Gu Jingnan panicked. He looked at Jiang Shutong helplessly. I don't want a divorce. I just want you to be happy. I don't want to hold you back anymore. Seeing Gu Jingnan's moving lips, Jiang Shutong thought, why is this man so annoying? Then, in the next second, she suddenly hugged Gu Jingnan's head and kissed him hard. Because she was too forceful, her teeth accidentally bit Gu Jingnan's lip, and soon she could taste a hint of iron. Jiang Shutong didn't care about that anymore. She bit his lips fiercely, venting her anger. I told you to say you want a divorce. I'll bite you to death. Her lips hurt badly, but Gu Jingnan didn't push her away. Instead, he held her waist, turning the passive into the active, and fought back. After they finished kissing, both were exhausted and panting. This didn't feel like a kiss, more like a battle. Gu Jingnan's lips were cut, and the wound was bigger this time. Jiang Shutong's lips were also stained with some blood. She looked at Gu Jingnan with a fierce gaze. Will you still talk about divorce now? Gu Jingnan's eyes were dull as he shook his head. I won't say anything more. That's good. Remember what you said today. If you bring this up again, I won't waste my words with you. We'll go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. For some reason, Gu Jingnan suddenly felt happier. It was as if the cloudy, thunderous rain had just cleared, and now the sun was shining, making the air smell sweet. Okay, I understand. Gu Jingnan slightly smiled and stood up directly. You rest first. I'll go talk to my parents so they don't misunderstand you. Jiang Shutong waved his hand like an old man. Go ahead. And so, Gu Jingnan happily went out. Mom and Dad, I already asked Shutong. It's not what Man said. They used to live in the same big courtyard and got along well, but they weren't dating. That guy probably still has feelings for Shutong, but she clearly rejected him and didn't give him a chance. Gu Jingnan explained carefully what had happened, based on Jiang Shutong's words. Li Wenxiao and Gu Hongwei looked at their son with shock. Gu Man and Gu Jingdong were both stunned. How did they come out looking like this after just going back to the house? What kind of relationship are they trying to build? How could their lips look like that? Good heavens, is Jiang Shutong a dog? Thinking that her brother's mouth is like a lollipop, always licking it? Gu Hongwei cleared his throat and spoke. That's how it is. But in the future, you should be more careful. There have been many rumors outside, and it's not good if people see it. Gu Jingnan nodded.
Dad, don't worry.
Shutong knows how to handle herself. Gu Man was furious when she saw her second brother defending Jiang Shutong everywhere. Brother, why are you like this? I say something, and you don't believe me. She says something and you believe her? She just kissed you, and you forget everything? Aren't you afraid she'll cheat on you? No one expected Gu Man to speak so bluntly. Gu Jingnan's face turned red. He wanted to explain to his parents quickly, so he hurried out. He thought no one could see through him. Man, speak properly. Be honest and realistic. Don't exaggerate.
Your sister-in-law isn't that kind of person. Why do you keep accusing her unfairly? Gu Man clenched her teeth tightly. To her, it was just a struggle. Jiang Shudong was shameless and lacked shame. Zheng Nan, Man is only saying this for your own good. You know that Shutong's reputation isn't good. We only met her later, so we don't really know what kind of person she is. Just to be safe, we should keep an eye on her. If this gets out, it won't look good for you. Zheng Nan felt uncomfortable listening and couldn't help but reply, Mom, it's one thing if others say that, but as Shutong's mother-in-law, how can you say such things? We should trust her. Li Wenxiu fell silent. Oh no, her son had been completely brainwashed. That scheming woman. What kind of spell did she cast on her son? Just a kiss, and her son's intelligence seems to have flown away. He believes everything she says. Oh heavens! What will happen if this continues? Soon, as parents, they will have no say at all. Li Wenxiu was so angry she almost had a heart attack. Zheng Dong, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, maybe it's all just a misunderstanding. Second sister-in-law doesn't seem like that kind of person. We shouldn't keep saying these things. If others hear, it will be very upsetting. After a few more words, Zheng Dong left for the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at himself. Good grief, his lower lip was swollen, almost like a sausage. No wonder everyone's eyes looked so strange. Even a fool could see what was going on. Seeing Zheng Nan leave, Wang Na's eyes kept darting around. This little brother-in-law was hopeless, just like the scholar bewitched by a fox spirit in the stories. To wake him up, she thought she needed some big news. She decided to investigate Gao Qinglin. If those 3 children really belonged to him, then everything would be clear. Li Wenxiu was also nagging nearby. Zheng Nan is becoming more stubborn as he gets older. Hongwei, what do you think we should do? Gao Hongwei was indifferent. Children will have their own luck. Don't worry so much. Doesn't your daughter know her own mind? Man is that kind of person. She doesn't like her sister-in-law, and she might twist the facts. By now, Gu Man was crying herself to sleep in her bedroom. It was just too hateful. Does being pretty mean she can do whatever she wants? Jiang Shudong relied on her face, and her second brother believed everything she said. How could he be so foolish? He had fallen for her beauty trap. Third brother is not very smart. Instead of talking to her, he keeps siding with Jiang Shudong and tries to push her away. Gu Zhengnan finished washing up and went back to his bedroom. Jiang Shudong saw his swollen lips and was very shocked. Why are your lips so swollen? Gu Zhengnan looked at her irritably. Isn't it because you bit me? Jiang Shudong felt a little guilty. Thinking about Gu Zhengnan with that face in the living room negotiating with everyone, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Serves you right for provoking me. Gu Zhengnan touched his nose. Yes, you're right. I deserve it. Don't be angry. I've explained everything to my parents, so you can rest assured. Jiang Shudong nodded and patted the space beside her. Don't just stand there dazed. Come upstairs and sleep. Gu Zhengnan lay on the bed. Jiang Shudong looked from the side and saw his lips so swollen they almost looked like a line from his nose. He used to be so handsome, but now he looked funny. Is my mouth poisonous? It looks like I got stung by a bee. What will you do about work tomorrow? Will you go with such a face? Hearing Jiang Shudong ask, Gu Zhengnan was also surprised. He usually kept a cool image outside, and going out like this would be too embarrassing. That's true. I'll think of a way. Jiang Shudong sat up. Actually, it's not a big deal. Just wear a mask. If someone asks, tell them you have a cold. Gu Zhengnan nodded. Honestly, this woman is quite clever. They lay on the bed, chatting casually. Gu Zhengnan talked more than usual. Today, it seemed like they argued, but actually, it brought them closer together. Jiang Shudong secretly thought, no wonder people say that a slap is love, and scolding is also a form of caring. Sometimes it really works. When they went to sleep, Gu Zhengnan turned on the fan. Jiang Shudong hesitated for a few seconds, then directly went over and hugged him. In the dark, Gu Zhengnan smiled slightly and reached out to hold Jiang Shutong's small hand. Soon after, Jiang Shudong fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Shumin went straight to find her brother-in-law after work.
Secretary Liu was not really sick. He was pretending to be ill because he felt the factory director had been treating him badly lately. He had been her close secretary for many years, but she never helped solve any problems. Since that's the case, he will slack off for a few days to let the factory director know how troublesome it is without his secretary around. When Zhao Shuman arrived, Secretary Liu was lying on the sofa in the living room, eating sunflower seeds. He was a bit surprised to see his niece coming over. Shuman, why are you here? Do you need to see Uncle? Zhao Shuman looked very upset and didn't sit down. Little uncle, are you still here having fun? Do you know that Jiang Shutong replaced you to attend the meeting today? The factory director even used her speech. Hearing this, Secretary Liu jumped up from the sofa. What did you say? Jiang Shutong went with Director Zheng to the meeting. Zhao Shuman stomped her foot. Yes, at that time, Manager Liu came and said they needed a speech. It seemed the secretarial department couldn't do it, so they looked for someone who could. Jiang Shutong went, and her speech was even chosen by the factory director. I just don't understand. You're not sick, so why are you lying at home? If this keeps up, she'll soon become the favorite in front of the factory director. Secretary Liu frowned and shook his head. Impossible. Can she really write a speech? That requires experience. The secretarial department has many people, and none of them can do it. She's from the logistics department. How could she manage? What's really going on? Be honest. Zhao Shuman didn't want to admit Jiang Shutong was capable, but she had to. She briefly explained what happened. Hearing this, Secretary Liu's face turned green. He originally wanted to show off to the factory director, but he didn't expect Jiang Shutong's speech to be usable. Now, he had given her another chance. At this moment, Secretary Liu was in a bad mood. He paced back and forth in the living room, irritably scratching his head. You say your parents raised you well since you were young. How come your speech isn't better than that useless girl? If you had been chosen today, I might have spoken a few good words for you in front of the factory director and gotten you transferred to the secretarial department. But instead, you got outdone by someone else. This is so frustrating. Secretary Liu's words were full of complaints. He thought this niece looked down on herself, but actually lacked the ability. If she had been a little more capable today, that useless girl wouldn't have stood a chance. Little uncle, how can you blame me for your own mistakes? You didn't go to work properly, took leave when you shouldn't, and even tried to take leave during the meeting. I kindly came to tell you, and you're still here mocking me. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Zhao Shuman became angrier the more she spoke and directly slammed the door as she left. Secretary Liu was left in the living room, feeling worried. No, this can't go on. Jiang Shutong is too hateful. Why would a woman be so capable? It's just not right. Because of yesterday's fuss, when they woke up early in the morning, the two looked at each other awkwardly. Finally, Jiang Shutong spoke first. Are you going to the machinery factory today? Gu Zhengnan nodded. Yes, I should go, but I need to visit the office first. Jiang Shutong responded with a nod, got dressed, and went to wash up. During breakfast, everyone looked at her with strange eyes. Although Gu Zhengnan explained yesterday, some people still doubted. Mainly because Jiang Shutong was not a very obedient person. Who knew if she was secretly involved with other men? Now, Gu Zhengnan seemed to have been brainwashed by her. He believed whatever she said. As for Gu Man, she rolled her eyes when she saw Jiang Shutong. After eating, Jiang Shutong showed affection to her 3 children before riding away on her bike. Not long after she arrived at the office, Manager Liu hurried over. Little Jiang, come with me to the office. Jiang Shutong was surprised and stood up. Today, Manager Liu looked quite happy, so she wondered if something good had happened. Seeing Jiang Shutong follow Manager Liu, the others in the office couldn't help but whisper. Why call her away so early in the morning? Looks like something good is happening. Zhao Shuman had never experienced such a before. Since joining the logistics department, she had been constantly overshadowed by Jiang Shutong. Yesterday, she even tried to report something and was humiliated by her brother-in-law. If this kept up, she might become depressed. She really likes to show off. She's just from the logistics department, always hanging around the secretary's office. What's the point? She's just showing off.
Zhao Shuman said nearby, and a few others listened with different thoughts. Jiang Shudong was a good person and knew how to handle things, but if she was too prominent, others might feel overshadowed. It made them look like rookies. So, at first, no one dared to speak against Zhao Shuman. Everyone feels jealous at times. If you start from a different point, you might only admire others' abilities. But if you start at the same level or even below them, and they quickly advance while you stay the same, it can be hard to accept such a gap. Fortunately, Zhang Li, the older sister, is quite reasonable. She believes that water flows downward, and people strive to improve. Jiang Shutong's determination is quite rare. Most women are happy with a stable job, just doing their work day by day, earning a steady salary each month. But Jiang Shutong, even while raising children, studied English on her own and read many books to learn new things. Who can do that? Xiao Zhao, you can't say that. Yesterday, you also went to give a speech. Everyone wants to improve. There's nothing wrong with that. If you have the ability, why not try? Don't you agree? Zhang Li said with a smile, but her words were clear. Zhao Shuman also wants to stand out, but she lacks the ability. After Zhang Li spoke, everyone agreed that it made sense. They wouldn't write speeches themselves. Otherwise, they would have gone yesterday, when the opportunity was good. Zhao Shuman puffed out her cheeks. I didn't want to go. I just wanted to see what Jiang Shudong was up to. She wouldn't admit that she was less capable than Jiang Shudong. They whispered among themselves while Jiang Shudong had already gone with Manager Liu to her office. In the office, Manager Liu invited Jiang Shudong to sit down. Jiang Shudong felt uncertain and quietly asked, Manager Liu, what do you want to see me about? Manager Liu smiled and looked at her with admiration, thinking how short-sighted he had been before. Seeing her now, he realized she was very ambitious and had brought honor to their department. Shudong, I called you here to share some good news. This morning, the factory director called me into his office. He thinks you have good talent and said it's a pity to keep you in the logistics department. He asked if you would like to transfer to the secretarial department. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong was very happy. The administrative department is the best chance for promotion. If she becomes the factory director's secretary, and does well, she could get promoted. Even if she doesn't become a leader at the mechanical factory, she could be transferred elsewhere to a leadership role. But this depends on her doing well. At that time, the factory was state-owned. The large factory included not only a school but also a health clinic, making it a big community. Although the third machinery factory was a bit less efficient, it was still a genuine large factory. Being a secretary to the leader was really a prestigious position. However, just because she was in the secretary department didn't mean she could immediately become the director's secretary. She might have to do an internship first. Manager Liu, honestly, our logistics department is also very good. I've been here a long time, and it's thanks to your guidance that I got the chance to move to the secretary department. When you say that, I feel a bit reluctant to leave because I just started building good relationships with my colleagues in logistics. Anyone can put on a polite face. Although she wished to transfer to the secretary department right away, she still wanted to show respect to Manager Liu. Who doesn't like to hear kind words? Sure enough, Manager Liu was very pleased after hearing this. Jiang Shutong was very smooth and tactful, which explained why the director valued her so much. In the administrative department, ability is important, but interpersonal skills are also crucial, especially for a secretary. Not only must she be capable, but she also needs to communicate well with different departments. Jiang Shutong clearly had this potential. Don't say that. Since you've come, I haven't helped much. It's mostly your own effort. Our logistics department is good, and I really want to keep you here. But the secretary department is better and has more room for growth, so I still recommend you to go there. Since he said that, Jiang Shutong naturally agreed. Manager Liu, since you said so, I will work hard in the secretary department and definitely won't let you down. It's settled then. Manager Liu stood up and patted Jiang Shutong on the shoulder. Xiao Jiang, you're really impressive. I apologize for my previous attitude. Work hard, and if you encounter any problems you can't solve, come find me. You're part of my team, so don't be shy. Feeling the kindness from Manager Liu, Jiang Shutong was very touched. For a while, she deeply longed for everyone's approval, but everyone avoided her like the plague. Those who lend a helping hand in tough times are true friends. Although Manager Lu wasn't as close as Zhang Xiaomai, he was still quite good. Thank you, Manager Lu. After returning to her office, Zhang Shutong began to hand over her work. She didn't have much left to do, so she just told Zhang Li. Seeing Zhang Shutong start packing her things, everyone was stunned. Xiao Jiang, where are you going? Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shutong smiled. Starting today, I will work in the secretary department. Thank you all for your support during this time. Without you, I wouldn't have improved so quickly, she spoke sincerely. She wasn't pretending. The people here are really nice, unlike the backstabbing colleagues in her previous company who wouldn't teach her anything and ignored her. Zhang Li and others are very friendly and straightforward. Apart from disliking Zhao Shumin, she gets along well with everyone in this office. When everyone heard Zhang Shutong was transferred to the secretary department, they were all shocked and stared wide-eyed. That's the secretarial department, an important part of the administration. It's a prestigious position. Even if the work might be busier, it has good prospects. Shutong, you're amazing. Did the factory director directly transfer you there? Someone asked. Everyone knew Zhang Shutong had helped the director twice, and her performance was good. Now that she was moved to the secretary department, it made sense. Zhang Shutong naturally didn't say directly. It's not just that. The higher-ups evaluated me and thought I could intern in the secretary department to see if I have talent in that area. It's mainly because the leaders are good and willing to give me this chance. She spoke smoothly. Even if it was the director's idea, she couldn't say it outright, or she might face exclusion later. Plus, she had a bad reputation in the factory before, and the director specifically asked her to go to the secretary department. If it got out, people might gossip. Everyone listened and felt envious. No one expected that the former factory worker, once considered a troublemaker, could become so capable within just a few months, from an ordinary worker to a secretary. If this hadn't happened, no one would even dare to imagine. Congratulations, Shutong, they said. Although some envied her, they also knew it wasn't the time to offend her. If she climbs higher in the secretary department, it's all about connections. Especially now that she's closer to the director, she can speak for them if needed. When problems arise, they might even turn to Zhang Shutong for help. Only Zhao Shumin couldn't bring herself to say anything insincere. She had been holding back, comparing herself to Zhang Shutong, but how could she compare? Zhang Shutong was promoted so quickly. She wondered if her brother-in-law knew about this. If he had known, he would probably be more anxious. At this moment, Secretary Lu really didn't know that Zhang Shutong was being transferred to the secretary department. He was currently in the factory director's office talking with the director. Director Zheng looked half smiling and glanced at Secretary Lu beside him. Little Lu, didn't you have a fever and get sick? How come you're already better? Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Director Zheng's words sounded a bit sarcastic. Anyone in this position wasn't simple. Could he not see through Secretary Lu's little tricks? He used to think Secretary Lu was quite good and had been by his side for 3 or 4 years, considered a close confidant. Now he saw that Lu was starting to lose face. A grown man with such a small mind, knowing there was an important meeting yesterday, still took sick leave on purpose. Was he just trying to show off how important he was? Zhao Shumin and Zhang Shutong worked in the same department. He guessed Zhao Shumin had told him about yesterday's matter, which was why he hurried to work today. Secretary Lu forced a smile that was worse than crying. I'm still a bit uncomfortable, but work isn't as important as health. I can push through it. Secretary Lu didn't dare ask for leave again. If he took 2 more days off, Zhang Shutong might even replace him. This woman had some ability, and she was pretty. If she casually threw a flirtatious look at the director, could he resist? But Director Zheng didn't give face. A small secretary dared to show him attitude? Who was the real leader, and who was the subordinate? Director Zheng sneered. Little Lu, since your cold hasn't fully recovered, I'll give you 2 days off. Don't come back and infect me. The factory is busy, and if I get sick, it'll be hard to handle. Hearing this, Secretary Lu panicked. What did the director mean? Was he trying to send him away? He had no other choice but to force himself to add, Director, I'm almost better.
I took medicine yesterday, sweated a lot at night, and I feel much better today. Don't worry, I won't infect anyone. The director didn't say anything more and went back to work. Then you can go out now. I'll call you if I need anything. Secretary Lu looked dejected. After leaving the director's office, he couldn't help but feel worried. He sensed that the director was different from before, talking to him with a sharp edge. He was anxious, but had no other options. Thinking about the foolish thing he did yesterday, he felt deep regret. Wasn't he just shooting himself in the foot? Sighing, I returned to the office, and as I looked up, I saw Jiang Shatong. Secretary Lu thought he was seeing things, so he quickly rubbed his eyes. But Jiang Shatong was still standing there, smiling and greeting everyone. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Shatong. Just call me Little Jiang. Please take care of me in the future. The people in the secretary department had also heard about Jiang Shatong. Now that she was transferred from the logistics department, everyone felt a bit resentful. Yesterday, Secretary Lu was not here, and although they wrote speeches, none were chosen. But Jiang Shutong's speech was selected. Does she have that ability? Or did the factory director favor her because of her husband and deliberately choose her speech? Faced with Jiang Shutong's warm friendliness, everyone just responded politely. The competition in the secretary department was fierce, and no one wanted a new colleague. Secretary Lu was furious. Why was Jiang Shatong transferred to the secretary office? She had never done this kind of work before. She was just a tightener before. Who made this decision? Why is someone from the logistics department transferred to the secretary department? Comrade Jiang, who told you to come here? Lu Tianxiang didn't even want to pretend anymore. Jiang Shatong gave him a strong sense of threat. There were many colleagues in the secretary department, and no one dared to think about taking his position. He knew their abilities. They couldn't compare to him. But Jiang Shatong was a wild card, a sudden outsider, which made him uneasy. Jiang Shatong glanced at Secretary Lu with a calm smile on her face. Our leader informed me. If Secretary Lu has any questions, he can ask our leader. Jiang Shatong didn't want to clash directly with Secretary Lu. She also knew that working in the secretary department wouldn't be easy. This department was very competitive, and she had no friends here. She would definitely face exclusion. Not just in these positions. Even among the workers in the workshop, there were different groups. But Jiang Shatong understood one thing. She was here to work, not to make connections. Other people's opinions didn't matter to her. This is simply nonsense. Seeing Secretary Lu get frantic, everyone around was eager to watch the show. Everyone knew that Jiang Shatong had replaced Secretary Lu twice. With Secretary Lu's temper, could he easily let Jiang Shatong go? Yesterday, Secretary Lu's small act of taking leave was noticed not only by Director Zheng, but also by everyone else. After resting at home for a day, Jiang Shatong secretly visited his house. Seeing Secretary Lu so angry, Jiang Shatong didn't mind and sat down to tidy up her workspace. This is really unreasonable. How can the logistics department be moved to the secretary's office? Do they think the secretary's office is a place for trash collection, taking anyone who comes? The secretary is like a cabbage. Anyone can do it. Secretary Lu became more and more angry and stormed out, apparently planning to confront Manager Lu. It's clear that the secretary's office isn't so easy to join. They have to pass an exam. Everyone in that department has studied relevant knowledge, and only those who pass can work there. Jiang Shatong is just illiterate. She doesn't understand these things. Although she can say a few words in English by chance, that doesn't mean she's qualified for this job. An intern secretary isn't suitable either. Lu Tianxiang cursed as he went to the logistics department. On the way, he heard Manager Lu giving a speech. Look at Comrade Jiang. She worked hard and was transferred to the secretary's office. I hope you all have such a positive attitude at work, take your duties seriously, and spend your free time learning more. After all, learning never stops. One day, even if you're no longer in the logistics department, I'll still be proud of you, as long as you come from my team. Secretary Lu listened outside, feeling very angry. She knocked on the door and went in. Manager Lu, can you come out? I have something to talk to you about. Zhao Shuman saw her brother-in-law come in and felt happy. She knew he wouldn't just watch Jiang Shudong join the secretary's office without trying to stop her. Secretary Liu, is there something you want to talk to me about? Manager Liu looked at Liu Tianxiang, feeling a bit impatient. A grown man, always fussing about everything, doesn't seem very manly. Moreover, the logistics department isn't under Secretary Liu's control. He just acts like he's in charge, but it's obvious he's just pretending. Manager Liu, I have to criticize you. You said your logistics staff can just do their work well in their own department. Why did you transfer them to the secretary's office? Don't you know that working in the secretary's office requires passing an exam? Only top talents can get in. If you just let anyone in, what will people think? It's like anyone can sell cabbage at a good price. You need to think carefully. My opinion is to transfer Comrade Jiang Shutong back to the logistics department. You can't break the rules like this. Secretary Liu knew that Director Zheng appreciated Jiang Shudong, but he didn't realize it was the director's intention. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Shudong was just a little girl, not someone who could attract the director's attention. He thought it was probably Manager Liu's idea, since Jiang Shudong had helped the director twice and might have a talent for being a secretary. So, he recommended her. Since Jiang Shudong worked in their logistics department, her promotion would also reflect well on their team. Manager Liu listened to Tianxiang and felt amused. How could he think Jiang Shudong was arranged by him? Did she have that much influence? He wondered if the director knew about this. Manager Liu chuckled and said, "There's no need to bother the director about this. It's not a big deal." Originally, the director had told Manager Liu to handle this matter quietly and not to say he arranged it. Since Jiang Shutong is a pretty young woman, if news got out, people might think she and the director had some inappropriate relationship. But he genuinely believed Jiang Shutong was talented and wasted in the logistics department. I've been in the secretary department for a long time. I think Jiang is suitable there. You're her former boss, so maybe you can talk to her and bring her back. It's good for a woman to stay in logistics. Less pressure, easier work. Tianxiang tried hard to persuade him, even hinting that if Manager Liu needed help in the future, he could ask for favors. Liu Tsuya felt uncomfortable inside. It annoyed her that Tianxiang, who was from the same family and also surnamed Liu, acted so petty. Jiang is ambitious. She usually studies after work. I think she's good in the secretary department, and the secretary general agrees. If you think it's not appropriate, maybe you should talk to your secretary general. Manager Liu ignored him completely. Tianxiang was furious, but couldn't do anything to Liu Tsuya. This old woman, unmarried at her age, so old-fashioned and difficult to communicate with, no wonder no man wanted her. Liu Tianxiang angrily left and went to bother the secretary general. The secretary general looked at Liu and couldn't help but frown. Little Liu, you're not young anymore. You're 30, yet your temper is so impatient. The department chooses who to use, and when they need you, it's not your concern. This is the department leader's job. Just do your work and stop causing trouble here. The secretary general waved his hand, signaling Liu to leave. Liu was upset, his face dark as a pot, losing interest in everything. When he returned to his office, colleagues saw him and quickly asked, "Secretary Liu, where did you go? The director looked for you earlier, but you weren't there. You should go see him now." Hearing this, Liu was startled and hurriedly asked when the director had come. 5 minutes ago. We don't know what you were doing. Hurry over. Liu nodded and quickly went to the director's office door. He knocked, but no one answered, so he assumed they had already left. He was suddenly nervous, sweating slightly. This was bad. The director already had a poor impression of him, and now he couldn't find him. People might think he was slacking off. When Liu returned, Jiang Shutong naturally felt pleased. She guessed he was searching everywhere to send her back to the logistics department, but it seemed he had failed. Jiang Shutong sneered. She was good at confronting people like Secretary Liu. She wanted Liu Tianxiang to realize that women could also hold half the sky. At this moment, the director was indeed angry. Secretary Liu was becoming more and more unreasonable. He kept his eyes on a small piece of land every day, such narrow vision. Instead of staring at others, why not improve himself? If he had real ability, he wouldn't fear being pushed aside. He had been a secretary for many years, but He hadn't learned anything during that time. If this continued, he seriously considered replacing this person. A secretary shouldn't just be a burden. If he can't help, he's only holding him back. What use is such a secretary? Meanwhile, Zhang Shutong's transfer to the secretary department quickly spread throughout the machinery factory. After all, Zhang Shutong had always been a prominent figure in the factory, and everyone was paying close attention to her actions. When they learned she had joined the secretary department, everyone had their own opinions. Previously, those who eagerly waited to take advantage of Zhang Shutong no longer have that idea, because Zhang Shutong has now reached a height they cannot reach. She is no longer the same person she used to be. After learning this, Zhang Xiaomai was happy for Zhang Shutong, but she couldn't really feel happy. Her mother-in-law actually spent their savings to buy a job for Wang Dali's distant cousin, working in a cafeteria, washing and cutting vegetables. The monthly salary is 27 yuan and 50 cents, and she can even bring home leftover vegetables. This job is actually more comfortable than working as a factory worker. They spent over 300 yuan on this, which is more than half of their savings over the years. Their 2 children are about to start school. Although the cost isn't high now, there are still expenses. They need to buy 2 new sets of clothes for school. They spent all their money like this, without considering the children at all. After work at noon, Zhang Shutong went to find Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai smiled and congratulated her, not mentioning her own worries. But Zhang Shutong knew Zhang Xiaomai very well after knowing her for so long. What's wrong? You don't look happy. Is your family causing trouble again? Zhang Shutong asked with a frown. Zhang Xiaomai didn't want to say, but when Zhang Shutong asked, she poured out her feelings. I just can't understand. They spent over 300 yuan to buy a job for a distant relative. My older sister and second sister are about to start school, but they don't care at all. Shutong, I really don't know what to do. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong was also shocked. Over 300 yuan is not a small amount. Wang Dali's family has siblings, some of whom are still farming at home. Why don't they buy things for their own family? Instead, they buy a job for a distant relative? Have they lost their minds? Soon, Zhang Shutong thought of something. Could this distant cousin be in the same situation as her aunt? Her aunt once said she came here because her marriage was failing, to hide away. But instead of hiding, she got involved with her scoundrel father, and her biological mother was driven out. If this distant cousin moved here and could find a job, maybe her situation isn't the same as her family's? Thinking of this, Zhang Shutong felt a pang in her heart. Xiaomai, I have a bad guess. Please don't be angry if I tell you. Zhang Xiaomai saw Zhang Shutong deliberately lower her voice and quickly whispered, There's nothing to hide about our relationship. Just tell me, are you sure this is really Wang Dali's distant cousin? Maybe they have some connection. You should be careful and secretly check if they act close at home. Usually, distant relatives don't need to be so involved. You know about my parents, right? My mom was hurt by my aunt. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomai's face turned pale. Zhang Shutong wouldn't normally talk about her family issues because they are embarrassing, but since they are close friends, she told Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai knew about it. Shutong, do you mean Wang Dali might be involved with Wang Saixia in some way? Zhang Shutong nodded. It's hard to say. You two met at the factory, and you don't know much about his hometown. What if they used to be close or something? Zhang Xiaomai felt worse and couldn't finish her meal. If that were true, how could she go on with her life? Wang Dali was not a good person, and now Wang Saixia is pregnant. Wang Dali treats her so well. Could the baby in her belly really be his? The more Zhang Xiaomai thought about it, the more anxious she became, her face turning pale. Then what about the baby in Wang Saixia's belly? Zhang Shutong signaled her not to get too upset. How many months does her belly look? Did you ask? I asked, and I think she's about 4 months pregnant. Zhang Xiaomai answered foolishly. Think carefully. Did Wang Dali go back to his hometown 4 months ago? Zhang Xiaomai counted on her fingers and soon looked even paler. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Shutong understood everything. 4 months ago, he really went back. He said there was a problem with the house in his hometown, so he went back to fix it. Zhang Shutong felt uneasy. If that was true, Wang Dali was even more disgusting than Zhang Dahai.
Jiang Dahai at least didn't get Wu Xiaoyun pregnant. That's possible. The baby might really be Wang Dali's. You have 2 daughters, and your mother-in-law and others always wanted a son. So, it's not impossible. Zhang Xiaomai became anxious, her eyes turning red. Shutong, what should I do? Should I get a divorce now? Zhang Shutong glared and said, Are you silly? How can you think about divorce right now? Zhang Xiaomai was stunned because Zhang Shutong had always encouraged her to divorce before. Now that she really wanted to divorce, Zhang Shutong was against it.
Why?
Haven't you always told me to divorce? I suggested divorce because I wanted you to have a better life. If you divorce, you'll have to raise 2 daughters alone. Can you afford that? Over the years, you've given all your money to Wang Dali. If you want a divorce, you should take all the family money with you. But now they spent over 300 on a job. If you leave now, you'll be at a big loss. Zhang Shutong spoke sincerely. Zhang Xiaomai was completely stunned. What should I do? First, make sure whether this child is really Wang Dali's. Collect evidence slowly. Later, I'll help you come up with a plan to get that money back, and then you can divorce. Zhang Shutong was clearly more clever than Zhang Xiaomai. If Zhang Xiaomai had been a bit smarter, she wouldn't have been so easily tricked. Divorce is okay, but Wang Dali should leave with nothing. All the money saved over the years should go to Zhang Xiaomai. After hearing Zhang Shutong, Zhang Xiaomai held her hand tightly. Shutong, I trust you. Besides you, no one else is helping me. My parents don't care about me. I mentioned divorce before, but they said if I do, they won't recognize me and will think I'm shameful. Zhang Shutong patted the back of Zhang Xiaomai's hand. Don't worry, I'll think of a way soon. I won't let you suffer. It's nothing much, just a bit more tiring when taking care of the kids. I've been through this too. They talked and ate together. Soon, Zhang Shutong saw Wang Dali come to the cafeteria with his cousin. They were chatting happily, and someone who didn't know might think they were a couple. Wang Dali asked Wang Saixia to sit down and went to get food. Soon, he returned with a small plate of stir-fried pork and cabbage. Zhang Shutong looked at Zhang Xiaomai's plain meal, which was watery and bland. She then looked at what Wang Saixia was eating and felt very angry. Look at Wang Dali, so shameless. He's usually too stingy to buy you meat, but now he's buying meat for that woman. They say they're not involved, but who would believe that? Zhang Xiaomai also saw this and felt a wave of disappointment. At this moment, she was very confused inside. They had been married for many years, but now she felt like a joke. After comforting Zhang Xiaomai a few words, Zhang Shutong suddenly remembered her unkind father and aunt. She had been too busy these days and forgot about them. She decided she needed to ask her mother to divorce that unkind man to avoid future trouble. After lunch, Zhang Shutong went to her dorm to rest. Meanwhile, when Zhang Xiaomai returned home, her mother-in-law immediately came over. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes sparkled with scheming. Xiaomai, how much money do you still have? The family is out of money now. You should take some out for emergencies. Seeing her mother-in-law, Zhang Xiaomai felt very angry. You have money to buy a job for Wang Saixia, but no money to live? If you have no money, sell her job. After saying this, Zhang Xiaomai didn't hold back. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang. This was the first time she had been so brave. Wang's wife saw this and gritted her teeth in anger. Can't even have a son. What are you proud of? One day, my son will replace you. Bah. In the afternoon, Zhang Shutong took a short nap and then went to the office. The work in the secretary department was different from the internal affairs department. Usually, she wrote speeches and did some publicity work. It wasn't as busy as the logistics department, but her colleagues here were not as easy to get along with. Zhang Shutong was not the type to try to please others. Seeing that they ignored her, she didn't bother to be friendly. After finishing the work handover, she knew everything she needed and didn't need to ask them. Secretary Liu had been glaring at Zhang Shutong since she arrived in the office. Soon, the director came in. There's a document that needs translating. Secretary Liu, please translate it and bring it to me later. Lu Tianxiang quickly stood up, smiled, and took the document. He nodded politely to the director. Yes, sir. I'll deliver it to you soon.
When the director left, he instinctively smiled at Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong appreciated the director's reminder and quickly returned a smile. Secretary Liu opened the document. Wow, it was full of dense English text. It was probably from a foreign client who wanted to order products here. Liu Tianxiang has some basic English skills, or he wouldn't be able to be the director's secretary. However, compared to Jiang Shutong, his knowledge is far behind. The more Liu Tianxiang looked, the more worried he became. He was sweating nervously. The director was waiting for him to finish, and if he couldn't do it quickly, wouldn't that be a mistake at work? Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and said to everyone, "Does anyone here speak better English? Come help with the translation." Hearing the noise, the others looked over. Among the more than 10 people in the secretary's office, none of them could be chosen. Jiang Shutong definitely wouldn't go over. She wasn't stupid. The secretary, Liu, had just scolded her directly. If she went over to help translate, wouldn't that be foolish? Seeing Jiang Shutong stay still, Secretary Liu cleared his throat. "Xiao Jiang, come here for a moment." Actually, Secretary Liu was also her boss. Besides the head secretary, he was the most capable person here. When Jiang Shutong heard him call, she walked over directly. "What's the matter, Secretary Liu? Since you're new here and have nothing to do, can you translate this document?" Jiang Shutong pointed to her nose. "You want me to translate?" Secretary Liu nodded. "Yes, this is a chance for you to learn." Jiang Shutong tilted her head and saw the head secretary at the door. She was about to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. Smiling, she nodded and said, "Okay." Secretary Liu didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be so easy to talk to and to help him translate. He was a bit surprised. But he also thought many people here had to listen to him. When he wrote articles before, he had others do it, then slightly edited it and claimed it as his own. No one dared to say anything. "Good, dear best. Later, I'll speak well of you upstairs." Jiang Shutong took the document and finished translating it quickly. "Secretary Liu, I'm done." Everyone looked at Jiang Shutong with shock. If they had to translate, how long would it take? She did it so fast. Secretary Liu took the paper and looked at it carefully, very satisfied. But inside, he became more cautious. Jiang Shutong was so capable. If she stayed in the secretary's office, she might even replace him someday. He definitely couldn't keep her. Liu Tianxiang snorted, took the document, and left. Watching this scene, the head secretary couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, she felt more satisfied with Jiang Shutong. No wonder the director wanted to transfer her to the secretarial department. She truly had ability. Not only was she capable, but she was also generous. Secretary Liu was clearly taking advantage of her, but she didn't refuse and still completed her work. Some people are like that, conflicted but professional. They understand that the boss needs to see this document quickly, and since others aren't capable, she is willing to step up and help. This attitude puts her ahead of more than 80% of people. The director was surprised at Liu Tianxiang's high efficiency today. "Did you finish the translation so quickly?" Liu Tianxiang nodded. "Yes, I thought you were in a hurry, so I finished it as soon as I could." The director was a bit doubtful but asked, "Did you translate it yourself?" Secretary Liu was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. "All right, you can go now. I'll call you if I need anything later." Secretary Liu left, and Director Zheng looked at the materials in his hand, frowning. He had been with Secretary Liu for a long time and didn't think he was that capable. He had expected to wait until the evening, but today's task was completed so quickly. It had to be said, Liu Tianxiang was quite clever. Afraid the director would notice, he rewrote Jiang Shutong's translation again. This way, the work belonged to him. Meanwhile, in the office, a young man couldn't help but ask Jiang Shutong, "Comrade Jiang, your English is so good. You even showed your skills today. In the future, Secretary Liu might hand over this kind of work to you. When that happens, the credit will be yours." Everyone had long been unhappy with Secretary Liu, but dared not speak out. After all, he was an elder and a favorite of the director. They couldn't easily challenge him over small matters. After hearing this male colleague, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Shutong, eager to hear her response. Jiang Shutong smiled slightly. Who gets the credit isn't important. The director is eager to see this document. As a subordinate, my job is to get things done quickly. I'm happy to help. We're all part of a big team, so it's okay to contribute a little. Some people thought Jiang Shutong was pretending, but others believed she had a broad view. For a female colleague to handle this level of work was truly rare. The people in the secretarial department are very competitive, each trying hard to get promoted and not wanting others to take credit. Unexpectedly, the Secretary General overheard this conversation. He was about to join a meeting when he heard this, and he couldn't help but clap. Comrade Jiang said very well. Although she is new, I think everyone should learn from her. Jiang Shutong naturally noticed the Secretary General, or she wouldn't be so naive. There's no such thing as good intentions. Those grand words are just to fool others. Jiang Shutong smiled shyly and didn't say anything. She knew that even if she didn't speak, the factory director would hear about it. Soon after, everyone was called out for a meeting. After work in the afternoon, the Secretary General went to see the factory director and briefly told him about Jiang Shutong's actions today. Director, at first I was curious why you transferred her from the logistics department to the secretarial department. Now I understand. This woman is really brave and capable. The draft she translated this afternoon was done by her. Secretary Liu took it and claimed he did it himself. She knew this, but she didn't complain. That kind of attitude is rare. Director Zheng listened and felt impressed. No wonder I noticed that Secretary Liu's work efficiency improved today. His English isn't very good. When I asked if he translated it himself, he said yes. I knew it wasn't that simple. Comrade Jiang is really impressive. She has this awareness, and her future is very bright. You should focus on training her and give her more opportunities. The two whispered and praised Jiang Shutong highly. By this time, Jiang Shutong was ready to leave work. She was about to ride her bicycle and go out when she saw someone she knew. It was Gao Qinglin. When Gao saw Jiang, he smiled warmly and waved. Shutong, what a coincidence. Are you just finishing work? Jiang Shutong was surprised to see Gao Qinglin. Why are you here? Gao Qinglin scratched his head shyly. I came here on some errands and happened to see you. Here, this is for you. My mom steamed some date cakes. You loved them when you were little. She asked me to give you this personally. Hearing Gao Qinglin mention Gao's mother, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but feel warm inside. In the original memory, Gao's mother was a very kind person who loved her very much when she was young. At that time, whenever Jiang Dehan hit her, she would run to Gao's house for a meal. Back then, Gao's mother would always steam date cakes for her, and she could eat several pieces alone. Jiang Shutong didn't hesitate. She reached out and took the bag from Gao Qinglin. Please thank Annie for me. I should visit her soon. I've been busy lately, but I'll find time to go see her in the next couple of days. Although she wanted to distance herself from Gao Qinglin, she believed in being kind. Gao's mother had been so good to her, so she should go see her. Now, she and Gao Qinglin were just ordinary friends, and maintaining normal contact was natural. When Jiang Shutong went to take the bag, Gao Qinglin either intentionally or accidentally held her finger for a moment. Jiang Shutong slightly frowned but didn't say anything. Are you going home now? I'm heading back too. It seems we're going the same way. Let's go together, Gao Qinglin said, ignoring her possible refusal, and went to get on his bike. This scene was just enough for Gu Jingnan to see from a distance. He had come to the mechanical factory for work today. Since Jiang Shutong finished work around this time, he thought of coming to find her and go home together. But as soon as he arrived, he saw this scene. Because of a distance, he couldn't hear what they were saying. He only saw them acting quite intimately, and that man even held Jiang Shutong's hand. He wasn't stupid. He knew Gao Qinglin might be Jiang Shutong's childhood sweetheart. Before, he didn't feel so guarded, but now that he saw her with him, his heart started to race. Gao Qinglin looked very outstanding, tall, gentle-looking, and kind-faced. He seemed to be the type women liked. Plus, this man looked to be quite old, yet he hadn't found a partner. What did that mean? It probably meant he was still waiting for Jiang Shutong.
The more Gu Jingnan thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. Why was Jiang Shutong smiling at this man? And smiling so beautifully? What was so funny? He hadn't even smiled at him like that. Feeling jealous and upset, he watched as the two of them rode away on their bikes. Without hesitation, he pedaled his bike quickly to catch up. Jiang Shutong heard a noise behind her and turned to see Gu Jingnan. "Jingnan, when did you come to the factory?" Gu Jingnan looked at Gao Qinglin and casually replied, "I came this afternoon." Gao Qinglin turned his head and saw Gu Jingnan's face. He was surprised for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. "Hello, you must be Shutong's husband, right? My name is Gao Qinglin. Just call me Qinglin. I grew up with Shutong. We are good friends." Gu Jingnan didn't want to pay attention to Gao Qinglin at all, but since Jiang Shutong was present, he thought staying silent would seem petty, so he snorted softly. Jiang Shutong sensed the strange atmosphere between the two men and didn't dare to make a sound. The three bicycles were riding side by side on the road. Seeing Gao Qinglin close to Jiang Shutong, Gu Jingnan pushed him aside directly. Gao Qinglin didn't expect that and almost fell. "Comrade Gao, we have something to do, so we'll go first." Gu Jingnan said this and shot a quick glance at Jiang Shutong. "Ride faster." Jiang Shutong was seeing Gu Jingnan glare at her for the first time. Seeing his petty attitude, she couldn't help but feel like laughing for no reason. A few minutes later, Gao Qinglin was left behind. Gu Jingnan's expression finally eased a little. Looking at his grumpy face, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but explain. "It was something his mother gave me to eat. His mother used to be very kind to me." We didn't say anything else. Gu Jingnan snorted coldly and ignored Jiang Shutong. Back home, Jiang Shutong put the date cake she brought into the kitchen. Gu Jingnan was curious and went over to take a look, picking it up to examine. How delicious must this date cake be to make Jiang Shutong so greedy? He didn't like Gao Qinglin, since he looked decent enough, but he couldn't stop Jiang Shutong from talking to others normally. Gao Qinglin's mother had helped Jiang Shutong, so he couldn't just forbid them from seeing each other. But he felt that Gao Qinglin was dishonest, and his gaze at Jiang Shutong was aggressive. Men understand men best. This guy was definitely trying to steal his wife. Thinking of this, Gu Jingnan couldn't help but go over to Li Wenxiu and ask, "Mom, do you know how to steam date cakes? Teach me." Li Wenxiu frowned. "You don't like sweets, do you? Why are you learning this?" "That's none of your business." "Do you know how to do it?" Li Wenxiu naturally knew the answer, so she simply explained it once. Gu Jingnan nodded and took note, then went to sit in the living room. At dinner that evening, Jiang Shutong warmed up some date cake and ate 3 or 4 pieces herself, feeling very full. Only then did she stop. Gu Jingnan frowned. "Is it really that delicious?" The 3 children nodded together. "Dad, it's tasty." Gu Jingnan took a piece and put it in his mouth. It was soft and sticky, with a sweet aroma of dates. It was indeed quite delicious. After dinner, they settled the children and washed up before returning to their room. Jiang Shutong took out her textbook to read. Usually, Gu Jingnan would sit nearby, reading professional books and giving her some guidance. But today, Gu Jingnan was in a bad mood. He was upset thinking about Gao Qinglin touching Jiang Shutong's hand. He had always known Jiang Shutong was beautiful. Most men couldn't help but look at her more than once. But since they got married, he hadn't felt such a threat before. This time, Gao Qinglin really made him feel threatened. He now had a possessive feeling toward Jiang Shutong. After all, she had given him 3 sons. Although they didn't have a deep emotional connection, they had been married for a while and got along well. Everything was heading in a good direction. If Jiang Shutong and Gao Qinglin made up now, he really couldn't accept it. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Jingnan to be so petty. He seemed very macho and possessive, and he was upset over this. It had been a long time, and she had already comforted him after she returned, but it didn't help. She looked at her book for a while but couldn't concentrate. She threw it down and went straight to bed. Gu Jingnan saw her get into bed, turned over, and faced away from her. Jiang Shutong couldn't bear it anymore. She propped herself up with her elbow and nudged Gu Jingnan. "Are you still angry? I told you
I have no other feelings for Gao Qinglin. But his mother was kind to me when I was young, and she personally gave me some things. I can't refuse. Later, I might visit her at her home. But I promise you, I will never have an improper relationship with any man. Jiang Shudong rambled on, but Gu Jingnan remained unmoved. At this, Jiang Shutong's temper flared. She directly turned Gu Jingnan's head to face her. Come on, you're a grown man. Is it really necessary? As she spoke, she held Gu Jingnan's face and kissed him directly, giving his lips a gentle nibble, with a slightly teasing tone. Is this finally enough now? Gu Jingnan also blushed a little. He wasn't like this before. Now he seemed like a typical man, but he just couldn't control his feelings. He held her hand. Jiang Shutong was silent. It was just a small accidental touch when passing something, not holding hands. Gu Jingnan's reaction was too exaggerated, full of jealousy. So, what should I do? I've washed my hands several times. Gu Jingnan looked down, feeling a bit upset. I think that guy named Gao really likes you. Don't you feel anything at all? Jiang Shutong got a little annoyed. I've told you before, I have no feelings for him. If you keep saying that, I'll get angry. After saying that, Jiang Shutong lay down on the bed and ignored Gu Jingnan. She, as a woman, didn't get jealous easily. Before, there was Ye and Bai Bing. If she was so petty, they would have argued long ago. Gu Jingnan saw that Jiang Shutong was ignoring him. After a while, he finally asked in a low voice. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Shutong snorted softly. Do you want to settle down and live with me honestly? Gu Jingnan asked again, sitting up on his elbows. Jiang Shutong sensed his seriousness and stopped pretending. She nodded. Of course it's true. Who gets married just to divorce right away? Isn't that silly? After saying this, Jiang Shutong felt a little guilty. At first, her plan was to leave as soon as she was stable. But now that they've been together for a while, she thought Gu Jingnan was a good man. He managed her money, protected her, and wasn't overly dependent on his mother. Even if she found someone else later, he might not be better. So, why not live happily together? They had 3 sons. If they divorced, it would definitely affect the kids' growth. Gu Jingnan didn't speak. When Jiang Shutong realized this, he suddenly turned over and pressed on her. They looked at each other, eyes focused. Jiang Shutong could clearly see Gu Jingnan's Adam's apple moving up and down. She felt a little nervous. The atmosphere suddenly changed. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva quietly. Why you this is? Before she could finish speaking, Gu Jingnan directly covered her mouth with a passionate kiss. When Jiang Shutong woke up, 10 minutes had passed. Gu Jingnan's ears were slightly red, and his eyes showed desire. Since you've decided to live properly with me, we are already married. We should do married things. Let's make love tonight. Do you agree? Gu Jingnan's possessiveness was very strong. He didn't want to wait anymore and was afraid Jiang Shutong might be tricked away by another man. Since they were officially married, why not be intimate? He admits he was too confident when he spoke earlier, and now he's been proven wrong. But now that things are like this, he doesn't care anymore. Jiang Shutong's heart was pounding. Did she agree? Of course she did. There was no reason not to, and she wouldn't lose anything anyway. Jiang Shutong nodded, then felt she might have been too bold. Why did she agree so easily? In TV shows or novels, the heroine usually hesitates a bit. But Gu Jingnan was so handsome. To be honest, finding someone of his quality would cost a lot of money. She might as well enjoy it for free. Seeing her agree, Gu Jingnan couldn't hold back. Living with such a beautiful woman every night, he was very self-controlled. Now, they were truly becoming a married couple. Gu Jingnan stopped asking and leaned down again. Jiang Shutong felt everything was so strange. Her mind drifted back 6 years. Back then, at the guest house, they also did this, but Gu Jingnan was much more wild then, not as gentle as today. Feeling Gu Jingnan's strong muscles, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but secretly admire. This man's physique was really good. Those muscles weren't just for show. They spent the night together several times. By midnight, Jiang Shutong was barely able to fall asleep. She wanted to wash up, but was too exhausted. Her fingers didn't even want to move. Seeing Jiang Shudong asleep, Gu Zhengnan felt warm inside. He seemed to be completely lost in tenderness. He got up, went to the bathroom to get a basin of water, then helped Jiang Shudong wash herself. Afterward, he lay down to sleep, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her on the forehead. In her sleep, Jiang Shudong slightly frowned and let out a few soft sounds. Gu Zhengnan stopped any other actions, afraid of waking her up. The next morning, Jiang Shudong just woke up and saw Gu Zhengnan wide awake, staring at her face. She was startled, but quickly remembered what happened last night. Her face turned bright red. Gu Zhengnan usually wakes up early and gets ready, but today he was reluctant to move and just looked at Jiang Shudong for a while. He thought to himself how beautiful this woman was. No wonder so many men were so captivated by her. When Jiang Shudong opened her eyes and saw her clear blue pupils, Gu Zhengnan felt amazed. "What are you looking at?" "I'm drooling," she said awkwardly. Jiang Shudong quickly wiped her mouth, realizing she wasn't drooling, and then relaxed. Seeing her like this, Gu Zhengnan found her even more adorable. When Gu Zhengnan didn't speak and looked at her with affection, Jiang Shudong almost wanted to run away. While washing up, she couldn't help but look in the mirror and was shocked. Her neck was covered in hickeys. Last night, when they were very close, they didn't think much and just did what they wanted. But now it was summer and everyone was wearing short sleeves or dresses. Without scarves, if others saw these marks at work, it would be a big problem. When Gu Zhengnan came in to wash up, Jiang Shudong couldn't help but complain. "Look what you did to my neck. How am I supposed to go to work today?" Gu Zhengnan heard her complaint and raised an eyebrow, then tugged at his collar. "What about me?" Jiang Shudong looked and immediately shut her mouth because Gu Zhengnan's neck wasn't much better, actually darker and even purple in some places. The two brothers don't laugh at the second brother. They silently finished washing up and went out for breakfast. During breakfast, the atmosphere at the table was very strange. The Gu family house had 2 floors, the first for everyone to stay, and the second for guests and the study. Last night, they made so much noise that they woke everyone up. But it wasn't just waking up, they made so much noise for so long, as if everyone knew what they had been doing inside. Actually, Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shudong didn't notice. They were so involved in what they were doing that they didn't realize how loud they were. Now, when I see everyone eating, I immediately understand their behavior. Soon Li Wenxiu and the others saw Jiang Shudong and Gu Zhengnan's necks. Li Wenxiu muttered, "Seductress. Her son is usually very proper, but now he's been influenced by this woman. He stays up late and just messes around." The old man and the old lady both smiled happily. This is good news. They might soon get to hold their great-grandchild again. Wang Na also has little appetite. Yesterday, she checked the time, at least 3 hours. What is Gu Zhennan made of? Doesn't he get tired? Looking at Gu Zhenbei, who only spends a few minutes with people each time, as if he's just going through the motions, she finds it hard to believe she's pregnant with such difficulty. Seeing Jiang Shutong's face glowing with happiness, her heart feels even more sour. After dinner, Jiang Shudong went to the closet and found a silk scarf to wrap around her neck. That way, others wouldn't notice. Gu Zhennan is a man, and his neck is hard to hide. There's no other way, he just pinched it with his hand. If asked, he would say he wasn't feeling well these days, and the marks on his neck are from pinching. They went out together for work. Gu Zhennan had a smile on his face, no longer wearing his usual stern expression. Seeing him like this, Jiang Shudong couldn't help but clench her back teeth. She felt some discomfort while riding her bike, and it hurt so much she gritted her teeth. This man is really a brute, no better than a donkey on the production team. Suddenly, she remembered something. Last night, neither of them thought much about it. It seemed they didn't take any precautions. She must not get pregnant like last time. If she does, it would be terrible. She might have to participate in the college entrance exam while pregnant. The more Jiang Shudong thought about it, the angrier she became. She didn't bother to talk to Gu Zhennan, and just walked away. Gu Zhennan pouted and rode his bike to the office. When he arrived at the secretarial department, he tidied up briefly and then started working. Recently, there was a promotional project that needed preparation, and Zhang Shutong helped everyone with it. Secretary Lu came over and saw how serious Zhang Shutong was. He couldn't help but sneer slightly. He had already decided how to push Zhang Shutong out. He planned to start with the factory director's wife. Director Zheng is very obedient to his wife. Usually, he listens to her about everything. If his wife found out that Director Zheng wanted Zhang Shutong, a beautiful woman, to be his secretary, she wouldn't stay calm. After work today, he planned to tell the factory director's wife the news. By then, he wouldn't even need to do much. Zhang Shutong would almost certainly be transferred away. Initially, a female colleague from the secretarial department left in this way. Of course, that woman had nothing to do with the factory director, but others liked to spread rumors. Zhang Shutong didn't realize she was being watched and focused on her work. Coincidentally, in the afternoon, a few foreign clients came again. They were the same group as last time, who had purchased some machines before. After returning home, they thought the machines were good, so they came back to discuss cooperation. Today, Secretary Lu was present, so he was naturally the one to handle the reception. However, Secretary Lu's limited English skills were far behind Zhang Shutong's. The translation was so poor that it was hard to understand, and communication was very difficult. One of the foreigners couldn't stand it anymore and asked in broken Chinese, "Where's Miss Jiang from last time?" Zheng Jiangwo still didn't understand. He was annoyed with Secretary Lu's poor translation and wanted Zhang Shutong to come over. He also wanted to do the same, but had no chance to speak. Now that the clients had spoken as a leader, he had to follow their wishes. This was a foreign guest, so they had to be well taken care of. Xiao Lu, go to the secretarial department and call Miss Zhang over. Secretary Lu's face immediately turned green. He really didn't want Zhang Shutong to be involved in such a situation. He was the factory director's secretary. Why should Zhang Shutong come? He also hated this foreigner. He couldn't believe how lecherous this outsider was. Just because Zhang Shutong looked good? That flirtatious fox. Secretary Lu wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bring himself to say no. Who asked him to be less capable? Okay, director. I'll go right now. Secretary Lu turned around with a gloomy face, almost dripping with anger. He hurried back to his office and saw Zhang Shutong working there. He said irritably, "Xiao Zhang, come here. We have 2 foreign guests to help with the reception." Zhang Shutong raised an eyebrow, secretly amused by Secretary Lu's expression. "All right, I'll go now." She tidied up a bit and followed Secretary Lu to the meeting room. On the way, Secretary Lu couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Comrade Zhang, you know, it's important not to be too competitive. Don't covet things that aren't yours. Forcing yourself to eat what you can't handle can even break your teeth." Zhang Shutong didn't reply, seeming to ignore him. This man was chattering like a bird beside her, so noisy and annoying. When the 2 foreigners saw Zhang Shutong at the office, they smiled widely. During the meeting, Zhang Shutong translated in real time, and the foreigners were very happy. They found it very easy to communicate with Zhang Shutong, with no barriers at all. Secretary Lu watched this scene and felt nervous, as if his nails were digging into his palm. Seeing this so clearly today, he had to admit that Zhang Shutong was truly capable. If things continued like this, his position might be at risk. No, he must find a way to get Zhang Shutong to leave quickly. After successfully completing the negotiations, the foreigners left satisfied, and Zheng Jiangwo also smiled. "Little Lu, look at Zhang's English skills. In the future, our factory will get better and better. We might have many foreign guests coming, and they will need to speak English. Otherwise, business will be hard to do. You need to work hard. As a secretary, you should keep learning all your life." Secretary Lu's face turned red with frustration. He felt insulted, but the factory director was right, so he could only nod. After Zhang Shutong finished her work, she went straight back to her office. There will be more chances in the future, so there's no rush. Removing Secretary Lu is only a matter of time. If you lack ability, step down. Holding on to a position without contributing is just wrong. After work in the afternoon, Zhang Shutong rode her bike to Gao's house. Anyway, she should visit Gao's mother. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhengwo finished work and went out to dinner with other leaders. Secretary Liu went home to the residential area. The factory's residential area has both apartment buildings and houses with yards. The director lives in a house with a yard, which is quite spacious. When Secretary Liu entered, the director's wife was washing clothes. She saw Liu and greeted him with a smile. "Little Liu, did you come for something? Where's old Zheng? Is he with you?" Secretary Liu nodded. The director went to a dinner gathering. "He's not with me." Xie Shufang smiled and asked, "Do you need to talk to me about something?" Liu looked around and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I really have something to tell you. Can we talk somewhere private? It's quite important, and it concerns your relationship with Director Zheng." Hearing this, Xie Shufang was startled. "What's going on? Is it serious?" She stopped washing her clothes, wiped her hands on her apron, and took Liu to a quiet place to talk. "What's wrong, little Liu? Did something happen?" Secretary Liu looked hesitant, saying, "Sister-in-law, I don't know whether I should tell you or not, but I'm worried you might be kept in the dark." Xie Shufang was very curious inside. "Just tell me. We're so close. Who are you talking about?" "Don't worry, I won't tell outsiders." Secretary Liu organized his words and then spoke slowly. "Zhang Shutong, you know her, right?" Xie Shufang nodded. "Who in the factory doesn't know Zhang Shutong? Such a beautiful woman, and she has a good reputation. If you don't know her, you're really out of the loop. She was transferred from the logistics department to the secretary department a few days ago. Do you know?" Xie Shufang shook her head. She was busy at home every day, taking care of the children, serving her parents-in-law, cooking, and doing laundry. She had no time to pay attention to these things. "I don't know, but what does her transfer to the secretary department have to do with me?" Secretary Liu slapped his thigh, looking exaggerated. "Sister-in-law, this definitely concerns you. You know Jiang Shutong's face. She's a troublemaker who causes chaos. I heard that she got the job in the secretary department because the factory director promoted her. Now this Jiang Shutong is always against me. She even wants to do my work. If this keeps up, I might lose my job to her. Think about it. Our factory director is a man, and he has such a delicate female secretary by his side. Isn't that inappropriate?" After saying this, Secretary Liu exaggerated even more. "I'm really worried. Losing my job is one thing, but I can't let this troublemaker stay close to the factory director. You and the factory director have been married for so many years, and your relationship is good. You've had 3 children. If the factory director's heart is stolen by someone else, wouldn't that ruin your family?" Hearing this, Xie Shufang's heart tightened. She thought Liu's secretary was right. Jiang Shutong's face was truly outstanding. Not only men, but even women like her to look at. If her husband arranged for such a woman to stay nearby, even if he didn't have any initial intentions, over time, he might start to feel attracted. Zhang Shutong was really ambitious. Being transferred to the administrative department was already good, but now she even wanted to be a secretary. That can't be. Old Zheng wouldn't be so careless, would he? Although she was worried, Xie Shufang believed her husband was not that kind of person. Secretary Liu sighed. "Sister-in-law, can we really be sure about this? The factory director is probably a good and honest person, but he can't resist Jiang Shutong's charm. What if he gives in to temptation? You need to be careful." This made Xie Shufang very nervous. If that were true, it would be a big problem. Right now, she's the wife of the factory director and is very proud of her status. If Zheng Zhengwo changed his mind, could they still go on? Would all her hard work in raising her husband be for nothing, only for someone else to take the reward? "What should I do about this?" she asked. Xie Shufang felt lost and unsure. She usually didn't get involved in her husband's work because, as his wife, she had to be careful with her words. Saying the wrong thing could cause trouble for Zheng Zhengwo. But as a woman, she felt insecure. Now that she was getting older and less attractive, and Jiang Shutong was so beautiful, spending a lot of time together might lead to feelings. "Xiao Liu, give my sister-in-law some advice." "What should we do?" she asked. Secretary Liu pretended to be troubled and then said, "Actually, it's simple. When Director Zheng comes back, you should confront him. Say you suspect he has a relationship with Jiang Shadong. Then, ask him to transfer Jiang Shadong back to the logistics department. That way, everything will be settled. Xie Shufang's eyes lit up. She thought Lu Tianxiang's idea made sense. As long as they stay apart and don't see each other, Jiang Shadong won't have a chance to her husband. All right, Xiao Lu, I understand, she said. Before leaving, Secretary Lu warned her. Sister-in-law, this matter isn't really my business. I didn't plan to say anything, but I can't rest easy knowing this. I also don't want anyone to ruin your marriage. Please don't tell the factory director I told you. If he finds out, I might not be able to stay here anymore. Lu Tianxiang was worried that if she revealed his words, the factory director would dislike him even more. Xie Shufang promised she wouldn't betray him. Don't worry, Xiao Lu. I know you're doing this for me. How could I betray you? Are you even a person? She said. Hearing her assurance, Lu Tianxiang felt relieved. He then left confidently. Meanwhile, Jiang Shadong had already arrived at the Gao family's house. Gao Qinglin hadn't come back yet. He was probably working overtime. Jiang Shadong let out a sigh of relief. She had brought some fruit and pastries with her. Gao Qinglin's mother was very happy to see Jiang Shadong come over. You've grown so beautiful and lively. It's been years since I saw you. Are you doing well? Seeing Gao's mother, Jiang Shadong felt a deep sense of closeness. She truly is a kind person. Auntie, I'm doing quite well. How about you? They entered the house together. When Gao's mother saw how many things Jiang Shadong brought, she couldn't help but sigh. You, child, just came over and you brought so many things. Are you wasting money? Don't do it next time or I'll be upset. As they talked, the conversation turned to Jiang Shutong's experiences over the years. Hearing her stories, Gao's mother felt a bit sad. Honestly, I thought you would be my daughter-in-law. We were ready for it, expecting you two to get married. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Sigh. Life is unpredictable. Hearing this, Jiang Shadong quickly said, Let's not talk about the past. I'm doing well now, and I hope Brother Gao finds his happiness soon and starts a family. Then you'll be at ease. Just as they were talking, Gao Qinglin returned home. When he saw Jiang Shadong there, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Shadong, why didn't you tell me you were coming today? Seeing Gao Qinglin come back, Jiang Shadong felt like leaving. She remembered how Gu Xingnan had lost his temper with her a few days ago. She was genuinely afraid now. From now on, she decided to stay away from Gao Qinglin and set clear boundaries, or she might lose her job. I just happened to pass by after work, so I came to see you. It's getting late, and I need to go back. I have to cook for the kids. Jiang Shadong found an excuse, stood up, and was about to leave. Gao Qinglin stepped closer. Let me see you off. Jiang Shadong repeatedly waved her hands. No need to see me off. I have urgent matters, so I have to go now. After saying this, Jiang Shadong hurriedly left, almost running away, not giving Gao Qinglin a chance to see her off. She also reflected on herself. Although she had no feelings for Gao Qinglin and wouldn't rekindle old love, that was just her own thought. Others didn't know. She was married now and needed to be careful to avoid trouble. Gao Qinglin saw Jiang Shadong look at him as if she had seen a ghost, and he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Mother Gao looked at her son. All right, go inside. Xiao Jiang is grown up now, has a family and children. She probably has many worries, so if she doesn't want to come, that's fine. Mother Gao is quite understanding. Gao Qinglin looked defeated. After entering the house, he started complaining. It's because of you all. If you hadn't left suddenly back then, I would have married Shadong long ago, and none of this would have happened. Let's not talk about the past. At that time, your father and I had no choice. I liked Xiao Jiang too, but now she has a family and 3 children. You two definitely can't be together anymore. Find some suitable girls to meet and consider. You're not young anymore, so hurry up and find someone to marry. Gao Qinglin shook his head. Don't make me go on blind dates. I won't do it. And don't blame me if I make a girl cry. After saying that, Gao Qinglin sipped his tea gloomily, but he was actually thinking about something else. He thought he could let go of Jiang Shutong after all these years, but it turns out he still can't forget her. Jiang Shutong is so beautiful. In all his life, he has never seen a woman as beautiful as her. They had feelings for each other before. He decided to try harder and see if he could find a chance again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Shutong rode her bike out through a small path behind the residential area. As she passed a small grove, she heard voices inside. Jiang Shutong pricked up her ears. The voices sounded familiar, like Wu Xiuyun's. It's already this late. What is Wu Xiuyun doing in the small grove? Thinking this, Jiang Shutong quietly parked her bike aside and tiptoed into the woods. Inside, she saw Wu Xiuyun and Jiang Dehai sitting on a wooden bench, very close. Jiang Dehai's hand was under Wu Xiuyun's clothes, and soon they were kissing. This made Jiang Shutong feel sick. If they were doing this at home, it would be one thing, but now they are sneaking around outside. Is this some kind of thrill? She had planned to deal with these two people in the next few days, and now she finally found a chance. She turned back and went to the residential area, then lied, saying she heard a woman shouting for help in the small grove, as if she was being bullied by a man. Everyone heard this and, excited, naturally went to see what was happening. Therefore, regardless of age or gender, everyone followed Jiang Shutong to the small grove. When they left, Jiang Dehai and Wu Xiuyun were almost undressed. Wu Xiuyun still had several marks on her neck from Jiang Dehai. The most disgusting part was that, to make it easier to be intimate, Wu Xiuyun sat directly on Jiang Dehai's lap. It was really hard to watch. Jiang Shutong pretended to be upset and ran over loudly shouting, "Dad, what are you doing here? Auntie, how can it be you?" Their inappropriate relationship had long been suspected by the neighbors, but there was no real proof, just gossip behind their backs. Now, with the evidence in front of everyone, they surrounded the two, saying all kinds of things. Disgusting. What are you doing here in broad daylight? You've been married for so many years and have had several children, yet you're still with your sister-in-law. Exactly. Look at how their mouths are almost glued together. If someone hadn't come, they might have already taken their clothes off. They're not even afraid of mosquitoes biting them. Everyone was talking, and Wu Xiuyun quickly pulled her clothes over her stomach and adjusted her dress. Jiang Shutong, acting like a drama queen, had tears in her eyes and stared fiercely at Wu Xiuyun. Then she ran over and slapped Wu Xiuyun twice. She moved so fast that Wu Xiuyun didn't have time to react. "Auntie, you're too much. My mom kindly took you in and you're thinking about my dad? My mom has been driven away by you too, and now you're doing such inappropriate things in the small grove. Are you a beast?" Jiang Shutong had long wanted to hate Wu Xiuyun. Her scumbag father was no good, but her aunt was even more disgusting. Wu Xiuling had once helped her out of pity, but this was how she repaid her sister. Jiang Dehai's face alternated between pale and flushed. It was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? You were caught cheating on your wife, and you still call it a misunderstanding? Your face is really thick. You're the director of our department's workshop, and with this kind of behavior, I don't believe they won't investigate. Jiang Dehai worked at a clothing factory and held a small official position. Now that this scandal had happened, if it was reported upstairs, it would be dealt with seriously. At this time, everyone valued discipline. Such marital infidelity was bad enough, and not even throwing rotten eggs would be considered too much. Now Jiang Dehai was completely speechless. Today was over, and with so many people seeing him, probably everyone at the factory would know by tomorrow. At this moment, he felt very regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have sought excitement outside. Why not just stay at home? Now he's been caught red-handed. The key point was that he wasn't divorced from Wu Xiuling yet, so he couldn't find a good excuse. Jiang Dehai wanted to get angry, but couldn't find the source of his frustration. He could only go home feeling down, almost drowning in spit from others. When he got home, he started shouting at Wu Xiuyun. "I blame you. Why did you me?" Now everyone in the neighborhood knows we're involved. Wu Xiuyun was slapped twice by Jiang Shutong. She felt a bit upset, but she thought it was good that the situation had escalated. That way, Jiang Dehai would be forced to marry her. She had long wanted to move up in life. Who would like Wu Xiuling, so stiff and boring? Jiang Shutong wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to wait and see if anyone would report Jiang Dahai first, so she wouldn't have to act. If no one reported him, she would do it herself. As for her mother, she was sure she would divorce Jiang Dahai. Being with such a man was just disgusting. Jiang Shutong rode her bike home. Seeing her return so late, everyone started guessing wildly. Gu Zhenan had already come back and was helping the 3 children with their writing. After the new year, he planned to send the children to kindergarten so that the elders wouldn't be so tired. When he saw Jiang Shutong, Gu Zhenan couldn't help but look at her a few times. Since they became involved, he couldn't stop thinking about her and wanted to see her more. After dinner, back in the bedroom, Jiang Shutong briefly told him what happened today. She also didn't hide her visit to the Gao family. Aunt Gao is very nice. Next time I visit, I'll bring you along. By the way, I want my mom to divorce my dad. Gu Zhenan, what do you think? Gu Zhenan nodded without hesitation. Since things are like this, divorce is the right choice. Although few people divorce now, you shouldn't force yourself to stay. Your dad and your aunt are just too much. Jiang Shutong nodded. I'll talk to my mom tomorrow. Now that he's been caught cheating, she'll probably take most of the property. I want to see what kind of life those two will have after this. After talking for a while, Jiang Shutong did a few more questions and eventually, she started to yawn and feel sleepy. Gu Zhengnan took the book from her hands. It's late. Time to sleep. Jiang Shutong nodded and got into bed. She was a little tired and wanted to sleep early. Just as she closed her eyes, Gu Zhengnan suddenly hugged her from behind, deliberately breathing on her neck, making her feel tingly and numb. Then his big hands held her waist tightly. Soon, Jiang Shutong sensed something was wrong. Are you still awake or not? Gu Zhengnan moved slightly. I can't sleep. Jiang Shutong turned to look at him and glared. I can't sleep, but you can't? Be honest. My waist still hurts. Gu Zhengnan felt a bit embarrassed. He looked serious, but said things that made her blush. It's okay. Tonight, I'll be careful and make sure your waist doesn't hurt. Just once. I promise. Before she could say anything, Gu Zhengnan continued. All right, it's been 3 seconds. That means you agree. Then he suddenly leaned in. Jiang Shutong looked at his handsome face approaching and blinked. What about being abstinent? What about being pure and noble? What about not being interested in women? All nonsense. When he's not close, he looks serious. But once he's familiar, he's quite bold. He can say things like that. He didn't even wait 3 seconds. Jiang Shutong sighed and silently accepted this moment of closeness that belonged only to her. 2 hours later, Jiang Shutong realized she had been tricked. Gu Zhengnan broke his promise. He said it would only happen once? What a big liar. She held her waist and glared fiercely at Gu Zhengnan. If you do this again, from tomorrow, we'll sleep in separate rooms. Gu Zhengnan also felt guilty and quickly apologized. All right, I know I was wrong. Let me rub your waist. Jiang Shutong didn't refuse. Gu Zhengnan's big hand rubbed her waist, feeling quite comfortable. In the end, she even fell asleep. Gu Zhengnan watched Jiang Shutong sleep, then turned over and went to sleep himself. Meanwhile, at Director Zheng's house, chaos was breaking out. Xie Shufang was being manipulated by Secretary Liu. After the children fell asleep, they kept waiting for Director Zheng to come home. Zheng Jiangwo drank some wine, came back to wash up, and just wanted to sleep. But as soon as he lay down, Xie Shufang started to cause trouble. Zheng Jiangwo, I want to ask you something. Xie Shufang looked at him closely, her eyes showing signs of trouble coming. Hearing her tone, Zheng Jiangwo felt a bit nervous. He quickly sat up. What is it? Just tell me. He thought she was upset about the money he secretly gave to his mother a few days ago, and was worried she found out. Do you know Jiang Shutong from the factory? Has she been transferred to the secretarial department now? Zheng Jiangwo didn't expect his wife to suddenly ask about this. He was a little confused. Yes, she was transferred. Why do you ask? Hearing this, Xie Shufang got angry. Is that your idea? Zheng Jiangwo rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit tipsy. He explained, Comrade Jiang is very talented. It's a pity she was in the logistics department. She can do her best in the secretarial department. The transfer is normal. She earned it herself. Xu Fong, you don't understand these things. It's better if you don't get involved in work matters. Zheng Jiangwo was usually patient because his wife had a hard life. She was a woman with 3 children, taking care of her parents-in-law, and she always spoke kindly. But Xu Fong didn't listen. She thought her husband liked Jiang Shudong a lot. No wonder Secretary Liu said her husband was the one who transferred her. It was true. Zheng Jiangwo, do you think because you're now the factory director and have power, you can look down on me, a plain woman? Jiang Shudong is pretty, but don't forget she was pregnant before marriage and had 3 kids. Now she's married again. Even if you transfer her to your side, it's not going to work between you two. Zheng Jiangwo was stunned. What was she talking about? Everything was fine, and now she was bringing her into this. Yes, he did want Jiang Shudong transferred to the secretarial department, but only because she was capable. He was already old. He didn't have the energy for all that nonsense. What are you talking about? I don't have any feelings for Jiang. I'm much older than her. Who's spreading rumors in your ear? This is nonsense. Xu Fong snorted coldly. I won't argue with you. Just transfer Jiang Shudong back to the logistics department. I won't let her stay in the secretarial department. Zheng Jiangwo was also unhappy. Work is work, so why does a woman need to interfere so much? As the factory director, does he need to seek her opinion personally? No way. Why would they transfer her back to the logistics department? Everything is settled now. She has already started working in the secretarial department. Today, foreign guests came, and she helped with the reception. The secretarial department needs such talent. Please stop overthinking. We've been married for many years. Do I look like I have any mischievous intentions? Don't listen to gossip. There's nothing going on. Don't believe rumors. The more Zheng Jiangwo said this, the more anxious Xu Fong became. Secretary Liu definitely didn't lie, so it seemed Zheng Jiangwo was truly being dishonest. I don't care about all that. If you want to live honestly with me, then transfer Jiang Shudong back to her original department and stay away from her. Otherwise, I won't end this easily. Xu Fong spoke firmly, even mentioning divorce. Zheng Jiangwo hated those who gossiped behind his back. Tell me first who told you this.
Who's so mean?
Twisting work matters on purpose. That's just to make my life difficult. Think about it. Why would she come to talk to you about this? It's just to cause trouble for us. Don't fall for their tricks. No matter how Zheng Jiangwo explained, Xu Fong wouldn't listen and even started crying. Why did I marry you? Just to have you be honest. But now, when you're old, you do this kind of thing. If you truly care about me, then transfer Jiang Shudong back. Otherwise, we might as well end our marriage. Zheng Jiangwo was almost at his wit's end. Xu Fong was now stubborn and unyielding. If this was really about destroying their relationship, it wasn't worth it. But he also felt wronged. Moving Jiang Shudong to the secretarial department was because he thought she was talented, not because of her appearance. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Jiangwo quietly comforted her. All right, stop causing trouble. I'll see if I can find a chance to transfer her back. Will that satisfy you? Hearing her husband finally agreed, Xu Fong felt happy. Wouldn't it have been better if you agreed earlier? Just go to bed early. You drink quite a lot. I'll make you some tea now. After saying this, Xu Fong happily went to prepare the tea. At this moment, Jiang Shudong didn't know that Secretary Liu had set a trap for her. To get her to leave, he was willing to do anything. The next morning, Jiang Shudong went to see her mother first. At that time, Wu Xiuling was still working at home and hadn't gone out yet. When she saw Jiang Shudong arrive, she was very happy. Have you had breakfast? Come and eat something here with me. Jiang Shudong nodded and sat down. She ate some porridge and briefly told her mother about what happened yesterday. Mom, now everyone in the family compound knows about their shameful affair. With Dad's personality, he probably has already been reported. This is the best time for you to get a divorce. Mom, I support you to divorce and fight for your best rights. What do you think? Jiang Shudong looked at her mother eagerly, afraid She would say she didn't want a divorce. If that happened, she would be really angry. Wu Xiaoling didn't speak immediately. After a while, she said, "Shutong, you're right. It's time to divorce. Even if others laugh at me, I will do it. Before, the kids were too young and I couldn't leave you all, so I just endured. Now that you're grown up and your brother is still that kind of kid, I have no more feelings left." Jiang Shutong was very happy inside. Her mother finally understood. "Mom, you're still young. Since you moved out, your health has improved a lot. Maybe you'll meet someone suitable in the future and remarriage could be good. I support you." They quickly reached an agreement. "I have to go to work today. After I finish, I will go with you to handle this matter and try to get the divorce certificate as soon as possible." After breakfast, Jiang Shutong rode her bike to work. In the office, Secretary Lu looked at Jiang Shutong with a meaningful smile, sometimes even seeming to enjoy her discomfort. Jiang Shutong frowned slightly, unsure what wicked thing Lu Tianxiang was up to this time. She looked annoyed. At noon, she still went to the cafeteria with Zhang Xiaomai to eat. During lunch, they couldn't help but gossip about Wang Dali and the others. Jiang Shutong had already thought of a plan for Zhang Xiaomai. "I now have a rough idea. Later, you just persuade them that you can help Wang Saixia find a better job, but first, you need to sell the cafeteria work and gather some money to exchange for something more decent." Hearing Jiang Shutong say this, Zhang Xiaomai felt worried. "Shutong, even if I say that, they won't believe me. If I had that ability, I would have changed jobs long ago. Would they even be involved?" Jiang Shutong clicked her tongue. "Are you stupid? Just tell them you used my connection, that I promised to help them get a better position, and let me take the blame. Later, you must keep the money for yourself and reveal their relationship. That way, you can keep the money. Remember, Wang Dali was the first to cheat. Understand what I mean?" Jiang Shutong thought quickly. With the Wang family's nature, first, they need to be tricked out of their wealth. The old woman probably wants Wang Saixia to replace Zhang Xiaomai, or maybe they think Wang Saixia is pregnant with a boy, so they treat her well. When Wang Saixia becomes the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, it's normal to find her a better job. They are probably willing to spend that money. They already spent over 300 yuan, so if they have to pay a little more, they'll grit their teeth and do it. Zhang Xiaomai listened and thought Jiang Shutong's plan could work because her mother-in-law and husband's concern for Wang Saixia had become unbelievable. But if they did this, Jiang Shutong might get involved in trouble. "No, wouldn't they hate you then? What if they cause trouble for you?" Jiang Shutong was unfazed. "Just say you tricked them. Even if they come after me, I'm not afraid. I've seen it clearly. Your in-laws are afraid of the strong and favor the weak. If they dare to mess with me, let's see what happens. Besides, cheating first gives them no right to complain. That money should have been yours from the start." Could Jiang Shutong be afraid of those troublemakers? They bullied Zhang Xiaomai so much. As her good friend, she had to stand up for her. While talking, Jiang Shutong also mentioned studying. "I think the situation has changed in recent years. Knowledge is important. I know you're busy taking care of the kids, but reading more in your free time is definitely good. You don't want to stay in the workshop forever, right? With knowledge, you might get transferred to a different job." Jiang Shutong wanted to persuade Zhang Xiaomai to take the college entrance exam. Although Zhang Xiaomai had 2 daughters, she was still young and smart. Jiang Shutong said whatever she thought, and Zhang Xiaomai listened carefully. She nodded strongly and said she would get some books and read more when she had time. Not far away, Xie Shufang was feeding her child and watching Jiang Shutong closely. Usually, she stays at home cooking for herself. Today, she came over just to see what Jiang Shutong is like now. When she saw her, her sense of crisis grew stronger. She hadn't seen Jiang Shutong much lately, but today she looked even more beautiful. Having such a wealthy and charming woman around, which man wouldn't be tempted? At this moment, Xie Shufang became more determined. She was sure to make old Zheng send this woman back to the logistics department. Just as she looked away, she saw her eldest son's face turn red, and he was scratching his throat with his hand. She was startled and quickly asked her younger son nearby, "What's wrong with your brother?" "He ate ribs, and it got stuck." Xie Shufang was very worried. She stood up to help clear his throat, and everyone around also moved to assist. Seeing her child's face turn paler and his breathing becoming more labored, Xie Shufang was finally panicked. She started crying and tears streamed down her face.
Quick!
Take him to the health clinic. The people nearby quickly suggested what to do. Jiang Shutong also hurried over when she heard the commotion. Seeing the child's eyes nearly roll back and knowing he might lose consciousness before reaching the clinic, she decided to act. Let me try. Jiang Shutong knew the Heimlich maneuver for choking rescue. It's effective when someone is choking on food. Although she hadn't done it before, she knew how to perform it. Xie Shufang saw Jiang Shutong coming to help and initially wanted to refuse. Go away, don't get in the way. But even though she was told to back off, this was a life at stake. Jiang Shutong couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Uncle Xie, the clinic is far from here. It's dangerous to send him there. I can figure out how to get the food out. Trust me. Hearing this, Xie Shufang's face turned pale. Jiang Shutong was right. If they waited to carry the child to the clinic, it might be too late. The child was already losing consciousness. Zhang Xiaomai, who was nearby, trusted Jiang Shutong inexplicably. She quickly added, Auntie, just let Shutong try. If she's not confident, she wouldn't say so. Zhao Shumin, who was in the cafeteria at this time, couldn't help but come over and try to stop her. Jiang Shutong, you're delaying the child's treatment. Can you take responsibility? This is a life. You're risking everything by interfering. Are you a doctor? Jiang Shutong glared at Zhao Shumin fiercely. If I can't save the child, I'll take responsibility. Xu Fang had no choice but to act quickly. Desperate, she hurriedly gave Jiang Shutong a seat. Jiang Shutong went over, holding the child. She clenched her fist, placing 3 fingers on the child's navel, and gently lifted upward. Everyone watched nervously, holding their breath. Xu Fang didn't understand what was happening and kept crying. It was her fault for not paying attention earlier while eating ribs. If her son had an accident today, she could never forgive herself. Zhao Shumin was watching happily, thinking Jiang Shutong was getting too involved in others' business. If the child wasn't saved, she might face legal trouble. But after a few seconds, the child coughed out a piece of bone, then coughed a few more times and started breathing hard. His face gradually looked better. Xu Fang couldn't believe it. She quickly hugged her son and checked him carefully. When she saw the child really coughed out the bone, she couldn't help but cry with joy. My baby, you finally coughed it out. You scared me to death. Jiang Shutong wiped the sweat from her forehead and also sighed in relief. No matter what, saving a life is more important. Luckily, the child was saved. Zhao Shumin's face turned pale. She had been waiting to see Jiang Shutong fail, but she didn't expect her to actually save the factory director's son. Now she worried she might owe her a favor again. At this moment, Xu Fang realized she had misunderstood Jiang Shutong. She truly knew how to save lives. She looked at Jiang Shutong with embarrassment. Xiao Jiang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my son would be ruined. Jiang Shutong smiled but didn't mind. She understood Xu Fang's fear earlier. It's normal, after all, she's not a doctor. Most people wouldn't dare to do what she did. Thank you, Annie Xu, but it was just a small effort. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Seeing Jiang Shutong's generous attitude and noticing her son returning to normal, Xu Fang felt very guilty. She had been thinking about asking her husband to transfer her to another department, but just a few minutes later, Jiang Shutong had saved her son. No one present was foolish. Jiang Shutong had taken a big risk. If the child hadn't been saved, she would have faced serious consequences. Most people wouldn't want to bear that. It had to be said, Jiang Shutong was truly brave and responsible. Anyway, I really appreciate it. Xie Shufang nudged her eldest son to thank Jiang Shutong. The little boy's voice was still a bit tight, and he quietly said thank you, Annie. Jiang Shutong patted the boy's head, then went back with Zhang Xiaomai to continue eating. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, everyone sat back down. Only Xie Shufang felt a bit uneasy about eating. After the child finished eating, she took him home. Now that Jiang Shutong had saved the child's life, if Zheng Jiangwo were to demote her again, would she still be a person? How is that different from an animal? Even if she was jealous, she couldn't be unfair. At this moment, Zheng Jiangwo was about to find Jiang Shudong to talk to her in advance. For the sake of family harmony, he had no choice. Although what he was about to do was a bit unfair, he felt he had no other way. Unexpectedly, just as he was walking on the street, he bumped into Xie Shufang and her 3 children. Seeing Zheng Jiangwo, Xie Shufang couldn't help but call out, "Old Zheng, where are you going?" Zheng Jiangwo stepped closer and said irritably, "Where am I going?" "Just to talk to Xiao Jiang about the work transfer." Hearing this, Xie Shufang looked strange and reached out to grab Zheng Jiangwo's sleeve. "All right, let's go home first. I have something very important to tell you." Zheng Jiangwo looked surprised but said nothing. He followed his wife back home. Once home, Xie Shufang carefully recounted what had happened earlier. "Old Zheng, I've realized something. Xiao Jiang is so good. She wouldn't try to you in the secretarial department. Plus, she just saved the child. If I repay kindness with evil, am I still a person?" Zheng Jiangwo didn't expect such a thing to happen in the cafeteria. He quickly hugged his eldest son to check him, and, seeing he was fine, he finally relaxed. "I'm glad you understand. Xiao Jiang is really a good person, capable and kind-hearted. Those who gossip behind her back, why don't they help instead? When something like this happens, everyone is afraid of taking responsibility. Without Xiao Jiang, the child could have been in danger." Zheng Jiangwo couldn't help but speak up for Jiang Shadong. He was already feeling embarrassed, and now this incident made him even more ashamed to speak. "You're right. It was my petty mind. Luckily, you didn't tell anyone. That would have been really awkward." Zheng Jiangwo nodded. "She risked so much to save our son. We shouldn't just forget about it. Later, I'll buy some things and visit her family. Thank you for your message." Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xie Shufang nodded seriously, which was necessary. At this point, Zheng Jiangwo couldn't help asking again, "Can you tell me now? Who is spreading rumors behind our backs? Who is so maliciously trying to ruin our marriage?" Right now, Xie Shufang seemed to favor Jiang Shudong more. No matter what, Jiang Shudong saved the child's life, and that made her a great benefactor of their family. "It's still Lu's secretary. That day you went out for dinner, he came to me and said you transferred Jiang Shudong to be your secretary. He also said that your relationship with Jiang Shudong was inappropriate, that Jiang was trying to you, and he asked me to find a way to transfer Jiang back." When Zheng Jiangwo heard this, his face darkened instantly. He had thought it was some gossip from the women in the family compound. Women often like to talk about trivial things. But he didn't expect it was Lu Tianxiang behind it. Lu Tianxiang had been with him for 3 or 4 years. He was a man, and he had trusted him as a close confidant. Now he felt betrayed. It was so low to say these things in front of a woman. Zheng Jiangwo couldn't take it anymore. Usually, he didn't want to discuss work with his wife, so Xie Shufang didn't know much about these matters. She only knew that her husband was close to Secretary Lu. "I'll tell you why Secretary Lu came to spread rumors. It's because Jiang's presence threatens him. Jiang does his job better than him, and he's afraid of losing his position. So he came to use you. See, you really fell for it." Zheng Jiangwo explained briefly what had happened recently. Xie Shufang listened, wide-eyed. She hadn't realized there were so many twists and turns at work. Thinking about Secretary Lu using her as a tool, she felt furious. Why is this Lu so shameless? He can't compete honestly, so he resorts to these sneaky tricks. I really believed him. I was so foolish. After saying this, Xie Shufang couldn't help but curse Lu Tianxiang and his ancestors. "Old Zheng, you can't keep someone like that around. He's not capable at work and keeps scheming behind your back. You're the head of the factory. Can you replace him?" Zheng Jiangwo glanced at Xie Shufang. "Actually, I value Jiang very much. She does her work well and is very capable. But if I make her my secretary, I'm afraid you'll start overthinking again. Thank you for sharing the text." Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xie Shufang quickly expressed her stance, almost ready to swear an oath. "Don't worry, I won't think badly. I was just being a bit suspicious before. She's not that kind of person. Besides, You look like this. Why would a young girl be interested in you? Zheng Jiangwo was speechless. Why did Zhang Shutong have to criticize him again? After eating some dinner at home, Zheng Jiangwo happily went to work, without needing to discuss changing positions with Zhang Shutong. At this moment, Lu Tianxiang didn't know what was happening and was hoping Zhang Shutong would get into trouble. He didn't expect that after work in the afternoon, there was still no news from above. This made Secretary Lu very anxious. So after work, Secretary Lu hurried to the family compound and found Xie Shufang. Xie Shufang didn't expect him to come again after she hadn't gone to find him first. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. When Secretary Lu saw Xie Shufang, he first exchanged polite words, then asked, "Sister-in-law, about what I told you before, did you talk to the factory director? Why hasn't Zhang Shutong been transferred yet? I tell you, this can't be delayed. The longer it takes, the more trouble it will cause." Xie Shufang looked at Lu's face and suddenly felt very angry. This scoundrel, he has no real ability, just stirring trouble and causing misunderstandings. I've thought it through. I won't interfere with work matters. Zhang Shutong is capable. Lu's face turned green. He wondered what her words meant. Didn't she say everything was fine yesterday? Why did she change her mind today? Bah! What capability? She's just a woman. She's probably only being transferred to the secretarial department because she's trying to flirt with the factory director. Seeing Lu's expression, Xie Shufang was really angry. Was he lying? Zhang Shutong is clearly more capable than him. And what's wrong with being a woman? The chairman said women can also hold up half the sky. Society has changed. It's not like the old days. Lu Tianxiang was just looking down on women. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She almost felt like hitting Lu Tianxiang for being so unreasonable. Bah! You keep saying she's seducing old Zheng. Do you have proof? Are you just talking nonsense? If you have proof, I'll believe you. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. Xie Shufang stood up, looking disgusted. No wonder her husband didn't like Lu's secretary. She really was unprofessional. Lu Tianxiang was stunned. He felt something was off about Xie Shufang. Yesterday, we were united in criticizing Zhang Shutong. How come today you are supporting that troublemaker? Brother-in-law, I didn't mean it that way. I don't look down on women, but I just don't like her. Lu Tianxiang smiled politely, but Xie Shufang didn't listen. Secretary Lu, don't take my words badly. As a woman, I can't control you all. If you really think Jiang is stealing your spotlight, then you should read more books so that even the woman you look down on can't compare. Our small temple can't host a big Buddha like you, so please leave. Xie Shufang was trying to chase him away. If not for the crowd in the family yard, she really wanted to argue with Lu Tianxiang. Lu Tianxiang looked worse than if his mother had just died. Brother-in-law, is someone talking behind your back? Don't believe them. We've known each other for so many years. Of course, I support you. I'm doing this for your good. Just then, Zheng Jiangwo returned. Seeing the factory director come back, Secretary Lu quickly changed the subject. Zheng Jiangwo knew what was happening, but didn't expose it. Instead, he greeted Lu with a fake smile. What's up, Xiao Lu? Did you come to see me? Secretary Lu awkwardly smiled. Nothing much. Just came to check. It's getting late. I need to go home for dinner. Goodbye, director. After saying that, Lu hurriedly left in a hurry. Watching Lu's back, Xie Shufang couldn't help but spit. That thing, still daring to come and stir trouble. A grown man is really disgusting. She then looked at Zheng Jiangwo. Jiangwo, why did you let someone like that be your secretary? Isn't that a problem? I really find him more and more disgusting. Can you consider replacing him? If you make a mistake in the future, he might betray you. He doesn't seem to be discreet or smart. Xie Shufang also saw that Secretary Lu was really bad at his job. Even if he was trying to cause trouble for Zhang Shutong, he should have been smarter. But he just acted like a woman. Zheng Jiangwo didn't say anything, but he was thinking. He really couldn't keep Secretary Lu anymore. It felt like having a ticking bomb around. You have a point, but changing people isn't easy. There needs to be a good reason. I'll find a chance to replace him later. After the couple finished talking, they went to have dinner.
Xie Shufeng planned to go to the grocery store tomorrow to buy some food and to thank Jiang Sutong in person. At this moment, Jiang Sutong didn't care about anything else. She hurriedly rode her bike to her mother's rented place after work. When she arrived, she found Wu Xiuling already waiting for her. Shudong, I went to the textile factory today. I heard Jiang Dahai has been reported. Now, the company is planning to handle it seriously. Jiang Sutong wasn't surprised by this result. Jiang Dahai was usually arrogant and had offended many people at work. Now that someone finally caught him doing something wrong, they would definitely report him. Without a divorce, he was having an affair, and his behavior was very bad. Usually, in such cases, he would be fired or demoted. But no matter what, Jiang Dahai was in trouble now. Let's go now and talk to him about the divorce, Wu Xiuling said bravely. She didn't expect to reach this point, but she didn't feel scared about the divorce. Instead, she felt like it was a relief. Since moving out, she had felt happier than ever before. Her daughter was right. Instead of suffering in marriage, it was better to be alone. As they left the house, they saw Gu Jingnan. Gu Jingnan had just ridden over and parked his bike at the door. Jiang Sutong was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Gu Jingnan looked at her casually and said, Didn't you say after work you wanted to go to the textile factory staff compound? I was worried you and Mom might get into trouble, so I thought I'd come with you. Since they had become closer, Jiang Sutong felt they were more intimate, and Gu Jingnan cared more about her. That's fine. Let's go together, she agreed. The three of them rode their bikes and soon arrived at the textile factory. As they entered the staff compound, many people saw Wu Xiuling. Wu Xiuling was well-liked here because she was kind. Many women liked to be friends with her. Now that she was back, some women couldn't help but gossip. Xiuling, you're back. Your sister and Jiang Dahai are having an affair. It's so disgusting. Now Jiang Dahai is probably in trouble, even losing his job. You two are married, but you've really been wronged. Wu Xiuling smiled and patted the woman's hand. I came back because I want a divorce. I won't be with him anymore. Everyone gathered around when they heard about the divorce. I didn't expect Wu Xiuling, who looked quite timid and easy to bully, to suddenly say she wanted a divorce. Her courage was truly remarkable. Divorce is good. Get rid of him. A man who cheats shouldn't be kept. Everyone supported Wu Xiuling very much. Soon they went upstairs. At this time, the room was in chaos. Jiang Dahai was worried about losing his job at the textile factory and argued with Wu Xiuyun. He wanted to send Wu Xiuyun back home. Wu Xiuyun refused. She had lived there for so long and had been with Jiang Dahai many times. Now that they were divorcing, her ex-husband wouldn't want her anymore. She couldn't just be used for fun. The children were hiding in the corner, looking scared at what was happening. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Dahai opened it and saw Wu Xiuling with a very complicated expression. He opened the door, and the three of them went inside. Jiang Dahai looked unhappy. You still know how to come back. When Wu Xiuling saw Jiang Dahai again, she was no longer as afraid as before. Since they were getting divorced, she didn't have to stay with this man anymore. As for the children they had together, only the two daughters were okay. The rest were ungrateful, and she didn't want them anymore. Wu Xiuling didn't speak. Jiang Dahai wanted to get angry, but thinking about his own shameful actions, he held back his temper. Just come back then. We are still married. But you should not throw tantrums all the time. I already talked with Xiuyun. She will take the train back tomorrow. From now on, we will live happily and you shouldn't be jealous of your sister. Jiang Shatong and Gu Jingnan, who were nearby, felt sick hearing this. They thought this man was worse than a dog. He cheated on Wu Xiuyun outside and got caught, and now he wanted to send her back to cover his mistakes. He couldn't hide the truth anymore. If he wanted to live well with his original wife, he was really clever. Wu Xiuling also felt disgusted. She realized how heartless Jiang Dahai was. For his own benefit, he could abandon many people at any time. Seeing Wu Xiuling silent, Jiang Dahai continued, but now there's a misunderstanding at the factory. Everyone thinks we are getting a divorce. You should help explain that we are still close and that our relationship is good. Make sure they don't spread rumors. Next to her,
Wu Xiaoyun watched the scene, feeling wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes. She really wanted to rush over and tell Wu Xiaoling to leave, but just now Jiang Dahai had hit her, so she was afraid of getting hit herself. Jiang Shutong didn't speak. She looked at Wu Xiaoling, waiting for her to say something. After a while, Wu Xiaoling finally spoke. This time I came back to get a divorce from you, Jiang Dahai. I want a divorce. Wu Xiaoling's face was calm. After saying this, the whole living room fell silent. Jiang Dahai scratched his ear, thinking he must have heard wrong. What did you say? You want a divorce? Say it again if you dare. Jiang Dahai asked angrily, unable to believe it. Wu Xiaoling nodded firmly. Yes, I want a divorce. Do you think I don't know anything? Everyone in the family saw your affair, and you want me to help hide it? Why should I? I've had enough these years. If it weren't for the children, I would have left you long ago. Now, just seeing you makes me feel sick. Wu Xiaoling usually wasn't good with words, but today she finally spoke her mind. Jiang Dahai raised his hand, wanting to slap Wu Xiaoling, but Gu Zhengnan, who was nearby, stepped in and stopped him. Let's talk nicely. No need to be rough. Gu Zhengnan was fed up. He didn't even call his father-in-law anymore. Such a man wasn't worth it. Jiang Dahai, stopped by Gu Zhengnan, couldn't make a move. His face turned pale and white. Little Gu, think about it. I'm your father-in-law. Is this how you treat him? Besides, if we really get divorced, what's good for you too? If it gets out that Shutong's parents are divorced, it won't look good. You should try to persuade me. Jiang Dahai didn't dare to offend Gu Zhengnan and could only say reluctantly. Jiang Shutong rolled her eyes. We're not afraid of a bad reputation. My mom and you are getting a divorce, and I fully support her. You, this disgusting man, don't deserve a happy family. My mom has suffered so much over the years. She's finally reached her limit. Seeing the three of them coming at him fiercely, Jiang Dahai understood clearly now Wu Xiaoling was determined to divorce him. If they really divorced, could he still hold his head up at the textile factory? He had never seen anyone around him get divorced. Even if life was hard, they just endured. Jiang Dahai looked at his son and daughter, hoping they would say a few words for him. Jiang Yaozu ran over and hugged Wu Xiaoyun's thigh. Dad's divorce is final. When you marry Auntie Xiaoyun, I prefer her to be my mom. Jiang Shuqing saw this scene and felt sad for her mother. Divorce was a relief for her mother. She had had enough of this family. Seeing this, Jiang Dahai was even angrier. Not only was he useless at critical moments, but he was also making things worse. Wu Xiaoyun felt a little happy inside, thinking she hadn't wasted her love on this boy. Jiang Dahai, say this clearly. Divorce is impossible. Unless I die, you can forget about it. Jiang Dahai was now a stubborn man who refused to agree. Jiang Shutong had already expected this. Although the law wasn't very strict now, the man had cheated, and there were many witnesses. They could definitely win in court. They could go straight to court to get a divorce. Mom, it's okay if you don't agree. We will use legal methods. We'll go to court and see who looks bad. Jiang Dahai didn't understand this at first. After Jiang Shutong explained, he finally understood. You unfilial daughter. Working with others to fight your own father. Are you still human? If I had known, I should have thrown you in and drowned you. You're not my child. You look like a foreigner, probably because your mother secretly had an affair with some wild man. You're a little. Jiang Dahai said more and more harsh things. Wu Xiaoling was also completely disappointed. When she had the baby, he had been with her the whole time, and the due date matched. How could he have been cheating? She wasn't that kind of person. Jiang Shutong originally wanted to handle this calmly, just taking some money and finishing the divorce. But things turned out to be more complicated. Now, there would be more arguments later. No matter if you want a divorce or not, I've already said it. If it really comes to it, we'll follow Jiang Shutong's plan and go through legal procedures. Jiang Dahai was about to go crazy. He started smashing things around. Seeing this, Jiang Shutong and the others decided to leave, feeling speechless. Mom, don't worry. Divorce isn't that quick. It will take some time. Wu Xiaoling smiled and said, Don't worry, Shutong. Mom isn't in a hurry. We've been through a lot over the years, so a few more days don't matter. It's just that you all are worried about this, and I appreciate your help. Today, I will cook for you, and in the evening, come to my place for dinner." Seeing her mother's hopeful look, Gu Zhanan and the others felt a bit embarrassed to refuse and agreed. When they arrived at the rental place, Wu Xiling took out some money. "You didn't bring the 3 kids here. Keep this money and use it to buy some good food for the children later." Zhang Shutong felt shy about accepting her mother's money. She was doing her best on her own. "Mom, the kids don't lack food. You keep this money. Don't make me angry, Mom." Wu Xiling was firm, so Zhang Shutong accepted it. "Mom, I get a good salary now, about $40 a month. I just help with laundry and cooking sometimes." Later, Wu Xiling found another job that was quite easy. The main chores weren't many, and the man of the house was a teacher who had recently been injured, making it hard for him to cook. The children loved their father and hired a nanny to help. Teachers are usually well-educated and not too strict, so Wu Xiling was quite happy and planned to keep working there long-term. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong felt a bit uncomfortable. If her mother hadn't given up her job for her back then, she might be close to retirement now. Over the years, she had been running around working as a nanny for others, enduring many hardships. She didn't say anything aloud but secretly decided that once she was free to run her own business, she would become a boss. After earning a lot of money, she would let her mother travel everywhere and no longer have to work so hard. After chatting for a while, Zhang Shutong and Gu Zhanan left. On the way back, Gu Zhanan took on all the responsibilities himself. "If it really comes to going to court, leave it to me. I know some friends in that area who can help you handle it." Zhang Shutong nodded. "Aren't you busy lately? I appreciate your help. I'm not that busy. Besides, even if I am, I know how to prioritize." Hearing this, Zhang Shutong felt even happier. So, her issue was the main thing, and work was secondary? Whether it's true or false, even if it's just a lie, hearing it still makes people feel good inside. When he returned home, dinner was already prepared. Seeing the two arrive, Gu Hongwei greeted them and invited them to eat. "Dad, we've already eaten. We didn't have time to tell you. Where did you eat? If you're not eating at home, you should have told me." Li Wenxiu, standing nearby, looked a bit upset and muttered under her breath. Gu Zhengnan didn't mind and simply picked up the little one, placing him on his shoulder. Xiao Hao giggled happily, holding Gu Zhengnan's head. Old Master Gu saw this and couldn't help but speak up. "Shutong, you've been married for a while now, but the kids still haven't changed their last names. Can you find some time to do that?" Old Master Gu is quite traditional and has been worried about this matter. After all, the 3 children still have the surname Jiang with Zhang Shutong. Recently, Zhang Shutong has been very busy and had forgotten about this. Now, hearing what Old Master Gu said, she quickly nodded in agreement. "It's convenient. When the company is on holiday, I will take the 3 children to change their last names." If Li Wenxiu had said this, Zhang Shutong might not have paid attention. But since Old Master Gu said it, she definitely took it seriously. It's not that she looks down on people, it's just that Old Master Gu has been kind to her. Seeing Zhang Shutong being so sensible, Old Master Gu couldn't help but smile, feeling even more pleased with his granddaughter-in-law. As for the 3 children, they had no objections. They didn't dislike Gu Zhengnan as much anymore. Zhang Shutong had explained the situation to them, and they understood that their father had his reasons. Moreover, Gu Zhengnan often bought them delicious food and toys, which made him seem quite generous. The next day, Gu Zhengnan found a good time to visit Luo Dajiang. Luo Dajiang has contacts in the judicial system, which makes handling such cases easier. When he arrived at Luo's house, Luo Dajiang was watching TV in the living room. He looked surprised to see Gu Zhengnan. "Zhengnan, why do you have time to visit me today? Come, sit." Gu Zhengnan smiled and was about to explain the purpose of his visit when he saw Xia Hongying coming down from the 2nd floor. She was wearing a loose shirt and holding a towel, wiping her hair, as if she had just finished showering. Gu Zhengnan was startled. Luo Dajiang is currently seeing someone, so what is the situation with Xia Hongying? Noticing Gu Zhengnan's strange look, Luo Dajiang quickly explained, "Don't overthink it. Hongying is eating at her house today. She hasn't left after dinner. She spilled tea on her clothes earlier, so she went to take a shower. It sounds quite normal, but the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. Even if tea was spilled on her, there's no need for her to take a bath at the Luo family's house. Besides, Luo Dajung's parents are not home now. Only Luo Dajung is here. A man and a woman alone, even if they are good friends, should keep some distance. Xia Hongying saw Gu Zhengnan coming over and looked unhappy. She still remembered what happened last time. In the past, she would have gone to say hello to Gu Zhengnan. Now, she ignored him completely, sat down heavily next to Luo Dajung, and even put her arm around him. Luo Dajung looked at Gu Zhengnan and frowned. Don't touch her.
Sit properly.
Xia Hongying seemed to have no bones. She ignored Luo Dajung's words, crossed her legs, and picked some grapes from the table to eat. Luo Dajung didn't pay her any more attention. He turned to Gu Zhengnan. Zhengnan, you haven't told me yet. What's the matter? Seeing Xia Hongying there, Gu Zhengnan didn't want to say much. It wasn't something good to talk about. Xia Hongying was smart and quickly realized what was going on. She stood up angrily. Gu Zhengnan, I didn't expect you to be like this. Am I not your friend? You mean I can't say anything here? Fine, then I'll go back to my room. After saying that, she went straight into her bedroom and slammed the door shut. He thought Gu Zhengnan would come out to explain, but after waiting a long time, no one knocked on the door. Xia Hongying couldn't swallow her anger. She quietly tiptoed to the door and listened carefully outside. Luo Dajung sighed. You two are acting like enemies. Hongying has that temper. Last time, my sister-in-law also hit her.
Just forgive her this time.
Gu Zhengnan glared at Luo Dajung. Don't blame me for not warning you. Now that you're seeing someone, keep your distance from women. Although Hongying grew up with us, men and women are different. Luo Dajung nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. I see her as a good friend. I wouldn't have those thoughts. By the way, what's the matter? Just tell me quickly. Do you have any contacts at the court? My mother-in-law can't go on like this. She wants a divorce, but her father-in-law doesn't agree. Now she can only go through the court. I remember your second uncle works at the court. Can you help out? Luo Dajung widened his eyes. You're so old now. Why are you still getting divorced? If this gets out, it won't sound good. There are no big conflicts. Just a mediation should be enough. There's no need to go that far. Gu Zhengnan didn't go into details. If mediation doesn't work, divorce is fine. We just can't go on like this. When the time comes, help me handle it. If you've decided, I can help you with the process. But you need to gather evidence and write the complaint. Luo Dajung briefly explained, and Gu Zhengnan remembered it. All right, I'll trouble you then. Luo Dajung frowned. Are we still friends? There's no need to thank me for such a small matter. Don't be so distant. Stay here a bit longer. Let's go for a swim at the pool. Do you want to go? It's so hot today. Gu Zhengnan smiled bitterly. I'd love to go swimming, but I have a lot of work at the office. I really don't have time. I'll come back after I rest and hang out with you. After sitting for a while longer, Gu Zhengnan finally said goodbye and left. When Gu Zhengnan left, Xia Hongying came out of the bedroom, sat next to Luo Dajung, and started complaining. Ever since Zhengnan got married, he's changed. He doesn't treat me like a friend anymore. He even saw me get hit and didn't do anything. I think Jiang Shadong is a fox spirit. She's not a good woman. Now, he doesn't want to talk to me, and he's making you distance yourself from me. Luo, you wouldn't also be unfaithful and forget your friends, would you? As she spoke, Xia Hongying moved closer to Luo Dajung, staring directly at him. Luo Dajung blushed because he noticed that the bottom button of her shirt was undone. She wasn't wearing pants, only a pair of underwear, revealing the color of her faintly. Seeing Luo Dajung's reaction, Xia Hongying moved even closer. You won't also distance yourself from me just because you have a partner, right? Come on, tell me. Don't pretend to be innocent. She suddenly threw herself into Luo Dajung's arms, grabbing his chin. No one expected Zhou Ran to come in at this moment. Zhou Ran was carrying some pastries. As she pushed the door open, She saw Xia Hongying lying in Luo Dajiang's arms, her thighs exposed, and the mung bean cake in her hand fell to the ground. Luo Dajiang looked up, hurriedly pushed Xia Hongying away, and quickly stood up to explain. Xiao Ran, why are you here? Don't misunderstand. The two of us aren't doing anything. She's just joking around with me. Zhou Ran had been patient with Xia Hongying for a long time. Now, seeing the two of them so close, she couldn't swallow her anger. She wasn't a fiery person and didn't know how to scold Xia Hongying, only feeling wronged and her eyes turning red. The green bean cake that had fallen on the ground didn't matter to her anymore. She turned to leave, but Luo Dajiang saw her and quickly ran over to stop her. Fortunately, Zhou Ran wasn't running very fast, so Luo Dajiang managed to catch her and briefly explained what had happened between Xia Hongying and him today. It's not what you think. Her clothes got dirty and she didn't have a spare, so she temporarily wore mine. We were just joking around earlier. Xia Hongying also stood up, wearing Luo Dajiang's shirt, and directly faced Zhou Ran. She frowned slightly, showing impatience. Comrade Zhou, I told you before, Luo Dajiang and I are good friends. I don't see him as a man, and he doesn't see me as a woman. We were just joking around. You can't be so petty, right? Zhou Ran's face turned pale with anger. Any woman would find it hard to accept seeing her partner so close to another woman. Besides, men are men, women are women, there's no such thing as buddies in that way. Now Xia Hongying said this, as if she had done nothing wrong. Xia Hongying, you're a woman too. Haven't your family taught you about manners, integrity, and shame? You're so close to a man who has a partner. Do you think this behavior is good? Xia Hongying didn't expect Zhou Ran to fight back and immediately looked aggrieved at Luo Dajiang. Luo Dajiang, do you want a buddy or a partner? Even if I am your good friend, I can't let your partner humiliate me like this. What do you mean I don't know manners and shame? Are you saying I have no manners? Luo Dajiang looked miserable, torn between his partner and his childhood friend. He didn't want to offend either of them. Xiao Ran, Hongying really doesn't mean that. You don't know her well yet. Once you do, you'll see. And you, Xia Hongying, stay away from me in the future. I told you before, but you didn't listen. Now Xiao Ran has misunderstood. You should apologize to her quickly. But making Xia Hongying apologize was impossible. In her eyes, she was much more important than Zhou Ran. Luo Dajiang had to side with her. You're asking me to apologize?
Why?
Always crying and whining. What kind of woman do you want? Honestly, I think we should just break up. I can introduce you to someone better later. Summer Hongying frowned and said bluntly. Zhou Ran looked at Luo Dajiang angrily. Luo Dajiang, choose her or me. If she's with you, then I'm not. If you two keep acting like this, we will break up. Luo Dajiang stood there, looking troubled. Zhou Ran felt very disappointed. She broke free and ran outside. Luo Dajiang wanted to chase her, but Summer Hongying grabbed his arm. Seeing Luo Dajiang insist on going out, Summer Hongying let out a cry and fell to the ground. Dajiang, I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Please help me see if it's broken. Luo Dajiang was startled. At this moment, there was no time to chase Zhou Ran. He quickly knelt down to check her. After Zhou Ran ran out, she still hoped Luo Dajiang would come after her. She waited for a while on purpose. But after 10 minutes, she still saw no sign of Luo Dajiang. She felt completely hopeless and rode away on her bike. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai saw that he couldn't talk sense into Wu Xiuling, so he went to the countryside to bring his parents-in-law over. When he arrived, he was crying and sniffling, telling his parents-in-law about his feelings. Mom and Dad, Xiuling is insisting on divorcing me now. She doesn't understand my feelings at all. I asked Xiuyun to stay here because of Xiuling's face, to help her, since they are sisters. But now she's jealous and doesn't want to stay with me. Mom and Dad, you have to help me talk to her or life will be impossible. After speaking, Zhang Dehai took out some good things for his parents-in-law. Wu's family favors boys over girls and doesn't care much about their two daughters. That's why Wu Xiuling used to get beaten, and no one cared at home. When Wu's father heard Wu Xiuling threaten to divorce, he glared and scolded. This foolish girl, we've already had several kids. Why divorce now? It's embarrassing for our Wu family. Don't worry, I'll talk to her and persuade her. Zhang Dehai felt happy and quickly took out good cigarettes and wine, giving some money to Wu's mother. Mom and Dad, thank you. I'll wait for your good news. Wu's father tapped his foot with a pipe and took a couple of puffs. She just can't stand her sister having a good life. As long as she doesn't tell anyone, who would know that you three are living together? Zhang Dehai was stunned after hearing this. What did his father-in-law mean? Dad, what do you mean by that? Father Wu raised an eyebrow. In ancient times, didn't many men have multiple wives? Son-in-law, you're doing well, a small leader, earning a good salary every month. My 2 daughters could be with you too. But later, you should give some money, just as a bride price for Xiuyun. I'll also help persuade Xiuling to be with you, so the 3 of you can live happily together. Isn't that better? Wu Xiuyun was stunned. She had been thinking about pushing her sister out to take her place as the wife, but never imagined living together in this family. She was surprised that her father was so open-minded. Zhang Dehai was also shocked. He had never thought he could have 2 wives. But if his father-in-law could persuade Wu Xiuling, wouldn't that be even better? Wu Xiuling stayed at home taking care of the children. Wu Xiuyun could be his little wife, and they could all enjoy a happy life. After the agreement was made, Zhang Dehai took the elders to Wu Xiuling's place. Wu Xiuling had just finished her chores and came back to see her parents waiting at the door, with Zhang Dehai standing nearby. Her heart skipped a beat. Seeing Wu Xiuling return, old Wu didn't say a word. He walked up and slapped her. You unfilial girl. You didn't even tell the family about your divorce. Do you think I and your mother are not enough of a disgrace? What has Daji done wrong to you? You should be grateful and stop your little schemes. Hurry up and go back to live with Daji. Wu Xiuling had been raised by her parents since she was young, so she was always gentle after marriage. Without support or anyone to stand by her, she was weak. Now, after her father slapped her, she remained calm. Dad, Zhang Dehai is with my sister. What's wrong with me divorcing him? You're not helping me correct my mistakes, but instead coming to criticize me. What kind of logic is that? After speaking, Wu Xiuling took a deep breath. From now on, I won't acknowledge you as my parents.
Just pretend I don't have you.
Today you slapped me and I won't hold it against you, but don't ever try to hit me again. Having been advised by her daughter several times, Wu Xiuling finally understood. She couldn't be so weak anymore. The worst outcome was death, and she wasn't afraid of dying. Why should she fear these people coming to cause trouble? Life is short. Live comfortably and happily. Her parents never expected Wu Xiuling to say such things. She had always been obedient and respectful to them. Now, she dared to oppose them and even wanted to cut ties. You've really gone too far. Are you still not recognizing us? If I had known it would come to this, I should have just thrown you in a basin and drowned you when you were born. I tell you, while I'm not angry right now, go back to the sea quickly, or I will beat you to death. Old Man Wu said this and tried to go over to hit Wu Xiuling again. Wu Xiuling didn't stand still to be hit and ran away immediately. At this moment, Zhang Shudong rode her bike straight over, grabbed the folder in the basket, and threw it at the old man's head. The old man Wu was startled and didn't dodge in time, so the folder hit his head and caused bleeding. Zhang Shudong got off her bike and started shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Today I am here, so no one can bully my mom. And you, do you not realize the shame of your actions? Call them over and the problem can be solved. I was thinking you would quietly divorce and I'd let it go, but since you don't appreciate it, I will not only take you to court but also report you to your workplace." Zhang Shudong didn't care about relatives or not, or whether her grandparents were involved. If they treated her badly, they were strangers to her. After all, she wasn't the original owner and had no feelings for these people. Old Man Wu didn't expect to be beaten by his granddaughter one day. He almost couldn't breathe. You unfilial grandchild, how dare you hit your own grandfather? Everyone come see. She's trying to kill someone. Zhang Shudong protected Wu Xiuling behind her. Mom, don't be afraid. I'm here. After saying this, she saw a wooden stick at the door and casually grabbed it, thinking that if a fight broke out later, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Jiang Dahai was also stunned. The Jiang Shudong now was completely different from before. Since marrying into the Gu family, she had become more and more arrogant and no longer respected them. Hurry up and get out of here. If you don't want a divorce, wait to be sued. You don't need to come here and waste time. Jiang Shudong waved the stick to scare them, hoping they would leave quickly. Old Man Wu covered his head and kept shouting. The old lady next to him was heartbroken to see this. You dare to hit your grandfather? You little brat, you've gone too far. Jiang Shutong was fed up hearing this. She wasn't afraid of the old man accusing her, because he was the one who started the fight. His hands were quick to strike, so he deserved to be hit. Wu Shilling opened the door, and Jiang Shutong slipped inside quickly, then locked the door. Jiang Dahai and the old couple were blocked outside and couldn't help but kick the door and curse. Wu Shilling, come out. No way you're getting a divorce. Are you cheating with another man outside? You're just like your daughter. Both are sneaky foxes. I'm lucky to be with you. And you still pick fights. Exactly, you ungrateful daughter. Hurry up and come out. We can cut ties, but you need to give us money. Otherwise, forget it. Hearing their rude words, Jiang Shutong didn't waste time. She went straight to the bathroom. The toilets here are dry toilets, with a bucket nearby. Covering her nose, she carried the bucket to the gate and then signaled to her mother. Mom, open the door. Wu Shilling realized what Jiang Shutong was about to do and was stunned, but she obediently opened the door. In just a moment, Jiang Shutong poured the contents of the bucket onto them. Dazhong Jiang, who was at the front and was loudly scolding, was caught off guard and got splashed. A foul smell spread, making everyone gag. I see your mouths are so smelly. Let me add some more. If you're smart, just leave now. If not, I'll pour another bucket on you. Jiang Shutong said fiercely, acting like a mean girl. Dazhong Jiang felt sick, his clothes were dirty, and he had no mood to argue anymore. He looked miserable and took his parents-in-law home. Back home, the three quickly took a shower. Afterward, they sat in the living room to discuss what to do next. Meanwhile, Jiang Shutong also made a decision. She couldn't keep arguing with such people. She decided to go to court. Mom, your parents treated you like that. You can't be soft anymore. If you are, I won't take care of you later. It'll make me look bad inside and out. Jiang Shutong wanted to warn her mother in advance, so she wouldn't forgive them and get back together with them. That would really make her furious. Don't worry, Shutong. Mom definitely won't do that. Jiang Shutong thought about it and felt scared. Luckily, she happened to come over. Otherwise, Wu Shilling would have been bullied by them. These three people are heartless. Sometimes she just can't understand. How can parents be so unkind to their own children? All right, Mom, let's make some food. I have to go to work this afternoon. Jiang Shutong came during her lunch break. In the afternoon, she had to go back to work. Wu Shilling quickly cooked some food. After eating, Jiang Shutong rode her bike back to her workplace. Just returned to the office and noticed that Secretary Lu seemed a bit off today. Although she had been acting strangely a couple of days ago, today was more obvious, almost like she was trying to show her feelings openly. Since she stepped into the office this morning, Secretary Lu had been glaring at her fiercely. Later, the factory director called her away, and Jiang Shutong finally relaxed a little. But she also started to worry. Secretary Lu was so petty that she might try to get revenge. She needed to be careful and avoid falling into any traps. Jiang Shutong's thoughts were correct because Lu Tianxiang was indeed planning something. He wanted to find a way to accuse Jiang Shutong, so she would be forced to leave the factory. He didn't want her to just transfer to the logistics department, but to leave the factory completely, so he could feel at ease. Soon, Secretary Lu found an opportunity. Today, those two foreigners came again. After finishing work, they planned to go out for dinner with the factory director. As expected, Zheng Jiangwo called Jiang Shutong over because she needed to translate for them. He also decided to go along. At the state-owned restaurant, Secretary Lu booked a private room. Besides the factory director, the deputy director, and a few others also came because these two clients were important and there would be more cooperation in the future. After everyone sat down, they decided to have some drinks. The two foreigners liked Jiang Shadong very much. They encouraged her to drink a few cups. Seeing her hesitate, Secretary Liu started to tease her. Little Jiang, just have a drink. They're inviting you, so it wouldn't be polite not to. Jiang Shadong thought about it and realized that this made sense. If she became a secretary in the future, she would need to socialize with the leaders, including drinking on their behalf. She was good at drinking, but she wasn't sure about the original owner's alcohol tolerance. All right, I'll have a couple of drinks. Everyone's in a good mood. Jiang Shadong raised her glass and drank it all in one go. The two foreigners gave a thumbs up and said, "Good, good." After a few drinks, Jiang Shadong went to the bathroom. When she came out, she felt dizzy and accidentally bumped into someone's arms. Sorry, excuse me. She looked up while speaking and thought that the original owner probably wasn't good at drinking. She needed to be more careful in the future or practice her drinking skills. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to drink alcohol outside and pick fights with others. Shadong, what are you doing here? Gao Qinglin looked at Jiang Shadong with some surprise. He didn't expect to run into her here. Jiang Shadong was also confused. Is the world really this small? She can meet Gao Qinglin just by going out for a meal. Compared to Gao Qinglin's happiness, she wasn't as interested. She probably wanted to avoid trouble. Besides interacting with Gao's parents, she didn't want to associate much with Gao Qinglin, worried that Gu Zhenan would be upset if he found out. I'm here with my boss, discussing cooperation with some foreign guests. Why are you here too? That's a coincidence. Our factory director also has a dinner here. I came along. Jiang Shadong nodded. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Gao Qinglin saw her face turn a little red and felt a bit worried. Shadong, have you had too much to drink? If you can't drink, just drink less. Do you need my help? No, I'm fine, she replied and went straight back to her private room. Gao Qinglin stood there for a long time, worried because she seemed drunk. Seeing Jiang Shadong stumble as she walked, Secretary Liu sneered inwardly. It seemed he didn't need to use drugs. When Jiang Shadong got drunk and was with the factory director, he doubted the director wouldn't be tempted. If he caught her in the act, the director would probably throw her under the bus to protect himself. No, just drinking wasn't enough. He needed to give her some medicine. While everyone was distracted, Secretary Liu secretly put a pill into Jiang Shutong's tea. Jiang Shadong, already a bit tipsy from drinking, finished her tea in one gulp. After drinking, she felt even hotter. Is the alcohol this strong? It's so uncomfortable. Seeing her eyes become increasingly unfocused, Secretary Liu thought everything was going according to plan. Whether Jiang Shadong was with the director or someone else, once caught, she would be fired. Even Zheng Jiangwo trying to protect her wouldn't help. Sure enough, after the conversation was almost over, the two foreigners left. Before leaving, they looked back at Jiang Shadong with concern and asked her in English if she was okay and if she needed a ride. Jiang Shadong felt dizzy and confused. She thought about finding a phone booth to call Gu Zhenan so he could come pick her up, or maybe ask the factory director's driver to send her home. Although these two foreigners were nice, she didn't know them well. As a woman, she needed to be extra careful. Secretary Liu went out to settle the bill. While paying, he deliberately locked the factory director and Jiang Shadong inside the private room. By then, Jiang Shadong already felt something was wrong. Her whole body was hot, her eyes were blurry, and she had a strange longing inside her. She didn't know why she felt this way, but she couldn't control it. Factory director Zheng was also surprised. Seeing Jiang Shadong like that, he wondered if she was having an allergic reaction to alcohol. After all, she was a woman and had drunk heavily on her first visit. Her body might not handle it well. After paying the bill, Secretary Liu didn't go inside right away. Instead, he waited at the door, planning to open it when the moment was right, so he could catch her off guard. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Qinglin was still thinking about Jiang Shadong. When he learned she was drunk, he hurried to their private room after the factory director left. He found the door was locked from the outside. He frowned and opened it. Inside, he saw Jiang Shadong sitting there, looking very strange. To his surprise, Zheng Jiangwo was also there. Director Zheng, sorry to bother you.
Shatong is my friend. I saw her outside and was worried because she seemed drunk. I came in without your permission. Sorry about that. Zheng Jiangwo also sighed in relief. Your friend? She seems a bit drunk today. Gao Qinglin nodded. It's getting late. You should go back to work. I'll take her home. Zheng Jiangwo was a bit worried. Jiang Shudong was with him, and if something happened, could he take responsibility? No need. I'll contact her husband. When the time comes, he can come pick her up. Zheng Jiangwo said this and went out through the back door to find a phone booth, planning to call Gu Zhinan. He still had Gu Zhinan's contact info from before. At this moment, Jiang Shutong's consciousness was starting to fade. Gao Qinglin seemed to realize something. This wasn't just drunkenness. Judging by her eyes, she looked like she was about to the man's soul. Seeing this scene, Gao Qinglin felt his heart race. He still liked Jiang Shudong, even though she was married and had 3 sons. He didn't mind at all. But now, the biggest problem was that Jiang Shudong wouldn't give him a chance. If he could take her today, considering their past feelings over the years, would Jiang Shudong change her mind? Thinking of this, Gao Qinglin clenched his teeth and reached out toward Jiang Shudong. Secretary Lu outside smoked 4 or 5 cigarettes, sweating from the heat. He thought, it's been so long. They should be done now. If I go in, I might catch them in the act. With this in mind, Secretary Lu smiled confidently and strode toward the door of the private room. When he arrived, he noticed the lock was gone. The door was slightly open. Surprised, he forgot to knock and pushed the door open directly. Inside, he saw Jiang Shudong being held by a man, and they looked quite close. Almost instantly, he was overjoyed. He shouted loudly to everyone. Everyone come see. Someone's up to no good here. Hearing Lu shout, people nearby couldn't help but gather around. As Lu approached, the man turned around. When he saw it was Gu Zhengnan, Lu froze in place. This was strange. Shouldn't the person inside be the factory director? Why was it Gu Zhengnan? Gu Zhengnan looked at Lu Tianxiang with a very unhappy face. Earlier, Zheng Jiangwo had called Gu Zhengnan. Gu Zhengnan was anxious and rushed over quickly. Luckily, the research institute was nearby, so it didn't take long. On the way, he saw Gao Qinglin waiting at the door, with a slap mark on his face. Gao Qinglin also looked awkward when he saw Gu Zhengnan. He said Jiang Shudong was drunk, and now that Gu Zhengnan was here, he felt relieved. Then, he hurriedly ran away. After entering, he realized Jiang Shudong was not acting normal. She wasn't just drunk, she had clearly been drugged. He initially wanted to carry Jiang Shudong back himself, but he suspected Secretary Lu was behind this. If he let him go easily, he couldn't accept it. So he decided to wait here, knowing Secretary Lu would come back. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Tianxiang couldn't hide his guilty conscience. At this moment, the factory director was still there. Seeing what was happening, his face turned pale. Even if he was foolish, he knew what had happened. If he hadn't been so distracted and contacted Gu Zhengnan in time, would Jiang Shudong and he have already done something wrong? A factory director and a secretary having such an affair in a state-owned restaurant private room. If this got out, could he keep his position? Probably not, and his family might be ruined. Lu Tianxiang was really heartless. To push Jiang Shudong away, he didn't care about himself anymore. Lu Tianxiang looked embarrassed. Engineer Gu, is that you? You scared me. I thought it was someone else. It's good that it's you. Is Xiao Zheng okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Jiangwo rushed over and slapped Lu Tianxiang. Lu Tianxiang spun around from the. When he saw Zheng Jiangwo, he didn't act so arrogantly anymore. Director Zheng, why did you hit him? Zheng Jiangwo's veins bulged with anger. He scolded sharply. Why did I hit him? Do you not know? What have you done? You locked the door. What are you trying to do? Secretary Lu looked innocent and still pretended to be innocent. It wasn't me. Director, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. Gu Zhengnan thought about how dangerous Jiang Shudong was today. He felt both scared and angry. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He stood up and walked toward Lu Tianxiang,
raising his fist and punching Lu's secretary directly in the face. Lu's secretary was just a pretty boy. He couldn't withstand such and fell to the ground. Gu Jingnan's eyes turned red. He rode on Lu Tianxiang and swung his fists left and right, hitting him several times. Behind him, Director Zheng, worried something might go wrong, quickly pulled him away. Lu Tianxiang now had 2 black eyes and was crying out in pain. Xiao Gu, calm down. How do you want to handle this? Gu Zhengnan saw Jiang Shutong still suffering and didn't want to let Lu's secretary go easily. But at this moment, if they called the police, even if they found out, Jiang Shutong's reputation would suffer. I'm taking Shutong back first. We'll deal with this later. Zhang Zhengwo nodded. Seeing Lu's secretary's attitude, he guessed he wouldn't dare call the police. He had done such shameless things, he wouldn't dare report it. Even if he got beaten, he could only endure. Gu Zhengnan helped Jiang Shutong out, while Zhang Zhengwo coldly looked at Lu's secretary. Secretary Lu, I never expected that after all these years working with me, you would do something like this. I was blind before, leaving you by my side. You should take responsibility for yourself. After saying this, Zhang Zhengwo didn't bother to talk to Secretary Lu anymore. He simply left and told the driver to drive away. Lu Tianxiang lay on the ground for a while, then got up, his leg hurting badly. He was angry about being beaten like this, but he didn't dare call the police. If the police came and found out he had drugged Jiang Shutong, what would happen? He couldn't understand why everything had suddenly changed, even though everything was supposed to be safe before. Who opened the door? And why did Gu Jinan suddenly appear here? Lu Tianxiang was too foolish to realize that the restaurant had a back door. When Jiang Shutong returned to the Gu family, she felt terrible, almost like she was going to explode. She could smell Gu Jinan's scent, and it made her feel addicted. Gu Jinan also noticed how uncomfortable Jiang Shutong was. He picked her up and took her to the bedroom, then locked the door. Jiang Shutong gasped, "Please, take off your clothes quickly." Seeing her like this, Gu Jinan couldn't help but swallow hard. He finally understood what it meant to be charming and alluring. Seeing Gu Jinan standing there without moving, Jiang Shutong staggered to her feet and tried to pull his belt. Since it was like this, Gu Jinan couldn't hold back anymore. He took off his coat and threw it on the ground. Both of them were eager now, especially Jiang Shutong, who was a little impatient. Although they had been intimate before, they were still a bit unfamiliar and had some distance between them. But today, that feeling was gone. Gu Jinan even thought for a moment that they truly loved each other because they both needed each other so much. Jiang Shutong was very beautiful, and in this moment, she was even more tempting. Gu Jinan's attention was completely on her. They continued again and again until Jiang Shutong fell asleep on the bed. Only then did Gu Jinan regain his senses. Hearing Jiang Shutong's steady breathing, Gu Jinan felt guilty. He should have gone to the clinic to get some family planning supplies. Now they had 3 children, and Jiang Shutong didn't want more. But both times, they didn't use protection. What if she accidentally got pregnant? Thinking about this, Gu Zhengnan almost wanted to slap himself. As a husband, he should protect his wife. He got up, tidied up the bed, then went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water to help Jiang Shutong wash herself briefly. While helping her clean, Jiang Shutong muttered softly, "Be good, don't move around." Hearing this, Gu Zhengnan knew she was being obedient. After everything was cleaned up, Gu Zhengnan finally lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhengwo couldn't sleep all night. He and Xie Shufang lay together, briefly talking about what happened today. Xie Shufang was so angry she almost burst. She wished she could punish Lu's secretary severely. This was a serious moral issue. As the head of the factory, he shouldn't do such lowly things. Moreover, Jiang Shutong already had a bad reputation at the factory. Now that people had started to see her differently, if this scandal came out, could she still stay at the mechanical factory? Lu's secretary is really not a good person. He's just a beast. Does he even think about the consequences? You and Xiao Zhang both have families and children. If this gets out, can you still be together? He's trying to ruin us. Zhang Zhengwo sighed. It was my mistake to promote him. Xiao Lu wasn't like this before. Why has he become worse over the years? He's so scheming now, and he doesn't follow the proper way. Xie Shufang couldn't sleep and sat up straight. You absolutely must not keep him around. Find a way to demote him, or better yet, fire him. He's a ticking time bomb. Who knows what harm he might cause in the future? In the past, Xie Shufang would talk about work, but Zheng Jiangwo never listened because he thought it wasn't his business. He believed she didn't understand these things. But tonight, he was silent after hearing her words, because he thought the same. Actually, it was easy to transfer Lu's secretary away. As the factory director, he could find an excuse to replace him. But Lu Tianxiang was not someone to be taken lightly. He would probably cause trouble. So, they couldn't just make up an excuse easily. They had to set a trap. When Lu Tianxiang made a mistake and got demoted, he would have no choice but to accept it. I think the same way. I'll find a way to handle him later, I said. Xie Shufang sighed. Actually, that young man is quite pitiful. He's surrounded by so many bad things.
Who did he offend?
You should take better care of him in the future. Zheng Jiangwo nodded, showing he agreed. Secretary Lu's situation was worse. He went home with a pig-like face. His wife was shocked when she saw him, but no matter how she asked, Lu wouldn't tell the truth. That night, Lu Tianxiang lay in bed, thinking about what happened today. He was very worried. He didn't succeed in his plan, and the factory director said some harsh words to him. Would he still be able to work peacefully in the factory? But then he remembered that Gu Xingnan and the others didn't call the police. That meant there was still a chance. If they had called the police and it was found out that he had been drugged, he would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Tianxiang felt a little relieved. As long as he kept his job, he would be honest from now on and not make the factory director angry again. That night, everyone had different feelings. The next day, Zhang Shutong woke up at 10 o'clock noon. When she saw the clock on the wall, she jumped up in a panic. Oh no, she was late for work. Just as she got out of bed and was about to leave, the door opened. Gu Xingnan came in from outside. Seeing Zhang Shutong so worried, Gu Xingnan quickly said, "Don't worry. I already asked for your day off. You don't need to go to work today." Hearing this, Zhang Shutong finally relaxed. Missing work without a reason would cause trouble.
She was surprised.
You scared me. Why did I wake up so late? She hit her head lightly, feeling confused. A few seconds later, she remembered what happened last night. She had been drugged by Secretary Lu and had done things with Gu Xingnan. Thinking about last night made her face turn red. Gu Xingnan saw her blushing and seemed to realize something. He cleared his throat. "Let's get up and eat." Zhang Shutong looked at Gu Xingnan. "Did you also skip work today?" Gu Xingnan nodded. "I took the day off too. I'm staying home to take care of you." Zhang Shutong felt very touched. She went out to eat a bowl of noodles. Today, her family was all at work, so only the two of them were at home. Gu Zhangnan looked at Zhang Shutong and then quietly said, "Sorry, I didn't take proper precautions the 2 times and didn't consider your health. I went to the health clinic early this morning to buy family planning supplies. In the future, remember to remind me." Zhang Shutong had just finished eating and was drinking water when she heard Gu Zhengnan say this. She spat out her water in surprise. This older brother is really always overthinking. It's also her fault for not remembering the matter at that time, because Gu Zhengnan was too anxious. If anyone is to blame, it's herself. It's okay. I've checked the timing, and it should be the safe period, so it's not very accurate. Zhang Shutong isn't illiterate. She knows women usually release 1 or 2 eggs a month, and getting pregnant isn't easy. These days are the safe period, so the chance of pregnancy is very low. If she got pregnant the first time, it was just a coincidence. Hearing Zhang Shutong say this, Gu Zhengnan also relaxed. After all, Zhang Shutong is working now and planning to take college entrance exams. If she got pregnant again, it would be very troublesome and affect her work. After discussing this, they moved on to other matters. This Lu Tianxiang is too arrogant in his work. Don't worry, he won't stay long in the secretary department. When mentioning Secretary Lu, Zhang Shutong couldn't help but grit her teeth. These two have completely fallen out. I didn't expect him to be so reckless, daring to attack the director. He probably hates the director and wants to take us both down. Thinking back now, Jiang Shutong felt a bit scared. But who would have thought Liu Tianxiang would do such a thing? The boss was right there, and he still dared to act. She hadn't expected that, or she wouldn't have fallen into the trap. The more useless someone is, the more they like to suppress others to keep their position. This time he's really hit a dead end. Luckily, Director Zheng called me in time. When she mentioned this, Jiang Shutong suddenly remembered Gao Qinglin. At that time, Gao Qinglin had wanted to attack her. She was a bit confused but knew what was happening, so she didn't hesitate to slap him. She also refused him firmly, and Gao Qinglin, with dignity, went to wait at the door. Worried Gu Zhengnen might misunderstand, Jiang Shutong carefully explained everything that happened. So, before you came, I didn't do anything with him. Gu Zhengnan sighed in relief. No need to explain. I already understand. Women are often doubted at work and maybe set up by some ill-intentioned people. If you want to stay as secretary minister, you must be very careful, very careful. Jiang Shutong nodded seriously. Gu Zhengnan was right. Now she finally understood others' malice. At work, capable men are respected, but capable women are often overlooked. People think women should stay at home to take care of the family and not stand out. Zhengnan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be in trouble. Thank you for trusting me and taking care of me. I'm very happy to marry you. At this moment, Jiang Shutong felt a strange mix of emotions. Her feelings for Gu Zhengnan were complicated. At first, she hated him, thinking he was a bad man. Later, because of their child, she only saw him as a tool. At first, Gu Zhengnan looked down on her, and she looked down on him too. They just got by living together. But over time, Jiang Shutong found that Gu Zhengnan had many good qualities, even fulfilling all her hopes. He is responsible, trustworthy, trusts his wife, manages the money, and educates the children at home. What is there to criticize about such a man? Thinking about the passionate scene from last night, Jiang Shutong couldn't help blushing. Gu Zhengnan was touched when he heard her words. He reached out and held Jiang Shutong's hand. Shutong, don't say that. It's my duty. From the start, I owe you. Don't worry. In the days to come, I will make it up to you. I'm not good with words or sweet talk, so please don't dislike me. What is there to dislike? So many people are interested in Gu Zhengnan, but he belongs to her. She's proud of that. All right, let's live our lives well. With your words, I feel at ease. Don't worry, I will work hard and try to be a good person, so I won't shame you. Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but smile. You're already very good. You can't always stop others from talking. Just focus on being yourself. They opened their hearts and talked, feeling closer than ever. In the afternoon, Jiang Shutong went to work. Gu Zhengnan said he took leave, but in fact, he had many things to do. Seeing Jiang Shutong go to work, he also headed to his own job. When Jiang Shutong arrived at the secretary's office, she immediately saw Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu's face was still bruised, looking very disheveled. When he saw Jiang Shutong, he quickly looked away. Jiang Shutong sneered inwardly, realizing he also knew how to feel guilty. After sitting back at her desk, Jiang Shutong began to think. Since she hadn't made the incident public, she couldn't use it to attack him. But since Secretary Liu was plotting against her, she couldn't let him go easily. She decided to think of a way to prevent him from becoming the factory director's secretary as a form of punishment. Both Jiang Shutong and the factory director had the same idea. Zheng Jiangwo had been in his position for a long time. Without some ability, he wouldn't be able to stay steady. If he wanted to fire Secretary Liu, he needed to find a mistake in his work. If the mistake was big enough, he would have a reason to demote him. But he needed to find a good opportunity to make Secretary Liu relax his guard. All afternoon, Secretary Liu behaved very cautiously. The people in the secretary's office were curious. Usually, he was quite arrogant, always talking behind Jiang Shutong's back. Today, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat, very cautious. That evening, Zheng Jiangwo called Secretary Liu over. Pointing at the documents Liu had submitted that day, he frowned and scolded, "Xiao Liu, what's going on with you lately? The documents you handed in are sloppy." Can I even use these? I think your mind isn't on work recently. I'm giving you a week off to rest and adjust. After a week, you can come back to work. Although he couldn't dismiss Lu outright, it was necessary to give him some advice. It's very easy to catch Secretary Lu's mistakes. His attitude toward work isn't serious. He often just finds others to do his tasks and then claims credit for their work. Lu thought this matter would just pass, especially since he had already been beaten up. He didn't expect the factory director to send him home to rest for a whole week. How could that be acceptable? It felt like a death sentence. Director, don't worry. I will improve my attitude at work. I'm fine now. Resting at home isn't really necessary. Zheng Jiangwo looked at him with disdain. Look at yourself. How can I take you out to meet people? When we go out, it's for socializing. With your face all bruised and purple, people will think our factory has no one left. Allowing you to rest is for your own good. Please wait until the injury heals before doing anything else. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so you can go out now. Lu Tianxiang looked sad and kept talking about his face. He really had no choice. Without at least 10 days or 2 weeks, the injury wouldn't fully heal. Angrily, Lu Tianxiang returned to his office, packed his things, and left. Curious colleagues couldn't help but ask, Secretary Lu, why are you packing up? Lu Tianxiang glared at Jiang Shatong sharply. I've been feeling unwell these days, so I'm going home to rest for a while. After leaving the office, Lu Tianxiang felt more worried and decided to go back. He called one of the staff members out and knocked on the factory director's door. Zheng Jiangwo saw Secretary Lu bringing Xiao Zhang from the secretary's office and frowned. What's the matter? Do you need something? Secretary Lu smiled warmly and pushed Xiao Zhang forward. Director, our secretary is only me and Xiao Zhang. Since I'll be away these days, I want to let him be the temporary secretary. Hearing Lu Tianxiang say this, Zheng Jiangwo's face grew darker. Xiao Zhang didn't expect such good news. It seemed his usual loyalty wasn't wasted. He looked excitedly at the director. Zheng Jiangwo didn't speak for a long time, and both of them felt nervous. After a while, the director finally spoke. Who I choose to use, do I need your permission? Are you the director, or am I? This clearly showed Lu Tianxiang had crossed a line. A leader's intentions shouldn't be guessed at. If they want to promote someone, it's not up to just his secretary to decide. Hearing this, Xiao Zhang's heart sank. He quickly lowered his head. He thought Lu's secretary wasn't helping him but was actually trying to harm him. Why did they bring him here? No one knew, but it seemed he was fighting for a title he didn't even want. Lu Tianxiang smiled politely. Director, I really didn't mean that. I just wanted to recommend someone suitable to you. Zheng Jiangwo sneered and looked at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, do you think you can handle this role? Xiao Zhang looked at Zheng Jiangwo's stern face and didn't dare to nod. He quickly shook his head. Leader, I think I need more time to improve. My skills aren't good enough yet, so I can't take on this role for now. Zheng Jiangwo nodded happily. Having a desire to improve is rare. You can go now. At this moment, Zheng Jiangwo naturally wanted to support Jiang Shatong. It didn't matter whether she was a woman or if she was pretty. What mattered was her ability. After leaving the office, Xiao Zhang looked at Secretary Lu with displeasure. Brother Lu, this isn't a recommendation. You're actually harming me. Next time, don't ask me to do this. After saying that, Xiao Zhang angrily left. Lu Tianxiang felt uncomfortable inside and could only return home feeling down. After work in the afternoon, Jiang Shatong planned to ride her bike home. As she left the office building, she saw Wang Dali's mother waiting at the door. When she saw Jiang Shatong, she immediately greeted her warmly. Little Jiang, I have something to ask you. Since you're good friends with Xiao Mai, let's forget past disagreements. You wouldn't still hold a grudge against me, would you? Jiang Shatong raised an eyebrow, thinking this old woman was talking nonsense. Auntie, just tell me what's on your mind. Wang Dali's mother rubbed her hands, her eyes full of scheming. I heard Xiao Mai mention that you might help Dolly's younger sister find a good job. I heard it's a desk job, something in an office. Is that true? Jiang Shatong understood clearly. It was obvious that Jiang Xiaomai had already confirmed the relationship between Wang Tsaixia and Wang Dali and had leaked the news. At this critical moment, she couldn't afford to back out, so she nodded immediately. Yes, if you have money, you can buy a job. I have some connections, but I can't guarantee 100% success. Wang Dali's mother ignored the last part. Jiang Shutong's family had successful men, and her in-laws were leaders. Helping to arrange a job was no big deal. How much does it cost? Jiang Shutong thought for a moment. At least 600 yuan. If you really want to arrange the job, do it quickly. I'll try to help find something. Wang Dali's mother responded heavily, and then happily left. Jiang Shutong felt pleased inside, thinking that soon this family would probably fall for it. Her mother's divorce case had already been filed. Jiang Shutong had decided not only to sue Jiang Dahai, but also to find time to cause trouble at their textile factory. She hoped they would fire Jiang Dahai. Men like him, with such corrupt conduct, didn't deserve public funds. He wanted to see if, when the time came, Jiang Dahai would have lost everything and whether Wu Xiaoyun would still follow him without hesitation. When they arrived at their mother's rented house, the door was locked. Jiang Shutong saw this and planned to ride home. But after riding a short distance, she changed her mind and decided to go to the research institute to pick up Gu Xingnan. They would go home together and stop by the grocery store to buy some snacks for the children. When they arrived at the research institute, everyone saw Jiang Shutong and looked at her with admiration. Last time, Jiang Shutong had made a big impression during team building, and now she seemed even more beautiful than before. Gu Xingnan was really lucky. Excuse me, may I ask where Gu Xingnan's office is? The young man asked for directions, blushing, and quickly pointed the way. Jiang Shutong smiled and thanked him, then headed toward Gu Xingnan's office. It was already after work hours, but many people were still working overtime inside. When Jiang Shutong arrived, she didn't rush to enter. She was about to knock on the door when she saw Bai Bing. Bai Bing was holding a metal lunchbox, which probably contained food. She looked shyly at Gu Xingnan. It seemed she wanted to give him the food she was holding, but Gu Xingnan, dressed in a white coat, frowned and politely refused. Bai Bing looked disappointed. Jiang Shutong frowned, thinking Bai Bing was quite interesting. She knew Gu Xingnan was married with a wife, yet she still had such thoughts. It showed that no matter the time, some people still wanted to be the third party. Jiang Shutong knocked on the door. Gu Xingnan turned his head and saw Jiang Shutong through the glass. He quickly put down his tools, walked over, and opened the door. Jiang Shutong entered the office and closed the door behind her. Why are you here? Do you need something? Gu Xingnan asked hurriedly. Jiang Shutong shook her head and smiled. It's nothing urgent. I was thinking of going to the grocery store with you after you finish work. Gu Xingnan had planned to work a little longer, but seeing Jiang Shutong had come, he couldn't bear to make her wait. He immediately started to take off his white coat. Bai Bing watched from the side, feeling very jealous. Gu Shige, the experiment will be finished soon. Are you in a hurry to leave now? Gu Xingnan didn't pause at all. He folded his coat and placed it in his cabinet. I'll leave first. Just keep an eye on the experiment results. I'll come back tomorrow to check. Seeing Gu Xingnan ignore the experimental results because of Jiang Shutong, Bai Bing couldn't help but bite her lip tightly. She originally thought that if she stayed here, she could get closer and be the best partner for him, believing that over time, Gu Xingnan would realize that she, a colleague, was the most suitable companion for him, rather than Jiang Shutong, who is delicate and charming. But she was wrong. No matter how much she tried to flatter Gu Xingnan, he never gave her a good look. This man was too cold-hearted, and despite her efforts to cook for him and bring him meals several times, he never ate any of them. The only time he ate with everyone was when they shared a meal together. Miss Jiang, you can go to the grocery store first. I think today's research is very important, and Brother Gu should stay here to guide us on site. Jiang Shutong raised an eyebrow, and her words almost sounded like complaints. She naturally couldn't answer such a question. She originally wanted to leave with Gu Xingnan. Why should she change her mind just because of someone else's words? But if she told the truth now, others would hear, and it wouldn't look good. Fortunately, Gu Xingnan spoke up in time. Comrade Bai, it's already after work hours. Just record the data, and I'll analyze it tomorrow.
That's all for today. Thank you for your hard work. I'm leaving now. Bai Bing still wanted to say something but was pulled by a colleague nearby. Alright, just let the boss go. He works overtime every day. Today his wife came, so he can leave early and relax. What could Bai Bing say? Even if she felt upset inside, she could only keep quiet. Jiang Shadong gave Gu Zhengnan a satisfied look and then linked her arm with his as they left. After they walked away, Bai Bing, feeling angry, said, "This person is so inconsiderate. Engineer Gu is busy with important work. As his partner, she should support his job. It's too much to bother him over such small matters." Everyone wasn't stupid. Bai Bing's words sounded righteous, but everyone could tell she was jealous. It was obvious she had feelings for Gu Zhengnan. Since transferring to their department, she had been trying every way to get close to Gu Zhengnan, even bringing him meals every day. Actually, they also felt a bit speechless. Even though Bai Bing comes from a good family and knows that the person is already married, she shouldn't have approached him actively. Isn't that deliberately ignoring the rules? Comrade Bai, there's no need to be so strict. Engineer Gu's wife doesn't come here often. When she does, I think it's normal. Besides, the boss works overtime every day. If this continues, his health can't handle it. Sometimes taking a break and relaxing is good. Someone who didn't like Bai Bing couldn't help but speak up. Bai Bing glared at that woman with a proud look. Do you understand? Engineer Gu was born to do this job. If he keeps developing like this, he will soon become an academician. No one should stop his progress. The others also felt a bit speechless. His wife came to visit, and she said so much. So, work is important, but his wife and children are not? Seeing everyone silent, Bai Bing couldn't help but add, "Actually, I think Comrade Jiang doesn't deserve Engineer Gu. I heard she had a bad reputation at the machinery factory before. Have you heard about it?" Bai Bing changed the subject suddenly, bringing up gossip about Jiang Shadong. They had heard about these things too, but no matter what kind of person Jiang Shadong was, she was now married to Gu Zhengnan. They still admired Gu Zhengnan and also wanted to give Jiang Shadong some respect. Besides, no matter how good or bad someone is, gossiping behind their back is not a good habit. If it gets out, it won't sound nice. So, no one paid attention to what Bai Bing said. Bai Bing felt embarrassed and didn't wait for the experiment results. She took off her coat and left. The others felt a bit speechless. She talks so nicely, but it seems the experiment results are very important. Yet she ran away. Can't you see? She doesn't think the experiment is that important. She mainly doesn't want Engineer Gu to stay with his wife. They didn't discuss Gu Zhengnan behind his back, but they could still talk about Bai Bing. While waiting for the results, they started chatting. I think all her efforts are useless. Gu's wife is so beautiful. Why would he like her? Exactly. I don't understand why she's so proud. At this moment, Jiang Shatong and Gu Zhengnan had already left the research institute. They were riding bikes and talking. Jiang Shatong felt quite happy inside. Whenever something displeased her, Gu Zhengnan always made her feel better. Does Bai Bing bring you lunch every day? Gu Zhengnan was surprised and thought for a moment before replying, I haven't paid much attention. She has brought me lunch a few times, but I didn't eat it. Jiang Shatong pursed her lips. If you have free time later, I can cook for you. You can take the food to your workplace. Jiang Shatong didn't want to bother with these things, but since others were so eager, as his wife, she felt she should respond. Gu Zhengnan seemed to think of something and smiled slightly. Actually, there's no need. You're so busy with work, cooking would take up too much time. Jiang Shatong didn't care about that. If she didn't bring lunch to Gu Zhengnan for a couple of days, Bai Bing might think she doesn't do anything. What level of cooking? Can her food compare? It's okay, I'm not busy. I'll bring you lunch tomorrow. As they spoke, they arrived at the grocery store. After entering, Gu Zhengnan bought a lot of food for the children. Jiang Shatong thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy. She decided to go with Gu Zhengnan to her mother's place to briefly discuss the court matters. When they reached the rental house, the door was open. Jiang Shatong and Gu Zhengnan went straight inside. Inside, they saw a middle-aged man sitting in the yard. He was wearing a military green shirt and black dress pants, looking quite refined, with a cane beside him. Jiang Shatong was stunned.
She wondered why there was a man here. Wu Xiuling heard the noise and hurried out of the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Shudong and Gu Zhengnan, she introduced them. Shudong, this is Uncle Zhao, who is now my main client. Zhao, this is my daughter and son-in-law. Jiang Shudong finally understood what was happening. Both parties greeted each other politely. Wu Xiuling explained that she usually cooked at Zhao's house, but today her husband lost the keys. Her son said he would come after work, so Wu Xiuling brought them home to cook. In front of the man, Jiang Shudong couldn't mention the divorce. She took the chance when her mother was cooking to say in the kitchen, "Mom, you don't need to worry now. Just wait for the results." Wu Xiuling felt relieved. Divorce was also a kind of relief for her. "I understand, Shudong. Thank you for your trouble." They sat in the yard for a while. Jiang Shudong chatted with Uncle Zhao and found him to be quite refined and good-tempered. Seeing that it was getting late, they rode their bikes back home. While walking, Gu Zhengnan suddenly mentioned Luo Dajiang. Dajiang broke up with Zhou Ran. Hearing this news, Jiang Shudong was a bit surprised. During their last meal together, she felt that Zhou Ran and Luo Dajiang had a pretty good relationship. Didn't they date for a while? Why did they break up? Gu Zhengnan thought about that day's events and didn't hide anything from Jiang Shudong. He briefly explained what Xia Hongying had done. Hearing this, Jiang Shudong felt disgusted. She thought to herself that this man's patience was quite deep, finally breaking up a couple for his own reasons. Why is Luo Dajiang so clueless? Last time, I thought he was pretty smart. How could he do something like this? Jiang Shudong felt a bit of dislike. She remembered Gu Zhengnan had told her that Jing Tian and Luo Dajiang were good people, but good character doesn't mean they keep their private lives in check. That's two different things. But she just didn't like people like Luo Dajiang, those who have no boundaries with the opposite. And couldn't they see that Xia Hongying was really scheming? Such a woman wasn't interested in being friends. She wanted to be the shared wife of the group. Fortunately, Gu Zhengnan wasn't like that. Otherwise, she would have kicked him out without hesitation. He was too dirty. Dajiang is a bit naive. Maybe his temper flared. He thinks there's nothing wrong with Xia Hongying, but Zhou Ran keeps bothering him. He's also a bit of a macho. Jiang Shudong nodded. That's good. Zhou Ran managed to avoid a big problem. If they had married, and her own man had such a sister, he'd be furious. Gu Zhengnan noticed Jiang Shutong's dislike for Xia Hongying, and now even Luo Dajiang was annoying her. He quickly distanced himself. You're right. We're not kids anymore. We need to see things clearly. Don't worry, I won't have any close contact with any female colleagues. Jiang Shudong believed him. Her trust was clear from how she reacted last time. I believe you. But I'm talking about Luo Dajiang. If he keeps entangled with Xia Hongying, he shouldn't look for a wife in the future. It's better to avoid causing trouble for others. Gu Zhengnan thought to himself that he shouldn't have said anything. Now, hearing Jiang Shudong say this, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The two of them rode their bikes back to the Gu family. The three children had already returned from school. When they saw all the delicious food they bought, they were so happy they jumped 3 feet high. Quick, thank Dad. He bought all this for you. The three children looked at Gu Zhengnan and said thank you. Gu Zhengnan squatted down and pointed to his left cheek. Give Dad a kiss. The youngest happily went over and kissed him. The oldest and the middle child hesitated for a moment, but then also went over and touched Gu Zhengnan's face. Especially the oldest, after doing this, his face turned bright red. Jiang Shudong knew that the oldest was quite thoughtful. She had always had opinions about Gu Zhengnan before, but now she thought he was accepted as a father. Indeed, a father's influence on children is very strong. Although she had tried her best to be kind to the 3 kids, they still seemed a bit unsure of themselves. Now, with Gu Zhengnan, the children are much more cheerful. Soon, the 3 children took some snacks and went to play in the yard. Gu Man came in through the front door. Before she saw anyone, she heard voices. Dad, Mom, my sister is back. Jiang Shudong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gu Man behind her, a slender girl who looked somewhat like Gu Man, but much kinder. There was also a young man with her, who seemed to be her husband. They had only exchanged a quick glance at the wedding and didn't talk much. Jiang Shudong knew this was Gu Jingnan's second sister, probably named Gu Rongrong. Li Wenxiu was very happy to see her daughter back and stood up to greet her. Jiang Shudong stayed nearby, playing with the children. Gu Man sat with her sister on the sofa, her eyes unconsciously scanning Jiang Shudong. Earlier on the road, she had already been complaining for a while. Her second sister said she planned to find a way to give Jiang Shudong some advice. Although Gu Rongrong looked kind and her appearance wasn't threatening, she was actually quite scheming. When Gu Man was young, her sister had never let her get away with anything. Now that her sister was back, she could help her deal with Jiang Shudong. Gu Rongrong smiled and greeted Jiang Shudong, then casually said to Gu Jingnan, "Second brother, I came to see you because I have something to discuss. The job that Wenjong was doing before isn't quite suitable anymore. I want to change it, but I need some money to move around. Can you lend me 2,000 yuan? Gu Jingnan was originally playing with the third child when he heard about borrowing money. He instinctively looked up and frowned slightly. I don't have any money. Gu Rongrong still had a smile on her face as she looked at Jiang Shudong nearby. Second brother, I know you don't have money. The money is with second sister-in-law, right? Second sister-in-law, when you have time, I can go with you to the credit union to withdraw some money. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Jiang Shudong understood clearly that her little sister-in-law was coming for her. From the look of things, she was on the same side as Gu Man. Gu Man also looked at Jiang Shudong with a playful expression, as if she was enjoying the show. This was like putting Jiang Shudong in a hot seat. The money was under her control. If she refused to lend it, she would offend someone. But if she lent it, it would be 2,000 yuan, and when she would get it back was uncertain. Moreover, Jiang Shudong had heard Gu Jingnan say that Gu Rongrong seemed to have married a spendthrift. Her parents were capable, but she was just a figurehead. Over the years, she hadn't achieved much and always wanted to be a leader. Lending out 2,000 yuan to someone like her was just throwing money away. Just as Jiang Shudong was about to speak, Gu Jingnan, who was nearby, seemed to notice her dilemma and directly refused. After just getting married, with the bride price and everything, we don't have much money now. Our 3 children are in school, and life is tight. I'm afraid we can't lend you any. Hearing this, Jiang Shudong relaxed. Since Gu Jingnan refused voluntarily, she wouldn't offend anyone. Gu Rongrong's eyelids twitched, and she looked at Gu Jingnan with a resentful and somewhat pitiful expression. Second brother, how could you forget your sister after marrying? You weren't like this before.
I really need those 2,000 yuan.
After saying this, she looked at Jiang Shudong again. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't bother your second brother about this. Jiang Shudong found it amusing. When had she ever been involved with Gu Jingnan's money? If Gu Jingnan wanted to borrow money, she would simply give it without hesitation. Although the passbook was in her name, the money belonged to Gu Jingnan. But from another perspective, they were now living a proper life, and half of Gu Jingnan's money was hers. Anyway, she didn't agree to lend it. It's not that second sister-in-law won't lend you money, it's just that we don't have that much. Jiang Shudong thought that saying this would settle the matter. Unexpectedly, Gu Rongrong was not willing to give up. I don't believe you. Show me the passbook. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Gu Jingnan is now married, living a married life, and as a younger sister-in-law, what right does she have to ask to see his bankbook? Jiang Shudong also didn't want to endure anymore. She thought to herself, what kind of strange people are these? What else do you want to see? Just say it openly. Jiang Shudong's face turned cold, and she was already quite unhappy. Gu Rongrong's smile was starting to fade, but compared to Gu Man, she was much calmer. Second sister-in-law, what do you mean? You just don't want to lend it, right? Jiang Shudong originally didn't want to waste words with others, nor did she want to offend anyone. With Gu Jingnan helping to speak, she could just stay in the background. But she didn't expect this woman to start making a fuss, so she immediately sneered. So you can tell? You just don't want to lend it. No one expected Jiang Shudong to be so firm. Her face showed some embarrassment. Li Wenxiu frowned. How can you talk like that? That money was earned by Jingnan, not yours. You have no right to decide. Zhang Shutong also didn't want to hold back anymore. Why should she? Gu Zhengnan, do I have the right to decide about this money? You tell me. Gu Zhengnan was also quite unhappy inside. He married a wife to care for her, not for them to target her. Their joint savings, when did they become someone else's backup fund? Zhang Wenzhong wanted to change jobs. That was Zhang family's business, unrelated to the Gu family. Besides, this money wasn't even something they could demand. Isn't Gu Zhengbei a person? So, targeting only him and taking everything from him, wasn't that just deliberately making Zhang Shutong uncomfortable? I'll say it again. Zhang Shutong and I are now a married couple. My savings are hers to manage. She can spend the money however she wants. Li Wenxiu's expression grew even uglier. Why should so much money be at Zhang Shutong's free disposal? Zhengnan, you're the head of the family. The money should be kept by you. Gu Zhengnan raised an eyebrow and no longer spared Li Wenxiu any face. Mom, do you mean all the money in our family is managed by Dad? Li Wenxiu didn't reply. Because she was also the one managing the household money. Usually, women handle the finances and men are responsible for earning and supporting the family. She managed the money herself, but she didn't allow Zhang Shutong to do so. Is that reasonable? I have been married to your father for many years. You just got married not long ago. You are quite frugal, and it's better if you keep your money. Mom, since you say I am frugal, I usually spend very carefully. I don't have much money to lend others. There are so many children to support. Gu Man, who is nearby, saw her sister-in-law suffer a loss and quickly shouted, "There's no way you're such a sister-in-law. If you have money, why not help? If you don't help, that's fine, but don't try to turn others against my brother. You think you and my brother are family, but we are the real family. You are always an outsider." Hearing this, old Master Gu immediately scolded loudly. "Shut up. The older you get, the more you don't understand. It's grown-up stuff. Why involve children? And you, Rong, you're not so young anymore. Stay out of your in-laws' affairs. You have parents-in-law, and they have siblings. Do you think we can afford to pay for your job search?" Others might feel embarrassed to say this, but old Master Gu didn't care. He already looked down on Zhang Wenzhong, who only worked occasionally and was not very capable, thinking he was all that. Spending so much money to change jobs? If his family is willing, let him. There's no reason for the woman's family to pay. Zhang Shutong felt the old man's protection, but she was really tired. It seemed like there was always trouble in the Gu family, popping up one after another. When the old man spoke, no one dared to say anything. Everyone shut their mouths. Soon, they stopped talking about this, but Zhang Wenzhong kept staring at Zhang Shutong. This made Zhang Shutong feel very uncomfortable, because Zhang Wenzhong looked slick and untrustworthy, not a straightforward person. His eyes carried a sneaky, evil look. Not long after, everyone sat together to eat. Li Wenxiu brought out a pot of braised chicken pieces and served everyone. Everyone's bowls had big chicken pieces. When it was Zhang Shutong's turn, she got chicken and chicken head. Everyone eat up. Rong is back today, so we're all family again. Seeing the chicken head and in her bowl, Zhang Shutong really wanted to pick them up and throw them at Li Wenxiu's head. She had hoped that having a mother-in-law to help watch the kids and share meals would be nice, but now Li Wenxiu was getting more and more unreasonable, showing favoritism in dividing the meat. Could she really eat chicken? Gu Zhengnan wasn't stupid either. He took some meat from his own bowl and swapped it with Zhang Shutong's. "You eat mine." Li Wenxiu saw this and felt a bit unhappy. "I specially served Shutong good food. I heard eating chicken heads makes you smarter. She's working in the secretary's office now, so she needs to boost her brain." This sounded like everyone else was a fool. Zhang Shutong suddenly felt very bored. Because of the old master, she hadn't planned to move out. But now, since they were all so unreasonable and ganged up on her, she really didn't want to stay here anymore. After dinner, she planned to talk to Gu Zhenan. The research institute had arranged a dorm for him, so it would be nice to move there. It even had a small yard, not worse than the Gu family's place. Living there, she and her husband wouldn't have anyone bothering them. It would be peaceful. The only problem was that their 3 children wouldn't be looked after, but old Master Gu and the others liked the idea. Now that they were older and their health wasn't good, it was hard for them to take care of the kids outside. If needed, they could hire someone to help. Spending a little money was better than suffering this frustration. Jiang Shutong kept eating. Suddenly, she felt someone deliberately nudging her foot from below. At first, she thought it was accidental. But soon, she sensed something strange. Someone had taken off their shoe and was using their foot to brush against her leg. Her face darkened. She leaned slightly to look down and saw a man's foot. She was furious. She looked up and saw Zhang Wenzhong sitting across from her. When he saw her looking, he deliberately raised an eyebrow and smiled. Next to her, Gu Rongrong quickly started talking to her husband, trying to distract him. Jiang Shutong was so beautiful that any man would glance at her. She was like a fox spirit. She didn't want to say anything about this. How could she tell her sister-in-law's man was flirting with her? That would be embarrassing. But she felt very uncomfortable inside. She had to hold back her anger. When Zhang Wenzhong reached out again with his foot, Jiang Shutong directly stomped his foot. Today, Jiang Shutong was wearing sturdy flat shoes. Her heels were solid. When she stepped on him, Zhang Wenzhong jumped up and let out a cry. Everyone eating nearby was startled. "Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Wenzhong's face alternated between pale and flushed. "It's nothing." A few people looked down and realized that Zhang Wenzhong wasn't wearing shoes. "Wenzhong, why aren't you wearing shoes?" Gu Rongrong was also curious. Zhang Wenzhong didn't dare tell the truth. He hesitated and then lied. "It's too hot, so I took off my shoes." "It's okay. Everyone continue eating." Jiang Shutong sneered. "Sorry, brother-in-law, when your foot suddenly reached over, I thought a wild cat had sneaked in, so I accidentally stepped on it. Sorry about that." Initially, Zhang Wenzhong thought this matter would just pass, but unexpectedly, Jiang Shutong directly said it out loud. Now, everyone looked at him with some disdain. Taking off his shoes and stretching out his foot, then being stepped on by Jiang Shutong, what was he trying to do? Which grown man takes off his shoes and socks just to rub against someone's leg? Gu Rongrong immediately lost her appetite. She had heard others say that her second brother married a cunning woman. At first, she thought it was exaggerated, but now she saw that there was no mistake. If Jiang Shutong weren't so beautiful and charming, could Wenzhong really do such things? Just eat your meal properly. Don't cause trouble. Second brother, mind your own family. Jiang Shutong was so angry she almost laughed. Who is seducing whom? Before criticizing others, look at yourself. Your husband can't control himself, so don't bring him out. Taking off your shoes and rubbing against others' legs. Aren't you afraid of catching athlete's foot? That's disgusting. Gu Rongrong could endure the scolding, but when her own man was insulted, it was worse than her being stepped on, and she immediately flared up. Don't flatter yourself. What kind of person are you? Do you think Wenzhong would look at someone like you? Your reputation is known all over. Just a little investigation would tell you that. Don't use those tricks outside on your family, or don't blame me for being rude. If Jiang Shutong kept enduring, she would truly be a turtle. She thought she deserved to be treated this way. With that in mind, she stood up directly, picked up a bowl of chicken soup, and poured it straight onto Gu Rongrong's face. "Your mouth is so dirty, I'll help you wash it." After that, she picked up another bowl and poured it onto Zhang Wenzhong's face. What was supposed to be a peaceful meal suddenly turned chaotic. No one expected Jiang Shutong to be so bold. Since her sister-in-law hadn't come back in a long time, and now she had poured soup on her, how could that be acceptable? Gu Rongrong was clearly not expecting this. By the time she reacted, she was so angry she almost exploded. "Jiang Shutong, how dare you hit me?" Gu Rongrong ran over to hit Jiang Shutong, but Gu Zhinan stopped her. Gu Zhinan looked very serious and gloomy. He realized that these people were targeting Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong was the victim, and normally, the Gu family should compensate her. Instead of just being kind, they kept showing off in front of her. Why should she suffer this unfair treatment? If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have married into the family. Gu Zhinan got angrier the more he thought about it. He held back Gu Rongrong and spoke softly. "Starting tomorrow, Jiang Shutong and I will move out. The house at the research institute has been arranged, so we won't live here anymore. After saying that, he looked at Grandpa and Grandma Gu nearby. Grandma, if you have time, go visit the kids. You should also rest more at home and not tire yourselves out. Li Wenxiu wanted to scold Jiang Shutong earlier, but now just stared in shock. Jinan, you're moving out?
How can that be?
Our family isn't divided. If you leave, what will others think? Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Jinan to have the same idea as her. She felt a little happy inside. After moving out, she wouldn't have to suffer this anymore. You've been too unreasonable. Jiang Shutong isn't happy living here. Starting tomorrow, the two of us will take the kids to live at the family house. Jiang Shutong nodded. I agree. Grandpa looked at the chaos in front of him and sighed deeply. Last time, he wanted to split the family and move out, but he was persuaded to stay. Now, he never thought they would push her away. He didn't understand what his family was thinking. Jiang Shutong was actually very talented. She had achieved so much on her own, which was impressive. But no one in the family respected her. They kept making trouble for her. Over time, who could stand it? And he couldn't always rely on his age to protect her. It was just bullying a young girl. Thinking of this, Grandpa sighed again. Do as you like.
You have your own ideas now.
This old man, have nothing more to say. Gu Hongwei was worried. If they took the 3 grandchildren away, what would happen if they wanted to see the kids later? Staying here was fine, but the constant arguing was getting on his nerves. Why cause so much trouble? No matter what they said, Jiang Shutong and Gu Jinan decided to move into the family compound. Li Wenxiu felt a little reluctant about her 3 grandchildren, but since it had come to this, she couldn't bring herself to persuade them. They didn't eat well, and Jiang Shutong went straight to her room to sleep. The remaining people sat there, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Old Master Gu sneered, Are you all happy now? Forcing the person to leave. Are you pleased? Gu Zhendong also frowned tightly. Rong, you're going too far. We're family. How can you speak so harshly? I saw just now. It's clear that brother-in-law took off his shoes to lean on someone's leg. Zhang Wenzhong refused to admit it, and Gu Rongrong was also siding with her own man, even blaming Jiang Shutong for seducing others. Now it seems Zhang Wenzhong only liked Jiang Shutong because she looked good, and he was deliberately doing this. He's no different from a flirt. Old Master Gu couldn't eat anymore. He threw down his chopsticks and left, taking the 3 children with him. Only a few people remained in the living room, eating, with Gu Hongwei looking upset. It's been a long time since you came back once. Every time you do, it's these issues. If you can live your life peacefully, then do it. If not, forget it. Rongrong felt very wronged. She was the biological daughter of the Gu family, yet everyone was siding with Jiang Shutong. After returning to her bedroom, Jiang Shutong repeatedly said she agreed with Gu Zhenan's opinion. Actually, I think the same. I also want to move out. Gu Zhenan held Jiang Shutong's hand tightly.
Shutang, I'm sorry.
I owe you a lot, and now I've also caused you to be bullied at home. But I can't control what they say. Starting tomorrow, we'll move out. From now on, you make the decisions at home. No one will dare to look down on you. Jiang Shutong nodded. It's okay. I don't really mind what they think as long as you're good to me. Do you mean we can move out tomorrow? Gu Zhenan shook his head. Don't worry. I need to fix up the house tomorrow. Once it's ready, it will be comfortable to live there. As they talked, they inevitably discussed how to take care of the 3 children.
Don't worry about that.
It's not a problem. The 3 kids are pretty obedient. When they go to school at the research institute, I won't need to pick them up or drop them off. The big house is safe. I just need to find a maid to help take care of them. I'll ask about it later. When Jiang Shutong heard this, she also felt relieved. It seemed she was finally free from her in-laws. In the future, living on her own would definitely be much more comfortable. Right now, the cafeteria didn't require advanced skills or hard work. As long as she had money, she could eat there directly. She wouldn't need to go home to cook, even though she was good at cooking. But who really enjoyed cooking? Cooking a few times occasionally was fine, but doing it every day would be exhausting. All right, I'll go with your plan. I trust you. Hearing Jiang Shutong say this, Gu Zhenan felt guilty and quickly hugged her.
It's also my fault. Because of the old man and others, they kept you here. We should have moved out earlier. Zhang Shadong smiled. You don't need to say that.
I think the same way.
As long as you understand me, that's enough. As long as you stand with me, everything else doesn't matter. Zhang Shadong was honest. Living together was for a couple, not with her parents-in-law. If they could get along, they would stay together. If not, they should just separate. Gu Zhanan comforted Zhang Shadong inside the house, while outside, the noise was loud. Gu Manman thought that calling her sister back would help deal with Zhang Shadong, but now it turned into this. Gu Rongrong didn't expect Zhang Shadong to be so tough. She originally wanted to come back and show her who was boss in the family, but Zhang Shadong was so fierce. The couple went to the bathroom to wash their hair. When they came out, they looked unhappy. Just now, Zhang Wenzhong told Gu Rongrong they had to borrow 2,000 yuan, or they wouldn't be able to continue living like this. When they sat down after returning, Gu Hongwei couldn't help but scold. Are you happy now? Your second brother and sister-in-law want to move out. Our family was peaceful, but now it feels like we've split up. If others find out, they'll talk. I tell you, daughters married out shouldn't interfere in family matters. I didn't want to say this before, thinking you were sensible, but I didn't expect you to do something like this. Even if you're short 2,000 yuan, why should your second brother borrow from you? You could have borrowed from me. Isn't that what you're doing? After saying this, Gu Hongwei felt angrier. Now, he couldn't see his 3 grandchildren every day, and he also knew that Gu Rongrong's return was probably because Gu Manman was behind it. He just couldn't understand why Zhang Shadong kept arguing since she hadn't really targeted Gu Manman before. Why was she so relentless now? And you, did you call your sister back? Xiao Jiang is your sister-in-law. Is she a stranger? Other families get along well with their sisters-in-law, but you always cause trouble. Did your second sister-in-law bully you? Tell me. Wang Na and Gu Jingbei watched nearby, thinking it might be good to move out. When the 3 kids aren't under their watch, they don't develop much closeness. Maybe she should have a child soon. If she could have a son, he might be better than these 3. Dad, Man doesn't mean any harm. If Shadong and the others want to move out, we can't stop them. Please say less. Wang Na spoke up to defend her 2 younger sisters-in-law. She was good at flattery and got along well with Gu Manman and the others. Gu Hongwei was annoyed. Hearing Wang Na, he couldn't help but glare at her. Is it your business what elders say? Wang Na shrank her neck and argued. It's nothing much. Rongrong just borrowed 2,000 yuan. Zheng Nan and the others have money too. We're all family. Helping out a little. What's the harm? Right? Zhengbei? Gu Jingbei responded to Wang Na's words with a nod. That's true. We are siblings who grew up together. At this moment, Zhang Shadong and Gu Zhengnan just came out. They planned to wash up and go to bed, but they overheard Wang Na and the others talking. Zhang Shadong was about to go to the bathroom but turned and headed to the living room instead. Big sister-in-law, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Siblings aren't strangers. 2,000 yuan isn't much. Why don't you lend Rongrong the money? Your brother and Rongrong are siblings too. Wang Na was just talking without thinking. Asking her to give 2,000 yuan was like asking for her life. She and Gu Jingbei only earned a little each month. Together, they didn't make as much as Gu Zhengnan alone. Hearing this, Gu Rongrong immediately got interested. That makes sense. Big sister-in-law, lend us 2,000 yuan first. When Wenzhong gets a job and saves some money, we'll pay you back right away. If they really give the money, it would be 2,000 yuan. Their family doesn't have much savings, and Zhang Wenzhong is the kind of person who borrows and never pays back. Wang Na hesitated, and Zhang Shadong couldn't help but laugh. Big sister-in-law, are you just talking? Anyone can say nice words. You need to do something real. If you truly care about him, lend them money to show your sincerity. Otherwise, just talking won't do. Wang Na stiffened her neck. I want to lend, but I don't have that much money with Jingbei. Zhang Wenzhong spoke nearby. No 2,000? Even 1,000 is fine. Wang Na clenched her teeth, feeling angry inside. I don't even have 1,000. Zhang Wenzhong looked a bit annoyed. Then maybe 500. Gu Jingbei
and the others didn't expect Zhang Wenzhong to be so shameless. No 2,000, now only 500. If they all say they don't have 500, that would be too much. How could they not have even 500? Although Wang Na had been helping her family over the years, she still had some savings. Sister-in-law, just give 500 first. We'll pay you back later. Wang Na had no choice but to agree reluctantly. When she went inside to get the money, Gu Zhengbei scolded her. Why are you dealing with them? Don't you know that brother-in-law can't be messed with? Now 500 yuan is gone for nothing. Wang Na was still angry. Didn't you just agree nicely? Who knew they would be so shameless? If you don't want to give, just refuse. Let me be the bad guy. Gu Zhengbei cared about his reputation and couldn't say such things. In the end, Wang Na and the others clenched their teeth and handed 500 yuan to Gu Rongrong. Zhang Shutong watched nearby, feeling much better. Although she didn't have the money herself, she was happy to see it. Seeing Wang Na really took the money, Zhang Shutong added some words. Big sister-in-law is so generous. Next time you're short of money, just ask big sister-in-law's family. We're poor, but they are rich. After saying this, Zhang Shutong went to wash up in the bathroom. Wang Na's face turned green with anger, but she had to smile politely. Gu Hongwei watched everything and thought to himself, they deserved it. Things have gotten so bad that Gu Rongrong no longer feels comfortable staying. She took 500 yuan and left. Gu Man went out to see them off, feeling unhappy. All this is your fault. You're so bold. Why didn't you say something earlier? Now I've suffered a big loss. Don't ask me to handle this in the future. I can't do anything for you. After saying this, Gu Rongrong angrily left. Gu Man, feeling down, returned to the living room and was scolded again by Gu Hongwei. After Gu Hongwei went back to his bedroom, Gu Jingdong sighed. Why did you call Rongrong back? Now you've driven away second brother and the others. Are you happy? I think second sister-in-law didn't defend you. She usually helps us with homework and teaches us how to do problems. What's wrong with her? Gu Man pouted. I'm not you. I'm not so easily bought. She didn't offend me, but I just don't like her. Is that wrong? I think she makes our family look bad, so I don't want her here. Gu Jingdong also got a bit angry. If you don't want her here, others do. When I do homework, I can ask second sister-in-law if I don't understand. Now that she's gone, who do I ask? The college entrance exams are coming soon. We need to prepare quickly. Gu Man rolled her eyes. She's just a bit better at math. She's not good at other things. She probably can't even get into college. That's a joke. I can get in, but she probably can't. Gu Jingdong frowned, thinking it might really be possible. If she got into college and they both failed, it would be embarrassing. Don't be so arrogant. Who really knows what's going on? If you don't do well on the exam, it'll be embarrassing for you too, since they both studied at school and Zhang Shutong only occasionally read at home. If she's better than them, who's really the one being humiliated? After saying this, Gu Jingdong angrily went back to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu were lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. You say everything was fine, but then they had to drive her away. Now, if we want to see our grandson, we have to go to the research institute. Li Wenxiu rolled her eyes. This was all Jiang Shutong's idea. I think we should have our son divorce him. Ever since he married our son, Zheng Nan doesn't listen to us anymore. Everything is about him now.
I don't know what kind of spell he cast.
If this keeps going on, I think he might stop recognizing us as his parents. If they get divorced and he marries someone else, introducing a good wife might be better than now. Li Wenxiu still hasn't given up. She wants to find a new wife for Gu Jingnan, mainly because she can't compete with Zhang Shutong, so she hopes to find someone easier to control. Gu Hongwei sighed. Don't think about that. Look at how happy they are now. Zhengnan loves her like his own eyes. How could they get divorced? Gu Hongwei thinks Zhang Shutong is quite capable. The two are happy together. Finding someone else wouldn't be good for the children. After all, she's a stepmother, and the couple should be the original parents. No matter what they say, Zhang Shutong doesn't care anymore. She talked with Gu Jingnan for a while, and they went to bed early. The next morning, Gu Zhengnan went to work and told his boss about his living arrangements. When everyone heard he was moving to the research institute, they were very supportive. After finishing work in the morning, they helped pull weeds in the yard and did some simple repairs inside the house. Living in the yard is spacious and much better than living in a small apartment. Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shutong both liked the idea. Some women from the family compound saw Gu Zhengnan tidying up the house and couldn't help but ask. When they learned he was bringing his wife and children to live there, everyone was surprised. Many still remembered Jiang Shutong from before. Even now, they think Gu Zhengnan was tricked by Jiang Shutong. They feel it's a pity since Gu Zhengnan is such a good catch and many people are interested in him. Later, when that girl comes, we can see what she's like and whether she's a good match for Engineer Gu. She came during the team building event, didn't you see? No, I didn't go to the team building. Everyone was talking, sharing their opinions. The women gathered together, mostly gossiping and chatting. Most of these women from the family compound are from the countryside, married to their husbands, and few are involved in scientific research. They usually chat about gossip. After working for 2 more hours, they finally finished tidying up. When Jiang Shutong arrived at her workplace, she found out that Secretary Liu was resting at home. She heard that the director had told him to stay home for a few days until his injuries healed before returning to work. Everyone could see what the factory director meant. It was clear now. The director was unhappy with Secretary Liu, though no one knew exactly what happened in between. Jiang Shutong felt secretly pleased, thinking the director was quite reasonable. With Director Zheng's help, removing Secretary Liu from the secretarial department was an easy task. At work, Jiang Shutong was especially diligent. This was a good chance. If Secretary Liu left, someone else would take her place. She wondered if it could be her. However, based on her experience, it was unlikely. She hadn't been in the secretarial department long, and to become the factory director's secretary, she needed some practical experience. Thinking this, Jiang Shutong calmed down. She knew she had to learn to walk before she could run. Rushing wouldn't help. After work, Jiang Shutong immediately rode her bike to the research institute to see how the staff quarters were being cleaned up. She found Gu Zhenan, and he took her directly to his home. She looked around and was quite satisfied. There were 4 or 5 rooms, and the yard was big enough to grow some vegetables. The only problem was the toilet was a dry toilet. It would be better if it could be renovated later. But there was no choice. The yard was like this, not a building with a toilet. How is it? Is it okay? If you think anything is not suitable, just tell me now and I'll fix it. Jiang Shutong shook her head. No, it's fine. We can just move our things in and then we can bring the kids over. When she saw Jiang Shutong was not picky, Gu Zhenan also felt relieved. Good. Let's go. We'll move in tonight. As they left, Jiang Shutong nodded and smiled at the people around. If she moved here to live, she would have to interact with these people often. Don't underestimate these women. If you get along well, they can help a lot. Bai Bing was very happy when she heard Gu Zhenan was moving into the staff quarters. She ran over to find him. She thought Gu Zhenan liked research so much that living in the staff quarters would make it easier to go to the lab every day. This way, they could see each other more often. When Bai Bing hurried over happily, she saw Jiang Shutong was there too. Her face immediately darkened. Gu Shige, I heard you're going to live here now. Is that true? Gu Zhengnan didn't know why Bai Bing came to ask this question, but since there were so many people present, he couldn't stay silent. He just nodded quietly. After Bai Bing finished speaking, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Shutong beside her. Comrade Jiang, are you moving in too? Jiang Shutong found it funny. She thought Bai Bing was so happy because she believed only Gu Zhengnan was moving in and that she was staying at Gu's house with her child. What exactly does she want to do? Of course, the child will come too, Jiang Shutong replied. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Zhengnan quickly said, Yes, of course. Bai Bing was completely disappointed. Her smile on her face started to fade. Oh, I see. I was planning to come help tidy up the house. Since you seem to have finished, I'll go now. Jiang Shutong smiled and said, All right, thank you. Bai Bing left feeling very down. After Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhengnan left the research institute, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but give Gu Zhengnan a hard pinch on the arm. Gu Zhengnan winced in pain. What are you doing? Jiang Shutong clenched her teeth. Nothing. I just feel uncomfortable inside. Gu Zhengnan looked sad and couldn't help but complain a little about Bai Bing. Was she really causing trouble for him? I really have nothing to do with her. I don't know why she came over and said these things. Jiang Shutong snorted and got on her bike, leaving first, not wanting to talk to Gu Zhengnan. Gu Zhengnan followed quickly behind and explained again. When they got home, the 3 children were already waiting there. The old man and others still felt reluctant, but the 3 sons firmly sided with Jiang Shutong. They had already folded their small clothes and taken them out. Gu Hongwei was worried that his grandson wouldn't be close to him, so he chatted with the 3 children for a while. The eldest said they were all bad people. Their mother had worked so hard before, and now that she was finally doing better, they still wanted to bully her. Since their mother didn't want to stay here, they also wanted to leave. Hearing this, Gu Hongwei felt cold inside and was even more annoyed with his 2 daughters. But now he knew that no matter how much he apologized, they would still move out. The main reason was that the family's actions had gone too far. First, the eldest daughter-in-law tried to harm others with poison, then the mother-in-law spoke coldly, and even the 2 younger sisters-in-law said unpleasant things. Now that they are leaving, it is understandable. Seeing Jiang Shutong return, the 3 children happily ran over. Mom, we've packed everything. We're leaving now. Old Master Gu still felt a bit reluctant. Will the place over there be comfortable? If not, you can stay at my place. To avoid being separated from his great-grandchildren, the old man wanted Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhenan to stay with them. Of course, Gu Zhenan and the others couldn't agree to this and refused.
No need, Grandpa.
The research institute has already arranged everything. They even cleaned the house today. Whenever you want to see the children, you can go there anytime. The old man sighed and shot a stern look at Gu Manman. After dealing with the matter, Gu Zhenan and Jiang Shutong started packing their things to go back home. Seeing how anxious they were, Li Wenxiu felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but follow Gu Zhenan, asking Zhenan, "Are you really moving out? It won't be convenient at home. If not, let Man apologize and stay at home like before." Gu Zhenan didn't listen to Li Wenxiu and was very firm in his decision. After packing, they put everything in the trunk and moved directly into the staff housing. Originally, with 3 children, the house was lively. Now that the children had left, it was 2 people fewer, and the house immediately felt cold and empty. Old Master Gu and Grandma also didn't stay here and went back home that night. Gu Hongwei looked worried and sighed heavily. Our big family used to be happy together. Now it's just us left. Li Wenxiu also felt a bit upset. If the old master and grandma stayed here, they would benefit a lot. They received a good monthly allowance, not to mention the frequent financial support from the old man to the 3 children. If the other families found out, they would probably be secretly laughing. Gu Hongwei went to the study, and the others stayed in the living room. Gu Man didn't mind and said, "Isn't it better that they're gone? The house isn't so noisy anymore. Besides, losing them doesn't stop the world from turning. They're just ordinary people, not some special treasures, and they're still here pretending to be important." Wang Nan nodded repeatedly, thinking Gu Man's words made a lot of sense. Jiang Shutong and the others left, and life became much easier. Meanwhile, Jiang Shutong made the bed, arranged her belongings, and then sat down to rest. The 3 children were very curious about the new place, running around to look everywhere, and they seemed quite happy. In the past, the 3 children were cared for by the old master at the Gu family. Now that he couldn't take care of them anymore, it was up to the 2 of them to do so. Gu Zhengnan didn't want to sleep with the children at night. Since they were young and often restless, having children around was inconvenient. But he didn't dare say this aloud. At bedtime, the 3 children slept between him and Jiang Shutong. Gu Zhengnan planned to wait until the children fell asleep to have a quiet talk with Jiang Shutong, hoping to get closer. But unexpectedly, none of the children went to sleep. With no other options, Gu Zhengnan told them a story in a gentle voice. When he saw the children stop making noise, he thought they were asleep. He quietly moved to sleep beside Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong whispered, "Sleep quickly." "Why are you over here?" Gu Jingnan didn't reply. Instead, he gently held her face and kissed her. Just then, a sleepy voice asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Gu Jingnan and Jiang Shutong almost jumped apart, as if they had been sprung from behind. It turned out that the youngest, little three, hadn't fallen asleep yet. For the first time, Gu Jingnan felt completely at a loss, not knowing how to answer. "Dad didn't do anything. Mom's mouth hurts, so I help on it," little three said hesitantly. Hearing such a clumsy excuse, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jingnan looked at her with a resentful face, his ears turning bright red. As the saying goes, the word desire is like a sword, men should control themselves. Seeing such things could negatively affect the children. Little three nodded uncertainly, and then closed his eyes again. Gu Jingnan was scared now, and didn't dare have any other naughty thoughts. He quickly returned to his place and lay down to sleep. Bai Bing's assigned dormitory was not far away, in a nearby apartment building. She saw Jiang Shutong and Gu Jingnan moving in, along with the three children, talking and laughing happily. Thinking about it, Bai Bing felt terrible, imagining them probably sleeping together. The next morning, Jiang Shutong and Gu Jingnan took their three children to the cafeteria for breakfast. The family of five walked together, feeling very warm and happy. Some people saw Gu Jingnan and greeted him with smiles. They praised Jiang Shutong for being beautiful and the three sons for being smart and lively. But behind their backs, people said that Gu Jingnan was very unlucky. With such good conditions, he married a woman like Jiang Shutong and is also raising three children for someone else. They thought he was making a big mistake. Actually, Gu Jingnan had long wanted to reveal the truth. He was the one who made the mistake, not Jiang Shutong. These three children are his biological sons, not children he is raising for someone else. But Jiang Shutong refused to agree. If it had been before, she might not have cared and would have thought only of herself. Now they are on good terms, and Gu Jingnan cares about his reputation. If everyone found out he had a relationship with her before they were married, and that she had three children without being married, it could cause trouble. He might not get promoted and could even be transferred away from his position. At the cafeteria, Bai Bing saw the five of them arrive and looked even more unhappy. She lost her appetite for breakfast.
Yi also saw the scene.
She no longer dared to think about Gu Jingnan romantically, but she still kept him in her mind. Seeing the couple together made her feel very sad. When Jiang Shutong sat down, she felt the strange looks from others. Besides Yi and Bai Bing, many women were secretly watching her. It seemed that Gu Jingnan had been quite active outside, and there were at least two known rivals, with many more unknown. Moving into the staff housing was neither clearly good nor bad. Jiang Shutong silently sighed. Soon, Gu Jingnan brought over the breakfast he had prepared. The three children were well behaved. After eating, Jiang Shutong took them to the factory school. The children didn't dislike studying. Although they were young, they learned just as well as others, and were very smart. After settling the children, Jiang Shutong rode her bike to work, and Gu Jingnan went to his research room. When they arrived, everyone couldn't help but gather around. "Boss, your wife is really beautiful. You're so lucky. Now that you live here, when can we all get together? You should introduce us to her properly." Gu Jingnan smiled, and his expression looked less serious. "I'll discuss with your sister-in-law later and set a date to invite you all over." Everyone cheered when they heard this, happy to have another free meal. Bai Bing heard Gu Jingnan say this and moved closer. "Senior brother, I actually cook very well. Once the date is set, I'll come and cook. I think Comrade Jiang probably doesn't cook much." This morning, the kids ate at the cafeteria. Kids need good food to grow, so it's better if they eat well and maybe even cook for themselves. Bai Bing's words subtly pointed out Jiang Shutong's flaws, and Gu Jingnan naturally caught on. Thinking about how her arm was twisted yesterday, he felt a bit annoyed. "Who told you Jiang Shutong doesn't cook well? She's a good cook. When the time comes, you don't need to worry about it." Bai Bing looked a little upset, clearly not believing him. Everyone else, hearing that Jiang Shutong is a good cook, started to look forward to it. Meanwhile, Zhang Shutong was especially motivated at work. Lu Tianxiang was at home, so she wouldn't be bothered, and she didn't have to see her mother-in-law or sister-in-law's faces. It felt so comfortable. Lu Tianxiang hadn't been in the office these days, and everyone was quite happy about that. Before, when Lu Tianxiang was there, no one dared to say much to Zhang Shutong, afraid of offending him. Now that Lu Tianxiang was gone, people couldn't help but get closer to Zhang Shutong. They found her to be quite easy to get along with, pretty and kind-hearted. When she had trouble with a writing assignment, Zhang Shutong would help. She really seemed like a fairy come down to earth. For a while, everyone's opinion of Zhang Shutong improved. Zheng Jiangwo had been alone these past few days. After some thought, he decided to let Zhang Shutong temporarily take charge. It was a good way for her to gain experience early on. Zhang Shutong naturally seized this opportunity, making sure everything was perfect. In the afternoon, she went with Zheng Jiangwo to a meeting. At the venue, she saw Gao Qinglin. It was hard to avoid contact, since meetings at the machinery factory usually involved several companies. Gao Qinglin, as the factory director's secretary, meeting Zhang Shutong was normal. Seeing Zhang Shutong here was a bit surprising for Gao Qinglin, since she had only been filling in last time. Thinking about what happened last time, he felt a bit awkward. He had wanted to do something to Zhang Shutong, but she slapped him hard. After that, he never looked for her again. After some hesitation, Gao Qinglin still walked over. Shutong, what a coincidence. Zhang Shutong didn't want to pay attention to Gao Qinglin. Her previous idea was to clarify things so they could still be friends, but Gao Qinglin clearly didn't have that in mind. Last time, he even tried to take advantage of her. Since that's the case, she wouldn't give him a good face and would cut off his hopes directly. Seeing Zhang Shutong ignore him, Gao Qinglin's smile started to fade. Shutong, I was wrong last time. I apologize. The reason I did what I did was because I couldn't control my feelings. Yes, I still like you. You don't need to ignore me. Just see me as someone who is interested in you. When you can't get along with Comrade Gu anymore, remember that I am always here for you. Zhang Shutong almost wanted to. Was Gao Qinglin really that deeply affectionate? Actually, maybe not. If he truly couldn't forget the original owner, why didn't he come back to see her after 5 or 6 years? Now that he has seen her, it's obvious he's just interested in her looks and is pretending to be a deep lover. She thought she wasn't a love-struck fool, and she wouldn't be fooled by words. Did you not get enough from the 2 slaps last time? Comrade Gao, I don't want to be harsh, but my actions last time clearly rejected you. I now have a family and can't be involved with others outside. You don't need to pretend to be noble about cheating, and you don't need to create a deep love story for yourself. I really don't buy into that. Zhang Shutong thought there was no need to make things so tense. Gao Qinglin's parents are quite nice, and she could occasionally say hello or visit them privately, maybe even be friends. But Gao Qinglin's thoughts were so dirty that she couldn't pretend anymore. She had to be straightforward. Otherwise, if Gu Zhanan was sincere with his female colleagues outside, and she was secretly involved with another man, wouldn't that be double standards? Would that be fair to Gu Zhanan? Gao Qinglin didn't expect Zhang Shutong to be so blunt. His face froze. He cared a lot about his pride, and now that Zhang Shutong had pointed this out so directly, he felt uncomfortable inside. Shutong, don't be so harsh. Leave some room for yourself. Honestly, I don't think Comrade Gu is really interested in you. Does he truly like you? After all, you got pregnant before marriage and had 3 children. For any man, this kind of thing is deadly, and he might still be pretending now. Only I can accept the real you. Others simply can't. Shutong, be more clear-minded. Gao Qinglin is just fooling himself. Zhang Shutong thinks he doesn't know anything. The child is obviously Gu Zhanan's. Since Gu Zhanan, as the biological father, doesn't care, how could this outsider care? I've said what I needed to say. If you come to me again with this, don't blame me for being rude. I'm not the same person I used to be. Anyone who annoys me, I won't let them get away easily. Don't keep accusing me of being pregnant before marriage. Don't think you can use that to pressure me. Even if I was pregnant before marriage, I wouldn't like you or be with you. Now I've made everything clear. Remember this? You keep saying you like me and are willing to wait for me. When I was in my hardest times, I didn't see you give me a single cent. Some men say nice things but secretly try to belittle you. Does Gao Qinglin really care about her? Maybe not. When she was pregnant before marriage and had a hard time, Gao Qinglin must have heard about it. If he truly cared, even if he couldn't come back, he could have sent some money. But he never did, just talking nicely. Gao Qinglin was completely stunned. He always thought Jiang Shutong had feelings for him because they used to be so close. And Jiang Shutong is so easy to fool, say a few nice words, and her heart would probably be moved. But now, Jiang Shutong has changed completely. Shutong, I didn't expect you to become so realistic now. Is money all you care about? I remember you weren't so materialistic before. Jiang Shutong didn't want to waste words. She turned and walked away, thinking she wouldn't bother with Gao Qinglin anymore. Seeing her leave and laugh with others, Gao Qinglin clenched his fists tightly. After the meeting, Jiang Shutong returned to her office with Zheng Jiangwo. When she got back, everyone couldn't help but gather around, asking questions one after another. Shutong, are you going to be the director's secretary from now on? Did the director say anything to you? Jiang Shutong wouldn't be so naive as to tell everything. Even if the director had said something, she would keep it to herself. Seeing this, no one could say anything, so everyone dispersed, though some still whispered quietly. Actually, Comrade Jiang is a good factory director's secretary. At least she's easier to talk to than Secretary Liu, and doesn't bully people, that's right. I think she's quite capable too. Since the director put her in that position, he must really trust her. Jiang Shutong kept her head down and focused on her work. She usually didn't join these kinds of conversations. After work, as she left the office, she saw Zhang Xiaomai. When Zhang Xiaomai saw Jiang Shutong come out, she quickly ran over and pulled her aside. Shutong, I now have proof.
They really are involved.
The baby in Wang Saisha's belly is his. Yesterday, Wang Dali went with her for a checkup. They were laughing and even secretly kissed in a private place. I saw everything. Talking about this, Zhang Xiaomai got very angry. She had been married to Wang Dali for many years. Now, not only was he not kissing her, he hadn't even held her hand. She never expected Wang Dali to be so affectionate with another woman outside. When she was pregnant with her 2 daughters, her family never spent money on her health checkups. Now, Wang Saisha's belly was so big, and she went for checkups every day. It seemed she was afraid something might happen to her. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong also felt sick inside. Men who cheat usually don't have good endings. Just think of her own bad father to understand. Don't worry. These 2 won't have a good ending. My mother has already sued them. It should be settled soon, and they will be divorced. Even if Jiang Dahai isn't fired from the factory, he can only be a small worker now. Since you have proof of their affair, you should find a way to keep it. Better to take photos, or words won't be enough. When the time comes, it will be hard to explain the divorce. Zhang Xiaomai wasn't stupid. She had already thought of this and nodded silently. I've also thought of that. I will definitely take photos later. Now, I'm convincing my mother-in-law to help Wang Saisha find a job. Once they get the job, I'll get the money. Jiang Shutong nodded. I know about this. A few days ago, your mother-in-law came to ask me about the job. I told her it was true. She must be interested now. Zhang Xiaomai felt very grateful. Shutong, thank you so much. Jiang Shutong patted her on the shoulder. No problem. Let's go. Take me to see your mother-in-law. I'll give her a strong push to get all the money out of her. As they walked home together, the 2 women chatted. On the way, Jiang Shutong mentioned that she had moved out of her family home. Zhang Xiaomai felt a bit worried. You're so pretty and talented. Even your in-laws can't tolerate you? It's so hard for us women. She sighed with a sad smile. But compared to me, you're much happier. At least your husband supports and cares for you, unlike me, who has no one to love or care. Jiang Shutong quickly said, Who says? I have a good friend like you. They reached the door while talking. Zhang Xiaomai opened the door and saw Wang Dali sitting next to Wang Saisha, reaching to touch her belly. When they heard the door, both of them quickly separated as if spring-loaded. The old lady saw Zhang Xiaomai bringing Jiang Shutong over. She was no longer arrogant but smiled politely, urging Jiang Shutong to sit down. How come Jiang is here? You should have told me earlier. I'll go buy some fruit for you. Jiang Shutong responded with a forced smile. You're too kind. No need, we're not outsiders. After sitting down, Wang Dali and others couldn't help but ask about her work. Wang Saixia also stared closely at Jiang Shutong. She was just a girl from the countryside. If one day she could get a clerical job, she'd be successful. Everyone would envy her when she returned home. Jiang Shutong frowned slightly. It's a bit difficult, but since you're Xiaomai's family, I'll try to help. I told my husband about it, and he said he could help. But Saixia, you don't have much education, so it's not easy to get into an office. I asked around. It costs at least 700 yuan. There's a good position available now. You should gather the money quickly. The kitchen job isn't very prestigious. Saixia, you seem to come from a wealthy family, so you should sell that job. Once you have enough money, give it to Xiaomai, and she'll pass it to me. I'll help you manage it. Jiang Shutong lied effortlessly. She wasn't really trying to get them a job through connections. Even if things went wrong later and they reported her, she wasn't afraid. Hearing Jiang Shutong say this, the whole family was very happy. Mrs. Wang's mouth almost reached her ears, and she even grabbed Jiang Shutong's hand, repeatedly thanking her. Jiang Shutong forced herself to hide her discomfort and exchanged a few more words. Wang Dali and the others decided quickly to transfer their work and then add 300 or 400 yuan to help Wang Saixia get a better job. This way, their future would be more secure. The family's plan was quite good. They would spend all their savings to buy Wang Saixia a new job, and their daily expenses would be covered by Zhang Xiaomai. It was a very clever plan. When Jiang Shutong left, Zhang Xiaomai went out to see her off. Don't worry, everything is settled. From their expressions, they'll probably sell the work in the next couple of days and quickly gather the money for you. When that happens, just take the money. Find a good time to expose their plans and start the divorce process. The child will stay with you. Since he's been unfaithful, all your savings should be yours. If not, you can do like my mom and go to court. There's nothing shameful about it. Jiang Shutong comforted her a few more words before leaving. At this moment, Jiang Shutong didn't know that just a little later, her 3 sons would be targeted by someone. The person watching her sons wasn't anyone else but Bai Bing. Bai Bing noticed that Gu Zhenan treated the 3 children well and decided to start with them first. If the 3 children sided with her later, Jiang Shutong would be an outsider. Today, Gu Zhenan was busy, so after picking up the children, he let them play in the yard. There was a security department there, so it was safe and no traffickers could come in. After finishing her work, Bai Bing saw the 3 children and started planning. She wasn't working overtime today. She bought some good food and went straight to the 3 children. Hello, I'm Aunt Bai, your father's junior. Here, this is for you. Bai Bing then grabbed a big handful of white rabbit candies. The youngest tried to reach out to take one, but the oldest and second oldest stopped him. The oldest was cautious and looked at Bai Bing carefully. My mom said I shouldn't eat things given by strangers, he said. Bai Bing's mouth twitched, thinking that these 3 little kids knew quite a lot. I am not a stranger. I work here, so don't worry. You can eat now. The 3 children hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the food. Bai Bing smiled happily. You must be hungry, right? Mom hasn't come back yet? Aunt Bai will cook for you. Aunt Bai's cooking is really delicious. The youngest child stood up and clapped his hands. Yes, yes. I'm hungry. The oldest child squinted, but didn't stop him. Bai Bing felt very happy. She followed the children into the yard and then went into the kitchen. There were many ingredients in the kitchen. Jiang Shutong and the others didn't buy much. Most of the supplies were given by neighbors after they moved in. Since other neighbors grew vegetables in their yards and had plenty every day, Gu Zhenan was popular here, so people often brought vegetables over. While Bai Bing was cooking, the oldest child came into the kitchen. Aunt Bai, please cook a little more. Bai Bing tilted her head. Do you all have big appetites? The oldest child nodded. Yes, please make a little more. Bai Bing happily agreed. She thought that Jiang Shutong's teaching wasn't very good. After she came over and said a few words, the three children became so close to her. She hummed a song while cooking and soon finished. When she came out, she saw a few dirty clothes in the basin in the yard. They had to leave quickly for work today, so they didn't have time to wash their clothes. Bai Bing looked at Gu Zhanan's clothes, took some water, and squatted down to help wash them. People passing by saw Bai Bing washing clothes and were curious. They thought they might be seeing things. They wondered, isn't Gu Zhanan just moved in here? Why is Bai Bing here? Xiao Bai, what are you doing here? A woman asked curiously. Bai Bing smiled. I'm helping Brother Gu wash his clothes. His wife is busy with work, so he can't do it. A few people raised their eyebrows and then left, whispering among themselves. Bai Bing wanted this effect, to make her work seem more impressive. Soon, Zhang Shadong and Gu Zhanan came into the yard one after the other. Just as they reached the door, they smelled a fragrant aroma in the air. When they entered the yard, they saw Bai Bing washing clothes. Zhang Shadong was surprised, and Gu Zhanan looked stunned. What was going on? Why was Bai Bing here? Bai Bing saw Gu Zhengnan return, ignored Zhang Shadong directly, wrung out the clothes in her hand, and hung them on the drying rack. Senior brother, I happened to be free today, saw some work to do, so I helped out. The three kids are also hungry. I noticed Comrade Jiang wasn't back, so I cooked some food for the children. Gu Zhengnan was speechless. Were these things really her responsibility? With Zhang Shadong as his wife, did she need to do them? Zhang Shadong was also surprised, thinking about the three children. How could they change so quickly? Just as she was thinking this, the eldest child spoke up. Mom, the food is still hot. You and Dad should hurry and eat. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. The eldest child said this and pulled Zhang Shadong into the kitchen. Once inside, he put his hand to his mouth and whispered, Mom, I asked her to come cook. The cafeteria food isn't very good. You work hard cooking, and since she's willing to come and cook, let her do it. We can think of her as our family's nanny. Zhang Shadong initially felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking the children had changed. But hearing her eldest say this, she couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and rubbed his head. This kid was really clever and mischievous. Gu Zhengnan was still outside arguing with Bai Bing. Zhang Shadong called her in directly. Soon, the two of them carried the food and sat at the stone table outside. The eldest child looked at Bai Bing and deliberately raised his voice. Mom, Aunt Bai Bing is our nanny, right? Will she come to cook for us every day? Mom, then you can rest. Bai Bing thought she had already won over the three kids today. But now, hearing the child call her a nanny, her face changed immediately. Gu Zhengnan wasn't stupid either. He glanced at the three children and couldn't help but smile. No wonder these little ones were so easy to talk to today, they were scheming. Gu Zhengnan raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Bing. Comrade Bai, your cooking skills are really good. If you're not too busy with work, why not come and be our nanny? We'll pay you market wages. Gu Zhengnan's words seemed to suggest he was trying to discourage Bai Bing. But Bai Bing, proud as she was, didn't want to be a nanny. She was eager to become Gu Zhengnan's wife and pushed Zhang Shadong aside. Immediately, her face showed some embarrassment. Senior brother, I don't lack money. I just want to come and help. Zhang Shadong waved her small hand. That won't do. People might think we're exploiting you. Since you like coming to do laundry and cook, why not be our housekeeper? We need one, and don't worry, we will definitely pay you well. Zhang Shadong and Gu Zhanan took turns talking, making Bai Bing lose her temper. She stayed a little longer, but didn't get any praise from Gu Zhanan, and even the three ungrateful ones ignored her. Bai Bing was so angry she cried and left. On her way out, she met many acquaintances. Seeing her crying and running out of the Gu family, they couldn't help but ask. Bai Bing hesitated and finally said, I was just trying to help Zhang take care of the kids. I didn't expect her to say, I was just a nanny. After saying that, Bai Bing couldn't hold back her tears and ran home quickly. Some women overheard and looked at each other, thinking Zhang Shadong was quite mean. She was kind enough to help with the kids and cook, but she called her a nanny? It wasn't good talk. It seems Gu Gong's wife isn't easy to deal with. Why is she so mean? Isn't meanness normal? She had 3 sons before marriage. I heard she used to be involved in tricks at the machinery factory. Gu Gong doesn't know what happened, but he married such a wife. Anyway, everyone should stay away from her. They all talked, and their impressions of Jiang Shutong worsened. Now, after Bai Bing's words, they avoided her even more. Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhenan were happily eating Bai Bing's cooking. To be honest, Bai Bing's cooking was quite good. The noodles were tasty, and the stew was made with tomatoes and eggs. Seeing Jiang Shutong enjoy her food, the little eldest couldn't help but squint. "Mom, how is it? If you like it, I can persuade this aunt to come and cook for us tomorrow." Jiang Shutong almost choked on her noodles. She glanced at Gu Zhenan and thought, "Don't let the kids think badly of him." She was about to ask, but Gu Zhenan directly gave a thumbs up to the 3 children. "You're doing very well. Very smart." A few children were praised by their father and looked very proud. After dinner, Jiang Shutong wanted to wash the dishes, but Gu Zhengnan took over. "From now on, I'll do the dishes. You work hard during the day, and when you come home, I'll try to share more of the housework." Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Zhengnan to say this, and she felt very warm inside. Nowadays, many men are quite traditional and think that chores like washing dishes and sweeping floors are women's work. Men believe their job is to earn money. Gu Zhengnan's awareness of sharing housework is better than most men, more than 90%. Gu Zhengnan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Jiang Shutong took out the children's textbooks to help them with homework in the yard. It's the afternoon now, not as hot as noon, and there's a gentle breeze. There's a tree in the yard, perfect for sitting under and relaxing. Some neighbors passing by saw Jiang Shutong relaxing outside while Gu Zhengnan was washing dishes inside the kitchen. They started whispering, "Gu Gong is so unlucky. Have you ever seen a man wash dishes? His hands are used for research. How can he do such chores? Exactly, he seems like a lazy husband." Jiang Shutong also wanted to tidy up the yard, but she thought it might be difficult. Their house was an old one assigned before, while new houses are all apartment buildings. Right now, the yard has no tall walls, just a low wooden fence separating the neighbors, so it's not very private. At first, Jiang Shutong wanted to fix the wall, but then she decided not to. The neighbors are not ordinary people, they are also small leaders in the research institute. They didn't buy bricks to build a wall, and if Jiang and Gu did, people might gossip about their luxurious lifestyle, thinking they are not frugal. Although it's not a big deal, gossiping would be bad for Gu Zhengnan's reputation. Gu Zhengnan was about to get promoted and was well respected by his superiors. He couldn't afford to have any issues with his conduct. So, Jiang Shutong decided to leave it as it was. Gu Zhengnan finished washing the dishes and sat with Jiang Shutong at the gate of the yard for a while. When the children finished their homework, they planned to go back inside. Unexpectedly, Zheng Jiangwo and Xie Shufang arrived. Seeing them, Gu Zhengnan was surprised but quickly went to greet them. "Director Zheng, what brings you here?" Next to her, Xie Shufang also brought many gifts. "We came to see Shutong. Last time, Xiao Jiang saved my son's life. We've been busy lately and didn't have time to thank you. Today, we finally found a moment." Then, they all went inside. Jiang Shutong asked around and found out they first went to the Gu family. When they asked there, they learned Jiang Shutong and her family had moved out, so they drove over to the research institute. On the way, they also inquired about the location and finally found it. Just now, Li Wenxiu and others saw the factory director from the machinery plant come over, and they looked surprised. When they learned that the visit was to thank Jiang Shutong, the whole family was stunned. In their eyes, Jiang Shutong was able to work in the administrative department of the machinery plant because of the Gu family's influence. She was just an ordinary woman, with no special abilities. They didn't expect that she would now impress the factory director. The factory director and his wife personally came to visit, which showed how much they valued her. They never thought Jiang Shutong was quite capable. After Zheng Jiangwo and his family left, Gu Hongwei couldn't help but sigh and say that Jiang Shutong was so capable. Now that she was driven away, they would regret it later. Wang Na listened to this and naturally felt unhappy. She thought her father-in-law was too biased toward Jiang Shutong. She was just a broken shoe, and after marrying into the Gu family, She even became more high class. As a sister-in-law, she couldn't help but compare herself. So, Wang Na turned her face away and went back to her room, not wanting to hear her father-in-law praise Jiang Shatong. When she found out they had traveled from the Gu family to this place again, Jiang Shatong couldn't help but say, "Andy, you're being too polite." Saving someone back, then, was just a small effort. Besides, anyone who saw that scene wouldn't stay indifferent. "You don't need to be so polite, and you bought so many things. Thank you, but it's a bit too much." Jiang Shutong's words made Xie Shufang feel even more ashamed. She regretted not letting Jiang Shatong help her earlier. She realized she had looked down on her.
Xiaojian, I'm sorry.
"I had some prejudice against you before, influenced by others. The more I think about it, the more I feel I was wrong. Today, we won't talk about those useless things. From now on, I will treat you as my sister. If you need anything, just ask. Don't be shy with me." Zheng Jiangwo didn't say much either. Usually, he would avoid getting too close to subordinates because he's a company leader and doesn't want others to gossip. But Jiang Shatong saved his own son's life, and this kindness was very special. It was natural for them to interact more privately. The four of them sat together and talked for a while. Zheng Jiangwo also mentioned Lu Tianxiang. "Secretary Lu is not someone I can keep around. I'll find a way to transfer him to another department. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang. You work well, and you'll definitely get promoted. Maybe someday you'll even become a female leader." That sounded like Jiang Shatong might become the company's secretary someday. Jiang Shatong felt happy inside. In a short time, she had moved from the administrative department to the secretary department, and now she was about to get a promotion again. The speed was like riding a rocket. She really needed to prove herself now. Only then could she change others' old opinions about her. She wanted to be a helpful assistant to Gu Zhinan, not a burden. "Thank you, Director. I will work hard from now on." After sitting with the family for a while, they left. When Zheng Jiangwo and the others left, Aunt Wu from the neighboring yard couldn't help but ask, "Little Gu, who was that just now?" Gu Zhinan looked at Aunt Wu with a distant expression. Her husband also worked at the research institute. He was an academician with a good background. Unfortunately, his wife wasn't very impressive. She was from the countryside and often argued with her husband over small things. Gu Zhinan didn't want to pay much attention to her, but since she asked, he answered politely. "Shutong's friend, visiting." Then he took Jiang Shatong into the house. Aunt Wu frowned and muttered to herself. Someone like Jiang Shatong, a small person, could have such a friend? The man she saw earlier didn't seem ordinary. Back inside, Jiang Shatong couldn't help but ask, "Was the auntie just now unfriendly? You seemed pretty cold." Gu Zhinan nodded. "Not exactly unfriendly, but she's usually busy and not very easy to get along with. Now that we live here, you should be a bit more careful so you don't get into trouble later." He then briefly explained what Aunt Wu had done. Jiang Shatong was also very impressed. Wu Ailian was quite formidable. She often argued with her in-laws and spoke harshly to her husband, being very bossy. "All right, I'll be more careful later and try to avoid conflicts," she thought silently. She sighed inwardly, realizing that no matter where they moved, they would always meet a few odd people. Living a completely peaceful life seemed quite difficult. After dinner, she washed up and prepared for bed. Gu Zhengnan looked at the three little kids beside him, thinking they were almost 6 years old and should be able to be independent. He cleared his throat quietly and said, "Other kids their age sleep alone. Do you dare to do the same? I was thinking if you do, I'll buy you little cars and tell everyone you're the bravest kids." Hearing this, Jiang Shatong was stunned. What did he mean? Was he just suggesting they sleep in the next room? Actually, in the countryside, children often sleep separately from a young age, but Jiang Shatong was still worried. At first, the three kids were afraid, but after Gu Zhengnan encouraged them, they all said, "We're the bravest. We want to sleep alone tonight. Dad, will you buy us little cars?" Gu Zhengnan felt pleased and smiled. "Of course, I always keep my promises. But if you're scared, that's okay. Don't force yourselves." The children were a bit rebellious. The more Gu Zhengnan said, the more they wanted to sleep alone. In the end, Jiang Shatong had to set up beds for them.
After they lay down, she kept reminding them, "If you're scared, just knock on the door or call Mom. I'll come and hold you." Jiang Shutong still felt uneasy. Although she hadn't been very involved with the children since coming to Gu's house, she knew the elders were watching over them. Now that the kids were sleeping alone, she was still worried. "Mom, we're the bravest. We're not afraid. You can go back to sleep now. Don't disturb us," the eldest shouted loudly. Jiang Shutong had no choice but to close the door and go back to the next room. She couldn't help but glare at Gu Jingnan. "Are you serious? The kids are so young, and you just send them away like that. What are you planning?" No father would do such a thing. Gu Jingnan was not feeling guilty. When Jiang Shutong asked him questions, he responded confidently and firmly. "Of course, I do it for the kids' good. Boys shouldn't be spoiled from a young age. They should learn to be independent early." Jiang Shutong rolled her eyes, not believing his excuses. "All right, go to bed early." Jiang Shutong got into bed, not wanting to say anything more. Gu Jingnan slightly smiled, looking like he was about to laugh, but not quite. After getting into bed, he didn't stay serious for long and started to make a move. Jiang Shutong held Gu Jingnan's hand, her voice soft. "What are you trying to do?" Gu Jingnan turned her hand over and held it, saying, "Since I can't sleep anyway, let's do what married couples do." She knew this man had bad intentions. At this point, resisting was useless, so she just went along with him. The three children didn't make any noise all night. After they finished, Gu Jingnan felt uneasy. He went outside to check on the kids and made sure they were fine before returning to the room. When they went back, Jiang Shutong was already asleep. Gu Jingnan got into bed, helped her pull up the blanket, and then fell asleep. The next morning, the three children woke up early and came to thank Gu Jingnan. "Dad, when are you going to buy us little cars? We were very brave last night and not scared at all." Gu Jingnan nodded approvingly and ruffled the eldest child's hair. "Wait until the weekend. Dad will take you out to buy them." The children's eyes lit up. After washing up, the whole family went to the dining hall. Jiang Shutong had planned to cook breakfast, some millet porridge and pancakes. But she was too tired from staying up late last night, so she decided it was better to eat at the cafeteria. After sitting down, Gu Jingnan helped serve the food. Just as they were about to start eating, the youngest softly asked, "Mom, last night we slept next door. When we were about to fall asleep, we heard you calling. Did you have a nightmare?" After saying this, Jiang Shutong's face turned red with embarrassment. She almost covered her son's mouth. Nearby, some researchers were listening carefully. Gu Jingnan also looked awkward, almost choking on his porridge. "Last night a mouse got into the house. Your mom was scared. What else could they do now?" They could only find a random excuse to cover it up. The three children nodded when they heard this, then they couldn't help but tease Jiang Shutong. "Mom, you're so brave. You're afraid of mice, but we aren't." What could Jiang Shutong say? She could only smile politely and glare sharply at Gu Jingnan when no one was looking. After dinner, Jiang Shutong went to work, while Gu Jingnan took the three children to school, then headed to the research lab. But just a few steps out, Bai Bing called out to him. "Senior brother, wait for me. I also want to go to the school so we can go together." Before Gu Jingnan could refuse, Bai Bing caught up and stood beside him. The three children secretly glanced at Bai Bing. Was there any doubt? This auntie clearly liked Dad, so she was rushing over. Just like when many men chased after Mom at the machinery factory. Gu Jingnan tried to avoid trouble, but Bai Bing was not very perceptive. "Senior brother, when are you free to visit my house? My dad has been talking about you for a long time." Bai Bing's father also worked at the research institute and knew Gu Jingnan. Gu Jingnan had even studied under Bai Bing's father before. Considering Bai Bing's father, Gu Jingnan was generally polite to her. Hearing her words, he could only reply, "I've been busy lately. I'll visit in a few days when I have time." Bai Bing wanted to say more, but three children were watching her. She had no chance. Now Bai Bing finally realized she had been played by these little ones yesterday. No wonder they were so clever. These kids were definitely raised by that woman. After sending the children to the classroom, Gu Jingnan gave a few instructions before heading to his office. He thought he could finally shake off Bai Bing, but just as he left,
She followed again. Gu Zhanan felt annoyed. This was at work time, and getting too close could cause suspicion. Plus, Bai Bing's behavior was becoming more confusing. Yesterday, she even came over to wash his clothes. Someone who didn't know better might think she had a secret relationship with him. Thinking of this, Gu Zhanan didn't hold back. He said directly to Bai Bing nearby, "Comrade Bai, I've been running to stay healthy these days. I'll be going now." Before Bai Bing could respond, Gu Zhanan ran off quickly. He was tall and had long legs. Even jogging a little, Bai Bing couldn't catch up. Seeing Gu Zhengnan avoid her like a snake or scorpion, Bai Bing's face turned pale and then red, and finally, she stomped her foot in anger. Gu Zhengnan saw Bai Bing couldn't catch up, so he finally relaxed. He looked for a chance to explain to the young girl that they should keep their distance. When Gu Zhengnan entered the research room, everyone immediately gathered around him. "Boss, did you talk to your wife yesterday? When are we getting together?" Everyone was still thinking about it. Gu Zhengnan was surprised. He had forgotten about this and also forgot to mention it to Jiang Shutong yesterday when he went home. "I forgot to ask last night. I'll ask your wife today. Since the weekend is coming, if it's okay, we can do it then. Everyone come over." Hearing this, everyone cheered happily. After a while, Bai Bing came over. Seeing everyone happily gathered, she couldn't help but ask and learned that Gu Zhengnan had invited everyone to visit his home over the weekend. "Brother Gu, did you forget to tell me?" Gu Zhengnan really wanted to say she didn't need to come, but in front of so many people, he couldn't say that. "Come if you want." Bai Bing snorted, "Comrade Jiang probably can't cook. I'll have to do the cooking when I go." Gu Zhengnan raised an eyebrow. "Who told you she can't cook? Shutong makes very good food." Bai Bing naturally didn't believe it. She thought that over the weekend, she must show her skills and make Jiang Shutong feel ashamed. She thought she wasn't worthy of Gu Zhengnan. Jiang Shutong didn't know that Bai Bing was sticking to Gu Zhengnan like a sticky patch. She had just arrived at the office and hadn't been there long when Director Zheng called her away for an errand. Seeing Jiang Shutong being called away again, everyone was almost certain. The director must want to promote Xiao Jiang. She just came to our secretary's office, and she's already getting a promotion. That's impressive. A male secretary couldn't help but envy. There were also a few female secretaries in the office. Hearing the male colleagues' comments, they felt a bit dissatisfied. They had been working here for a long time without promotion. Why did Jiang Shutong get promoted so quickly? Was it just because she was good-looking? Sometimes, being too outstanding can be a flaw, and jealousy is inevitable. Jiang Shutong was quite popular among men. The male colleagues in the secretary's office all treated her well. Lu Tianxiang stayed home for 2 days to recover from his injury, but he couldn't stay there any longer. During these days, he kept going to the factory and asking around for news. As soon as he arrived at the factory, he saw Jiang Shutong leaving with Zheng Jiangwo again. He was so angry, he clenched his teeth. If this keeps up, his position might be at risk. Xie Shufang was also foolish. Leaving such a woman close to her husband was reckless. She wasn't afraid her husband would change his mind. Jiang Shutong was clearly a charming woman. Lu Tianxiang thought hard but couldn't find a way to catch Jiang Shutong. He tried many tricks to intimidate her, but in the end, he only got himself into trouble. If he made another move, it might cause even bigger problems. Thinking this over, Lu Tianxiang saw no other options but to leave. After the meeting, he went back with his colleagues, just in time for lunch. He went to the cafeteria with Zhang Xiaomai, who looked very happy. "Shutong, they already sold the cafeteria work and gave me the money," Zhang Xiaomai said excitedly. Jiang Shutong gave her a thumbs up. "Have you prepared the evidence of Wang Dali's affair? Since you have the money, there's no need to argue with them. Just divorce early." Zhang Xiaomai had hesitated before, but now she was completely disappointed in Wang Dali. She only wanted to think about their 2 daughters. "I'm already trying to take photos. I just rented a camera from someone. In the next few days, my mother-in-law might come to pressure you. Please help me lie to them. Once I have the evidence, I'll talk about the divorce." Jiang Shutong nodded happily and agreed. She thought Zhang Xiaomai was also having a hard time. Now, she was finally escaping from the control of the Wang family. Those fools in the family, especially for Wang Xixia, were willing to drain their entire savings. This time, they would suffer the consequences. But then she remembered her mother's divorce case. The court should be almost done with it. That Jiang Dehai should have been disgraced by now. After work today, she planned to go see what was happening. Sure enough, just as she finished eating and left the cafeteria, Wang Dali and his group stopped Jiang Shadong. They looked at her with pleading expressions. Comrade Jiang, we've gathered enough money for Xiaomai. She should give it to you now, right? Please find her a job quickly so Caixia can start working soon. Jiang Shadong nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. Since it's a clerical job, there will be some movement, and we need to make sure everything is in order. Otherwise, it wouldn't be our turn. With Jiang Shutong's words, Wang Dali and the others felt relieved. After work in the afternoon, Jiang Shutong went directly to find Wu Xiling. They then learned that the court ruling had already been made. The two had obtained their divorce certificate yesterday. Jiang Dehai couldn't keep the family money and had split half of it with Wu Xiling. Hearing about the money, Jiang Shutong finally relaxed. It's good that you got the money. Please live a good life from now on. Wu Xiling also looked happy. Now, no one was bothering her or dared to hit her. Although she was working as a nanny now, her life was much better than before. Mom, to be honest, I don't have much attachment to them. It's just a pity about your second sister. I heard Jiang Dehai even threatened her, trying to get her to come and persuade me. Your second sister refused and stopped staying at home, and now that she's divorced and not married, her life must be very hard. When talking about Jiang Shuqing, Wu Xiling looked worried. Jiang Shudong thought about her second sister and felt some sympathy. Didn't she start dating someone? I heard they've been together for a while. Why not get married soon? Then she can escape this family. Based on Jiang Shutong's understanding of Jiang Dehai, if things continue like this, he might just find someone to marry her off. It doesn't matter if the person is good or not. The most important thing is whether they can give a high bride price. Don't forget, I almost did. Let's go find your second sister and ask how she's doing now. If she can set a wedding date, she should get married soon. It would give her some support and prevent Jiang Dehai from just finding someone to marry her off casually. Jiang Shudong thought her mother made a good point. She rode her bike with Wu Xiling to the residential area. Worried about running into Jiang Dehai, they asked a familiar person to go upstairs and called Jiang Shuqing down. When the aunt went up, she said Jiang Shuqing wasn't home and seemed to have been called away just now. Jiang Shudong and Wu Xiling exchanged glances. They went to look at the back door of the residential area and actually saw Jiang Shuqing. She was standing opposite a young man, and they seemed to be arguing about something. Jiang Shudong moved closer and overheard the man counting something. Look at the bill carefully. I'm not trying to bully you. Now that we're not together, you should pay me back whatever you owe. Our family isn't rich, and I know you're not materialistic. Jiang Shuqing looked very upset, holding a piece of paper, her arms trembling. Su Weigua, you're going too far. You invite me to your house for dumplings, and now you want to charge me? I only ate 10 dumplings, and I have to pay you 5 yuan? Are your dumplings made of gold? 10 dumplings for 5 yuan means 50 cents each. That might be cheap in later times, but now, with low prices, how can a single dumpling sell for 50 cents? Moreover, it's not polite for a girlfriend to eat at her boyfriend's house and expect to make money. This isn't dating, it's like doing business. Jiang Shudong and Wu Xiling both looked very unhappy. They originally thought Jiang Shuqing had found a boyfriend, someone to rely on. If she married him soon, she wouldn't have to suffer in front of Jiang Dehai anymore. But they didn't expect her chosen partner to be so unreliable. Su Weigua adjusted his glasses and said, "That's the price of my house. If you don't want to marry me, don't eat my food. I don't care. We've been together for almost a year, and I've spent 30 yuan on you. Just pay me back now, and we'll be even." Jiang Shuqing was about to explode with anger. She had spent quite a bit on Su Weigua, but after so long, she didn't remember the exact amount. She wasn't used to keeping track of expenses. Did I not spend anything on you? We've been together for almost a year, and I've only spent 30 yuan. There was also some dumpling money, but I didn't just spend 30 yuan on you. Even the belt you're wearing is 15 years old,
Su Weigwa snorted. All that was voluntary. You can't take it back. I don't care. Pay me back quickly, or this won't end. If my parents come to ask for the money, it won't look good. Next to them, Zhang Shutong couldn't hold back anymore and started to scold. 50 cents for a dumpling? Is your family crazy poor? If you can't make a living, just go die. Don't bother people. You've been dating for so long and only spent 30 yuan on my second sister. Now you're asking for more money? Aren't you ashamed to say that out loud? With her beautiful face, Zhang Shutong's words were sharper and sharper. Su Weiguo was stunned. Jiang Shuqing saw her sister coming over and felt both embarrassed and touched at the same time. Shutong immediately stepped in front of her second sister and pointed at Su Weiguo's nose, continuing to scold him. If you want to pay back the money, fine. But what exactly did you spend on my second sister? Show the store receipt so we can see. Otherwise, you can just say any amount. My sister even said you spent 1,000 yuan on her. Are you going to pay or not? Jiang Shuqing is not very good with words. She is used to being pushed around by Jiang Dehai and is quite timid. She doesn't have Shutong's sharp tongue. Su Weiguo looked angrier and more uncomfortable. He felt he couldn't afford to offend her. He pointed at Shutong and shouted, "If you don't want to pay, just say so. Stop arguing here." He then tried to walk away, thinking he would come back later when these people weren't around to ask for the money. Seeing him try to leave, Shutong quickly grabbed him and loudly shouted, "Everyone come see. This man spends only 30 yuan a year on dating and still wants his money back. Everyone be careful, don't date such a stingy man." Su Weiguo lives next door in the residential area. He's a primary school math teacher and is somewhat well known. When he heard Shutong shouting, he couldn't stay any longer. He quickly broke free and ran away. Seeing this, Shutong spat harshly. She had seen many such mean men before. They want money, but have no intention of giving any. Don't give him the money. He only asks for 30 yuan. A dumpling costs 5 mao. How can you date someone like that? Jiang Shuqing's head was almost buried in the ground. Shutong, I was blind. I was tricked before. He used to treat me well, and I thought we could be together. But now his family introduced him to a girl with a real job. He doesn't want to be with me anymore, and just wants to get his money back. Wow, not only stingy but also a scoundrel. Did you spend any money on him? Jiang Shuqing nodded. More than 30 yuan anyway. They found a place to sit, and then got to the main point. I heard from Mom that Jiang Dehai often hits you. What do you think? Do you still want to stay in that family? When she mentioned this, Jiang Shuqing couldn't help but tear up. Her life was so hard. Her family was like that, and her relationship was the same. But what could she do? She currently has no job, no savings, and no place to stay. Where can she go? Not staying at home. I have nowhere to go. Jiang Shutong pursed her lips. I just talked to Mom. I thought your boyfriend was reliable, so I suggested you get married early. That way, you'd have someone to rely on. But now I see he's a bad person. Maybe you can move in with Mom for now. I'll think of a way to help you find a job. Stay at the Jiang family's house, and you might not have a good time. Jiang Shuqing was happy but also unsure when she heard her sister's words. But that's too much trouble. Finding a job costs money. I'm worried your in-laws won't like it if you keep helping me. Jiang Shutong didn't mind. She waved her hand. My partner and I already moved out. Plus, I don't need my in-laws' help. I'll ask Zheng Nan to think of a way. Just wait for news. Jiang Shuqing is skilled at embroidery and could work at a clothing factory. But she doesn't know anyone there, so she hoped Zheng Nan could help. After they made plans, Jiang Shutong took her second sister to pack her things. When they arrived, Jiang Dehai and Wu Xiuyan were there, and Jiang Yaozu was crying, though no one knew why. Seeing Jiang Shutong and her sisters, Jiang Dehai immediately threw down his chopsticks. You unfilial girl. How dare you come back? When they said they were here to move things and take Jiang Shuqing away, Jiang Dehai got even angrier. I tell you, Jiang Shuqing, you're my daughter. You're still on my household register. Where are you going if you move out? You're grown up and your boyfriend isn't going to marry you. I've already found someone for you. You'll get ready to get married in a few days.
The other family is willing to give 300 yuan as a bride price. Not many people get that. Jiang Shutong knew Jiang Dahai wasn't saying good things, but she was surprised he was already thinking about her second sister. He wanted to sell her for just 300 yuan. Jiang Shuqing bit her lip. I won't marry. I won't stay in this house anymore. Seeing Jiang Shuqing dare to argue with him, Jiang Dahai got furious. He grabbed a feather duster nearby and tried to hit her. Jiang Shutong wouldn't let him. She shouted loudly, calling the neighbors over. Everyone come see. A father who's raising a mistress is willing to sell his own daughter. And he's a factory director. Is there no one left at the textile factory? Jiang Dahai felt very embarrassed and a bit anxious. The punishment hadn't come down yet, and he had already spent a lot of money trying to keep his position. If Jiang Shutong made a big fuss, it would be hard to handle later. After a while, Jiang Shuqing finally finished packing and came out. Jiang Shutong took the person away directly. That old troublemaker has a pretty bad mind. Jiang Shutong was thinking that if her mother shared half the money, she might forgive him, but now she realized she couldn't let him feel too comfortable. She planned to write a report to get him fired. Then he wouldn't be able to earn money, and she wondered if Wu Xiuyun would still run away. When they arrived at Wu Xiuling's place, the mother and daughter couldn't help but hug each other and cry. Jiang Shutong also felt sad and gave a few more words of comfort before returning to the research institute. As soon as she entered the gate, someone stopped her. Comrade, are you Mrs. Gu? Jiang Shutong got off her bike and nodded. Yes, I am Gu Gong's wife. What's the matter, comrade? Please go to the school and check. Your child got into a fight with someone and it seems the youngest was hurt. Gu Gong isn't at the factory today. He's out handling some matters. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong's legs went weak. She hurriedly rode her bike to the school. When she arrived, she saw a crowd surrounding the area, and from far away, she could hear her third child's crying. She jogged over and pushed through the crowd. When she entered, she saw her younger son being protected by her older son, who was facing off against a few people from the other side. The little third child's head was bleeding and injured quite badly. Jiang Shutong's legs felt weak again, almost causing her to kneel. She had worked at the machinery factory for many years. She had raised 3 children alone, and they had never gotten into trouble. She never thought that just a few days after moving to the research institute, her child would be beaten. She ran over and squatted down to check her son's condition. She saw that the little third child's head was scraped and bleeding, but the wound wasn't very big. Still, the amount of blood was frightening. Opposite her stood Wu Ailian, who was protecting a child, probably her second child. Seeing Jiang Shutong come over, Wu Ailian forced a faint smile on her face. Jiang sister, you're finally here. Please take care of your son. Going to school is fine, but why does he have so many snacks in his bag? It affects other students' learning. Jiang Shutong clenched her teeth, her eyes full of anger. She ignored Wu Ailian and asked the teacher nearby. The teacher didn't take sides and simply explained what happened. Little third often eats snacks from his bag, like rice sticks and white rabbit candies. When he's hungry during class, he eats a little. Today, he was caught eating by Zhou Xiaowei, who is Wu Alian's younger son. Wu Alian's son was born when she was older, so she spoils him a lot. He's very spoiled and has a big temper. Seeing her son eating treats, Zhou Xiaowei, who is greedy, went over to them. Little third looked soft and gentle, but he's actually quite stubborn, especially about his favorite snacks. Naturally, he refused to give them. Zhou Xiaowei then grabbed a stationary box nearby and threw it at little third's head. Nowadays, stationary boxes are made of metal, very hard. Throwing one at someone's head isn't meant to cause bleeding, but it can hurt. The teacher saw that things were getting serious and said they should contact the parents to resolve it. When Wu Ailian arrived, she saw that Gu Zhenan was busy and not present, and Jiang Shutong hadn't come back. She decided to downplay the issue. She thought her son was not at fault. It was just a few rice sticks. They are classmates. Sharing a few snacks isn't a big deal. The Gu family's son is also stingy. Besides, kids often bump into each other and minor injuries are normal. After hearing the teacher, Jiang Shutong instinctively clenched her fists.
Wu Ailian didn't realize the seriousness and kept talking. Sister, it's just a few rice sticks. What's the big deal if neighbors share a snack? Your kid is too stingy. Don't be angry. Kids are young. Fighting and bumping into each other happen. If he's hurt, that's normal. I can take your son to the clinic to get bandaged, and I'll pay for it. Let's not ruin the peace between our families. Zhang Shudong used to think like this too. After all, she was new here, just moved in, and Wu Ailian was her neighbor. She wanted to get along well. But who would have thought that before she even got to know her, Wu Ailian would drag her into trouble? She could be upset, but she absolutely wouldn't allow her son to be harmed. Wu auntie, you can't say that. What do you mean, just a few rice sticks? A few pieces of sticky rice sticks are not worth much, but these are brought by my son. They are his belongings. Whether he wants to share with friends is his choice. We adults have no right to interfere. Just because my son didn't give your son some, does that mean your son should hit him? Today it's a pencil case. What will it be tomorrow? After speaking, Zhang Shutong continued, and my family isn't short of this little money. It sounds like you think if you pay for the medical bills, we should be grateful. Wu Ailian, who had a smile on her face earlier, couldn't keep it after Zhang Shutong's words. Then what do you suggest we do? The incident has already happened, and I apologized. Isn't this just bullying? No wonder people say you're hard to get along with. Now I see it's true. Zhang Shutong didn't bother arguing with Wu Ailian. In her world, anyone who hits her son must be fought back. She would never accept being treated unfairly. Don't tell me whether I'm easy to get along with or not. That's none of your business. The fact that your son hit my son can't be ignored. I don't want your money for the medical bills. Zhang Shudong then ran over and pulled Wu Ailian aside. Wu Ailian didn't expect Zhang Shudong to suddenly act, and she was stunned. Once she reacted, she also started fighting with Zhang Shudong. Zhang Shudong looked at her three sons and said directly, "You two go and control him. Let your brother hit back." The oldest and second sons had already wanted to fight. If the teachers hadn't stopped them, they wouldn't have seen their brother being bullied like this. Now that their mother was involved, they immediately went over and pulled Zhou Xiaowei away. The oldest son, who was fierce, told his brother, "If he hits you, hit him back. Otherwise, don't call him my brother." "I don't have a brother as weak as you." The youngest, Xiao Sand, sniffled and, unable to bear it anymore, grabbed a nearby pencil case and threw it at Zhou Xiaowei's head. Soon, Zhou Xiaowei's head was injured, and he was crying loudly. On Zhang Shutong's side, Wu Ailian was no match for her. Normally, Zhang Shudong wouldn't be able to beat Wu Ailian, who used to do heavy farm work in the countryside. Zhang Shudong had been working in a factory for years, often working overtime. She was physically strong, and she had also trained in martial arts before. Naturally, Wu Ailian was no match for her. Zhang Shudong is skilled at fighting, mainly by pulling hair directly, ignoring other techniques. Wu Ailian is now being overwhelmed and beaten. Everyone nearby is stunned, never expecting Zhang Shudong to be so fierce. She fights immediately. If they face such a situation, they might just endure it. Although they feel upset, what can they do? After all, it's kids fighting, and adults shouldn't interfere too much. Eventually, they can only swallow their frustration. Soon, Bai Bing and Yi Yi arrive and see Zhang Shutong fighting fiercely, and they can't help but look down on her. Engineer Gu is so refined, and he married such a loudmouth. It's really embarrassing, seeing her son succeed. Zhang Shutong finally releases Wu Ailian. Wu Ailian is furious and quickly runs to check on her son. Seeing his head bleeding, she is heartbroken, acting as if her life depends on him. "Oh my goodness, this is so unfair. Everyone, come look. See how unfair this is," Wu Ailian loudly complains. Zhang Shudong tidies her hair. She's not completely unharmed. Her face was scratched. But it doesn't matter. Wu Ailian suffered even more. People around see this and step back in surprise. Bai Bing has long disliked Zhang Shudong and now stands in front to defend Wu Ailian. "Comrade Zhang, how can you do this? Aunt Wu is older than us. She's a senior. How can you hit her? Besides, we're all from the same big neighborhood. It's nothing serious. Just clarify things. Why did you have to fight?
Yi quickly joins in to support Wu Weilian. Exactly, you're being too mean. It was clearly Wu Shilian's son who started the trouble, but now Jiang Shutong is blamed. Is enduring this unfairness making her a good person? Our family matters have nothing to do with you too. Are you saying I should just accept that my son was wronged? Jiang Shutong's charming face turns a bit fierce, and Bai Bing is momentarily stunned. Wu Weilian has already started crying and wailing, holding her son, and crying loudly. There is a troublemaker in our big yard. Everyone saw it. She was the one who hit me. I want to find the director and see if he will do anything. It's so unfair. I don't want to live anymore. Wu Weilian spoke more and more dramatically, looking at Jiang Shutong with anger. Jiang Shutong didn't care about her at all. Anyone who dares to hurt her son, she would risk her life to make them pay. At this moment, Zhou Adong and Gu Zhanan also arrived together. They went out for work and came back together. Just as they entered the research institute, they heard someone say that the children had fought at school. Zhou Adong was worried, and Gu Zhanan was even more anxious. When they saw the scene, Gu Zhanan quickly went over to pick up the little third child. Looking up, he saw that Jiang Shutong had injuries on her face. Shutong, are you okay? The little third child saw his father coming and felt very wronged. He sniffled and briefly told what had happened earlier. Gu Zhanan didn't need to ask more. It was the Zhou kid who came over first to grab snacks. When the little third child didn't give in, he got angry and started a fight. Zhou Xiaowei was not a good kid in the yard. He often bullied others his age. Plus, Zhou Adong and the others spoiled him, so he was very arrogant. Now he had even bullied his son. Wu Weilian was holding her husband's sleeve, complaining non-stop. No one should bully like that. Look at her pulling my hair. My forehead is bald now. She also beat Xiaowei like this. Old Zhou, we can't just let this go. We need to ask the director for an explanation. The family yard doesn't welcome people like her. Hearing the whole story, Zhou Aidong's face darkened. It wasn't entirely Jiang Shutong's fault. His son did something wrong. No matter how greedy he was, he shouldn't have stolen others' food. Stealing is one thing, but hitting someone is another. Is the Gu family easy to mess with? Although these 3 children are not Gu Zhanan's biological children, they are officially his sons now. If he hits someone's child, it's a sign of disrespect to Gu Zhanan. Gu Zhanan might not be as high-ranking as him now, but that doesn't mean he's less capable. He's just young and needs experience. Enough, say less, Zhou Adong said in a low voice. His son was hurt, and he felt bad, but since Gu Zhanan was here, there was nothing more to say. Zhou Adong thought for a moment, then cleared his throat and said, "It's true that Xiaowei shouldn't have stolen snacks, but this child has ADHD, so he might have acted without thinking. Our family should apologize and make up for it. However, what my sister-in-law did is a bit too much. When it comes to children's matters, adults shouldn't interfere. You hit me, I hit you, how long can this go on? How about this? Comrade Xiao Jiang, you apologize to my wife, and then this will be over." Neither side needs to pursue it further. Zhou Adong believed he was experienced and an important person at work. Although his wife was not very capable, he still felt he had to support her. Jiang Shutong indeed was too aggressive. She looked gentle and fragile, like Lin Daiyu, but when she fought, she was as fierce as Lu Zhishan. To be honest, these 3 children weren't related to Gu Zhanan. Gu Zhanan wouldn't cause trouble at work over someone else's kids. Gu Zhanan was feeling very upset inside. He didn't expect Zhou Adong to say such things. Even though they were colleagues, this couldn't be easily ignored. The most ridiculous part was that Jiang Shutong was asked to apologize. Why should she apologize? The ones who should apologize were them. Jiang Shutong looked at the man in front of her. He was tall and strong, now protecting their family behind him. It wasn't true that she wasn't nervous. After all, she had just moved here a few days ago and had already offended someone. Would Gu Zhanan really make her apologize just to save face? If she did, she would take the kids and leave immediately, refusing to accept this humiliation. Bai Bing, standing nearby, quickly moved closer to Gu Zhanan and whispered, "Brother Shi, it's true that Jiang did something wrong. You should ask her to apologize to Aunt Wu, and then this will be over. We shouldn't let it affect our relationship with colleagues. Bai Bing looked down on the three children. They were just wild kids who didn't even know their father. Why should Gu Zhanan offend others for such people? Gu Zhanan was furious. He was about to argue with Zhou Adong when someone insensitive came over. Without hesitation, he scolded, "What does this have to do with you? So, you're saying you weren't the one hit? Comrade Bai, we're not that close. This is our family's matter, and it's none of your business. Step aside." Gu Zhanan frowned and didn't give Bai Bing any face. He was already annoyed, and now this woman came over to cause trouble. Bai Bing is usually considered the favorite younger sister in the research lab, and many male colleagues are quite kind to her. Now, however, Gu Zhengnan has mercilessly criticized her, and her face quickly lost its color. Seeing Bai Bing walk to the side, Gu Zhengnan finally spoke. The one who should apologize isn't Shadong but Auntie. She knew her child made a mistake, but didn't properly discipline him, instead blaming others. Is this the victim-blaming attitude? What did my son do wrong? He wanted to share his food with someone. Why does your son act like a thief and hit people? Honestly, I think it's right for my wife to hit back. Gu Zhengnan spoke passionately, surprising everyone around. No one expected him to defend Jiang Shadong and the children so fiercely. He paused and then added, "Moreover, Shutong's actions are for your own good. Look at how many troubles your child has caused recently." Wu Ailian and Zhou Adong looked very upset. Gu Zhengnan usually handles things well, respects elders, and, despite being from a good family with ability, he never looks down on his subordinates. But now, he was fiercely defending his own. "Xiao Gu, how can you say that?" Zhou Adong couldn't hold back and wanted to speak up, but Gu Zhengnan ignored him and continued. "Your son hit someone today, and tomorrow he might hurt another. All the children in the neighborhood are bullied by him. Do you two ever control him? Every time, you say it's just kids playing, adults shouldn't interfere. But why is it always other people's children getting hurt? Your son hits others, and when it happens to your own, you can't stand it." Gu Zhengnan's words hit the truth. Many children in the neighborhood had been bullied by Zhou Xiaowei. As parents, they wanted to find a way to explain, but Wu Ailian and others just said not to make a fuss. Since they all work at the same place, they didn't want to make things worse, so they just endured it. But Gu Zhengnan was brave enough to say it openly. Jiang Shadong listened from behind and almost clapped for Gu Zhengnan. This is the way normal people think. Sometimes human relationships are important, but not always. It depends on whether the other person is worth associating with. Someone like Wu Ailian, who is unreasonable, is better not to associate with. Zhou Aiden and her husband felt embarrassed and wanted to argue, but they couldn't find the right words because Gu Zhengnan was speaking the truth. Soon after, a few researchers from Gu Zhengnan's office came over and offered some advice. The matter was then settled. Wu Ailian initially wanted to cause trouble with the director, but her husband scolded her, reminding her that they didn't have a strong case. Although Jiang Shutong shouldn't have hit first, her son was the one who started the fight. Seeing everyone disperse, Gu Zhengnan quickly took little third to the health clinic. It wasn't serious, just a small cut with dried blood. It only needed cleaning and some ointment. But watching from the side, Jiang Shadong and the others still felt worried. After applying medicine, Jiang Shadong and her family hurried home with the children. Once home, Jiang Shadong glanced at Gu Zhengnan and quietly said thank you. Gu Zhengnan frowned. "Thank you for what? I'm the child's real father. Of course I care. You did well. Don't worry about what others think. As long as you're not losing out, that's enough. If they think losing out is a blessing, let them think so. We won't." After saying that, Gu Zhengnan placed little third beside him and offered some tasty food to cheer him up. Then, he went to comfort Jiang Shadong. Her face was also hurt, but the injury wasn't serious. Still, Gu Zhengnan gently cleaned her wound with iodine solution. Disinfecting with alcohol was too painful, but iodine was gentler. That's better. If you had made me apologize to Wu Ailian just now, I would have been really angry. Why would I do that?
I'm healthy.
You can do what you want, but next time, watch the situation carefully. Make sure you won't get hurt before acting. Look at your face. It's going to take a few days to heal. Thinking about how she had grabbed Wu Alian's hair and fought, Zhang Shutong felt a bit embarrassed. You're just a tool in my hands. When someone bullies me, I point and shoot. Will you do it then? Gu Zhengnan immediately sat up straight. Yes, I will. I trust you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will. Even if we're not in the right, I stand with you. Whatever you do, it must have a reason because you're so understanding. Zhang Shutong was a little upset at first, but hearing Gu Zhengnan say this made her feel much better. Anyway, I am not someone who gets taken advantage of. If someone dares to hurt my son, I will hurt theirs. Gu Zhengnan nodded. This time it's a draw. Let's leave it at that. Zhang Shutong nodded, feeling a bit worried inside. Are you sure this is okay? Won't it offend anyone? Gu Zhengnan snorted. Don't say Zhou Adong is an academician. Even if he's the director, I don't care. I'm not afraid of anyone. Zhang Shutong could tell that although Gu Zhengnan works in research, he has a somewhat reckless personality. He probably causes some headaches for his superiors. They comforted the children a bit more before they started eating. In the neighboring yard, Wu Ailian was already arguing with Zhou Adong. She felt she was wrong today, and her husband didn't want to complain to the director, which made her feel helpless. Your wife and kids were bullied like this, and you didn't say a word? Zhou Adong, you're too useless. I was blind to marry you. Why are you afraid of them? If I were you, I would make a big fuss and make them kneel and apologize to me. Zhou Adong looked at his wife coldly. Think before you speak. Is Gu Zhengnan someone you can easily provoke? Don't forget, I outrank him, but he's more capable at work and is highly valued by the leaders. Do you think the director would like me to handle this trivial matter? In the end, Wu Ailian could only let it go, but she held a grudge against Zhang Shutong because of this incident. The two were now at odds. In this family compound, she was determined not to let Zhang Shutong have an easy time in the future. A woman with a sharp tongue like her would definitely cause trouble when she had a chance to suffer. This incident also became a topic of gossip among the residents. Some said Zhang Shutong did well by standing up for her child, while others thought she was too aggressive, making future interactions difficult. As for Zhang Shutong, she was already sound asleep and didn't care what others said. The next morning at breakfast, she suddenly remembered she hadn't told Gu Zhengnan about an important matter. Oh, Zhengnan, do you know anyone at the clothing factory? My second sister has just moved out and is quite good at embroidery. I want her to work at the factory, but I don't know anyone there. Gu Zhengnan nodded. I'll ask around later. Don't worry, it should be fine. As long as she has the skills, she can do it. Gu Zhengnan said it was simple, but in fact, it was not that easy. After all, it was a stable government job, something others usually couldn't buy, even if they had money. Even with skills, you needed connections to get in. Zhang Shutong felt happy after hearing this and planned to tell her second sister the good news later. When she arrived at her workplace, she saw Lu Tianxiang had come over. He still had marks on his face. Although the factory director said he could take a few more days off, Lu Tianxiang couldn't stay at home and came over today with a brave face. Once at work, he was serving tea and water. His attitude was much better than before, and he was more responsible. Indeed, without comparison, there was no harm. But it was all too late. Zheng Jiangwo had already decided to replace Secretary Lu. But it was all too late. Zheng Jiangwo had already decided to replace Secretary Lu. Even if he changed for the better, there would be no second chance. He had already set a trap, waiting for Secretary Lu to fall into it. Secretary Lu thought that coming back early would make the factory director unhappy, but Zheng Jiangwo didn't say anything. Secretary Lu relaxed his guard. In the afternoon, Director Zheng handed some work to Secretary Lu. Director Zheng threw a stack of documents to Secretary Lu. He took the materials and left. Since the factory director had a good relationship with Zhang Shutong, when Secretary Lu returned to the secretary's office and asked everyone to help with the work, Zhang Shutong didn't say a word and helped organize the materials. Everyone was already very annoyed with Secretary Lu, but they held back their anger and helped him finish the work. 3 hours later, Secretary Lu handed the documents to Director Zheng. Director, I've finished organizing the materials. Please review them. Zhang Zhengwo nodded and waved his hand to send Lu Tianxiang out. Soon after, Zhang Zhengwo called several leaders from the factory for a meeting. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhengwo's angry shout came from the conference room. Secretary Lu, come in here. Lu Tianxiang quickly entered the meeting room when he heard the leader calling him. Director, what's wrong? Zhang Zhengwo threw the documents on the ground, looking very upset. Is this the material you handed in? Take a good look. Can you use this? Today, Zhang Shadong and the others were playing tricks. When Secretary Lu asked them to help with the work, they deliberately wrote some parts incorrectly and mixed up the data. Lu Tianxiang was used to relying on others and was not worried, so he didn't check his work when submitting it. He didn't expect to fall into such a big mistake. He picked up the documents on the ground and suddenly felt nervous. Director, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling well today and accidentally made a mistake. Lu Tianxiang wanted to say more, but Zhang Zhengwo interrupted him directly.
Enough.
With your current position, you are so careless in your work. Do you think I can trust you with tasks in the future? Starting today, go back to the grassroots level and review your knowledge carefully. This meant a demotion, but the exact place he would be sent to was not specified by the director. Lu Tianxiang was very upset when he heard this. He absolutely couldn't accept being demoted. He had worked hard to reach his current position, and now being pushed back down felt like a to his pride. Director, I didn't do this alone. It was the secretarial department that helped. Yes, Zhang Shatong filled out the documents, and it was her mistake. At this point, Lu Tianxiang didn't hesitate to betray Zhang Shatong and others. Zhang Zhengwo had been waiting for him to say this. He was surprised that Lu Tianxiang was so straightforward and immediately became angry. So, you mean the task I gave you was supposed to be done by you, but you let someone else do it? Lu Tianxiang, are you my secretary or not? Are you letting others do your work? It seems you are not suitable for your current position. There's nothing more to say. Starting today, go back to the secretarial department and reflect on your actions. Lu Tianxiang thought that exposing Zhang Shadong would make things easier, but instead, it made him look worse. He immediately regretted it and clenched his teeth. Leader, please give me another chance. I promise I will complete my tasks in the future. I wasn't feeling well today, so I asked others for help. Usually, I do everything myself. Even now, Lu Tianxiang still wanted to argue, but everyone present saw through his excuses. Seeing him still talking nonsense, Zhang Zhengwo ordered the security team to come and take him away. Soon after, everyone saw security personnel Lu Tianxiang back to the secretarial office. Everyone was surprised. In the past, Lu Tianxiang was quite arrogant at the factory. He was the director's favorite, and no one dared to offend him. But now, he looked like a defeated dog being dragged away. Seeing Lu Tianxiang with a very sad and upset face, he returned to the secretary's office and started crying. Everyone couldn't help but pretend to care and asked, Secretary Lu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need us to take you to the clinic? They spoke with concern, but inside they were secretly happy. Zhang Shadong also felt secretly pleased. This old boss always wanted them to do all the work for free, like slaves. Today, he finally got his comeuppance. When he saw the heads leaning in, Lu Tianxiang reacted and stood up, pointing at everyone and shouting, Why didn't you do the work I asked today properly? Why did you fill in the data incorrectly? Are you doing it on purpose? Now I've been demoted, and you're probably happy about it, right? Everyone stepped back, but they were secretly thrilled, thinking Lu Tianxiang finally got what he deserved. Zhang Shadong watched coldly, saying nothing. But Lu Tianxiang didn't leave her alone. He rushed directly in front of her. Zhang Shadong, did you do this? Did you deliberately mess up the data? Do you want to ruin me? I know you've been eyeing my position for a long time. You wicked person, why are you so scheming? Lu Tianxiang was acting crazy, shouting at the people in the secretary's office. Zhang Shadong looked at Lu Tianxiang coldly. Secretary Lu, I don't know what you're talking about. I've done the work you gave me seriously. Why do you think I made mistakes? Maybe everyone's data was correct, but when you reviewed it, you changed it again. Isn't that possible? Isn't that right, everyone? Hearing Zhang Shutong's words, everyone nodded repeatedly. They couldn't take responsibility for this themselves. If someone brought it up later, People might think they were useless and couldn't even handle this small task. Lu Tianxiang was about to get very angry. His face turned red, and he almost fainted. Zhang Shutong, you wicked person. You're just a troublemaker. Do you think because I got demoted, you can become the secretary of the factory? Look at yourself and see if you have the qualifications. At this moment, the head of the secretaries pushed the door open and came in. Hearing Lu Tianxiang's wild words, he scolded sharply. Lu Tianxiang, what do you think this place is? How dare you cause trouble here? If you made mistakes and don't admit them, that's one thing. But to go around attacking others, I think the secretary's office can't hold you anymore. I can't manage a subordinate like you. The Secretary General's words were very clear. The factory director said to transfer Secretary Lu back to the grassroots level. He no longer wanted Lu Tianxiang to stay in the secretarial department, so he could only be moved to another department. But other departments don't have the same good opportunities as here. Everyone watched coldly from the side, feeling that Secretary Lu was wasting his good chances, but no one felt sorry for him. Secretary General, I know I was wrong. I was just angry. I was tricked by Zhang Shutong. I won't speak carelessly anymore. Working at the grassroots level is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Lu Tianxiang quickly changed his words, but the Secretary General was not joking around. You say Secretary Zhang set a trap for you? That's ridiculous. You handed over your work to others, got caught, and then blamed others for your mistakes. If you had taken your work seriously, would this have happened? The secretarial department doesn't need colleagues with such poor attitude. You should take care of yourself. After saying this, the Secretary General turned and left. Lu Tianxiang was completely hopeless. Originally, staying in the secretarial office might have been possible if he tidied up and put in some effort. But if he was transferred to another department, his career was over. He had worked hard to become the factory director's secretary, and now it was all gone. The Secretary General went directly to another unit to coordinate, and he definitely wouldn't keep Lu Tianxiang in his department. He was the one who caused trouble. Although Zhang Zhengwo didn't openly mention Lu Tianxiang's drugging incident before, he could guess some things given his position. Lu Tianxiang dared to do such things. What else could he do? He was bound to cause big trouble. As a leader, he would have to clean up the mess. If someone like Lu Tianxiang could be promoted, then there was no problem with him. Now, taking this opportunity, they quickly transferred him away, and everyone could breathe easier. In the end, Lu Tianxiang was publicly disciplined by the factory. After some discussion, the leaders decided to assign him to the logistics department, where Zhang Shutong had originally worked. When Zhao Shumin heard this news, she was stunned. Their family had always benefited from the fact that her brother-in-law was a high-ranking secretary. They thought they could gain some advantages. But now, not only was there no room for advancement, but he was also working as a colleague. Lu Tianxiang naturally refused. He caused a fuss, but Zhang Zhengwo finally said that if he didn't want to work in the logistics department, he could just resign. Wherever she wanted to go, she went there. The machinery factory couldn't accommodate her grand presence. What could Secretary Lu do? Although the logistics department pays low wages and has little room for advancement, it is still a stable job. If she were fired from the machinery factory, where could she find work? In the end, she had to give in. Manager Lu also found it funny. He never expected that someone so proud would end up in this situation and would have to listen to her in the future. Zhao Shumin felt ashamed of her brother-in-law. Not being able to help was one thing, but coming here to embarrass herself was another. Now that they were colleagues, she worried others would mock them. After work in the afternoon, Zhang Shutong hummed a song as she rode her bike to her mother's house. When she arrived, Zhang Shuqing was cooking. Seeing her younger sister, she was very happy. Shutong, are you done with work? Zhang Shutong sat down, drank a big glass of water, and then shared the good news with her second sister. Zhang Nan agreed to help her get a job at the clothing factory. She could start working there directly when the time came. But now, she needed to make some efforts first. Once everything was settled, she would come to tell her. Knowing she could get a stable job made Zhang Shuqing very happy. Really? Is it too much trouble? Zhang Shutong waved her hand. No trouble. It's not just about money. You have your skills, and the clothing factory needs embroidery workers. Just go confidently. Not long after they finished talking, Wu Xiling arrived with the host family. They were eating here again today. Jiang Shutong didn't want to stay long. After a few words, she quickly left. Her youngest child had been frightened recently, so she needed to go home early to stay with him. Now, in the family compound, everyone was talking. Many people saw her hit someone earlier and called her a mother tiger. When Jiang Shutong returned home, she saw her 3 children playing in the yard and felt happy. The children saw her come back and ran over, excitedly asking her to play with them. Jiang Shutong didn't do anything else. She washed up briefly and played catch with the children in the yard. Unbeknownst to her, someone had taken an interest in her. Wang Na had been investigating Jiang Shutong's past and was now close to the truth. She suspected that the 3 children might belong to Gao Qinglin. Today, she took the opportunity to wait outside the machinery factory for Gao Qinglin. Gao Qinglin was surprised to see a stranger woman looking for him. He immediately planned to leave, but Wang Na stopped him. "Comrade Gao, I am Xu Tang's sister-in-law. I came here today to talk to you about something. I think you will be interested." Sure enough, Gao Qinglin stopped, but his eyes showed caution. "What's the matter?" Wang Na glanced around and said, "Let's talk somewhere private." "This place isn't very suitable." They found a corner and Wang Na asked directly, "Be honest with me. Do you still like Jiang Shutong? If you still have feelings for her, I can help you get her." From her first words, Wang Na kept Gao Qinglin here. Recently, Gao Qinglin felt very upset. When he was at home, he kept thinking about Jiang Shutong slapping him. They had loved each other before, so why is Jiang Shutong now so cold and unkind? The more he couldn't have her, the more he wanted her. Now, Jiang Shutong's second marriage couldn't stop him. He wanted to overpower Jiang Shutong and conquer her completely, making her fall in love with him. "Do you have any ideas?" Wang Na squinted her eyes. "Of course, I have a way. I did some investigation. You 2 used to date. Be honest with me, was the child Jiang Shutong had before marriage yours?" Gao Qinglin was stunned. He knew clearly whether the child was his or not. He hadn't even been with Jiang Shutong, so how could the child be his? Before he could speak, Wang Na continued, "If you go out now and tell people that the 3 children Jiang Shutong had before marriage are yours, she will definitely be kicked out. Then you 2 can be together. Honestly, my mother-in-law doesn't like this daughter-in-law and has long wanted to replace her with my younger brother. If you're willing to cooperate, I will also try to persuade my parents at home." "Are you willing?" Gao Qinglin was silent. Would doing this really work? Maybe it would. Jiang Shutong's reputation isn't very good right now. If it gets out that the biological father of her children has returned, the Gu family definitely won't want to be involved. Even if Gu Zhenan liked this daughter-in-law very much, he would have to consider his parents' opinions. The Gu family is influential, and they would surely find a way to kick Jiang Shutong out. Would it be wrong to do this? Gao Qinglin was still a bit hesitant. He considered himself an honest person and a member of a respected family. If he wrongly accused a female comrade, he felt it would be hard to justify. Wang Na frowned and looked worried. If she weren't afraid of scaring him away, she would have scolded him already. "Comrade Gao, there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, Shutong also likes you. She's too shy to say it openly. I've even heard her talking to others about how she can't forget you. But now she has a family, so she has to cut off this connection. As a man, you should take the initiative. Otherwise, you might really miss your chance." Wang Na kept talking until she almost ran out of breath. Finally, Gao Qinglin listened. He thought, of course Jiang Shutong liked him. They used to be very close, so there must be some other worries. If that's the case, maybe it's not wrong to share this information later. It might even help save Jiang Shutong from trouble. Besides, she had nothing left but her face. Gu Zheng only married her to have some fun, and he'd get tired of her eventually. "All right, I'll do as you say." Gao Qinglin suddenly became interested. He remembered that when he and Jiang Shutong were close, they had taken some photos together. They weren't very intimate, but the photos clearly showed they had a good relationship. He thought he could use those photos later. He could also write a letter and leak the information. When it caused a big fuss, The Gu family would be pressured and forced to separate the two. Wang Na almost couldn't help but laugh. After agreeing with Gao Chenlin, she happily went home. Meanwhile, Zhang Shutong didn't know what their plan was. She was feeling pretty upset. Ever since she hit Wu Ailian, the two families had become enemies. There was only a fence between them, so she could see Wu Ailian from her yard. Since she returned home, she kept seeing Wu Ailian rolling her eyes at her. Soon after, Wu Ailian went into the kitchen and grabbed a bucket of dirty water, pouring it directly into the yard. Because only a fence separated them, the water from her side flowed over to Jiang Shutong's yard. If it had been just some laundry water, Jiang Shutong wouldn't mind. But in the hot summer, that bucket of sewage was very smelly. Now the dirty water was flowing into her yard, and she was worried about how many flies it would attract. These middle-aged women are the hardest to deal with, especially because they hold grudges and will find all kinds of ways to get revenge. Jiang Shutong knows that if she endures once, she will have to endure many times in the future. Spilling slop was just a test. Jiang Shutong doesn't spoil her. She tells the three children to go inside and do their homework, then stands up and asks Wu Ailian, "Big Sister Wu, should you spill the slop outside or into your vegetable garden? You've already spilled it into our yard. Later, it will smell bad and attract flies." At first, Jiang Shutong speaks kindly, but Wu Ailian doesn't listen. She does it on purpose to annoy Jiang Shutong. "This is my yard. I can spill it wherever I want. Do you control the sky or the ground? Or our bathroom? I spilled it in our yard. If it flows over to your side, can I be blamed? I won't just do this today. I'll do it again in the future. Let's see who can stop me." Wu Ailian finishes, looking proud. She had already planned her words, which is why she did it. Jiang Shutong grits her teeth, thinking, why is this woman so annoying? Without saying more, she goes back inside. Wu Ailian thinks Jiang Shutong is scared and starts singing happily. Soon, Gu Zhengnan comes back. Jiang Shutong briefly explains what happened. When they find out Wu Ailian won't stop, Gu Zhengnan is also a bit upset. The couple is usually busy, and Wu Ailian is just a housewife, taking care of the children at home. If this keeps happening every day, they won't have the energy to deal with her. How do you want to handle this? Maybe I should go over there later and talk to them. Neighbors should help each other. It's not good to keep doing things like this, especially since we see each other often. When Gu Zhengnan gets up to go, Jiang Shutong quickly pulls him back. Why go? Even if you go, it won't help. Do you think they'll listen? Wu Ailian is unreasonable. With people like her, you have to fight fire with fire. Don't worry, I've already thought of a plan. I'll fight back tomorrow. Gu Zhengnan pauses. What do you plan to do? Jiang Shutong looks at the three children, then points to the bedpan they just brought inside. Tonight you all into this. Tomorrow I'll pour it into their yard. She likes spilling slop, so I'll play along with her. Gu Zhengnan fell silent. He had to admit that Jiang Shutong was quite tough. She could do anything she set her mind to. But she could do whatever she wanted. This was a war between women. By the way, I have the day off tomorrow. Can you all take a break this month? Jiang Shutong doesn't need to go to the factory on Sundays, but Gu Zhengnan's schedule is different. He doesn't have fixed days off and works almost all day. If he has something to do, he reports it in advance. This month is busy for me. I'll ask for leave tomorrow afternoon. Please prepare in advance. I'll arrange a table of food. They want to come over for a meal. Gu Zhengnan forgot to tell Jiang Shutong about this. She thought it was reasonable having a meal together to get to know each other. Since they are all at the research institute and see each other often, it would be helpful if they could lend a hand with something in the future. No problem. But should Bai Bing come too? Bai Bing works in the same department as Gu Zhengnan. Usually she should be invited. If everyone else is invited and Bai Bing isn't, it might seem a bit deliberate. Although neither of them liked this girl, they still had to show some decorum in important matters. What do you think? If you don't want to see her, I won't invite her. Jiang Shutong shook her head. It's not necessary. Since everyone in the office is coming, just invite her. Otherwise, others might think I'm petty. Gu Zhengnan nodded, sharing the same idea. After that, Gu Zhengnan brought up Jiang Shutong's mother's work. I've already contacted the clothing factory. She can go there tomorrow to apply. Skilled embroidery workers are rare, so she has a good chance of being hired. Gu Zhongnan said this, but he had also put in some effort, bringing good cigarettes and wine. If her skills are good enough, she might be able to start immediately. Jiang Shudong was happy too. She had arranged everything for her mother and second sister, so she felt relieved. Having connections really makes things easier. Ordinary people, even with skills, can't get a job without connections. They can only watch helplessly. That's great. I'll ride over now to tell her. I can't be late tomorrow. Jiang Shudong said this and hurriedly rode out. Gu Zhongnan saw the children hadn't eaten yet, so he went to the kitchen. Anyway, who cooks doesn't matter. Whoever isn't busy cooks. But his cooking isn't as good as Jiang Shutong's, so I can only barely swallow it. Gu Zhongnan steamed some rice, mixed a cucumber, and then scrambled some eggs with tomatoes. These are all simple dishes, and they taste okay. The three kids were already very hungry. When they saw the food was ready, they ate quickly and eagerly, which was quite respectful to Gu Zhongnan. Jiang Shudong went to her mother's place and directly told them the good news. Jiang Shuqing was so happy she jumped up.
Thank you, Shudong.
From now on, I will be a person with a job. Wu Xiuling, who was nearby, was also very happy. With a stable job, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Jiang Shuqing quickly decided to break up with Su Weigua. Later, she could find a young man at the factory to marry. This would be perfect. Talking about Su Weigua, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but ask a few more questions. By the way, has that guy come to see you recently? Hearing Jiang Shutong ask, Jiang Shuqing's face changed. She looked cautiously at Wu Xiuling beside her. Jiang Shutong knew them very well. Seeing their reactions, she couldn't help but ask again, what's going on? Don't lie to me. Jiang Shuqing lowered her head. Today, he came to cause trouble again. The neighbors all came to watch. Mom and I felt pretty embarrassed. 30 yuan is quite a lot, but I can earn it back later, so I returned the money to him. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong was furious. Turns out, Su Weigua not only didn't spend money on dating, but also wanted to make money. How can you be so stupid? What about the money you spent on him? Jiang Shuqing hesitated. Although she felt uncomfortable, she thought it was too troublesome to deal with. Now that it's over, she could finally have peace. Forget it. I guess I was blind and didn't meet a good person. Jiang Shutong usually gets taken advantage of or suffers losses, but now that her second sister was bullied like this, it would be strange if she could just swallow it. No, that's not right. Do you know where he lives? Later, take me there. I need to get that money back. Not only that, I want him to make up the difference. You spent more than he did, and not a penny less. Everything must be returned. Jiang Shutong was so fierce that Jiang Shuqing didn't know what to say for a moment. Just then, someone arrived at the door. Wu Xiuling looked up and immediately frowned. Because it wasn't someone else but Jiang Dahai. You come here for what? We don't welcome you. Wu Xiuling stood up and scolded sharply. In the past, she was afraid of Jiang Dahai, but now she no longer took him seriously. She doesn't eat or drink his things, nor rely on him. Why should she be beaten by him? Seeing her and her two daughters, Jiang Dahai couldn't help but rub his hands, and his attitude improved a lot. Xiuling, I've thought carefully. It's better for a couple to stay with their original spouse. How about we remarry? I'll kick your sister out and promise not to have anything to do with her anymore. These days, Jiang Dahai has been with Wu Xiuyun, but Wu Xiuyun is so lazy that she finds it hard to even cook a meal. Most importantly, he wants Wu Xiuyun to go out and work, but she refuses stubbornly. She stays at home all day, neither high nor low. Jiang Dahai has already been demoted from his position as workshop director, and his salary has been cut a lot. He can't support her anymore. After thinking it over, he still finds Wu Xiuling easier to control. Although Wu Xiuling doesn't have a stable job, she earns quite a bit as a nanny every month. So, he shamelessly came to ask for reconciliation. Jiang Shudong and the others naturally didn't tolerate this. They immediately drove him out. Get lost quickly. My mom will never remarry you. You're like a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. You and Wu Xiuyun are a perfect match. Don't bother others. Jiang Dahai was furious and looked at Wu Xiuling. I tell you, Wu Xiaoling, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't agree, I will marry your sister. Don't regret it then. Wu Xiaoling heard this and couldn't help but laugh. You two should just get married already. You're a perfect match. There's no one more suitable for each other. This sounded nice, but it was actually a sarcastic remark. Jiang Dehai wanted to get angry, but seeing Jiang Shutong here, he didn't dare to lose his temper. He could only leave in frustration. Jiang Shutong pouted and said, "This person is really shameless. Why does he think that just because he's back, you have to remarry him?"
Mom, be brave.
Find a good man yourself and make him jealous. Wu Xiaoling's face turned red when she heard this. She no longer plans to remarry. Her first marriage was so unsuccessful that it left her with a shadow in her heart. Knowing this, she prefers to live alone rather than remarry. My mom doesn't want to look for anyone anymore. She prefers to live alone, which is fine. Besides, she's getting old, and a second marriage doesn't sound good. It might embarrass you all later. Jiang Shutong didn't think that way. If her mom found someone suitable, she would be happy. The three of them sat together and talked for a while. Then Jiang Shutong went home. When she got back, Gu Zhanan had prepared a hot meal for her. She ate a bowl of rice and couldn't help but give Gu Zhanan a thumbs up. The food is really good, very fragrant. You're improving. Gu Zhanan loved hearing Jiang Shutong praise him. He decided to help cook more often. After the three kids finished their homework and dinner, they obediently went to sleep next door, not disturbing the two adults. That night, Gu Zhanan was being playful again. Jiang Shutong gently pushed his hand away. I told you not tonight. I have work and cooking tomorrow. I'm very tired. Let's do it another day. Gu Zhanan looked disappointed, pouting. He gently tugged at Jiang Shutong's pajamas. Sweetheart, just once. I promise, just once. Jiang Shutong clenched her teeth. Others get a few minutes, but yours would be an hour. I won't fall for it. No discussion. Go to sleep now. She turned her back to him. Gu Zhanan could only sigh and close his eyes, trying to sleep. The next morning, Gu Zhanan left early, with the three kids. Jiang Shutong slept until after 9 and then went out. She carried a basin of and poured it directly into the fence. Wu Ailian was in the yard picking vegetables when she saw Jiang Shutong pouring something. She stood up and started scolding.
Jiang.
What are you doing? This is my yard. Jiang Shutong smiled. Big sister Wu, look at what you're saying. I poured it into my own yard, and it flowed over to your side.
Can you blame me?
I do whatever I want in my yard. Can anyone control that? She retorted what Wu Ailian had said yesterday. Wu Ailian was so angry, she clenched her teeth and stepped closer, noticing something was wrong. She was so furious her hair almost stood on end.
Jiang.
Are you human? You're pouring into my yard? Jiang Shutong raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. But wasn't it you who poured dirty water into my yard yesterday? Since it is okay to pour out kitchen waste, why is it not okay to urinate? I have decided that in the future, my 3 children won't need to go to the bathroom. They can just on the fence. After all, it smells bad and attracts flies. When Jiang Shutong said this, Wu Ailian's face twisted in surprise. She didn't expect such a gentle lady like Jiang Shutong to say something like that, talking about, and it was really embarrassing. Why are you so scheming? I just accidentally spilled some kitchen waste yesterday, and you still hold a grudge? We've lived here for many years, and I've never seen a neighbor like you. No wonder people say you have a bad reputation. You got pregnant before marriage, had 3 kids, and still married Xiaogu. You really have some tricks. Everyone knew about these things, but no one dared to say them openly because Gu Zhangnan was not someone to mess with. Saying such things would offend him. But Wu Ailian didn't care. She said whatever she wanted. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong's face also darkened. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If you want to cause trouble, I will stand my ground. If I ever bow to you, it will mean I am weak. As for my pregnancy before marriage, it's none of your business. Just mind your own little patch of land. After saying this, Jiang Shutong went straight to wash up. That nasty woman really overstepped. If she dares to bother her again, Zhang Shutong has plenty of ways to deal with her. After dropping off the 3 children at school, Gu Zhengnan went to his research lab and told them about his visit to his home earlier. Boss, really? So we can taste sister-in-law's cooking after work? They all looked eagerly at Gu Zhengnan. He nodded, feeling a bit amused. He was not young anymore, so why was he so eager? Yes, Shutong arranged it for noon. We can eat there in the afternoon. Bai Bing heard this and quickly moved next to Gu Zhengnan. Brother Gu, I'll go early this afternoon and help cook a few dishes. Otherwise, Comrade Jiang might be too busy. When Gu Zhengnan heard this, he frowned and directly refused. No need. She said she can handle it. Bai Bing was persistent, raising her chin. Everyone knows I'm good at cooking. They all like my dishes, right?
Xiao Yang?
Let me help out. Otherwise, with so many people in our department, we'll eat a lot. We don't want to tire Comrade Jiang. By this point, Bai Bing had said enough, so everyone else didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, Bai Bing hurriedly went over. Zhang Shutong knew that people's stomachs were empty and lacked energy. Today, she met some colleagues of Gu Zhengnan so they could get along better in the future. Don't underestimate those with lower positions than Gu Zhengnan. Without their help, Gu Zhengnan, no matter how talented, couldn't complete the research alone. Since she was inviting everyone to dinner, Zhang Shutong decided to be generous. She planned to buy half a lamb from the meat factory, have it delivered, and prepare lamb stew, lamb skewers, and lamb offal soup. She also wanted to make some cold dishes like sliced cucumbers and shredded radish, and steam a big pot of rice. This way, everyone would eat well, much better than just cooking a few dishes. When Bai Bing arrived, Zhang Shutong was already busy. Seeing Zhang Shutong holding a large pot and cooking meat, lamb offal, and other things, she couldn't help but cover her nose in disgust. Zhang Shutong, is this how you cook for everyone? It smells terrible, like wild food.
Who can eat this?
Why don't you cook a few dishes? Zhang Shutong didn't expect Bai Bing to come so soon. She frowned slightly. What's your opinion? Today's dinner is on us. It's my choice what to cook, isn't it? Bai Bing curled her lips. With no one else around, she didn't bother to pretend and spoke quite rudely to Zhang Shutong.
Fine.
I see you don't know much about this. It's not a big deal. I'll cook a few dishes myself.
They can eat whatever they like.
Zhang Shutong also curled her lips, but didn't refuse. She added, that's fine. No problem. But you'll have to buy the ingredients yourself. Bai Bing rolled her eyes, thinking Zhang Shutong was quite stingy. But she didn't mind spending a little money. She turned around and left. Just as she was leaving, she bumped into Wu Ailian. Bai Bing whispered a few words to her. Wu Ailian wasn't stupid. She knew Bai Bing didn't like Zhang Shutong. She said what Bai Bing liked to hear. Honestly, Zhang Shutong isn't suitable for Xiaogu. You're the kind of woman who belongs here. Do you think the people in the family compound are so poor they can't afford meat? From her attitude, she probably doesn't even know how to cook. Hearing this, Bai Bing felt even more pleased. She chatted with Wu Ailian for a few more moments before leaving. By the afternoon, Gu Zhenan finished his work. A few people accompanied him to pick up the 3 children from school, then headed towards the residential area. Before they reached the house, they smelled a delicious aroma. It smells so good. Could it be my sister-in-law cooking? Someone said. As they got closer, everyone was more certain. Yang Hao, who loves to eat, went straight into the yard. Bai Bing had prepared a few dishes and placed them on the table. Zhang Shutong had cooked ribs and put them in a bowl, setting them on another table. Gu Zhenan thought Zhang Shutong would cook, but he was surprised to see so much lamb meat bought instead. Stewing meat isn't easy, so it was clear Zhang Shutong had worked hard. I originally wanted to cook a few dishes, but I thought it's better to enjoy big pieces of meat and drink wine. So I bought half a sheep. There's also lamb soup with offal, and I added noodles inside. Eat as much as you like, she said. Everyone heard this and quickly thanked her, their mouths watering. Seeing this, Bai Bing also wanted to show off. I cooked these dishes. Let's combine the 2 tables so everyone can pick what they want. Yang Hao and the others glanced at the food but weren't very interested. Bai Bing always thought she was a good cook, but honestly, her skills weren't that impressive. Compared to the lamb chops and other dishes, her stir-fry looked plain. They all worked in research. Although their monthly salary was decent, they weren't very wealthy these days. How could they eat meat every day? They pushed the two tables together. Bai Bing looked proud as she started inviting everyone to eat. A few minutes later, Bai Bing was stunned. Everyone was eating Jiang Shutong's lamb chops and lamb meat, and hardly anyone touched her dishes. Sister-in-law, your lamb chops are so delicious. They smell amazing, even better than what I had at the state-run restaurant. It's a shame you're not a professional chef. Exactly. The meat looks fatty, but isn't greasy at all. How did you cook it? Teach me later. I want to make some for my husband too. Everyone kept praising Jiang Shutong, while Bai Bing's face turned green. She looked at her own dishes, but hardly anyone was eating them. Even Gu Jianan was casually gnawing on a bone. Jiang Shutong modestly replied, I don't cook often, just some simple dishes. As long as you like it, that's enough. Wei Bing couldn't hold back any longer and forced a smile. Why are you eating so much dried meat? Lamb has a strong smell. Eat more of my stir-fry instead. After she finished speaking, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. They each took a few bites, then focused on eating the lamb stew cooked by Jiang Shutong. Wei Bing bit her lip and looked at Gu Zhengnan across from her. Senior brother, try my cooking. It's really good. Gu Zhengnan glanced at her and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. If you like it, eat more. I still prefer the lamb that Shutong makes. As soon as he said that, Wei Bing couldn't hold back anymore. Her eyes turned red, but she knew if she made a fuss over such a small thing, others might think she had a problem. So she had to lower her head and endure it. Earlier, most people didn't know Jiang Shutong well and looked down on her. They even thought that since Jiang Shutong was so pretty, she must be difficult to get along with. But after sitting together and chatting, they realized they had overthought it. Just then, the director of the research institute happened to pass by. Seeing so many people eating together, he felt a bit awkward and quickly stepped back outside. Gu Zhengnan saw this and hurriedly called him over. Director, since you're here, why leave? Come join us and have some lamb. The director felt a little embarrassed. He looked inside and saw it was all Gu Zhengnan's colleagues. He thought they were having a gathering. As a leader, it was awkward for him to join at this moment. But since Gu Zhengnan and others kept inviting him, he didn't want to refuse and sat down. It had to be said, Jiang Shutong was quite skilled. Not only was her lamb chop and lamb stew delicious, but even her lamb offal soup was fragrant and tasty. When eating, she sprinkled chopped green onions, cilantro, and chili, truly authentic. Soon after, Wu Alian's 3 children came back. They smelled the delicious aroma drifting from the neighboring yard and couldn't help but feel very hungry. Mom, we want to eat lamb too. It smells so good. We want some. The 3 kids were noisy, clearly wanting to get a few pieces of lamb directly from Jiang Shutong. Normally, if they were good neighbors, Jiang Shutong would have invited them over. But Wu Alian was so overbearing that Jiang Shutong didn't want to bother giving her food. It would be foolish. So even when she saw Wu Alian's children crying, she didn't give them any attention. Everyone else looked at each other, knowing that a few days ago, the 2 children had fought, but no one said a word. Parents are always like this. When their children are bullied, they definitely hold a grudge. Wu Alian was very anxious, constantly scolding and even grabbing a feather duster to hit. Everyone, shut up. Why are you crying? Why are your mouths so greedy? It's just a few pieces of mutton, and it smells terrible. Can you even eat that? Be good, we won't eat it. Later, I'll buy some pigskin to stew. Wu Alian's family is not as well off as Jiang Shutong's. They are raising 3 children, and her in-laws are getting old and in poor health, which costs money. Plus, Zhou Adong also has to support his siblings, so life is tight. Wu Alian's voice was loud, and everyone nearby heard her. The director frowned slightly, thinking that Zhou's wife wasn't very nice, and didn't speak kindly. They were all eating here, and she had to say the mutton was smelly. Wasn't that rude? The three children cried badly and were eventually taken back home by Wu Ailian. Soon after, Zhou Adong also returned. Seeing the director there, he felt a bit envious. To be honest, Gu Zhengnan was very popular and well-respected by his leaders at work. Even if they asked the director to stay, he probably wouldn't, since accepting favors could lead to complicated debts. The director stayed mainly to give Gu Zhengnan face. When he got home, he couldn't help but sigh. Wu Ailian was angry and started complaining when her husband returned. Adong, Zhang Shutong is too much. This morning, she even poured into our yard. I was so angry. She threatened me, saying her son would defecate near the fence in the future. Look at her, acting all proper, but she did something like this. Now she's cooked some rotten mutton on purpose to tempt our son. As neighbors, she didn't even send over a bowl of meat. So stingy. Wu Ailian kept muttering and complaining. Hearing this, Zhou Adong felt a pang in his heart. Why did she pour into our yard? Did you do something? He knew his wife well and asked cautiously. Wu Ailian felt a bit guilty. It's nothing. I accidentally splashed some dirty water into her yard while washing, and she's just taking revenge. I didn't do it on purpose. Is it really that serious? When Zhou Adong heard this, his face darkened. Isn't the lesson from last time enough? I told you before, Gu Jingnan has a bright future ahead. We work in the same place, so don't offend him. Why do you have to do this? Is it fun for you? Making enemies just makes you feel better. Seeing her husband not supporting her, Wu Ailian felt very wronged. Zhou Adong, are you even a decent person? I was bullied and you didn't help me. Instead, you made cold remarks. Are you just jealous because Zhang Shutong is pretty? If that's the case, I won't stay with you. You're unfaithful, and I've even had several children for you. Zhang Shutong didn't expect Zhou Adong to argue with Wu Ailian. Wu Ailian spoke harshly, and Zhou Adong couldn't take it anymore. He was just commenting on the matter, but she always twisted his words. Wu Ailian lacked confidence in herself. Every few days, she accused him of cheating or liking other women. He couldn't stand it anymore. Soon, the couple started fighting. In the yard, one scolded the other, and the others, including Zhang Shutong, were stunned. Finally, they all hurried over to stop the fight. Zhou Adong felt extremely embarrassed because Wu Ailian still swore at him in front of the leaders and even said he was interested in Zhang Shutong. Gu Zhengnan had come to break up the fight. When he heard this, his face darkened. Zhang Shutong hadn't even spoken much to Zhou Adong, so how could she be seducing him? That was just slander. Moreover, Zhou Adong was already quite old, with wrinkled skin. How could Zhang Shutong be interested in someone so old? He was handsome and charming. Why would she go after an old man? Gu Zhengnan wanted to say this, but considering so many people were around, he didn't speak. His expression already showed everything. The director couldn't hold back anymore. He thought this was absurd. Zhang Shutong had only moved in a few days ago. When did she Zhou Adong? This was nonsense. As a family member of a researcher, one should focus on their own work instead of spreading rumors that cause chaos in the institute. Bai Bing listened nearby and felt pleased to see the trouble. Enough. This is the research institute, not your home. Say whatever you want, but this is inappropriate. Academician Zhou, take good care of your wife and share the story. Others might think our research institute's family members are unreasonable. The director couldn't speak too harshly, but for Zhou Adong, it was enough. A grown man was blushing and bowing, apologizing sincerely. I'm really sorry. She was upset. I will teach her a good lesson later and make sure it doesn't happen again. Zhou Adong said this and tried to pull Wu Ailian into the house. But Wu Ailian broke free, pointed at Zhang Shutong with clenched teeth, and explained about today's incident of pouring into their yard. Leader, you can't ignore this. If it keeps happening, I might get bullied to death. Hearing Wu Ailian, everyone was stunned. Bai Bing quickly spoke up, frowning. Comrade Zhang, how can you do this? Neighbors should talk things out nicely. Why use such extreme methods? The director also looked at Zhang Shutong. Xiao Jiang, is that what she said? Zhang Shutong nodded. Everyone was amazed. They thought Jiang Shudong would argue back, but she just agreed. I had my reasons. Aunt Wu was the first to pour slop into our yard. I tried to talk to her nicely, but she wouldn't listen and said I had no right. I had no choice but to do this. The director's expression relaxed when he heard this. He said, "See, Xiao Jiang doesn't seem like someone who starts trouble. Comrade Wu, this is your fault. You provoked first by pouring slop into her yard. You started it. You have a vegetable garden nearby and a sewer outlet. There's no reason not to pour there. You're just bullying people." Zhou Adong was furious, feeling he had lost face today. He finally dragged Wu Ailian into the house. Gu Jingnan, who hated gossip behind people's backs, especially rumors about Jiang Shutong seducing others or spreading false stories about women, was annoyed. Since marrying Jiang Shutong, he knew she wasn't that kind of person. No one had seduced her. Men came after her, but when they failed, they turned around and lied. He thought moving to the research institute would help, but it was about the same. Back in the yard, everyone felt heavy-hearted. They couldn't help but advise Jiang Shutong. Fortunately, she was used to it and didn't take it to heart. It's just a small matter. It's okay. Let's continue eating. I'll heat up the lamb offal soup. Seeing Jiang Shutong so calm and confident, everyone admired her. Only Bai Bing was a little unhappy, sitting back in her seat and eating her stir-fry. After half an hour, everyone was ready to leave. A few observant friends helped Jiang Shutong tidy up. Jiang Shutong didn't refuse. Gu Jinan also wanted to help but was stopped by Jiang Shutong. She wanted to give Gu Jinan face in front of others. Whether they were close privately didn't matter, but in front of friends, she had to show respect. That's how married couples get along. No one expected that at this moment, Wang Na had already sent the news back to her family and was spreading it around. She told the story convincingly, claiming Jiang Shutong had an affair with Gao Chenglin at the guest house, describing how intimate they were. Later, Gao Chenglin moved away with his parents, so Jiang Shutong was left behind. What made it worse was that Gao Chenglin even gave a photo. Wang Na showed it to everyone. Soon, gossip spread through the neighborhood. Wang Na also told her in-laws about it. Li Wenxiu already didn't like Jiang Shutong. She had even convinced her son to stay elsewhere. Now, seeing solid proof, she was furious. I knew this woman was not simple. She was after us from the start. Now that her lover admits it, she still wants to blame our son for the 3 kids. We've given her so much for those children, and it turns out to be a joke. Gu Hongwei looked shocked. This can't be true. Who spread this? And is there really a photo? Wang Na immediately stepped forward. I don't know for sure. I was passing by the neighborhood today and overheard a woman talking. I saw the photo too. It really shows Shutong with another man, very close and affectionate. Gu Hongwei's brow furrowed deeper. What's going on? Are those 3 children really not theirs? But the children look a lot like Gu Jinan. That's impossible. Can't we tell if there are kids? Those 3 kids definitely look like our family, just like Jinan when he was little. Li Wenxiu quickly argued. You can't say that. Kids all look similar at that age. As long as they're not ugly, their features are alike. Besides, how can we prove those 3 children are Jinan's? At first, it was only their word against hers. Zhang Nan had lost her memory at that time, so wasn't she the one in charge? After Li Wenxiu finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Gu Hongwei also felt a pang of worry. If it was really like that, it would be a big joke. Their son was supposed to marry a suitable girl from a good family, but instead, he married a divorced woman with 3 children, and those children weren't even from their family. Next to them, Gu Man quickly spoke up. I've told you all before that this woman is very scheming. You didn't believe me, and now look, she's playing you all around. It's really stupid. Finally, Wang Na took out a photo. When Li Wenxiu and Gu Hongwei looked at it, their faces darkened. In the photo, Jiang Shutong and Gao Chenglin are standing close together, their heads nearly touching. Anyone can see they are a couple. Also, during those years, Gao Chenglin happened to have gone abroad with his parents. So, it's very possible that the children are his. Li Wenxiu immediately got angry and paced back and forth in the living room. This is outrageous. Did we not spend money to marry a bad woman? No. We must quickly get Jung Nan to divorce her and kick these women out. We've really had bad luck marrying such a wife. We also need to tell the old master about this. We can't let him be in the dark. The old lady even gave Jiang Shutong a bracelet. Those are valuable. We need to get it back. Seeing Li Wenxiu's tendency to speak impulsively, Gu Hongwei felt a bit helpless. He still thought things weren't that simple. Don't jump to conclusions before we investigate. If it's just baseless gossip, it could hurt the children's feelings. How would Shutong feel about this? Gu Hongwei still had some conscience, but Li Wenxiu and the others sided with Wang Na, working together to persuade Gu Hongwei. Wang Na was quite wicked. Not only did she spread rumors in the big courtyard, but she also went to the research institute and wrote an anonymous letter. The letter included details and the photo. Just as the staff was about to leave, they suddenly saw many women's family members at the gate, holding something in their hands and pointing at Jiang Shutong in the yard. Bai Bing was feeling upset. Seeing the commotion, she went outside. Big Sister Wang, what are you looking at? Is there some gossip in the courtyard again? Wang Na raised an eyebrow and smiled, then handed what she was holding to Bai Bing. I don't know who sent this, but they say Jiang Shutong's 3 children were born from childhood friends. Now that the man has returned, he wants to reconcile with her. Looking at this photo, some might think it's a marriage certificate. Bai Bing was feeling upset today, feeling overshadowed by Jiang Shutong. But now, seeing these things, her eyes lit up. It's true, when you're feeling sleepy, someone always sends a pillow. Who could be such a kind person? Thinking of this, Bai Bing took the envelope and photos into the yard. Comrade Jiang, I didn't expect your childhood friend to be so loyal to you. At this moment, Jiang Shutong was about to see guests off, but Bai Bing suddenly brought up Gao Qinglin. She was already annoyed and spoke somewhat impolitely. Comrade Bai, if you keep talking like that, don't come here anymore. You're not welcome. Everyone else also frowned. The couple is living happily, so why bring this up now? Besides, everyone has had their own relationships before. As long as they aren't married, it's not a serious matter. Some of them had even gone on a few dates but broke up later. With Bai Bing's way of thinking, even dating someone could be seen as a crime. Exactly, what are you talking about? My sister-in-law just hosted us today. Be careful with your words. Bai Bing didn't mind and handed the items to everyone. This isn't what I said. It's what others said. What am I supposed to do? Everyone looked at the letter and photos and was stunned. It all seemed quite real, not fake. Although they knew the boss married a woman who was pregnant before marriage, and they didn't even know who the child's father was. But as long as it wasn't made public, no one said anything. Now that the child's father has come back and wants to reconcile with Jiang Shutong, it makes things a bit awkward. At first, Jiang Shutong didn't take Bai Bing seriously. When she saw the letter and photos, her face darkened immediately. This photo probably only Gao Qinglin has, or at least it was taken when the original owner was close to him. Photos from when they were on good terms. Back then, the original owner probably liked him a lot, which is why they were so close. Jiang Shutong cursed inwardly, thinking this original owner was really troublesome, always causing trouble for her. Gu Zhengnan took a look and also looked unhappy. What does Gao Qinglin really mean? Is this going to force Jiang Shutong to the point of giving up? She finally got her life back on track, but now this happens. How will Jiang Shutong stay in the research institute? At this moment, Gu Zhengnan really wishes he could punish Gao Qinglin severely. Of course, Jiang Shutong feels the same way. Knowing she was falsely accused, Jiang Shutong can't say anything. If she clears up that the child isn't Gao Qinglin's, what difference does it make? The child isn't Gao Qinglin's anyway. He's someone else's. It doesn't matter to Gu Zhengnan. But the truth can't be revealed because it might damage Gu Zhengnan's reputation. It's like being unable to speak out when suffering in silence. Everyone is worried, but since they support Gu Zhengnan, they can't help but curse loudly. Where did this person come from? So shameless. Isn't this just nonsense? Exactly. If the child really was his, why didn't he come earlier or later? He chose this moment when the girl is already married. Isn't that just ruining her relationship? He's just a troublemaker. People are talking one after another, defending Jiang Shatong. Bai Bing rolls her eyes, feeling unhappy inside, but she doesn't say anything. She knows this gossip has already spread in the residential area. Jiang Shutong's reputation is now completely ruined. Gu Zhengnan, such an outstanding man. How can he accept this? They will definitely argue later, and after enough fights, divorce might be normal. Gu Zhengnan tears up the letter and photos inside, his expression terrifyingly angry. If I see anyone spreading these rumors again, I will hold them accountable. We are adults. Don't let malicious people manipulate us. Everyone looks at each other, feeling that this is pretty unfair. After everyone leaves, Jiang Shatong finally loses her temper. At first, she thought Gao Qinglin was okay, but now she realizes it was just a false impression. He's just a shameless person. Is that his child? Does he just claim any child as his? Why is he doing this? Is it just to ruin her reputation? Gu Zhengnan remains silent for a long time. When he finally reacts, he grabs his coat and heads out. Just then, Li Wenxiu and Gu Hongwei arrive. They walk over with serious expressions. Where are you going? Come inside quickly. We need to talk. Jiang Shatong saw that her in-laws had arrived, and there was no need to doubt anymore. The photos were not only at the research institute, but also circulated in the main courtyard. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, Li Wenxiu started to cause trouble. Jiang Shatong, tell the truth. Are these 3 children really Jingnan's? If you had any conscience, you wouldn't lie. Jiang Shatong took a deep breath. The children are Jingnan's. Li Wenxiu slammed the photo onto the table, her tone changing. Stop lying. If the children are Jingnan's, then what is this? You're shameless, giving birth to children for another man and then blaming my son. Look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of Jingnan? 3 imposters coming to our door. I'll tell you, you have to return every penny you took from our family. Jiang Shatong was very glad she had sent the 3 children to do their homework next door earlier. If they had heard this, it would have hurt them so much. Gu Hongwei was also shocked. They came over to ask questions, not knowing the truth. Li Wenxiu's harsh words were hard to accept. Jiang Shutong's face turned pale with anger. She wasn't forgetful. Couldn't Zhengnan see the truth? She had eyes, and she wouldn't be mistaken. Moreover, Zhengnan had already investigated. If it wasn't true, would he still marry her? No one was foolish. No one wanted to be a fool. Now, Gao Qinglin started talking nonsense. They immediately sided with Gao Qinglin, which was really unwise. The 3 children looked so much like Zhengnan. They had nothing to do with Gao Qinglin. Anyone with eyes could see that. Before, Jiang Shatong thought Li Wenxiu was her mother-in-law and a senior. Even if she was unreasonable as a junior, she shouldn't speak so harshly. But now, she couldn't bear it anymore. Respect is mutual. There's no reason to always tolerate. At this moment, Jiang Shatong finally snapped. She grabbed the photo on the table and threw it in Li Wenxiu's face. You're full of nonsense. I didn't want to argue with you before, because you're the elder, my nominal mother-in-law. I even called you Mom. But I tell you, just because I didn't want to argue doesn't mean I was afraid of you. Since you speak so harshly, I won't give you face anymore. Jiang Shatong, swear the children are Jingnan's. If not, I hope I die a terrible death. Do you dare to swear? If the child is from Jinan, you would be hit by a car and die when you go out. Do you dare to say that? Jiang Shatong was really pushed to her limit. She had suffered so much over the past 6 years, and now that life was a bit better, she still caused so many problems. It's okay if others don't trust her, but even her own family members, elders and her mother-in-law, are the same. It's all nonsense. She doesn't spoil anyone. Actually, the Gu family owes her. People who don't know might think she owes the Gu family. Who wants to suffer this kind of trouble? She won't accept it. When Gu Hongwei heard Jiang Shatong say this, he started to believe her a little. Who would joke about their own life? Li Wenxiu's face turned red with anger from how Jiang Shatong treated her, and she started crying loudly. Is there no justice left? My daughter-in-law hitting her mother-in-law? Heaven, please send a thunderbolt and take her away.
Janan, are you going to do something? Are you just going to watch your mother get beaten? I worked hard to carry you and give birth to you. Can't you forget your mother now that you have a wife? At this moment, Zhang Shutong also got angry. Her beautiful eyes stared tightly at Gu Jinan. Do you believe her or me? If you think I did something wrong, then we should just part ways, divorce. Zhang Shutong, would rather starve to death or beg for food. I will never go in front of your Gu family again. Gu Jinan saw that Zhang Shutong was truly angry, but he didn't blame her. Anyone would be upset hearing such words, especially after being told for 6 years straight. Gu Jinan didn't say a word. In front of Li Wenxiu and others, he held Zhang Shutong in his arms, full of pity. Even though Gao Qinglin brought out some evidence, he still believed Zhang Shutong hadn't lied. They had been living together for a long time, and he knew what kind of person Zhang Shutong was. These people were just trying to twist her past and make trouble. Why did Gao Qinglin do this? The reason was simple. He couldn't forget Zhang Shutong and still wanted to be with her. He was willing to ruin both their reputations and break them apart. But Gao Qinglin was an outsider. Zhang Shutong was part of the Gu family. Their parents' actions made him feel cold. He had told his family more than once to treat Zhang Shutong well. The Gu family owed her. Zhang Shutong was the victim, but his mother refused to listen. No divorce. I will never divorce you in this life. Gu Zhongnan comforted Zhang Shutong briefly, then looked at Li Wenxiu with a cold gaze. Li Wenxiu was still sitting on the ground, kicking her legs, acting like a quarrelsome woman. Gu Zhongnan couldn't understand why his mother, who was a small leader at the factory, would do such a thing secretly. She was no different from a troublemaking villager.
Mom, enough.
Don't listen to others' gossip. You're old enough to think for yourself. Why do you believe what they say? The other side is clearly spreading rumors. If these 3 children really belonged to him, wouldn't he have come to see them when Zhang Shutong was born? Those are 3 boys. Gu Zhongnan was speechless. Now everyone doubted Zhang Shutong, but he trusted her completely. Forget about her character for now. Just this matter seemed very strange. Hearing Gu Zhongnan say this, Li Wenxiu stopped pretending and shouted, I think you're blinded. Did you see that photo? Those 2 are so close, it's obvious they're involved. You didn't even know her back then. This kid is probably someone else's. Zhongnan, don't be fooled just because she's pretty. Don't raise a child for someone else for free. What does a photo prove? Even if they used to date, it doesn't mean this child is Gao Qinglin's. A photo alone can't prove anything. Gu Hongwei quickly stopped her. Zhongnan, did you investigate thoroughly? Are you sure everything is certain? Gu Zhongnan nodded. If I hadn't investigated carefully, I wouldn't have announced it at home. Dad, can you control my mom a bit? We've all moved out. What more do you want from us? Do you want to tear this family apart? Zhang Shutong was furious. If only there was a paternity test now. She could just show the results and prove her innocence, so they wouldn't dare to spread rumors anymore. But then she thought of something. Although she couldn't do a paternity test, she could do a blood test. Some blood types can't be produced by certain other types. If she could get blood from Gao Qinglin, she could prove her innocence. Thinking of this, Zhang Shutong spoke directly. Gu Zhongnan understood this well and was immediately interested. Shutong is right. We can do a blood test. As for Gao Qinglin, I will find a way. Wanting to get some blood from Gao Qinglin is easy. Just ask He Jingtian and his team to help. Li Wenxiu didn't understand this well, so Gu Zhongnan explained it carefully again, and they reached an agreement. Gu Hongwei is also a reasonable person, so he nodded right away. If that's the case, then we should do a blood test. I don't doubt Shutong, but once the test results come out, the rumors will naturally be proven wrong. It will save others from spreading gossip. After Gu Hongwei finished speaking, Gu Zhongnan pursed his lips and then said, I've made my decision. Once this matter is settled, I will reveal my identity. I want everyone to know that Shutong's 3 sons are mine, not the result of an affair with a wild man. Hearing this, not only Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu were stunned, but even Zhang Shutong's eyes flickered with emotion. If Gu Zhongnan said this, he would face a lot of pressure. It's not easy for him to be in his current position. Right now, the focus is on discipline issues.
If this news gets out, some people will definitely use it to cause trouble. Li Wenxiu was the first to protest. Xingnan, are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? How do you know this is true? You're at a rising point in your career. If you reveal this, how will you be able to continue? What will the research institute leaders think of you? Please don't be reckless. Gu Hongwei also kept stopping him. Xingnan, calm down. You can't say things like that without thinking. Jiang Shutong's lips trembled. Although she also wanted to tell the world that her children belonged to Gu Xingnan, she hoped more that his career wouldn't be affected. After all, Gu Xingnan truly cares for her now, and they should work together as a team. Xingnan, I know you're doing this for me, but what you're planning to do could really affect your future. You shouldn't reveal this. Seeing Jiang Shutong suffer so much and still speak up for him, Gu Xingnan couldn't help but tear up. Having this wife, what more could a man ask for? If he doesn't show the courage of a man now, is he even a man? I've already made my decision. Don't try to persuade me anymore. Once I reveal this, no one will dare to gossip about you. Even if they do, I'll take the blame. It's my fault for forcing you into this, and I deserve the criticism. Guo Zhengnan looked at Jiang Shutong with a gentle and caring expression. From now on, he would never let his wife suffer even the smallest bit of unfairness. Jiang Shutong felt warm inside. The more Guo Zhengnan cared, the more she couldn't bear to see him upset. But once Guo Zhengnan made a decision, it was not so easy to change. In the end, Li Wenxiu and Guo Hongwei left with sad faces. These days, the situation couldn't be resolved, and Jiang Shutong knew she would be the target of gossip. Thinking of this, Guo Zhengnan felt distressed. I'm sorry, Shutong, for making you suffer. Tomorrow I will find a way to catch Gao Qinglin. We can test the blood then, so the family won't have other ideas. After saying this, Guo Zhengnan buried his head in Jiang Shutong's shoulder. Shutong, I owe you an apology. But don't worry, I will do my best to make it up to you, with my life if needed. Jiang Shutong gently patted his head. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. If someone says a few words to me, I wouldn't be alive now. I don't care. Guo Zhengnan was already doing so much for her. Jiang Shutong was very satisfied. Just now, she had scolded Li Wenxiu and almost cut her face with a photo. This showed that Guo Zhengnan didn't favor his mother, proving he was reliable. As for others, she didn't care much. She didn't live with those people anyway. Next door, Wu Ailian was overjoyed. She had always hated Jiang Shutong, and now she found out Jiang Shutong was having an affair with another man. She deliberately shouted loudly in the yard. Some women are shameless, like chickens, hooking up with anyone.
Ugh.
It's disgusting. Wu Ailian kept talking happily, feeling very pleased inside. Guo Zhengnan, who already cared deeply for Jiang Shutong, was furious when he heard Wu Ailian provoking her from the next yard. He immediately released Jiang Shutong and stepped outside. There was still some water with oil floating on top in the yard after washing dishes. Guo Zhengnan picked up a basin and walked to the fence, then poured the water directly at Wu Ailian. Wu Ailian was soaked and felt freezing cold. She didn't expect Guo Zhengnan, a man, to actually hit her. After pouring the water, Guo Zhengnan clapped his hands. Mrs. Wu, if you keep talking nonsense here, don't blame me for hitting a woman. In the eyes of others, Gu Zhengnan was seen as a gentleman. However, he unexpectedly said something about hitting women, which stunned Wu Ailian. Little Gu, you're so confused. Isn't your wife doing all this for your sake? With your good conditions, how could you marry such a wife? There's no need to support her with 3 illegitimate children. I thought you were reasonable, but it turns out you can't tell right from wrong. Before Wu Ailian finished speaking, Gu Zhengnan interrupted her. Enough, stop talking. As bystanders, you don't know the full story. Why are you here making a fuss? My wife is good, and I won't let you slander her. For the sake of the neighbors, I don't want things to get ugly. If you keep targeting my wife, I will deal with it. After saying this, Gu Zhengnan went back inside. Wu Ailian sneezed twice, worried about catching a cold, so she changed her clothes after returning home. Zhou Adong heard the noise, but didn't want to get involved. Sometimes she thought Wu Ailian deserved to be hit because she kept provoking others. After Wu Ailian returned, She cursed Jiang Shudong and Gu Jingnan. Who says Gu Jingnan came back from studying abroad as a gentleman? I think he's no better than his quarrelsome wife. It's outrageous. She even splashed water on me. Zhou Adong said nothing, just watched coldly. Wu Ailian was even more annoyed and couldn't help but curse. Look at that man. He's afraid his wife will suffer some injustice. Look at you. I've been bullied like this, and you haven't said a word. Zhou Adong, you're such a coward. If I knew you were so useless, I wouldn't have married you in the first place. Zhou Adong couldn't take it anymore and stormed out to the next room. The next day, Jiang Shudong rode her bike to work. She thought only her family knew about the incident, but unexpectedly, Gao Qinglin was so reckless that even others found out. People at her workplace even showed around a photo of her. Isn't that the engineer Gu in the picture? Oh my, is Secretary Jiang changing men so often? You don't know anything. That's Secretary Jiang's ex. I heard those 3 kids are his. Engineer Gu is so unlucky. Such a good man, and he married such a troublemaker. Besides his looks, he has no other qualities. Everyone was talking loudly and saying unpleasant things. At last, Lu Tianxiang saw an opportunity. He started spreading rumors everywhere and even helped write a report letter with a few others. Jiang Shudong was pregnant before marriage, now married, and still tangled with her ex-boyfriend. It even caused trouble at the factory, with photos displayed for everyone to see. How can such an untrustworthy woman be a secretary at the factory? Is there no one else? Isn't this embarrassing? Zheng Jiangwo received the report letter and felt very troubled. He liked Jiang Shudong. She had even saved his son. She was a good woman, but her bad reputation was a problem. Later, she married Gu Xingnan, and things seemed to settle down. But now, the issues have come up again with proof in photos. It's hard to handle. Jiang Shudong was in the secretary's office all day, being pointed at and talked about. After work at noon, Zhang Xiaomai was already waiting at the door. When she saw Jiang Shudong come out, she walked over angrily. Shudong, who is so mean to you? You're married now. Why are they still bothering you? Can't they leave you alone? Jiang Shudong felt a bit heavy-hearted. She was doing well at work, but these problems kept coming up. Today, she couldn't focus. There was always something to deal with, never-ending. I think Gao Qinglin did it, she said honestly, briefly explaining her situation with Gao Qinglin. Zhang Xiaomai couldn't help but curse loudly. Is he even a man? He's worse than an animal. When you were having such a hard time before, why didn't he stand up? Now you're married with a good husband, and he's still meddling. If he really cared, he could have come to see you any time before you got married. Instead, he made you wait 6 years. Now he's pretending to care. Zhang Xiaomai expressed Jiang Shutong's feelings. Gao Qinglin looked polite and refined, but behind that, he was so sneaky. No wonder people say scholars can be the cruelest. At this moment, Jiang Shutong didn't know that this was related to Wang Na. She thought that after she hit Gao Qinglin last time, Gao Qinglin was angry and deliberately caused trouble for her. What should we do now? Will this affect you? Jiang Shutong sighed. She wasn't sure what to do now. But if they could resolve this quickly, maybe the trouble would go away in the future. The situation has become quite serious, and Wang Dali and his family have heard about it. They have already paid Zhang Xiaomai and are just waiting for Jiang Shutong to arrange a job now. But now that Jiang Shutong is involved in this matter, what if Gu Zhengnan refuses to be with her and wants a divorce? If that happens, not only will she lose her position, but probably everything else too. Before they even reached the cafeteria, Wang Dali stopped them. His wife was also nearby, watching Jiang Shutong closely. Little Jiang, how is the job arrangement coming along? If you can get it done, try to finish it in the next couple of days. If you can't, just give us the money back. Don't forget, if you get divorced soon and still have our money, who will you turn to for help? This family was quite clever, always worried about losing out. Jiang Shudong glanced at Zhang Xiaomai, unsure of the current situation. If Zhang Xiaomai had solid evidence, she could confront her now. If not, she'd have to wait a few more days. Zhang Xiaomai winked at Jiang Shudong, and Jiang immediately understood. My family is already making arrangements. probably within these 2 days. You all shouldn't cause trouble about this. If others hear about it and report us, it would be bad. Hearing this, everyone felt a little more at ease. They didn't dare speak harshly, afraid of offending Jiang. All right, Xiao Jiang, you must be careful. It would be best if everything is settled this week. We're quite anxious too. Jiang nodded sincerely, looking very earnest. But inside, she was thinking, let them wait and see. With Wang Tsaixua's illiteracy, she still dreams of sitting in an office? What would she do there? Be a mascot? After sending them away, Zhang Xiaomai finally relaxed. Give me a few more days. I'll gather all the evidence and find some witnesses. Then we can finally confront her. Jiang nodded and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It seemed Zhang Xiaomai had improved a lot. She even knew to find witnesses now. After dinner, as they left the cafeteria, Jiang looked up and saw Gao Qinglin. Gao was dressed very well, standing in front of Jiang, looking at her with affectionate eyes. Shutong, don't insist anymore. Everyone now knows the child is mine. I will take responsibility for you. If you divorce Gu Jingnan, I will marry you with a grand wedding. Jiang Shutong's face turned pale with anger. She couldn't believe Gao Qinglin was so shameless, knowing full well that things weren't like that at first, yet he still wanted to stir up trouble and make the incident worse. What nonsense are you talking about? What do the 3 children have to do with you? Gao Qinglin squinted his eyes. It has nothing to do with me. So, who do you think it's related to? All right, Shutong, don't be angry. I know I haven't been back for 6 years, and you hold a grudge against me. But I had no choice. I just came back to find you, didn't I? You should give me a chance. His loud words naturally attracted others' attention. People gathered around, and Lu Tianxiang and Zhao Shumin looked on with glee, listening carefully to catch every detail. Gao Qinglin, don't be shameless. What good does ruining my reputation do for you? If you're a real man, don't do such low-down things. Be careful, you'll face consequences. Hearing Jiang Shutong speak, Lu Tianxiang started to tease her from the side. Secretary Jiang, everyone's asking you, if the child isn't his, then whose is it? Just say it. If you can tell the truth, everything will be clear. You don't even know who the father is? How messy are you? Even a would be more clever. Lu Tianxiang finished and burst out laughing. Before Jiang Shutong could do anything, Zhang Xiaomai picked up a stone from the ground and threw it directly at Lu Tianxiang's face. Shut up. What do you know? Just standing here pointing fingers? Shutong is not that kind of person. Zhang Xiaomai always defended Jiang Shutong fiercely. Lu Tianxiang's head was hit, and he was furious. He wanted to go over and fight back, but Jiang Shutong stopped him. Try touching her today, and I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Seeing Jiang Shutong's intense gaze, Lu Tianxiang shrank back slightly. This woman's presence was just too strong. Gao Qinlin's goal was achieved, and he left shortly after. Jiang Shutong didn't stop him. Yesterday, Gu Zhinan said he would handle it. If they wanted to get Gao Qinlin's blood, they would definitely need to take him to the hospital. Sometimes, a little force is necessary. Gao Qinglin came over at noon, which meant Gu Zhinan hadn't acted yet. The test results would be out soon, and she was determined to make Gao Qinglin regret everything. During a simple lunch break, in the afternoon when she went to work, Jiang Shutong was called to the office by the Secretary General. Lu Tianxiang and others had written a report, and as Jiang Shutong's supervisor, he couldn't ignore it. He understood the factory director's intention. He wanted to find a way to keep Jiang Shutong. He would do his best to ensure she stayed in the secretary's office. However, Jiang Shutong also needed to cooperate. Otherwise, it would be hard to handle the situation. When she arrived at the office, she already guessed the reason. She wasn't naive. Many people at the mechanical factory didn't like her. Now that she's in trouble, someone would definitely take advantage of her. Most likely, she had been reported. Secretary General, have I been reported? The Secretary General was surprised, then sighed. Yes, that's true. Someone has reported your conduct. It's a difficult situation for us. You know, in our unit, workability is important, but conduct matters too. I think highly of you. You're a promising person who could go far. So, tell me honestly, can you solve this problem? If you can, even if it's tough, I'll keep you. If you can't, I have no choice but to let you leave the secretary's office. The Secretary General was speaking honestly. He just wanted Zhang Shudong to give him a clear answer, whether she could fix this or not. If Gao Chenglin was telling the truth, and the trouble continued, then no matter how much he admired Zhang Shudong, he couldn't protect her. Zhang Shudong felt a bit moved. It was rare for her leader to give her this chance. Secretary General, I promise you, this will be resolved quickly. The truth will come out, and I guarantee Gao Chenglin won't dare cause trouble at our factory again. Since Zhang Shudong made such a promise, what could the Secretary General say? Of course, he chose to believe her. All right, since you say so, I trust you. Quickly handle these messy issues so they don't delay your work. Zhang Shudong nodded, said a few more words, then returned to her office. At this moment, the office was also tense. Everyone was guessing what the leader had said to Zhang Shudong. If things continued like this, she would probably have to leave the secretary's office soon. With such a reputation, how could she be a good secretary? It would be embarrassing. Some people said it would be better to stop working and let men support them instead. Hai Qinglin just left the machinery factory when he was suddenly grabbed, put into a sack, and then thrown into a car. Luo Dajiang and He Jingtian were smoking cigarettes and watching Hai Qinglin struggle inside the sack. They punched him several times. You're the one spreading rumors behind my back, huh? Is that kid yours? You just admit it. Do you have the guts to cheat on me and wear a green hat? He Jingtian spat and really wanted to beat Hai Qinglin to death. Luo Dajiang looked angry too. Some people are not to be messed with. A grown man shouldn't do stupid things. All you do is bully women. Don't you have any shame? Hai Qinglin was dazed from the beating, feeling like his head was about to explode. He tried to stay calm inside the sack. Who are you? Let me go. Do you know this is illegal? You're kidnapping me. I'll go to jail. He Jingtian got even angrier when he heard that. He punched him again in the waist. Still daring to shout? What's wrong with kidnapping you? You did those dirty things behind our backs, didn't you? Listen, if you don't want more punches, shut your mouth and cooperate. Otherwise, we have plenty of chances to teach you a lesson. He Jingtian wasn't afraid of him. They weren't really kidnapping him. They just wanted him to cooperate for a blood test. If they hurt his woman, what would happen if they really kidnapped him? Hai Qinglin was smart enough to know that if he kept talking, he would only get more beaten. So he shut up, though he truly didn't understand what these people were planning. Killing him wasn't the goal. This was a society governed by law. If they really did something like that, they wouldn't get away with it. Soon, Hai Qinglin found out what was happening because Luo Dajiang and the others took him to the hospital. When they finally removed the sack, the first thing he saw was Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan stood tall and coldly looked at Hai Qinglin. While Hai Qinglin was stunned, a nurse had already inserted a needle and drawn a blood sample. His pupils trembled slightly, but he forced himself to stay calm. What are you doing? Why are you taking my blood? Gu Zhinan didn't speak. He signaled to Luo Dajiang and the others, and then went to the corridor. The next step was waiting for the test results. Once they came out, everything would be clear. Gao Qinglin was getting angry and shouted at Gu Zhinan. Gu, you stole my lover. Shudong and I were already a couple. She liked me, and the 3 sons we had are also mine. What good is it for you to occupy her? She will never love you in this life, and when the children grow up, they won't recognize you as their father. Gu Zhinan smiled bitterly, thinking about the trouble Gao Qinglin had caused. Without hesitation, he slapped Gao Qinglin twice. Don't think I won't hit you. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you know what the blood test is for? It's just a checkup. The results will come out soon. Gao Qinglin wasn't stupid. He quickly understood what Gu Zhinan meant. But he still held on to a bit of hope. Maybe his blood type was the same as Gu Zhinan's, or even the same as Shutong's. If so, the test wouldn't be able to tell the difference. However, his plan failed because Zhang Shudong has type A blood, Gu Zhinan has type O, and all 3 children are type O, following Gu Zhinan. Gao Qinglin himself has type AB blood. He and Zhang Shudong can have children with type O blood. So, the rumor could be debunked. If they couldn't have children with type O blood together, how could all 3 children be O? They couldn't possibly be his. Gu Zhinan looked at the test report and finally felt relieved. This should be enough to shut everyone up. Luo Dajiang, who had a quick temper, saw the test results and slapped Gao Qinglin again. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. How dare you talk nonsense? Gao Qinglin looked at the test results in disbelief and turned to Gu Zhinan. How is it possible that the blood types match? Even if this child isn't mine, it can't be yours. What's there to be proud of? Even now, Gao Qinglin was still stubborn. He was a tough guy and dared to resist even after being beaten. Gu Zhinan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why do you think these 3 children aren't mine? If they weren't, would Shatong marry me? At this point, Gu Zhinan was no longer afraid. Even if Gao Qinglin spread the word, what could he do? He wanted to clear Jiang Shutong's name. It's not that Jiang Shutong was promiscuous or had affairs. It was that this man was unfaithful. In an instant, Gao Qinglin's eyes widened and his mind raced. Jiang Shutong was pregnant before marriage, and the 3 children were Gu Zhinan's. What does this mean? Does it mean they had a relationship 6 years ago? But 6 years ago, he was out of town. At that time, Jiang Shutong said she would wait for him. Yet, shortly after saying she would wait, she was in bed with another man. He felt betrayed. No way, this child can't be yours. 6 years ago, she was completely devoted to me. How could she like you or have a relationship with you? He Jingting saw Gao Qinglin still acting arrogantly and kicked him the knee. Can you shut up? A grown man bullying a woman? Are you even human? Listen, this isn't over. You must apologize to my sister-in-law and explain all those disgusting things you've spread. If you don't, you'll be in trouble. Not just you, but everyone in your family will suffer. He Jingting's words were a clear threat. Gu Zhinan was their good friend, and they wouldn't ignore his wife being bullied. Over the years, they rarely bullied others, but now they were being pushed around themselves. Hearing this, Gao Qinglin felt nervous. The Gao family was well off, but compared to the Gu family, they were clearly weaker. He didn't know He Jingting and Luo Dajiang well, but he could tell they weren't easy to deal with. If they teamed up against the Gao family, they wouldn't be able to handle it. He didn't want his actions to involve his family. Why should my family suffer because of what I did? How can you call me immoral when you're doing the same? Luo Dajiang slapped Gao Qinglin again.
Stop talking nonsense.
Today, you'll go and apologize. We've even prepared a sign for your neck. If you don't clarify things, you'll be in jail. Accusing others falsely is a crime. Do you understand? Gu Zhinan and the others made it clear they wanted Gao Qinglin to apologize and tell the truth. Otherwise, they would take matters into their own hands. If he refused, they might call the police. Gao Qinglin was a secretary at a factory. If detained, his record would be marked and his future would be affected. He had to choose how to respond. Gao Qinglin was truly scared. He didn't realize how ruthless Gu Zhinan and the others could be, daring to kidnap him and openly threaten him. Can I think about it? I'll apologize tomorrow. Today, you beat me up so badly, how can I go out? Gu Zhinan was in a bad mood today. Seeing Gao Qinlin's face all swollen and battered, he was also surprised. Luo Dajiang and the others were too harsh. If he went out looking like this, people might guess what happened. Kidnapping someone and fighting them secretly isn't a good thing. The swelling should go down by tomorrow, so it's not a big deal. Boss, what should we do about this? Gu Zhinan nodded. Be honest. Don't think that just because I let you go today, you can ignore this.
You've crossed my bottom line this time.
No matter what, I will pursue this to the end. Gao Qinglin finally ran away, crawling back home. When his parents saw how he looked, they were shocked. Qinglin, what happened? Did you have an accident? Come on, let's go to the hospital. His mother was very frightened and anxious, grabbing him to leave quickly. With a sad face, Gao Qinglin explained briefly, Mom, I didn't mean to. That woman made me do it. I just miss Shatong so much. I want to be with her and not have any regrets in life. But how did it turn out like this? They told me to apologize tomorrow. If I don't, they'll retaliate against our family. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. After hearing this, Gao's mother sat heavily on a stool. Qinglin, you're so confused. How could you do this? Shatong is your sister. She just visited us a few days ago. She's a girl who's had a hard life these years. How could you cause her trouble? Do you have no heart? How did we raise you? Don't you know a woman's reputation is very important? This is just reckless. Gao's mother was still reasonable. She knew Jiang Shudong was a good girl and had been through a lot. I thought 6 years had passed and my son would no longer have those feelings for her. I didn't expect him to do something so terrible. When my mother said that, Gao Chenglin also regretted it. His actions were too selfish, only thinking of himself and not considering Jiang Shudong. He believed that if Jiang Shudong married him, he would make sure she lived a good life, even if she didn't need to work. He would support her. But he didn't understand that Jiang Shudong had her own goals and ideas. He shouldn't have done this. Mom, now they want me to apologize at the machinery factory and the research institute, and even make me wear a sign around my neck. I'm not a bad person, and besides, they're not doing this anymore. Isn't this just making me embarrassed? How can I live like this in the future? Just thinking about that scene made Gao Chenglin feel suffocated. After speaking, he quickly begged his mother, Mom, please help me. You're so kind to Shudong.
Please ask for mercy for me.
I'm willing to apologize, but not in this way. I am a man, and I want to keep my dignity. Hearing this, Gao's mother turned her head away. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You know you care about your reputation. Does that mean Jiang Shudong doesn't care about hers? You have to pay for your actions. Gao Chenglin didn't expect his mother to ignore him. He became even more anxious. If things got worse and the leaders found out, could he still keep his job at the machinery factory? Being a secretary to the director isn't just about ability, it's also about connections. His family had worked hard to build those relationships. If he lost his position, he would owe his parents for the rest of his life. Mom, I know I was wrong. I realize my mistake. But when I ask for mercy, they don't listen. No matter what, I am your son. Please help me just this once. Gao Chenglin knelt on the ground, tears falling. Gao's parents felt heavy-hearted. Gao Chenglin spread the news everywhere, not only at the research institute, but also at the machinery factory. A female colleague had finally worked hard to reach her current position, and now he almost destroyed it. Why should they go ask Jiang Shudong to forgive him? What did Jiang Shudong do wrong? Gao's mother couldn't bring herself to do that. But on the other hand, Gao Chenglin was her son. Seeing him like this, her heart also ached. Apologies are necessary, and you can't try to hide from them. As for the label, yes, it does hurt a person's pride. I can help you at most with this. Tomorrow, go honestly to the research institute and the machinery factory to apologize to Shudong. Talk clearly with Shutong's boss and the factory staff. Don't make the same mistake again. Mother Gao's words seem to have no effect. Whether it's about the label or how to apologize, it all feels the same. She hopes her son can be honest and upright. Making mistakes is okay, but it's important to admit them bravely and not run away from them. Even if he loses his job because of this, it's fine. It's a lesson learned. Hearing his mother say this, Gao Chenglin felt very disappointed. In the end, Mother Gao still went to find Jiang Shudong. By then, Jiang Shudong and Gu Xingnan had already returned to the research institute. The 3 children, who didn't know what they heard at school today, looked a bit sad when they got home. Now that the children are more mature, they can understand some things. Jiang Shudong quickly realized that someone must have told them about the situation. Zichen, tell Mom what you heard outside today. Why are you all unhappy? Gu Zichen looked at his mother and then whispered, Mom didn't hear anything. No matter what they say, we know, we are all Dad's children. Jiang Shutong's heart sank. She quickly knelt down. These people are so hateful. It's bad enough they talk about it in front of adults, but they also say it in front of children. What do kids understand? The 3 of them just had their birthdays and are only 6 years old, still very innocent. Tell me, who told you this? Gu Zichen bit his lip. Auntie next door said it. They said we are not Dad's children, and soon, Dad will make us leave. The 3 children looked at Gu Xingnan together. Dad, will you make us leave? Jiang Shudong didn't expect it to be this bad. Wu Alian still dared to spread rumors. She was so angry her face turned pale. Gu Xingnan was no different. Conflicts between adults shouldn't involve children. Wu Ailian is really narrow-minded. Someone like her living in the family compound will cause big trouble sooner or later. He bent down quickly and hugged the 3 children in his arms. How could Dad send you away? Don't listen to their nonsense. You are Dad's children, and Dad loves you more than anything. Hearing this, the children finally cheered up. They no longer want to be children without a father. Over the years, they endured mockery. Finally, having a dad made life better. They don't want to go back to the old days, nor do they want their mother to suffer again. Just then, Gao's mother arrived, carrying a gift box. Seeing Jiang Shutong, her eyes welled up with tears. Jiang Shutong understood why Gao's mother was here. Gao Zhengnan had already explained everything to her. If Gao Chenglin refuses to admit his mistake tomorrow, they will force him to do so. Luo Dajiang had already arranged everything, ready to put a label on him, so everyone would see his true face. Jiang Shutong didn't say much. She wasn't the type to enjoy suffering, and even though Gao Chenglin betrayed her, she still spoke for him. Men like him should experience these things. They don't deserve sympathy. But now that Gao's mother was here, what should she do? Jiang Shutong could ignore Gao Chenglin's fate, but Gao's mother had been kind to her before and shared a bond. In the past, when Zhang Dehai hit her, Gao's mother often defended her and even took her home to help her treat her injuries and feed her. If Gao's mother pleaded for him, what should she say? Jiang Shutong patted the children's shoulders, telling them to go back to their room and do their homework. Then she invited Gao's mother into the house. Gao's mother placed the gifts on the ground and finally looked at Jiang Shutong with care. Shutong, Gao Chenglin just told me he and your uncle didn't know about this. If we had known he was going to do such a thing, we would have stopped him. He caused you so much pain. Your uncle, and I feel very sorry. We're sorry that you had to suffer. Auntie is to blame. We should have noticed his strange behavior earlier, and this wouldn't have happened. Seeing Gao's mother like this, Jiang Shutong felt uncomfortable too. Please don't be like that, Auntie. It's not your fault. You didn't make him do this. Gao Zhengnan, standing nearby, also frowned slightly. He guessed that Gao's mother came to plead. Jiang Shutong seemed tough, but deep down, she was very kind, especially to those she cared about. Would she forgive Gao Chenglin because of their relationship? That's not what he wanted to see. He didn't want Jiang Shutong to suffer such injustice, even if Gao's mother pleaded. Mother Gao clearly understood Jiang Shutong's thoughts and sighed. She said, he made a mistake and should be punished. Going to the mechanical factory and apologizing at the research institute is fine with me. We need to clarify everything and clear your name. Today, I have 2 things to discuss. First, I want to apologize. It's our poor discipline that caused this tragedy. Second, I have a small request. It's okay for him to apologize, but can we discuss the idea of putting up signs and marching in the streets? He made a mistake, but he's a grown man. Such public shaming could really hurt his spirit. I don't ask for much, just this one thing. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong felt relieved. If that was the case, she could agree. Luo Dajiang and the others just wanted to stand up for her. For her, solving the problem was the most important thing. Mother, since you've said so, how could I refuse? As long as the issue is resolved. Mother Gao sighed in relief. Shu Tang, you're so kind. Thank you. Gua Zhengnan didn't expect Mother Gao to be so understanding and felt respect for her. She didn't defend her son or use moral pressure on Jiang Shutong. She asked Gao Chenglin to take responsibility with just a small request. Actually, that idea wasn't Gua Zhengnan's. Although he disliked Gao Chenglin, he just wanted the problem solved. The idea of putting up signs was Luo Dajiang's. But Luo Dajiang's personality was always like that, and he meant well. After chatting for a while, Mother Gao left. Jiang Shutong's mood was complicated. She cared about her reputation but also felt sympathy for Mother Gao. If she let Gao Chenglin go, she would feel guilty. But forcing him to do that made Mother Gao uncomfortable. In the end, she just sighed. One shouldn't be too kind-hearted. If you're soft, others will take advantage of you again. This problem couldn't be solved easily. Not only would she be looked down upon, but her 3 children would also be mocked. She had to think about her children, not just herself. Lying in bed, Guizhongnan realized Jiang Shutong was upset and gently held her in his arms. Don't worry. The matter will be resolved tomorrow. Your innocence will be restored. I will also reveal the truth, so no one can smear your name again. After hearing Gu Jingnan's words, Jiang Shutong didn't feel much relief. The two of them are now considered a single unit. If Gu Zhengnan was telling the truth, there might be trouble ahead. How about this? Let's agree on our story. Say that we were together 6 years ago and already a couple, but we broke up because of some disagreements. When you returned from abroad, we got back together. Even if this means we were parents, it wouldn't be too damaging for either of us. Coercion and voluntary actions are completely different. Even if others talk behind their backs, at least the words wouldn't be so harsh. At this point, Jiang Shutong still defended herself, which made Gu Zhengnan feel uncomfortable inside. Shutong, you don't have to be so good to me. Jiang Shutong cupped Gu Jingnan's face and kissed his lips. Who else should I be good to if not you? You are my man now. After some tender moments, they went to sleep. The next day after work at noon, Gao Chenglin also acted responsibly and went directly to the machinery factory to apologize publicly. This incident caused a lot of bad feelings, and the factory director paid special attention. Gao Chenglin first apologized to Jiang Shutong over the radio, then explained everything in front of everyone at the factory. The child isn't mine. I've been holding on to this for so many years and couldn't accept it. I deliberately spread false rumors about Jiang. I now realize my mistake and hope everyone won't misunderstand Secretary Jiang. At first, everyone was skeptical, but when they saw that Gao Chenglin looked exactly like the man in the photo, they immediately understood what was going on. Once the truth was known, several female colleagues looked at him with disgust. As a man, doing such things is worse than an animal. When he was young, he didn't understand things. Dating was normal, but to take a photo and make a big fuss over it? If all men acted like him, how could others survive? Gao Chenglin was spat on several times, but didn't dare to say a word. Still, he felt deeply humiliated inside. He hoped Jiang Shutong wouldn't be happy, so he could remember his kindness later. Jiang Shutong, considering Gao Chenglin's mother, didn't make things difficult for him. Once the matter was settled and everyone understood what happened, it didn't affect their work, which was enough. Right after leaving the machinery factory, Gao Chenglin went to the research institute. The process was the same as at the factory. He admitted his mistake and then seriously reflected on his actions in front of everyone at the family residence. Luo Dajiang and He Jingting both thought it was better to ignore him. After finishing their work, they wanted him to leave because he was just an eyesore. At that moment, Jiang Shutong suddenly spoke. Gao Chenglin, I am a bit curious. You didn't do this before, so why did you suddenly make this decision? Was someone behind the scenes telling you to do it? Last night, Jiang Shutong thought about it carefully. The more he thought, the more suspicious it seemed. Gao Chenglin, as a man, acted strangely this time, not like how a man usually behaves. When Jiang Shutong said this, Gao Chenglin was surprised. His face showed a flash of panic, but he quickly returned to normal. No, it's my own decision, he said. As a man, he had promised Wang Na not to tell anyone about this, and he had to keep his word. Next to them, Gu Zhengnan also saw what was going on. Luo Dajiang was hot-tempered and grabbed Gao Chenglin by his collar. You better tell the truth. Who are you working with? Gao Chenglin was afraid of Luo Dajiang. When Luo Dajiang got angry, he would act immediately, without thinking. Seeing that Gao Chenglin wouldn't speak, Luo Dajiang dragged him into an alley. People around were shocked. Gao Chenglin's face was bruised and swollen, clearly beaten up. It was obvious who had done it, and everyone could guess easily. It seemed better for them not to talk too much in the future, to avoid attracting trouble. Soon, Luo Dajiang came back alone. Gao Chenglin was gone, probably having left. Gu Zhengnan looked at Luo Dajiang and asked, Dajiang, what's going on? Luo Dajiang looked a bit strange. Let's go home and talk. The people around saw this and dispersed. Back inside the house, Luo Dajiang sighed. I don't know if what that kid said is true or not. Maybe he's just trying to stir trouble. He said your sister-in-law asked him to talk. Jiang Shutong immediately understood. It was Wang Na's doing. He had underestimated her. She had come out and was still trying to deal a deadly, even involving Gao Chenglin. Did she really have such a mind? Seeing Gu Zhengnan silent, Luo Dajiang continued, but I think that's not right. What's the benefit for your sister-in-law to do this? Maybe she's just panicked and acting rashly. Gu Zhengnan didn't say anything. He just thanked the two of them. This matter has been really you. I understand. I will investigate it myself later. After Luo Dajiang and He Jingtian left, Gu Zhengnan looked serious. He wanted to say something to Jiang Shutong, but saw her face was not right. A few seconds later, she clutched her stomach and started to dry heave. Gu Zhengnan was startled, thinking she might have heat stroke. What's wrong, Shutong? Are you feeling hot? The weather hasn't been very hot lately, and Jiang Shutong hasn't been running around much, so she shouldn't have heat stroke. Suddenly, Jiang Shutong had a bad feeling. Recently, when she shared a room with Gu Zhengnan, they didn't take precautions. She had been worried about getting pregnant, and now her symptoms looked exactly like pregnancy symptoms from before. She panicked immediately. Could I be pregnant? Hearing this, Gu Zhengnan was also shocked. No way. That can't be. They looked at each other and decided to go to the clinic to check. They had planned to rest for a while, but now they hurriedly tidied up and went to the clinic. On the way, both of them felt very nervous. Jiang Shutong was extremely anxious. She had raised 3 sons already. If she was pregnant again, what would she do? Should she keep the baby or not? Gu Zhengnan was worried, but also hopeful. He was afraid Jiang Shutong wouldn't want the baby, but he also looked forward to a new life. As a father, he regretted missing out on his 3 sons' childhoods. If Jiang Shutong decided to have another baby, he would show his support. At the clinic, Jiang Shutong had her blood drawn. The doctor knew Gu Zhengnan and quickly gave the results as an urgent matter. When they came out, the doctor smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Your wife is pregnant." It's been 3 weeks. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong felt completely hopeless. She counted on her fingers and realized she had indeed become pregnant because she didn't take precautions that time. Since she was pregnant, they often shared a room afterward. This child was lucky and strong. She hadn't lost it. Gu Zhengnan's face turned red. He thanked the doctor. The doctor gave some advice, and then Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhengnan left. Back home, they looked at each other awkwardly. Gu Zhengnan saw Jiang Shutong didn't look very happy and felt uneasy inside.
Shutang, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault for being impulsive and not taking precautions. Now you're pregnant again. What do you think? Can you tell me? Jiang Shutong looked at Gu Zhennan with some regret. She wished she had been more careful. At the time, she was overwhelmed by desire and forgot everything. Honestly, she's not that noble. She doesn't want to have more children. If she does, it will be later. There are many things to do now. But in 2 years, the country will enforce family planning again. After that, it will be hard to have more children. The rules are strict. Gu Zhennan still works in a government office, and breaking the rules could lead to punishment. So she thought it was the right choice to have this child. What if it's a girl? She already has 3 sons, and really wants a daughter. Seeing Jiang Shutong silent, Gu Zhennan seemed to understand. Shutong, if you don't want to have the baby, we can abort it. But no matter what, it will hurt your health.
I'm sorry.
I promise to be more careful in the future, and this won't happen again. If you're upset, you can blame me. Honestly, Gu Zhennan isn't entirely to blame. She wasn't thinking clearly at the time. She was excited and didn't consider the consequences. He didn't force her. Now that she's pregnant, she can't blame everything on him. Since I'm already pregnant, how can I not keep it? It's a life, after all. I have a feeling this baby might be a girl. If not, I'll accept it. It won't affect my work. Hearing Jiang Shutong want to keep the baby, Gu Zhennan was very happy. He definitely wanted this child. He immediately went over and held Jiang Shutong's hand tightly. I can't promise everything, but I swear that in the future, I will handle all the chores at home, cook and do laundry. I won't let you suffer. Now, Jiang Shutong manages the household money. Gu Zhennan never interferes. He often helps with cleaning and washing dishes. Compared to other men, he's much better. So when Gu Zhanan says this, she believes him. Having a good man makes it easier to accept having children. Then you have to keep your word. I remember everything you said today. Gu Zhanan nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. From now on, you are the boss of this house. You call the shots. Whatever you say goes. Jiang Shutong smiled, then suddenly remembered something, and her expression became calm again. Zheng Nan, let's go back home tonight. Wang Na keeps causing trouble, and I can't turn a blind eye anymore. Last time, she drugged someone to try to make her have a miscarriage. This time, she colluded with Gao Qinglin to spread rumors everywhere. If we don't deal with this seriously, next time it might be something worse, like causing harm or chaos. Today, I want my parents-in-law to give a clear stance. If they continue to protect Wang Na, I will have to cut ties with my husband's family completely. When Jiang Shutong mentioned Wang Na, Gu Zhengnan also looked upset. I feel the same. After work this afternoon, let's go home. I think the Gu family shouldn't keep such a troublemaker. If they don't give a clear answer, we might have to live separately from now on. Wang Na's actions this time are morally wrong. If we really investigate, we can't do much about her. But as long as my parents-in-law are willing to handle it, it will be easier. Moreover, Wang Na spends her days not focusing on important things, but trying to cause trouble for the family. They should think about it. What if they end up with such a daughter-in-law and problems arise later? Last time, they turned a blind eye. For the sake of the Gu family, Jiang Shutong didn't report anything. This time, she really couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Na just can't stand to see her doing well. In the afternoon, Jiang Shutong went to work as usual. Her attitude toward colleagues improved a lot. Things were clarified, and Zheng Jiangwo no longer had to worry about the situation. Although Jiang Shutong and her team didn't report the incident, Gao Qinglin's supervisor found out. As a public official, acting so unethically, it was impossible for him to stay on as her secretary. Gao Qinglin was demoted. He deeply regretted it now. His moment of foolishness had cost him his future. Jiang Shutong didn't know about this. After work that afternoon, as soon as she left her office, she saw Gu Zhengnan waiting for her. They headed straight to the Gu family. Wang Na had been watching Gao Qinglin and heard about what happened later. She felt very upset. She didn't expect Gao Qinglin to be so useless. He couldn't handle the evidence, and even went over to apologize looking miserable. What could she do if he didn't apologize? He was just too cowardly. At this moment, Li Wenxiu had already prepared the meal, and everyone was sitting together, ready to eat. Seeing Gu Zhanan and the others return, Gu Hongwei was very surprised. Zhanan, how did you come back? Wenxiu, quickly, go get 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Gu Hongwei was quite happy and quickly got up to greet them. Gu Zhengdong also happily went to fetch a stool, while the others didn't react much. Jiang Shutong looked at Wang Na, thinking about what Wang Na had done, feeling upset and unable to hold back. She immediately went over, grabbed Wang Na's hair, and slapped her twice, once on each side. No one expected Jiang Shutong to do this. By the time they reacted, she had already finished. Wang Na was hit, stood up to fight back, but was stopped by Gu Zhanan. Shutong is pregnant. Try to lay a hand on her. When these words were spoken, not only Wang Na but everyone nearby put down their chopsticks. Wasn't it supposed to be a childless family? How come she's pregnant again? Wang Na looked at Jiang Shutong in disbelief. Is this woman a pig? She had triplets in one pregnancy, and they just got married. How come she's pregnant again? She eats herbal remedies and tonics every day, but her belly still hasn't moved. Gu Hongwei was overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful. I always thought Shutong was lucky. Gu Zhenbei, standing nearby, was unhappy and frowned at Gu Zhanan. Even if she's pregnant, she can't just hit her sister-in-law without reason. Being pregnant doesn't give her the right to do whatever she wants. Gu Zhenbei didn't yet know that Wang Na's actions had been exposed, and he was still defending her. Li Wenxiu, upon hearing that Jiang Shutong was pregnant again, didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a bit awkward. She didn't like Jiang Shutong. She thought that ever since Jiang Shutong came, the family's attention had shifted away from her. Everyone's focus was now on Jiang Shadong, especially Gu Zhanan, who had become less filial to her. "Wanna know why I hit her? Ask her what she did." Jiang Shadong was not afraid at all, pointing at Wang Na and sternly scolding her. Gu Jinbei's heart sank. He quickly looked at his wife. What exactly happened? Wang Na, at this point, had no doubts. That Gao Qinglin betrayed her. Otherwise, Jiang Shadong and the others wouldn't have come looking for her. Thinking of this, her arrogance was no longer as strong as before. Gu Hongwei looked surprised. What exactly is going on? Gu Jingnan first helped Jiang Shadong sit down, then briefly explained the situation. Dad, Shadong finally managed to get into the secretary department on her own. Our life is getting better. Now that we've moved out, she's still so aggressive, even willing to team up with others to spread rumors. I want to hear your opinions on this. If you can't handle it well, we have our own ways. Gu Zhengnan had already decided that if the family didn't do anything, he would find a way to get revenge for Jiang Shadong. He absolutely wouldn't let Wang Na get away with it. Not that she was just a sister-in-law. Even the biggest boss in the world wouldn't help her. Gu Hongwei, after hearing Gu Zhengnan, finally understood who was behind this recent trouble. He was surprised that Wang Na had pretended to care about the family earlier. Turns out it was her doing. Gu Hongwei was furious. He grabbed a nearby teacup and threw it directly at Wang Na. Wang Na dodged too late, and her head was cut, bleeding. Next to them, Gu Man wanted to speak up to help, but seeing the scene, she kept quiet. Good job, Wang Na. You married Jungbei, so you're part of the Gu family. Look at what you've been doing lately. Shatong married into this family, and when has she ever provoked you?
They've all moved out now.
What more do you want from them? Gu Hongwei paced back and forth in the living room, his commanding presence making everyone feel scared. He was usually calm and rarely angry, but when he was very intimidating. Wang Na covered her head, too scared to say a word. But how could she admit to this? She stubbornly argued, Dad, this has nothing to do with me.
I'm innocent.
I was worried that everyone would raise her child for nothing. But to be honest, even if the child isn't Gao Qinglin's, he might not be Jingnan's either. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Wang Na to still be talking nonsense at this point. She directly threw the paternity test report onto the table. Open your eyes and look carefully. The child's blood type matches Jungnan completely. We are the parents. Can you be more clear than us? After saying this, Jiang Shutong felt angrier the more she thought about it. If Wang Na hadn't been injured, she really wanted to go over and give her a few more hits. This woman was truly despicable, so vile. It's okay if you don't admit it. I will call Gao Qinglin over soon, and you two can confront each other face to face. Hearing Jiang Shutong say this, Wang Na indeed felt guilty. So, what if this has something to do with me? I only did it for the family. I thought those 3 children belonged to Gao Qinglin, and I didn't want the Gu family to be blamed unfairly. I'm sorry, Jiang Shutong, but I haven't wronged the Gu family. Even now, Wang Na is still arguing. Jiang Shutong was about to get furious. She saw a mop nearby, grabbed it, and pressed it against Wang Na's face. I told you to stop arguing. I told you to stop. If you hadn't told Gao Qinglin these things, would he be so complicated? He's not a good person, and you're even worse, a beast. I didn't bother you, but you keep causing trouble for me. Since you have such a foul mouth, I'll help you clean it up. The mop was filthy, covered with dirt and grime, making Wang Na feel sick and gag. Gu Man, standing nearby, was stunned. It was the first time she saw Jiang Shutong so angry. She quietly stepped back. Gu Zhengbei wanted to help, but Gu Zhengnan stopped him. Zhengnan, what do you mean? I'm your older brother. Can't we sit down and talk about this calmly? Do we have to bully people like this? In response to Gu Zhengbei's words, Gu Zhengnan just smiled slightly. That's not quite right. If you had just disciplined her a little, she wouldn't be so arrogant. Since your wife made a mistake, as her husband, you also share some responsibility. Family bonds are important, but are they more important than your wife? Especially since they were the ones at fault first. Gu Zhengbei knew he needed to protect Wang Na, so he naturally wanted to shield Jiang Shutong. After Jiang Shutong finished dealing with the situation, she threw the mop aside. Are you still lying? Say those words again. Wang Na was truly scared now. This was worse than being slapped twice. Gu Zhengbei, do you just watch others bully me like this? Are you even a man? Wang Na didn't dare answer Jiang Shutang's question. Instead, she started yelling at Gu Zhengbei. Gu Zhengbei hadn't had a chance to speak when Gu Hongwei spoke first, saying, "Zhengbei, our family will never allow such a wicked woman to stay. We already gave her a chance last time, but she didn't cherish it. Today, I'm telling you one last time. Either you divorce her or both of you leave. I won't acknowledge you as my son anymore. We are cutting ties." Gu Hongwei was completely fed up. Who could have such a daughter-in-law? He had never heard of anything like this before. If things continued like this, the entire Gu family would be ruined by her. This was the first time Gu Hongwei spoke so harshly. Wang Na looked at her father-in-law in disbelief. "Dad, I won't divorce. We've been married for many years. As elders, how can you do this? How can you encourage your son to divorce?" Wang Na's cheeks were swollen, and her face was dirty, looking worse than a beggar. Not only others, but even Gu Zhengbei looked at her with disgust. Gu Hongwei ignored her completely and stared directly at Gu Zhengbei. Divorce is naturally embarrassing. As the saying goes, family troubles should not be aired publicly. But Wang Na's actions had already crossed his bottom line. Even if it meant shame and ridicule, he accepted it. He also wanted Gu Zhengbei to divorce Wang Na for the sake of their son. Having such a ticking time bomb around would eventually ruin them. Moreover, they'd been married for so many years, and Wang Na hadn't been able to give them a child. She finally got pregnant but lost the baby because of her own actions. She was truly a troublemaker. Gu Zhengbei felt conflicted. He had some feelings for Wang Na after so many years of marriage, but now, with her pregnancy causing trouble and her constant mistakes, none of which she managed to fix, she kept causing problems and others kept coming to deal with her. She was just too thoughtless. Having such a low IQ wife around made it impossible for him to feel any happiness. Recently, he also wanted a divorce. Now that his father had spoken so plainly, going along with it seemed like a reasonable choice. "Dad, Wang Na suddenly realized how serious the situation was. Her father-in-law wasn't joking. He was truly forcing them to divorce. She stood up and ran to Gu Zhengbei, grabbing his arm. "Zhengbei, you can't treat me like this." She looked at Gu Man and Li Wenxiu nearby. "Mom, Man, please say something for me." Li Wenxiu hesitated and looked at Gu Hongwei. "Hongwei, please calm down first. Divorce is not a good thing to talk about openly." Before she finished speaking, Gu Hongwei glared back fiercely. "Shut up. This family is not your decision to make. It's your repeated indulgence that caused this problem. If you don't want to stay, we can both leave and never see each other again." Gu Hongwei's face turned pale with anger. He slammed his hands on the dining table, causing the teacup nearby to spill. Li Wenxiu shrank back, afraid to say another word. Usually, Gu Hongwei was too lazy to argue with her. Whatever she said was fine. But when it came to serious matters, he wouldn't hold back. At this moment, Wang Na felt completely hopeless. Was her marriage going to end because of this? Her family treated her badly. If she divorced, what could she do? Gu Zhengbei couldn't swallow his anger. He wasn't upset about divorcing Wang Na, but he felt ashamed that his wife had been so humiliated. After thinking for a while, he reached out and took Wang Na's hand away. "Wang Na, let's get a divorce. I gave you many chances, but you didn't listen. The Gu family can't keep you." Wang Na didn't expect Gu Zhengbei to be so cold. He directly broke their relationship. "I told you about this before. Why didn't you oppose it then? Now that something happened to me, you're trying to wash your hands of it and want a divorce. Gu Zhengbei, are you really a good person? You've been jealous of your brother all these years. You probably wish they were having a hard time." Wang Na felt she had no hope left. Now, even Gu Zhengbei had betrayed her. Gu Zhengnan and the others looked at Gu Zhengbei in disbelief when they heard Wang Na say this. If that was true, what was the difference between Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na? Hearing this, Gu Hongwei almost lost his temper. Gu Zhengbei lost control and kicked Wang Na to the ground. "Shut up. You did wrong, and now you want to blame me? When did I know about this?"
I tell you, Wang Na, I must divorce you. If you keep bothering me, I will tell everyone about your mistakes. See how you'll live after that. The two argued back and forth. Gu Hongwei, tired of listening, simply kicked both of them out. Zheng Bei, you have 3 days to handle this matter. If you don't bother coming back to this family. I'll pretend I never had you as my son. The door slammed shut. Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na looked at each other, both with fiery eyes. Gu Zhengbei had finally managed to return to the Gu family after much pleading, only to be kicked out again by his father. He felt that Gu Hongwei was serious this time. He really didn't want to acknowledge him as his son anymore. This was understandable. The Gu family also had Gu Zhengnan and Gu Zhengdong, who were both better than him. As the eldest, he was usually not favored and not very talented. Now, with so many problems, it was normal for the old man not to like him. After they left, the Gu family finally became quiet. Gu Man didn't speak, which was rare. She knew her sister-in-law's actions were unfair and didn't stand by her side. Gu Hongwei looked at Jiang Shutong and the others with a different expression. Shutong, you're pregnant now. You need to stay happy and not let these people affect you. Don't worry, Dad will give you an explanation. From now on, Wang Na will never appear in the Gu family. That's my promise to you. As a father-in-law, he handled this quite well, and Jiang Shutong was quite satisfied. If they didn't leave now, they would either be kicked out or divorced. Jiang Shutong nodded. Dad, don't worry. I won't joke about my health. Mainly, I care about the Gu family. Wang Na is so extreme. If we don't deal with her quickly, she might cause trouble for the family in the future. Gu Hongwei nodded and quickly took over the matter. He then hurried to the study to inform the elders about the good news. When old Master Gu heard Jiang Shutong was pregnant again, he was so happy that his false teeth almost fell out. My daughter-in-law is truly capable. I always said she was blessed, many children and grandchildren. Now we have 3 great-grandchildren. If only we could have a few more granddaughters. Don't let Xiao Zheng leave. I need to visit her myself later. After hanging up, Gu Hongwei was also very happy. He thought, let the old man indulge a little. Luckily, we have a capable one. Gu Hongwei asked Li Wenxiu to tidy up the table a bit, then added a few more dishes and asked Jiang Shutong and the others to sit and eat. The problem was resolved, so Jiang Shutong stopped dwelling on it and changed the subject. Soon, the elders also arrived, smiling happily as they entered. This time, the two of them came over and brought a big gift for Jiang Shutong. They held a large jewelry box. Child, you're so talented. The old man, will never treat you badly. This is a gift for you in advance. Open it and see. Jiang Shutong was surprised and excited. She opened the box and found 2 pairs of childhood bracelets and a set of gold lockets. They looked heavy, probably weighing over 500 grams. Gold is always valuable, no matter the time. Jiang Shutong's eyes widened at the sight. If this were in the future, it would be worth tens of thousands. Li Wenxiu looked on with envy. When she had her child, her in-laws were not as kind as they are to Jiang Shutong now. When it was Jiang Shutong's turn, she was willing to give everything: money, gold, and jade. Someone who didn't know might think she had gold edges embedded in her. Li Wenxiu felt jealous, but could only hold it in. After accepting the gold, Jiang Shutong felt much happier. She thought that having another baby didn't seem so difficult anymore. Her husband was so caring, her father-in-law supported her, and even the elders provided material help. This child, even if born, would grow up loved and spoiled. After dinner, Jiang Shutong took the gold and left with Gu Zhenan. After they left, old Master Gu couldn't help but sigh. Little Jiang is bringing good luck to our family. You, as the mother-in-law, should act more like one. Stop playing petty tricks. You're not young anymore and shouldn't argue with your daughter-in-law. Old Master Gu had long seen that Li Wenxiu didn't like Jiang Shutong. He even wanted to encourage them to divorce. Now that Jiang Shutong was pregnant again, she was the family's precious treasure. No one could bully her. Li Wenxiu could only smile politely after being scolded by her father-in-law. Having a healthy pregnancy was the best. Everyone was on her side.
Li Wenxiu thought to herself that she was getting too old and was close to menopause. If only she could have another child. On the way home, Gu Zhinan saw how happy Jiang Shudong was and felt better himself. You're not angry anymore, right? They will probably divorce this time. The family's attitude is clear. With Wang Na's current situation, she might have a hard time after the divorce. Jiang Shutong nodded. She brought this on herself. She deserves it. Anyway, today I got all my frustrations out and I feel much better. When they got home, the 3 children had finished their homework. The second and third children were so tired they had already fallen asleep in bed. Only the eldest was still waiting for them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shudong felt warm inside. She then took the eldest to the next room. Zichen, I have good news to tell you. Gu Zichen looked at Jiang Shutong with anticipation. What is the good news? Jiang Shutong touched her belly. Mom is pregnant. You really like your sister, right? Maybe it will be a girl. When Gu Zichen heard that Jiang Shutong was pregnant and might have a sister, he jumped with joy. Wow, that's great. I will have a sister. Because he spoke loudly, it woke up the second and third children in the next room. When they came over, they clapped happily. Jiang Shutong felt a lot of pressure. What if Mom has a boy instead? The youngest slightly frowned. A brother is good too. If I have a brother, I can be an older brother. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but smile. She was actually a bit worried that the children might not want her to have more babies. Some children are sensitive and think that having more siblings might make them feel ignored. All 3 sons are quite smart, and Jiang Shutong also worried about this. In the future, with more children, it might be hard to take care of everyone. But luckily, they are all very sensible. Whether it's a brother or sister, they can accept it, and that is enough. After a while, the eldest led his 2 brothers to sleep in the next room. Jiang Shutong and Gu Zingnan washed up and then lay down on the bed. Jiang Shutong was used to sleeping with Gu Zingnan's arm around her, and it felt quite comfortable. She thought about how, after she got pregnant, they couldn't be intimate anymore, which made her a little sad. Now that I'm pregnant, we can't be close for the next few months. Gu Zingnan didn't expect Jiang Shutong to suddenly say this, and his ears turned red instantly. Of course, that's not allowed. Your safety and the babies are the most important. You don't need to worry about this. I can be patient. After saying this, Gu Zingnan, Jiang Shutong silently sighed. Maybe I'm worried about myself. You don't joke around. Jiang Shutong reached out and slipped her hand under Gu Zingnan's coat. I'm not joking. If you can stay calm, what should I do if I can't? Gu Zhengnan quickly grabbed her mischievous hand. Then I'll tie you up so you won't be naughty. Jiang Shutong pinched him hard at the waist, venting her frustration. You're really not romantic at all. I won't talk to you anymore. Seeing this, Gu Zhengnan quickly softened his voice and comforted her. He had heard before that pregnant women can have mood swings, and you shouldn't upset them. Although Jiang Shutong's belly wasn't very noticeable yet, Gu Zhengnan was always worried. The next morning, Jiang Shutong woke up to find Gu Zhengnan had bought breakfast, and the 3 children were already outside eating. Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. I've already squeezed the toothpaste for you. Finish up and come eat. Although he had expected Gu Zhengnan to change after her pregnancy, she didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. After washing up, she went outside to eat. Next door, Wu Ailian was busy early in the morning, rushing around nonstop. Looking over at the neighbor's yard, the 3 children had woken up, but Jiang Shutong was still sleeping lazily, such a lazy wife. Later, she saw Gu Zhengnan come back from buying food at the cafeteria and had everything arranged. Only then did Jiang Shutong get up to eat. Wu Ailian was so annoyed, she almost ground her teeth. Gu Zhengnan was capable, handsome, and came from a good family. She never expected that after marriage, he would be so caring to his wife. Meanwhile, she looked at Zhou Aiden next door, and she just couldn't stand him. And her in-laws, since they arrived, they've been lazy every day. They didn't help with chores or anything. Why is her life so hard? During breakfast, Wu Ailian deliberately scowled at Zhou Aiden. Seeing her throw down her chopsticks and bowl, Zhou Aiden was unhappy. Why are you throwing a fit so early in the morning? Who upset you? Wu Ailian had been waiting for this. She snorted coldly and raised her chin toward the neighbor. Look at little Goo. He gets up early, buys food, and cleans the yard. His wife only gets up late to eat. Look at you, so many children at home, and you don't care about anything. You've never even helped buy food. Zhou Aiden glanced at the neighbor and felt a bit guilty. But in this community, with so many people living here, isn't everyone's wife responsible for these things? A man's hands are meant for building a career, not for washing hands and making tea or snacks. This little Goo really is something. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, so he frowned and complained, "Why do you compare everything to Comrade Jiang? Jiang is a secretary at the machinery factory, and she's so pretty. You can't even read properly, and you're rough-looking. How can you compare yourself to her?" It's better not to say anything at all. Just as Zhou Adong finished speaking, Wu Alian's face changed. She indeed wasn't as pretty as Jiang Shatong, nor as capable, but she couldn't let her husband say that. She took a pancake she had just cooked and directly slapped it onto Zhou Aidong's face. Jiang Shatong and the others were happily eating when they noticed a fight happening next door. They couldn't help but watch the scene while eating. This time, they learned their lesson and didn't try to break up the fight. Anyway, going over wouldn't have helped. After finishing their meal, Gu Zhengnan first took the children to school, then planned to ride his bike to take Jiang Shatong to her workplace. Since Jiang Shatong was pregnant now, riding a bike was risky. Waking up a little earlier in the morning could help avoid these problems. Jiang Shatong felt that Gu Zhengnan was working too hard, but then she thought about it and agreed that he had a point. You're so busy every day. If you keep sending me to work every day, it's too tiring. I'll take the bus next time. Gu Zhengnan didn't mind. It's not hard. It's just getting up a little earlier. The hard part is you. Gu Zhengnan showed his attitude, and Jiang Shatong tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his back, silently enjoying this sweet moment. When Jiang Shatong arrived at her workplace, everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but look at her with envy.
Whose man is so caring?
He even personally takes his wife to work. The more handsome a man is, the more loyal he seems. After entering the office, Jiang Shatong greeted everyone with a smile and then sat at her desk. She didn't plan to tell others about her pregnancy. In the workplace, women already faced disadvantages, and if others found out she was pregnant, they might worry even more. At the same time, Jiang Shatong realized she probably wouldn't be able to stay at the machinery factory for long, because soon she would need to take the college entrance exam, and as the months go by, her belly will grow. She could attend classes at school while pregnant, but she couldn't work here with her belly sticking out. She has already made up her mind and plans to discuss with the school whether she can study at home. She wants to choose a major she is good at and earn a diploma. Her main goal is to do business and make good money. Jiang Shatong is a practical person. For her, money is the most important. Without money, life would be hard. Having money means enjoying good food and drinks and gaining status. She has 3 sons and now she is pregnant again, so she wants to create a good environment for her children. Not long after sitting down, Jiang Shatong was called away by the factory director. Although it wasn't officially announced, everyone assumed she would soon become the factory director's secretary. After finishing her work outside, Jiang Shatong was called to the office by Zheng Jiangwo. Little Jiang, I plan to promote you to be a secretary. You've passed the assessment. You're good at foreign languages and very careful with your work. Your speeches are also very professional. What do you think about this? Of course, Jiang Shatong wanted a promotion. She didn't want to be a soldier who doesn't become a general. But she couldn't hide her pregnancy from the director, or it would be unfair. Thinking about this, Jiang Shatong carefully spoke. Director, I'm very happy and willing if you want to promote me. But I need to tell you something. I am pregnant. It was just confirmed. I can promise to work during my pregnancy, but I will need to take leave when I give birth. I won't be able to handle work then. Zheng Jiangwo was surprised that Jiang Shatong was pregnant again. He was stunned. Her 3 sons are only 6 years old, and now she's pregnant again. Maybe it's twins, which shows her body is very fertile.
He sighed.
It's a tricky situation. Sometimes women in the workplace face restrictions because of pregnancy and children, which can make others hesitant. But he believes a good employee shouldn't be overlooked because of this. Pregnancy and childbirth are normal. It's unfair to doubt her workability because of it. She will need a few months' leave, but that's okay. After thinking carefully, Zheng Jiangwo said, "That's not a problem. As long as you work hard and carefully, you can take maternity leave when needed. Others can cover your work until you return. This position will still be yours. Little Jiang, you are talented and have great potential. It's a shame to hide your abilities." When Jiang Shudong heard the factory director say this, she was deeply moved. Meeting such a leader was truly her great fortune. "Director, since you've said that, I will definitely agree. As long as I am on duty, I will do my best to complete my work and help our machinery factory improve even more." Hearing Jiang Shutong's words, Zheng Jiangwo stood up suddenly. Good. With your words, I feel relieved. I will announce the change in your position soon. Get ready, and you will take over fully when the time comes." Jiang Shutong nodded. After leaving the director's office, she still felt very excited inside. Others in the office were curious and couldn't help but come closer to ask, but Jiang Shutong didn't tell the truth. The matter wasn't settled yet, and there might still be changes. Since nothing was certain, she wouldn't speak carelessly. Seeing that Jiang Shutong didn't want to talk, everyone stopped asking. At noon, Jiang Shutong went downstairs to eat. Usually, Zhang Xiaomai was already waiting there, but today, after leaving the office, she wasn't there. After walking a few steps, she saw Zhang Li running over from a distance. "Shutong, your friend is in trouble. It seems there's a fight over there. You should go see what's happening." Jiang Shutong didn't have many friends, so she thought Zhang Li was talking about Zhang Xiaomai. "Is it Xiaomai?"
Zanlinudda.
"Yes, it's her. She's in a bad situation. Her husband and mother-in-law are hitting her." Hearing this, Zhang Shutong knew she had to go quickly. But since she was pregnant now, she might not be able to handle the situation well, so she told Zhang Li Jia, "Go call the security team. Ask them to come quickly. If they hurt her badly, it will be a big problem." Zhang Li nodded and went to call the security team. When Jiang Shutong arrived, Wang Saixia was crying nearby, and Wang Dali was pulling Zhang Xiaomai's hair tightly. Zhang Xiaomai had a nosebleed, and it looked like she had been slapped. "Cousin, forget it. Your wife didn't mean to do it. My baby in my belly is fine, so it's okay." Jiang Shutong asked what was happening and found out that Wang Saixia had started hitting Zhang Xiaomai's daughter today. Zhang Xiaomai got angry and pushed Wang Saixia. Wang Saixia fell to the ground, and Wang Dali and others saw this and went crazy, beating Zhang Xiaomai. Although Zhang Xiaomai resisted, she is still a woman and no match for a man. Jiang Shutong was still confused. Wang Saixia's baby was Wang Dali's. Seeing her fall, couldn't the Wang family be worried? That's why they started hitting Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai had already collected evidence, including photos, and found witnesses in the countryside. When she fought with Wang Dali just now, she couldn't help but reveal everything. Hearing this, Wang Dali became even more nervous and grabbed Zhang Xiaomai, trying to take her home.